Tang Yu found himself transported into the world of urban fantasy literature, assuming the role of a wealthy, second-generation antagonist. With each segment of the storyline he survived, rewards awaited him. He resolved to play the long game, aiming to survive until the conclusion, starting with an annulment of his engagement to avoid the wrath of the Dragon King. However, unbeknownst to him, everyone around was acting in opposition, intent on inciting hostility towards him. Su Muyu, you wish to break off the engagement? No, you do not. Father-in-law, what is Ye Chen? My son-in-law can only be Tang Yu. Bodyguard captain, young Master Tang has shown me immense kindness. I shall eliminate the Dragon King for him. No matter how Tang Yu endeavored to navigate the plot quietly, there were always individuals eager to escalate tensions. For his own safety, he needed to survive. Chapter 1. An engagement cancellation? Let's expedite that. In Suhang, at the Tang residence, today marked the birthday celebration of the family patriarch, drawing the elite from across Suhang. A strikingly handsome young man, with sharp brows and bright eyes, suddenly shuddered, exclaiming in disbelief. After swiftly acclimating to the memories flooding his mind, Tang Yu felt a wave of despair wash over him. He was an ardent fan of web literature, having perused countless urban fantasy novels. Recently, he had been bestowed with a villainous system, compelling him to embody the role of an antagonist within these narratives. Surviving each major plot point would yield rewards, and if he reached the end, he could return to his original world laden with riches. Yet, his every entrance into a new story was akin to a hellish trial. For instance, in his 8th reincarnation, he found himself as a security guard tasked with preventing the protagonist from entering a company. It was common knowledge that security personnel and bodyguards in urban novels faced perilous fates. His destiny was to be sent flying by the male lead, Long Shuai, crashing through glass and meeting a grim end. The previous round had been even more ludicrous. The protagonist was Bei Xian Tianzun, a formidable figure resurrected in the city after a failed tribulation, capable of single-handedly withstanding missiles. A villain. He hadn't even been afforded the chance to utter a word before being struck down. System. When the world is this book? Tang Yu inwardly lamented. This is war God Dragon King plays in the Flower City. Currently at chapter 57, the system's cold voice responded. With this reminder from the system, Tang Yu quickly recalled the book's plot. It followed a familiar trope, with the protagonist named Ye Chen, hailing from a prestigious family in Yanjing. At the tender age of 5, his family was tragically annihilated. Taken abroad by an elder, he was groomed into an elite assassin, ultimately founding the world's foremost mercenary organization, Dragon Soul, earning him the moniker Dragon King. In addition to his combat prowess, his medical skills were unrivaled, effortlessly discerning gems and engaging in high-stakes gambling. This time, he returned to Huaxia Incognito to investigate the massacre of his family, while also pursuing numerous beautiful women, culminating in his rise to greatness. Tang Yu, on the other hand, was the eldest son of the Tang family, the foremost among Su Hang's 4 great families, boasting assets exceeding trillions. One would assume that inhabiting such a character would be exhilarating. Yet, no matter how illustrious the antagonist's status, they merely served as stepping stones for the protagonist. Chapter 57. Oh no. Am I to meet my demise again? Tang Yu's complexion paled as he recalled the unfolding narrative. Today was his grandfather's birthday banquet, where he was to be engaged to the first female lead, Su Muyu. The Su family, though one of the 4 great families, held the least prestige. Tang Yu had been a devoted admirer of Su Muyu for 3 years, leveraging his family's resources to assist her, yet she had never once acknowledged him. When the elders could no longer bear the sight of it, they arranged for a union with the Su family. Upon learning of this, the Dragon King Ye Chen disrupted the birthday banquet, forcefully taking Su Muyu away. The heartbroken Tang Yu, reduced to a mere sycophant, was kicked into a vegetative state by Ye Chen, leading to his eventual demise. Is this some sort of curse? Tang Yu cursed inwardly upon reflecting on the plot. The villainous role was utterly nonsensical. A Yale graduate, handsome, and immensely wealthy, would he truly languish in servitude to a woman who perpetually scorned him for 3 years? A man of considerable means would have long since driven a Cadillac to a lavish club, reveling in life. This won't do. I must devise a plan. Tang Yu's gaze swept across the banquet hall, where numerous guests had gathered for his grandfather's celebration. Soon, his attention settled on a young man seated in a corner, discreetly holding a glass of red wine. This man was Ye Chen, now serving as Su Muyu's bodyguard. Realizing the implications of his engagement, Tang Yu thought, "I'm not going through with this marriage." Just as he contemplated his next move, a stunning girl in a blue gown approached him. Her beauty was striking, Yet her gaze was as icy as steel. She was none other than Su Yu. Standing before Tang Yu, she spoke with an air of indifference. Young Master Tang, please refrain from pursuing me any further. Let us annul this engagement. I will not consent. Having pieced together the situation, Tang Yu welcomed her words, nodding in agreement. I concur. Perhaps taken aback by his swift acceptance, Su Yu's eyes widened in disbelief, questioning whether she had misheard. Meanwhile, a mocking voice echoed in her mind. The engagement must not proceed. I am eternally grateful to your ancestors. Your great kindness shall be repaid in another life. Hurry and elope with your Ye Chen. How laughable his harem requires you. After hearing that voice, she frowned and glanced around. Who was speaking? The voice sounded eerily similar to Tang Yu's, yet he hadn't uttered a word. Could she be mistaken? What's this? You wish to annul the engagement? Come, let's inform our elders together. Tang Yu urged with a calm smile that if they were to avoid the union, surely Ye Chen would have no reason to trouble him. As a child of destiny, all he needed to do was steer clear of provoking him and continue living as an affluent gentleman until the story's conclusion. How delightful. Very well, Su Yu agreed, following Tang Yu as they prepared to speak with their elders. As they walked, Tang Yu maintained a composed facade while secretly reveling in his fortune. What a relief. Cutting ties with this foolish woman means Ye Chen will no longer pursue me, that I must survive until the novel's end. What a pity. For Su Hang's most beautiful woman to become a member of Ye Chen's harem is one thing, but to drag the Su family into ruin is truly the hallmark of a brainless fantasy. As the voice of mockery resonated once more, Su Yu became certain that it was indeed Tang Yu's voice. After all, they were the only two in the corridor. Renowned as Su Hang's most beautiful woman, she was not merely reliant on her looks, but also possessed remarkable intellect and talent. Quickly grasping the situation, her expression darkened. Ye Chen, he was the bodyguard she had recently hired after being harassed by some ruffians, and he had come to her aid. Impressed by his skills, she had retained him as a bodyguard. However, what was this talk of a harem? How could she, a distinguished young lady, ever become a part of a mere bodyguard's entourage? Chapter 2. Breaking the mold before long. The two entered a study where the elders of the Tang and Su families were engaged in discussions regarding a potential union. Upon their arrival, the two greeted each elder in turn. Tang Yu, you have come at just the right moment. I have something to discuss with you, exclaimed a middle-aged man with a square face who was none other than Tang Yu's father, Tang Gangcheng. I recently spoke with your uncle Su and the others, and we believe that you and Yu are quite compatible. We intend to formalize your marriage. What are your thoughts on this? I think it is inappropriate. The room fell into an unusual silence, with everyone exchanging bewildered glances. In all of Su Hang, who does not know that you have pursued her for the past 3 years. Clearing his throat, Tang Yu addressed the elders. There's a saying, a forcibly twisted melon is not sweet. Upon reflection, I have realized that my personality does not align with Yu's. Marriage is a lifelong commitment, and it is best for both parties to have the choice in this matter. I appreciate your concern. Upon uttering these words, Tang Yu felt a wave of relief wash over him. The elders from both families were left dumbfounded. After a moment of silence, Su Yu's father, Su Chongshan, suddenly spoke. Xiao Yu, I understand how you feel. Is it that Yu pressured you into saying this? Do not worry. I will handle this matter today. Tang Yu was taken aback. Uncle, are you wishing for me to be in dire straits? No, Uncle Su, I am being sincere. Just as he attempted to explain, Su Chongshan waved his hand dismissively. No need for further discussion. I understand you. Then, turning to his daughter with indignation, he demanded, Yu, tell me, how has Xiao Yu treated you over these years? He has cared for you deeply. When you were ill, how long did he stand by your side? In terms of both status and appearance, where does Xiao Yu fall short of you? And yet, you compel him to say such things? You are driving me to distraction. Stunned by her father's outburst, Su Yu was at a loss for words. What did he mean by saying she forced him? This fellow was secretly reveling in the situation, was he not? Quickly retort. What are you dawdling for? Argue with your father, and let us jointly sabotage this arrangement. We can each go our separate ways, and I shall seek out a dozen or so charming companions to enjoy myself with. If you do not speak up soon, I shall find myself in serious trouble. Do you still wish to elope with your Dragon King, Ye Chen? Simultaneously, the voice of ridicule echoed once more. Seeing Tang Yu making faces at her, Su Yu's temper flared. You scoundrel! Why do you keep mentioning Ye Chen? What does he think of himself? Why on earth would I elope with a bodyguard? What is he really? Moreover, hearing him speak of seeking numerous companions only fueled her anger further. You pursued me for 3 years, and now you suddenly wish to abandon all? Father, I did not compel him to say that. I support the union. Sumu Yu suddenly interjected, her voice rising in defiance. Taken aback by her unexpected declaration, Su Chongshan paused, his expression one of disbelief. You are not deceiving me? I am not, Sumu Yu affirmed, shaking her head. Her complexion had taken on a hint of rosy color as she bit her lip and spoke. He has indeed treated me exceptionally well, and I find myself moved by his sincerity. However, may I suggest that we begin our relationship gradually? Of course, that is entirely acceptable. One must savor their meals bite by bite, after all. Upon hearing these words, Su Chongshan revealed a comforting smile. It turned out that it was not his daughter who opposed the marriage, but rather the child, Xiao Yu, who was concerned about potentially making his daughter feel constrained, prompting him to voluntarily withdraw from the union. This son-in-law was truly considerate. The elders in the room also began to smile, sharing Su Chongshan's sentiments. Meanwhile, Tang Yu, who had just moments ago been smiling, now wore a countenance more dismal than if he had ingested something foul. Approaching Sumuim, he forced a smile that was more grotesque than tears. Mu Yu, you need not pressure yourself in this manner. I understand your perspective. Sumu Yu gently bit her crimson lip and whispered, but my intention is to start with romance first. Xiao Yu. Mu Yu is merely a bit reserved and not adept at expressing herself. Do not mistake her demeanor for disinterest. Girls can be quite shy, Su Chongshan said with a warm smile, patting Tang Yu's shoulder in encouragement. Tang Yu's facial muscles twitched in response. At that moment, Sumu Yu's ears were filled with a flurry of exasperated thoughts. Are you out of your mind? We agreed to call off the engagement. Who on earth wants to court you? You ought to follow the narrative of a romance novel. The Dragon King's harem is your rightful place. For heaven's sake, snap out of it. Stop being absurd. After hearing these inner voices, a subtle smile graced Sumu Yu's lips, her eyes sparkling with amusement. Observing his flustered state, she found it rather entertaining. He was now far more intriguing than the previous sycophantic version of himself. Well then, since they seem to have an understanding, we need not worry any longer. Let us proceed to announce this matter, suddenly declared the elder Tang. The group chuckled and departed the study, with Tang Yu trailing behind Sumu Yu. Seeing the trace of a smile on her face made him want to unleash a flurry of martial arts upon her. Do we not agree to forego the union? He muttered through clenched teeth. Yet, I've been touched by your earnestness, Sumu Yu replied, her smile growing warmer. This was the first time Tang Yu had witnessed such a smile directed at him, momentarily leaving him spellbound. He reached out to touch Sumu Yu's forehead, checking if she had lost her senses. If you feel unwell, we must visit the hospital. Marriage is no trivial matter. Think it through. Tang Yu implored earnestly. Dear friend, if something is amiss, do seek treatment quickly. If you refuse to consult a physician, I shall have to consult a coroner myself. I am perfectly fine. I have considered it thoroughly, and besides, we are not yet married, Sumu Yu replied nonchalantly. But I am unwilling. A forced union is never sweet. That is of no consequence. It suffices to quench thirst, Sumu Yu replied, her laughter growing ever more joyous. Seeing him at a disadvantage filled her heart with delight. She looked at Tang Yu earnestly and said, Moreover, your sudden shift in attitude, could it be that you are afflicted with a terminal illness and fear burdening me? Tang Yu, in utter despair, was left speechless. This woman, why was she not adhering to the script? She must have lost her mind. She has truly brought her own downfall upon herself. Soon, Ye Chen will undoubtedly emerge, creating a ruckus. After all, how could I, after finally becoming a wealthy and handsome antagonist, be on the verge of losing everything? This absurd narrative is beyond comprehension. With Tang Yu's sarcastic remarks echoing once more, Sumu Yu found herself increasingly intrigued. Would events unfold as this individual had envisioned? Chapter 3. The Dragon King appears upon returning to the hall. Old Master Tang first expressed his gratitude to the guest who had come to celebrate his birthday. He then summoned Tang Yu and Sumu Yu to his side, addressing the assembly with great solemnity. Dear friends and family, I have another joyous announcement to share with you today. The Tang family has decided to unite with the Su family, and from this day forth, Sumu Yu shall become half of our granddaughter-in-law. As old Master Tang concluded his proclamation, the guests in attendance erupted into applause, while the members of the Su family beamed with delight. In a corner, however, Ye Chen, savoring his red wine, suddenly darkened in countenance. A fierce aura emanated from him as he strode purposefully toward Tang Yu. Sumu Yu was the woman he had set his sights on. Anyone who dared to intervene would face dire consequences. Oh no, he's coming, he's coming. He approaches with an intent to kill. Why must it always be like this? Am I destined to be beaten today? At this moment, Tang Yu's lamentations resonated once more. Su Yu glanced over and indeed saw Ye Chen advancing with a menacing expression, which left her astonished. Today, the Su family had come to attend a celebration and had naturally not brought any bodyguards. Yet, Ye Chen's presence was undeniable, just as the earlier remarks had predicted. I object to this marriage, Ye Chen declared vehemently, his face a mask of fury as he stood 3 meters away. All eyes turned toward him. The guests were predominantly members of the distinguished families of Su Hang, and aside from a few individuals from the Su family, none recognized Ye Chen. Su Zhongshan recalled that this Ye Chen was a recent addition to the household as a bodyguard. Seeing him act out of line, Su Zhongshan's expression darkened as he stepped forward, reprimanding, "Who do you think you are? A mere bodyguard has no right to meddle in Su family affairs." A glint of menace flickered in Ye Chen's eyes. Were it not for the fact that the speaker was Su Muyu's father, he would have already taken action. He, the illustrious Dragon King, commanded respect in foreign lands. Even the European aristocracy would not dare to speak to him in such a manner. He gazed at the Su family members, pointing at them one by one, and proclaimed the esteemed Su family, a lineage of nobility, is willing to sacrifice a young girl's happiness for the sake of familial prosperity. Do you possess no sense of shame? Ha! Here it comes. The classic verbal duel begins. Mind your own business. Soon enough, there will be a brawl, followed by a heroic rescue. In the end, it will be the Su family that bears the brunt of the misfortune. Nevertheless, as the protagonist of this tale, remember that many will fall for your success. After all, everyone else is merely a stepping stone to your triumph. Tang Yu's commentary echoed once again. According to the original narrative, Su Yu was coerced by her family into agreeing to the union. In her most desperate hour, the Dragon King Ye Chen intervened and took her away. After breaking the shackles of her heart, he became her sole support. Consequently, she fell in love with Ye Chen, becoming his first consort. Yet at this moment, Su Yu frowned slightly, feeling neither moved nor surprised. After listening to Tang Yu's heartfelt confessions for a while, her mindset had irrevocably shifted. How dare that little bodyguard act so recklessly? Throw him out, Su Zhongshan bellowed in fury. Soon, a tall man clad in a suit rushed over. Ye Chen, the captain of the Tang family's bodyguards. A retired special forces soldier, his skills were unquestionable, and his loyalty to the Tang family was unwavering. According to the original narrative, he was the first to strike and the first to be slain. Once he was dispatched, misfortune would soon befall Tang Yu. Do not act impulsively. Tang Yu hurriedly stepped forward to intercept Ye Chen, urging, "Let us discuss this calmly. Today is my grandfather's birthday. Resorting to violence would be unwise." Upon hearing the young master speak, Ye Chen finally halted. See, young Master Tang displays great composure, not stooping to the level of such a brute. If it were me, I would have long since thrown him out to be fed to the dogs. I suspect he is attempting to vie for young Master Tang's woman. With that pitiful appearance, does he even deserve it? Tang shall quickly retaliate. The onlookers showered praises upon Tang Yu for his poise, while taking the opportunity to belittle Ye Chen. This is a common trope in triumphant narratives. First, the bystanders stoke the protagonist's ire, then the antagonist appears to boast, only to be swiftly dispatched. Tang Yu felt a surge of panic upon hearing their remarks. Why are you shouting so loudly? Could you not be a bit more civil? You may be reveling in your insults, but I'm the one being sent to the crematorium. As expected, upon hearing the bystanders' comments, Ye Chen's expression darkened, his gaze fixated on Tang Yu. He was the true instigator. Had it not been for his pursuit of Su Yu, matters would not have escalated thus. What the hell are you staring at me for? I didn't insult you, Tang Yu retorted, feeling the pressure of Ye Chen's intense gaze. I didn't even initiate the conflict. What more do you want? If you wish to claim someone, do it swiftly and do not direct your ire at me. You insufferable fool. Tang Yu felt a tightening in his chest under Ye Chen's glare, silently lamenting. This man, as the Dragon King, could easily overpower the entire contingent of the Tang family's bodyguards. If he truly unleashed his wrath, it wouldn't be long before everyone would be dining on their own funeral feasts at the Tang estate. Having listened to this exchange for a while, Su Yu couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Upon seeing her smile, Ye Chen's expression softened somewhat, mistakenly believing her laughter stemmed from his defense of her. He approached her with a charming grin, his lips curving into a remarkable arc. Yu, no one shall sacrifice your freedom for personal gain. With me by your side, you may go wherever you please. Those who obstruct you shall meet their demise. Meanwhile, Tang Yu discreetly stepped back, creating distance, his emotions stirred. Yes, go on. If the male and female guests succeed in holding hands, make haste. In the original narrative, at this moment, Tang Yu has already ascended with his bodyguards to take action. Now he has summoned his bodyguards to halt. As long as this fellow takes Su Mu Yu away, the ensuing matters will no longer concern him. Ye Chen approached, reaching for Su Mu Yu's hand, intending to lead her away from the Tang residence. However, before his hand could touch her, Su Mu Yu had already stepped back 2 paces, her face cold as she glared at Ye Chen, asking, "What are you doing? Are you insane? When did my freedom become a sacrifice?" After listening to her inner thoughts for a while, she had understood the current situation. It seemed she was ensnared in a fictional world. According to the typical plot, she should have been eloping with this man by now. The thought of becoming part of his harem filled her with revulsion. Ye Chen's expression turned to one of shock, a flicker of anger crossing his eyes. This woman dared to reject him? Did she not comprehend that, while the entire world betrayed her, he was the only one willing to forsake the world for her? He quickly regained composure and smiled at Su Mu Yu, saying, "Mu Yu, I understand your fears. Rest assured, I am here. That insignificant Tang family would not dare harm you." With that, he cast a cold glare at Tang Yu. Su Mu Yu's reluctance to accompany him must have been due to coercion from this man. What was this mere heir of the Tang family? In this domestic setting, he refrained from indiscriminate violence. Had it been abroad, a mere command would summon thousands of mercenaries to obliterate the Tang family in an instant. Are you out of your mind? Why would I concern myself with your trivialities? I've already instructed my bodyguards to disregard this matter. Tang Yu thought he might perish from despair at this moment. These 2 individuals were utterly deranged. You have overstepped. You are merely a bodyguard of our Su family. Effective immediately, you are dismissed. Please vacate the premises at once. Anger flared on Su Mu Yu's exquisite face as she pointed toward the door, shouting. However, her ire was directed not only at Ye Chen but also at Tang Yu. How could this scoundrel still be murmuring as if she had become involved with Ye Chen? The more she stated this, the sweeter Ye Chen felt in his heart. Look, she is protecting me by deliberately playing the villain. She cares for me. Indeed, she was the woman chosen by him, well-educated and understanding. Thus, he gazed at Su Mu Yu with added tenderness and affection. The smile curling upon his lips grew increasingly charming and confident as he spoke. Mu Yu, I will not leave you. With me by your side, you need not worry. The Tang family is inconsequential. Chapter 4. Captain, do not act impulsively. I fear you may be beaten to death. The members of the Tang family, upon hearing this, displayed expressions of fury. Su Mu Yu felt a shiver run down her spine, nearly spewing her breakfast. That gaze is truly one of a worldly scoundrel. I shall ask you one last time, will you leave or not? Su Mu Yu declared, her voice filled with anger. If you do not leave, I shall not depart. Ye Chen's resolve was unwavering. He refused to depart under any circumstances. As the Dragon King, his possessiveness was exceedingly intense, and he would never permit his woman to remain in the perilous environment of the Tang family. Frustrated beyond measure, the captain of the Tang family security team, Ye Chen, could no longer contain himself. Clenching his fists, he was about to charge forward, but Tang Yu once again intervened, urging him to reconsider. Captain He, please remain calm. Today is my grandfather's birthday, and it would be unfortunate if someone were to perish. Rest assured, young master, I will not kill him, Ye Chen vowed. His eyes reddened with anger. I fear for your safety. This fellow is quite formidable, Tang Yu replied in a lowered voice. Ye Chen was taken aback, touched by the concern. Thank you for your consideration, young master. After receiving the Tang family's kindness for so many years, I would rather perish than witness the continued humiliation of the Tang family. Why must these people provoke him? What on earth is wrong with them? Tang Yu lamented, feeling utterly despondent. Being a villain was proving to be an arduous task. The members of the Su family were now seething with rage. A mere bodyguard's audacity was akin to pushing the Su family into a fiery abyss. In a fit of fury, Su Zhongshan lunged forward and shoved Ye Chen with all his might. Yet Ye Chen stood there like an immovable mountain, unaffected by the push. Frustrated, Su Zhongshan struck Ye Chen in the face, shouting, "You wretched scoundrel, get lost. Do not pursue my daughter any longer. I have but one son-in-law in this lifetime, and that is Tang Yu. If you continue to entangle yourself, the Su family will show no mercy." The blow, though not physically damaging, was laden with humiliation. A flicker of intense killing intent flashed in Ye Chen's eyes. However, Out of respect for Su Zhongshan, his father-in-law, he simply murmured 2 words in his heart. Endure. Indeed, as the Dragon King, mastering the art of endurance was paramount. With a cold demeanor, he declared, "If I am unwelcome here, I shall take my leave." With that, he cast a venomous glare at Tang Yu. This scoundrel had intentionally refrained from intervening, allowing the Su family to confront him, clearly intending to leverage the Su family to compel Su Muyu into submission. The humiliation he suffered today would be repaid in kind with bloodshed in the future. Muyu, remember this. No matter what happens henceforth, whenever you need me, I shall be by your side to protect you. After uttering this, Ye Chen strode away. You truly are deranged. What does this have to do with me? So you wish to make an enemy of me, do you? I understand the depth of your feelings, but this is not how one plays the game. I implore you, Su Muyu, swiftly depart with your husband, even if it means taking the high-speed train. Upon witnessing Ye Chen's departing gaze, Tang Yu felt an urge to curse. Beside him, Su Muyu was equally enraged. She had endured his incessant mutterings for half the day, incessantly referring to him as your husband. Unable to contain her frustration, she approached Tang Yu and planted a kiss on his cheek, as if kissing a dog. Fortunately, Tang Yu was quick-witted and managed to block his face with his hand, resulting in Su Muyu's kiss landing on the back of his hand instead. What a shocking turn of events. How could she dare to kiss another man? Fortunately, my skills surpass yours. Otherwise, would you still have a chance to escape today? The two exchanged fierce glares, while the guests erupted in laughter at this comical scene. As Ye Chen approached the doorway, the raucous cheers caught his attention, prompting him to glance back, his eyes wide with fury. His beloved was, shockingly, kissing another man, albeit merely on the back of his hand. The guest's boisterous laughter further ignited his rage. He clenched his fists tightly, yet refrained from unleashing his wrath, for he understood that Su Muyu must have resorted to such actions to protect herself from the Tang family. After all, she was unaware of his identity and strength as the Dragon King. However, now was not the time to reveal his true self. He needed to remain incognito, diligently investigating the truth behind the massacre from years past. With a deep breath, he exited the Tang residence, filled with resentment. This Tang family had lost its purpose for existence. After the banquet concluded, the members of the Su family hurried to apologize to the Tang family. Tang Yu sat on the sofa, a bewildered expression on his face as he contemplated life. Is this dog system toying with me? The events today are utterly divergent from what was promised. He cursed inwardly. In the original storyline, Su Muyu should have regarded him, the devoted admirer, with disdain. Yet today, she exhibited a remarkable increase in intelligence. To protect her Dragon King, she was willing to make such significant sacrifices? Witnessing Ye Chen's shocked and furious expression as he departed, Tang Yu realized he would undoubtedly seek retribution against him. Perhaps it is the butterfly effect caused by the host altering the plot, the system replied. What are you laughing at? I recalled something amusing. Amusing my foot. Hand over the rewards. Tang Yu seethed, the system becoming increasingly insufferable. Ding. The host has successfully survived the first segment of the plot. Reward: 1 Lamborghini poison. Now available in the garage for your retrieval. Upon hearing the system's voice, a car key materialized in Tang Yu's pocket. He examined the key, feeling utterly deflated. What use is this when all I have at home is money? Is the plot not already in shambles? He inquired once more. If you insist on questioning me, I can only say that I am unable to divulge any information. Tang Yu decided to cease communication with this detestable system. It was clearly there to ensnare him. Nevertheless, surviving the birthday banquet meant he had temporarily navigated a segment of the storyline. Just as he began to contemplate his next steps, his mother, Xie Hongying, approached. What are you doing just standing there? Muyu is leaving. Shouldn't you go see her off? Let her go, Tang Yu replied, eager for this woman to depart. Had she adhered to the storyline today, he would already be relaxing in peace. He was still irked at the Su family for their incompetence. Allowing a mere bodyguard to cause such disruption was inexcusable. His mother frowned. Indeed, it was not merely impolite, it was utterly disgraceful. Upon hearing these words, Tang Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly grasped his mother's arm, urging her, Mother, this matter cannot be dismissed so lightly. In my opinion, it would be best to annul this marriage. Otherwise, where shall we place the honor of the Tang family if word gets out? Internally, he reveled in delight, thinking to himself, truly, my mother is perceptive and understanding. The Tang family, with its century-old reputation, could not easily concede. Tang Mu Lai Di Tapet Tang Yu Fohet. Smiling as she said, I have noticed your feelings for Mu Yu, and rest assured, our family does not prioritize such trifles. Your happiness is of utmost importance. Mu Yu is indeed a fine young lady, and she would undoubtedly make a supportive partner for you. Seeing that Tang Yu was about to speak again, Tang Mu stood up decisively. Enough of your pretense. I understand your intentions. I wish you both happiness, and do remember to visit old Master Wang this afternoon. With that, she strode away, leaving Tang Yu in a state of bewilderment. This life is truly a trial. It increasingly feels like a sentence. Chapter 5. The Loyal Lackey. Just as Tang Mu departed, the head of the bodyguards, Ye Chen, hurried over, holding a delicate redwood box. He placed the box on the table and respectfully said, Young Master Tang, this is a gift from Madam for old Master Wang. Thank you for your efforts, Tang Yu nodded. The old Master Wang mentioned by his mother was none other than the patriarch of the Wang family, one of the 4 prominent families in Suhang. The Tang family, being the foremost, held the most substantial power, followed closely by the Wang family, then the Qin family, and lastly the Su family. The Wang and Tang families shared a long-standing friendship, with old Master Wang having always treated Tang Yu favorably. Recently, however, old Master Wang had suffered a cerebral hemorrhage, resulting in partial paralysis, and was currently recuperating at home. Suddenly, a realization struck Tang Yu. Wasn't this akin to the plot of Chapter 62? According to the original storyline, after old Master Wang fell ill, he remained untreated while the Wang family sought renowned physicians to no avail. As the protagonist of a light novel, Ye Chen was endowed with miraculous healing abilities, able to wield extraordinary medical skills with ease. This was precisely the moment for Tang Yu to demonstrate his prowess. He could heal old Master Wang, thereby securing the Wang family's friendship and laying the groundwork for conquering Suhang. Am I to be a mere stepping stone once more? Tani u ponde momentia dazet. After careful consideration, he recalled that in the original plot, he was already deceased by this point. The one who faced calamity was not him, but another esteemed physician who had come to offer treatment. By allowing a skilled practitioner to attempt healing first, and subsequently stepping in when they failed, he would appear far more impressive, as if he were the true master. This thought eased Tang Yu's anxiety. As long as he was not the one to suffer, everything else could be negotiated. As for avoiding this particular plotline, he dared not entertain such foolishness. He had attempted to evade the storyline once before, only to find himself facing a dire fate. The rules of the system were clear. One could strive to survive, but one must never flee from the narrative. Ye Chen, noticing the myriad of expressions flitting across Tang Yu's face, could not help but inquire, Young Master, are you all right? I'm fine, Tang Yu replied, shaking his head. That's good to hear. Ye Chen exhaled in relief and smiled as he took credit for his actions. Young Master Tang, I know you are still upset about today's incident. Rest assured, I have already sent someone to trouble that fellow named Yi. Tang Yu widened his eyes in astonishment. Who did you send to cause trouble? The little bodyguard, Ye Chen declared proudly. Young Master Tang, did you not say he was a skilled fighter? I just called over 30 people to deal with him, and this time he will definitely pay the price. Tang Yu gasped in horror. Good grief. Are you truly afraid that I won't make it to the grand finale? He gritted his teeth. Call them back immediately. No one is to lay a hand on him. Understood. Ye Chen quickly took out his phone to call them back, feeling somewhat perplexed. Have they returned? They have. That's good. Tang Yu sighed in relief. Damn, I almost fell into a trap again. He scrutinized Ye Chen, who, from every angle, appeared to be a loyal lackey. This fellow cannot be left alive. Captain He, it is said that true loyalty is revealed in times of crisis. I'm quite pleased with your performance today, Tang Yu said, his tone amiable as he put an arm around Ye Chen. However, I believe your talents are wasted as a bodyguard. Here's the deal. Our Tang family has a mining company in South Africa. Would you be willing to oversee things there? Me? Ye Chen felt immensely touched. Young Master Tang was truly generous. Yes, you will leave tomorrow. I'll arrange things shortly. Once you arrive there, your salary and bonuses will triple. Work diligently for a few years first. Tang Yu patted Ye Chen's shoulder firmly. Thank you, young Master Tang, for your trust. I will certainly work hard, Ye Chen said, moved to tears. After expressing his gratitude repeatedly, he left to pack his belongings. Once Ye Chen was gone, Tang Yu felt satisfied. Excellent. One lackey disposed of. Sending him to Africa ensures he can't emerge to stir up trouble for me. He glanced at the Rolex on his wrist. The life of the wealthy is indeed so unpretentious and monotonous. Holding the gift that lay on the table, Tang Yu made his way toward the garage. Soon, a silver Lamborghini Veneno drove out of the Tang residence. The Wang family estate was located in the suburbs, and after nearly an hour's drive, Tang Yu arrived at the Wang family home. As one of the four great families of Su and Hang, the Wang residence was originally a royal mansion. Over the past century, this estate had undergone numerous renovations, and the last time Tang Yu visited was quite some time ago. After parking the car at the entrance, the guard immediately recognized Tang Yu and respectfully greeted him. "Good day, young Master Tang. Please help me park the car." Tang Yu casually tossed the car keys to the guard and strode into the Wang residence, gift in hand. The interior of the estate was decorated in a typical Su-style garden layout, with pavilions and serene ponds, presenting a breathtaking view at every turn. Just as he reached the entrance to the living room, a tall beauty in a qipao emerged, and they collided quite abruptly. Fortunately, the well-endowed beauty provided a soft cushion, preventing any injury to either party. Feeling the astonishing resilience in his chest, Tang Yu nearly exclaimed in surprise. His gaze instinctively wandered over the enchanting figure in a qipao. She adorned a white laurel qipao, her lustrous black hair cascading over her shoulders. Beneath her impeccably delicate angelic visage lay an undeniably alluring figure. Yet, due to her voluptuous form, the qipao seemed somewhat burdened. "Referee, she just committed a foul by colliding with me. The fabric of that dress is truly exquisite. It must be crafted from top-grade silk. If it were a shirt, it would have long since succumbed to the strain." Upon hearing this voice, the qipao-clad beauty widened her eyes in disbelief as she stared at Tang Yu. "What are you saying?" She struggled to believe her ears. How dare he speak to her in such a manner? "Huh, I didn't say anything. Are you all right?" Tang Yu, somewhat bewildered, touched his nose. Wang Yixue, having not noticed Tang Yu's lips moving, instinctively thought she had misheard, and with a placid expression, replied, "You must have misheard. What brings you to my home?" "I came to visit the old gentleman," Tang Yu replied, lifting the gift in his hands, causing the atmosphere to grow awkward. The enchanting lady before him was Wang Yixue, the heiress of the Wang family, his former girlfriend, and the second female lead of this tale. Due to the long-standing friendship between the Wang and Tang families, they had known each other since childhood. During their university years, they attended the same institution and briefly dated for 2 months in their freshman year. However, a notorious socialite from school had clung to Tang Yu, leading to a misunderstanding on Wang Yixue's part, resulting in a hasty breakup. Subsequently, Tang Yu became renowned in Suong as the most devoted admirer. Meanwhile, after graduating, Wang Yixue returned to her family business, remaining single until now. Chapter 6. Wang Yixue. "You seem a bit off. My grandfather is still resting. Please have a seat and enjoy some tea." With that, Wang Yixue beckoned and began to prepare tea for Tang Yu, though a hint of bitterness flickered in her eyes. After their breakup, they had scarcely kept in touch. It was only during a class reunion last month that she learned she had misunderstood Tang Yu all those years ago. Regret weighed heavily on her heart, as she had never truly moved on. Yet, it was too late. She had just learned of the impending union between the Tang and Su families. Tang Yu, however, was preoccupied with watching Wang Yixue prepare the tea. Her movements were a visual delight, and clad in her perfectly coordinated qipao, the act of brewing tea in her hands transformed into an artistic performance. Goodness, even brewing tea looks so stunning. Su Muyu is hailed as the first beauty. But in my eyes, Wang Yixue is truly the most beautiful in Suong. Just look at her poise and the grace of her movements. Su Muyu pales in comparison, sulking as if owed something. Union? A mere sham. I will find a way to dissolve this wretched marriage. As Tang Yu's mutterings echoed, Wang Yixue's hand trembled, disrupting her movements, nearly causing the teacup to crash to the floor. With wide eyes, full of disbelief, she gazed at Tang Yu. There was no mistake. This was undoubtedly Tang Yu's voice. Though he had not spoken aloud, she had heard him quite clearly. "Are you all right?" Upon witnessing Wang Yixue's sudden blunder, Tang Yu casually expressed his concern. "I am fine," Wang Yixue replied, shaking her head, her emotions surging unexpectedly. It seemed as if she could hear this fellow's innermost thoughts, and he dared to believe himself the most beautiful of them all. Humph, this guy had clearly been unable to forget her over the years. Yet he insisted on playing the role of a sycophant. Elated, she intentionally inquired, "I heard you were engaged to Sumu Yu today? Congratulations. You have finally achieved your desires." "Oh, that's a long story. In any case, marriage is out of the question." Tang Yu would never admit to such matters. What nonsense about marriage? It's all Su Mu Yu's chaotic antics, isn't it? He thought to himself. That wretched woman is a lunatic. harboring feelings for someone else while using me as a shield in her charade. Sighing, he lamented, the author must be a fool. What ex-girlfriend? Such a trivial misunderstanding could be resolved with a simple conversation. The protagonist can have a harem, yet the antagonist struggles with romance. Hearing these complaints, Wang Yixue felt even more delighted. However, she found herself somewhat perplexed by the author's portrayal of antagonists. Pouring a cup of tea for Tang Yu, she deliberately sat beside him and softly asked, "What has transpired between you two? Is there discord?" "There are no feelings, merely a friendship." "Why do you ask?" Tang Yu sensed something amiss, his brow furrowing slightly. As a seasoned antagonist, he understood that to survive, the best course of action was to distance himself from these heroines, regardless of whether she was the first or the 99th. His tone bore a hint of indifference, yet his thoughts betrayed him. Why is she suddenly sitting so close? Her leg is practically touching mine. She smells delightful. Is that her natural fragrance? Her legs are so fair. Ah, but forget it, the outfit is simply stunning. Wang Yixue felt a mix of joy and shyness in her heart. This fellow had never lavished her with such compliments during their relationship. With a playful smile gracing her lips, she leaned closer and softly said, "It's nothing much. I just wanted to apologize for the misunderstandings of the past." "Forget it. I don't mind. Why are you sitting so close?" Tang Yu feigned displeasure. "I'm making a sour face here. Shouldn't you be moving away? Is there no dignity left for a heroine in a light-hearted narrative?" Yet upon closer inspection, she is truly adorable. Her skin is exceptionally fine. Her eyes are captivating, and her figure and grace are undeniable. Just please don't come any closer. I genuinely can't handle it. Wang Yixue struggled to suppress her laughter. This guy claimed to be disinterested, yet his body spoke truths. How endearing. She adored this contrast in his demeanor. Why act so sternly towards her? "You're my first love. Can't I be a bit closer?" Biting her lip, she feigned innocence and gently wrapped her arms around Tang Yu's. "Mind the distance. We are merely friends now." Tang Yu, dark-faced, swiftly withdrew his arm, his tone frigid. "After all these years apart, this charade is futile. I do not harbor feelings for Su Mu Yu and certainly will not return to you. How could you be so heartless? It's one thing to bump into me, but now you're holding my arm. This is cheating. Please, be normal. This isn't your usual demeanor. Should you be keeping all men, aside from Ye Chen, at arm's length?" Wang Yixue could no longer contain her laughter, bursting forth with a chuckle. This reaction left Tang Yu momentarily speechless. She was undeniably beautiful, yet something felt amiss. Despite his dismissive attitude, how could she still endure his presence? In stories, the female protagonist typically regards all men except the male lead as mere animals. Given his treatment of her, she ought to have turned her back on him, severing ties completely and perhaps even harboring resentment. Such behavior would ensure his distance from Ye Chen, the favored child of fortune. In summary, the foremost principle of surviving in a narrative is to avoid competing with the protagonist for affection. If he could just endure with his resources, would he really lack for companionship? His life was of utmost importance. "What are you laughing at?" Tang Yu said with a stern expression, shifting away to create distance. He was genuinely intimidated by her. Today, Su Mu Yu was acting strangely, and now Wang Yixue seemed equally bewildered. "I'm recalling something joyous." Wang Yixue replied with a charming smile. Fine, fine. I concede. I'll retreat to the restroom for a moment." Tang Yu resolved to take initiative. If he couldn't confront her, he could at least evade her. Just as he was about to rise and escape, Wang Yixue stood up first. After taking only a few steps, she suddenly exclaimed and fell flat on the ground. "Huh, truly a classic fall for the female lead of a light-hearted tale." Tang Yu chuckled, amusement lighting his face. A sly smile crept across Wang Yixue's face as she groaned in pain, rubbing her ankle and pitifully gazing at Tang Yu. "I've fallen. Why won't you help me up?" Initially, Tang Yu considered refusing her request. However, he quickly reconsidered. What if his coldness offended her too deeply, leading her to bear grudge? Women could be rather sensitive, especially towards an ex-boyfriend. If she were to end up with Ye Chen and spoke ill of him, it would surely breed animosity. Reluctantly, he approached her with a stern face and extended his hand, helping Wang Yixue to her feet. As she regained her balance, she stumbled forward, collapsing into Tang Yu's embrace. He thought to himself, what the hell? This script seems awfully skewed. Is this treatment meant for a mere antagonist? Stay calm. This must be a sugar-coated trap. She aims to become one of Ye Chen's harem. I should help her up and make my escape. Wang Yixue, nestled against him, felt a flicker of annoyance upon hearing his thoughts. One of Ye Chen's harem? Who's he think he is? I would never be part of that. With a pitiful expression, she looked up at Tang Yu, her eyes glistening. Tang Yu, I think I twisted my ankle. It hurts to walk. Chapter 7. The female leads deception. I want to return to the countryside. I'll help you to the sofa to rest. Tang Yu replied in a flat tone. I would help anyone else, but I'll assist you. Then I'll be on my way. Upon hearing Tang Yu's inner thoughts, Wang Yishue's eyes narrowed with a smile. Planning to slip away? Not a chance. Once they returned to the sofa, she noticed Tang Yu attempting to leave and quickly called out, Tang Yu, I've twisted my ankle. Could you please help me massage it? I can't. Tang Yu decisively refused. He had come merely to endure a scene and earn rewards. Engaging in intimate contact with the second female lead was tantamount to inviting disaster. You're lying. When we were in college, and I twisted my ankle playing tennis. You helped me. Do you really dislike me that much? Wang Yishua said, her eyes reddening with grievance. Indeed, so if you're truly uncomfortable, I can call your family doctor over, Tang Yu replied with a nod, his demeanor cold. Yes, consider me to be someone you detest. Just stay away from me. Do you understand? After all, we are ill-suited. You belong to Ye Chen's harem, while my character is that of a villainous pawn. If he finds out about this, I'll be finished tonight. Upon hearing Tang Yu's thoughts again, Wang Yishue scoffed inwardly. You think I could just distance myself? However, noticing how wary he seemed of that Ye Chen, she boldly threatened. So you refuse to help me? Fine. Then I'll tell everyone later that you took advantage of me. Tang Yu, who had just lifted his foot, halted in shock. Come on, don't do this. Can't we be reasonable? If you spread rumors, Ye Chen will definitely hold a grudge against me. I've never seen a villain in those Clich D stories successfully steal a woman from the protagonist and live to tell the tale. Let us not go back to the past. Let bygones be bygones, Tang Yu pleaded earnestly. Not listening. Give me a minute to think it over. Or I'll post it on social media. Wang Yishue waved her phone threateningly. The prospect of a social media post was a dead end, while massaging her foot still offered a glimmer of hope. Thus, he relented. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Yu decided on the latter course of action. I'll help, but you mustn't tell anyone, he instructed, reluctantly sinking into the sofa and taking her delicate foot onto his lap. He began to gently massage her ankle, all while his peripheral vision took in Wang Yishue's alluring figure. When we were dating, didn't she have a less developed physique? What has she been eating these past few years? And why is she wearing safety shorts under that cheap how? What about the trust between people? Lying on the sofa, reveling in the foot massage, Wang Yishue felt a tinge of shyness. This infuriatingly reserved person, seemingly impervious to soft persuasion, was indeed yielding. All right, she said, as Tang Yu's thoughts grew increasingly audacious, making it hard for her to withstand. Pulling her foot back, she pretended to twist it and exclaimed, much better. I'll come to you again if I get hurt next time. Another time? Tang Yu's eyes widened in disbelief, as if she were purposely challenging him. What else could it be? Wang Yishue replied with a sly smile, her eyes narrowing with delight. Being privy to his thoughts and holding leverage over him. Could she simply let him go? The system. Why on earth has Wang Yishue's character crumbled as well? Tang Yu silently roared within. This is just another pawn wishing for my demise. Suddenly, the system chuckled softly. The phone resting on the table rang, and Wang Yishue answered it, engaging in brief conversation before frowning. Understood. The new energy meeting will be delayed by half an hour. I shall arrive shortly. After hanging up, she flashed a sweet smile at Tang Yu. There's an urgent meeting at the company I must attend. I'll find you later. Please, continue with your tasks. Tang Yu was more than eager for her departure and hastened to see her off. New energy project? I recall. ISNT this a trap set by Wang Rulong and Ye Chen to secure investment in this project. The Wang family's entire cash flow of 500 billion has been ensnared, plunging Tungwang Group into dire straits. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Rulong plots to usurp power, while Ye Chen plays the benevolent role, aiding Wang Yishue in navigating the crisis, ultimately bringing her into his harem, and then eliminating Wang Rulong. In the end, the Wang family will fall into his grasp. Want it? As Wang Yishue prepared to depart, her delicate frame trembled, her eyes filled with astonishment. How does he know all this? This investment is the company's highest secret. Only a select few are privy to it. And the one driving this project is her cousin, Wang Rulong. Could it truly be so? Wang Yishue bit her lip, gazing at Tang Yu with newfound affection and gratitude. He must be secretly looking out for her, utilizing the Tang family's influence to uncover these truths. She yearned to clarify matters with Tang Yu and express her heartfelt thanks, yet found herself speechless. Reluctantly, she bid him farewell and hurried to the company to investigate further. As she departed, her expression turned icy, and her heart seethed with murderous intent. Wang Rulong, Ye Chen, should I uncover the truth, none of you shall escape unscathed. Once Wang Yishua left, Tang Yu exhaled deeply, reclining on the sofa with a smirk. Master, I have attained enlightenment. Although Wang Yishua was somewhat off today, the plot remains intact. When Ye Chen arrives at the Wang family today, the imposing aura he exudes will surely captivate Wang Yishua. At that moment, she will inevitably compare him to me and instantly find herself enamored with Ye Chen. As for the trivial matters between us, she certainly won to divulge them to him. If I maintain a low profile today, while Ye Chen is preoccupied with winning over ladies, he will have no time to concern himself with me. Once he learns that Su Mu Yu has no ties to me, I should be able to survive until the grand finale. Tang Yu thought contentedly. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside the door. Tang Yu turned to see a petite and beautiful girl approaching. Although she was small in stature, certain aspects of her physique were remarkably developed, swaying slightly as she walked. Dressed in a lovely Lolita outfit, she appeared as if she had stepped out of an anime. Upon spotting Tang Yu, the girl immediately lit up with a sweet smile and greeted him. Hello, Brother Tang Yu. Oh, Xiao Yu, it's been a while, Tang Yu exclaimed, quickly recalling the identity of the person before her. She was none other than the renowned divine physician of Suzhou and Hangzhou, Jiang Xiaoyu. At merely 20 years of age, her medical prowess ranked among the top 10 in China. Her grandfather, Jiang Tianyi, was a towering figure in traditional Chinese medicine, celebrated as a sage of his generation. With extraordinary skills and striking beauty, such a prodigious talent was destined to be part of the harem of the Dragon King. Ye Chen, Chapter 8. With such allies, what great endeavor could fail? Indeed, this is a hallmark of exhilarating narratives. The male protagonist can charm women wherever he goes, encountering policewomen at the precinct, flight attendants on the plane. Even picking up a small beggar from the street turns out to be a stunning beauty, often a lost princess from a prominent family. These harem beauties all possess significant backgrounds. Once they fall for the male lead, their families inevitably rally to support him. Upon returning to the country, Ye Chen chose Suzhou and Hangzhou as his first destination, drawn by the abundance of beautiful women there. While gathering his harem, he also sought to win over the powerful families of the region to bolster his ascent in China. How has Grandpa Tang been lately? Have you been taking the medicine I prescribed on schedule? Jiang Xiaoyu approached Tang Yu with a sweet smile. Yes, indeed, and I must express my gratitude. My grandfather has been feeling much better after taking the medicine you provided. Tang Yu responded promptly, smiling in appreciation. Why are you being so formal with me? Brother Tang Yu? Jiang Xiaoyu playfully rolled her eyes, slightly displeased with his politeness. The Jiang family had been in the medical field for generations and was a prestigious family in Suzhou and Hangzhou, maintaining a close relationship with the Tang family. Under the protection of the Tang family, no one dared to trouble the Jiang family. Likewise, whenever someone from the Tang family fell ill, the Jiang family would be the first to offer assistance. Moreover, she and Tang Yu had known each other since childhood, their bond akin to that of siblings. If I weren't a bit courteous, I might find myself in trouble today. Who told you to be part of Ye Chen's harem? That scoundrel is utterly outrageous. Sigh. My dear little sister, Xiao Yu deserves better. The foolish author must have lost his mind. Suddenly hearing a series of inner voices, Jiang Xiaoyu was taken aback. Am I part of Ye Chen's harem? Who on earth is Ye Chen? She widened her eyes and looked at Tang Yu. Brother Tang Yu, what are you talking about? I haven't said anything, Tang Yu replied, scratching his nose, puzzled by the odd behavior of the women today. Jiang Xiaoyu felt equally bewildered. She had clearly heard Tang Yu's voice. Fortunately, at that moment, a caregiver from the Wang family approached. Divine physician Jiang has arrived. Old Master Wang has just woken up. Would you like to rest a moment before proceeding? Let's go now, Jiang Xiaoyu said, patting her small bag filled with her silver needles and various tools. I'll accompany you. Tang Yu quickly grabbed his gift and followed closely behind. After traversing several corridors, the trio arrived at the entrance of a small courtyard. The residence of Old Master Wang. At the entrance of the small courtyard, a couplet penned by the venerable Mr. Wang adorns the wall. Reading is commendable. Farming is noble. Studying diligently is the key. Entrepreneurship is arduous. Maintaining success is challenging. Understanding difficulties is not insurmountable. Tang Yu cast a fleeting glance at the couplet and rolled her eyes. This, indeed, is a subtle foreshadowing set by the author. When the Dragon King, Ye Chen, arrives later, he will undoubtedly remember the couplet and engage Mr. Wang in conversation about it. Consequently, Mr. Wang will perceive Ye Chen as a prodigious talent, multifaceted and exceptional, leading him to desire a fraternal bond, hoping not for a shared birth date, but for a profound connection. Just as she completed her eye roll, several members of the Wang family approached from behind, naturally accompanied by the Dragon King Ye Chen. "Ah, is that little you? Come to visit the old gentleman?" The Wang family members greeted Tang Yu with cheerful smiles upon seeing her. "Hello, uncle." "Hello, aunt." Tang Yu promptly returned their greetings with a smile. Standing at the back of the group, Ye Chen's gaze turned icy and filled with murderous intent upon spotting Tang Yu. He had initially intended to eliminate this wealthy heir who dared to vie for his affections today. However, having only recently returned to the country and lacking a solid foundation, causing a commotion would jeopardize his plans. Thus, he suppressed his murderous thoughts, opting for a more gradual approach. Their eyes met briefly, and Tang Yu, sensing the tension, wisely averted her gaze. According to the usual narrative, this antagonist should confront Ye Chen with disdain. Yet, he was not foolish enough to provoke the author's favorite son. The group entered the small courtyard, and soon encountered the ailing Mr. Wang, who, due to his hemiplegia, had lost sensation on one side of his body and was unable to move freely. Despite his condition, he felt a sense of comfort seeing everyone come to visit. He greeted the guests with a smile, though his speech was somewhat slurred. "Father, please rest and refrain from speaking. Your health is paramount. Indeed, today, Dr. Jiang is here to treat you. He will surely restore your health. Grandfather, focus on recuperating. Once Xiaoya has healed you, I will come play chess with you." Tang Yu hurriedly approached to offer her greetings, feeling that she had accomplished a significant portion of her task for the day. Next, she could quietly observe Ye Chen's performance. At this moment, Ye Chen stood at the back, attentively assessing Mr. Wang's condition. As a versatile expert, his medical skills were, of course, top-notch. His proficiency in diagnosis was unparalleled, allowing him to discern the patient's issues without even needing to take a pulse. Beside him stood Wang Rulong, the only son of the Wang family's second branch. Handsome and with a touch of softness in his features, he epitomized the archetype of a wealthy and attractive young man. In terms of talent, he could be considered above average among the affluent heirs of Su and Hang. However, compared to Wang Yixue, he paled in comparison. Once, the Wang family ranked third among the four great families, unable to compete with the Qin family. Yet, after Wang Yixue joined the company, the Wang family's assets surged by 800 billion in just 3 years, showcasing her remarkable aptitude for business. Her brilliance overshadowed Wang Rulong, rendering him mediocre in comparison. With a heart full of resentment, Wang Rulong ultimately chose to conspire with outsiders in a bid to seize the power of the Wang family, the outcome of which is all too predictable. Alas, as a fellow antagonist, I find myself feeling a certain sympathy for you. Tang Yu observed Wang Rulong and couldn't help but shake his head slightly. Unfortunately, Wang Rulong lacks the fortune of the female protagonist and is utterly oblivious to Tang Yu's heartfelt sentiments. At this moment, he felt a twinge of anxiety and quietly inquired of Ye Chen, "Brother Yi, do you have confidence in treating my grandfather's ailment?" According to their plan, Ye Chen would intervene to save his grandfather, garnering his appreciation before approaching Wang Yixue. Ultimately, he would obtain the beautiful woman and secure the kingdom for himself. Ye Chen, with an expression of nonchalance, extended a hand. 50%? Wang Rulong was momentarily taken aback. The success rate seemed exceedingly low. "What I mean is, it is all within my grasp." Ye Chen felt a flicker of dissatisfaction within. Truly a fool. No wonder he was foolish enough to invite a wolf into his den and seek my collaboration. Once I have won over Wang Yixue, you will merely be the second obstacle I crush underfoot. The first, of course, is that scoundrel Tang. No wonder you are esteemed, Brother Yi. Wang Rulong exclaimed with genuine admiration. With such an ally, what grand ambition could not be fulfilled? Chapter 9. Why is this plague once again fixated on me? Ye Chen could hardly muster the energy to cast him another glance. These so-called wealthy second-generation heirs are but empty vessels. Their success is built upon the bones of countless others, and they themselves are merely the remnants beneath their feet. His gaze had shifted to Jiang Xiaoya, his eyes glimmering with a hint of desire. Upon returning to Suong, he promptly tasked his subordinates to gather intel for him. This dossier meticulously cataloged the renowned beauties of Suong, Jiang Xiaoya was ranked among the top 10. She was a woman that Ye Chen had set his sights on for his harem long ago, not solely for her beauty, but also for her grandfather. Of course, it was not that Ye Chen coveted her grandfather's allure. Rather, he coveted the extensive connections of the Jiang family, a family of legendary healers. They had saved countless prominent figures. Should he win Jiang Xiaoya's affections, this network could prove immensely beneficial. At this moment, Jiang Xiaoya was wholly engrossed in diagnosing the elder Wang's condition. After a brief examination, she discerned the nature of his ailment. As she released her hand, Wang Rulong hastily inquired, "Dr. Jiang, how is my grandfather?" The stroke has resulted in blocked meridians, compounded by other complications leading to hemiplegia. However, it is not insurmountable. I can alleviate the blockage with the 13 ghost needles. Jiang Xiaoya replied, opening her case to retrieve her silver needles. She beckoned to Tang Yu, saying, "Brother Tang, come help me sterilize the needles." I'm not sure I can manage that. Though men are not supposed to admit their inadequacies, Tang Yu genuinely felt unqualified. For heaven's sake, he had already laid down, and yet he was still caught in the crossfire? Hurry up. Were you not quite skilled at this before? You are the only one who knows my needle application sequence. Jiang Xiaoya urged. In that moment, Tang Yu would rather it was he who lay bedridden with the stroke. Yet, in the presence of the gathered crowd, he felt reluctant to decline such a trivial matter, lest he appeared disrespectful to the venerable Lord Wang. As he approached to prepare the silver needles for disinfection, he noticed Ye Chen casting a gaze filled with murderous intent towards him. Curse that luckless fellow. Tang Yu lamented inwardly, realizing that he had once again provoked this harbinger of misfortune. How unfortunate! Meanwhile, Ye Chen silently ground his teeth, thinking, that Tang scoundrel truly deserves his fate. Is he attempting to lay claim to the woman I cherish? Close the doors and windows tightly, and everyone, please step back a little and refrain from crowding around. Before commencing acupuncture, Jiang Xiaoya instructed the crowd to disperse, leaving only Tang Yu to assist her. Holding her breath, she was about to begin the procedure when Ye Chen suddenly interrupted her actions. He stepped forward, his expression calm, and said, "Dr. Jiang, do you intend to employ the Ghost Gate 13 needles to treat Lord Wang's hemiplegia at the Tianju acupoint?" "Indeed, what of it?" Jiang Xiaoya replied, slightly frowning, her focus disrupted just as she had attained her mental clarity. "I believe that is inadvisable. You may not have fully grasped the true nature of the old gentleman's condition. Such acupuncture aimed at unblocking the meridians could inadvertently harm the patient's health. If you lack confidence, I suggest allowing me to take over," Ye Chen asserted. Upon hearing his words, members of the Wang family displayed their dissatisfaction and reprimanded him. "Who do you think you are to instruct Dr. Jiang on treating patients? How laughable. This is the first time I've encountered someone who dares to teach her. Who brought this fellow here? Throw him out." Tang Yu silently critiqued the unfolding scene, noting, the classic tactic, first draw the ire of the crowd. He reflected on the subsequent steps. After garnering hostility, they would place bets, allowing Xiaoya to continue her treatment, only for her to encounter difficulties. At which point Ye Chen would step in to save the day, earning the respect of the Wang family and the admiration of Xiaoya for his medical prowess. However, he mused, Xiaoya's treatment isn't fundamentally flawed. It's merely cautious, concerned about harming Lord Wang's health. A more vigorous approach to stimulate the Qio acupoint would suffice to expel the stagnant blood. Jiang Xiaoya, having overheard these inner thoughts, wore an unusually peculiar expression. Despite the ire directed at him, Ye Chen maintained an air of composure, for how else could he showcase his distinguished demeanor? Wang Rulong quickly interjected, "Esteemed elders, Ye Chen is someone I have invited. He is well-versed in medicine and here to treat our grandfather. Why not grant him a chance?" Preposterous. Is the old gentleman's health a matter of jest? Do you think it acceptable to let just anyone attempt treatment? What use is a mere boy who has yet to grow a beard? A middle-aged man rebuked angrily. "Oh," Ye Chen scoffed at this remark, retorting coldly. "Dr. Jiang is even younger than I am. How can you presume my medical skills to be inferior to hers? Shall we wager?" "Wager on what?" "If Dr. Jiang fails to cure him, I shall take on the responsibility of saving Lord Wang, but you must apologize to me. And if Dr. Jiang succeeds?" "If she succeeds, I, Ye Chen, will leave the Wang family in disgrace." "Very well, it is settled," the middle-aged man declared with ire. "If even the renowned healer Jiang cannot cure him, then it will require her grandfather's direct intervention." Observing the successful progression of his scheme, Ye Chen felt an overwhelming sense of pride within. How else could he compel these esteemed families to regard him with admiration? This is what psychology entails. He gazed at the displeased Jiang Xiaoya, flashing his signature charming smile. Jiang, you could engage in a wager with me. I shall stake anything. I, Ye Chen, will never go back on my word. Having listened to Tang Yu's heartfelt expressions for quite some time, Jiang Xiaoya had grasped the general situation. At this moment, she harbored no fondness for Ye Chen, even finding his smile excessively greasy. A wager? As a healer, how could one trivialize such a sacred profession as a mere bet? I'm afraid I must decline. Please remain quiet and do not disrupt my treatment. With a cold expression, she instructed Tang Yu to sterilize the silver needles once more. Unfazed by Jiang Xiaoya's frosty demeanor, Ye Chen remained confident. Once he demonstrated his medical prowess and captivated her, she would inevitably become infatuated with him. After all, women are inherently drawn to the strong. Meanwhile, Wang Rulong stood nearby, filled with trepidation. After all, this was the esteemed Jiang healer. He had initially intended for Ye Chen to take the lead, treating his grandfather first, thus allowing himself to reap the rewards as a commendable supporter. However, upon witnessing the confident, charming smile on Ye Chen's face, he too felt a surge of inspiration. Look, Brother Yi is smiling like that. It signifies that everything is under his control. Truly impressive, Brother Yi. Alas, it seems I was not mistaken. After the treatment, the old man will still have some stagnant blood remaining, indicating a slight miscalculation in Xiaoya's approach. In a few more minutes, it will be Ye Chen's turn to shine, and Xiaoya will subsequently develop a favorable impression of him, ultimately becoming part of his harem. Tang Yu's inner thoughts echoed again. After hearing this, Jiang Xiaoya maintained a blank expression, focusing intently on the silver needles in her hands. As a member of the Jiang family, a lineage of esteemed healers, the Ghost Gate 13 needles were their ultimate secret technique. Swiftly, her hands moved like shadows, the silver needles falling one after another. After swiftly inserting 13 needles, the old man's complexion began to change noticeably. The Wang family members in the room grew increasingly tense. Chapter 10. His double standards have always been in place. After nearly 5 minutes, the old man's left hand suddenly lifted slightly. Witnessing this, the Wang family members collectively gasped in astonishment. Indeed, the Jiang healer's skills are extraordinary. Wonderful, the old man has finally started to recover. Jiang healer is truly remarkable. While certain individuals who boast only bring ridicule upon themselves, the middle-aged man who had previously wagered with Ye Chen let out a heavy snort. Ye Chen merely curled his lips, expressing disdain. The Ghost Gate 13 needles are indeed formidable, but my Tai Divine Needle is the supreme technique in the world. This girl, Jiang Xiaoya, pales in comparison to me. When she eventually becomes my woman, I would not hesitate to pass on my unparalleled skills to her. After removing the silver needle from the old man's hand, Jiang Xiaoya inquired, "How do you feel now, old Master Wang?" Feeling significantly better, he was now able to speak. Although Lord Wang's voice trembled slightly, it was undeniably more fluent than before. "That's good," Jiang Xiao nodded, advising him, "In a moment, I shall prescribe a remedy for you. Please adhere to the regimen for 3 months. This ailment requires gradual nurturing." With that, she retrieved paper and pen from a small box and began to inscribe the prescription. "Young man named Yi, do you still have anything to say?" At that moment, the middle-aged man stepped forward, fixing his gaze upon Ye Chen. "I shall not make things difficult for you. Allowing you to crawl out would tarnish the Wang family's dignity. However, you must apologize to the divine physician Jiang." "Oh," Ye Chen let out a cold laugh, extending 3 fingers. "Are you certain he has been cured? Here's the deal. I'll count to 3. And if Lord Wang is fine after 3 minutes, I shall kneel and apologize. Still struggling, are we? Very well." The middle-aged man promptly began the countdown, unable to tolerate the arrogance of this young man any longer. The members of the Wang family glared at him, eager for the moment the 3 minutes elapsed. Anticipating a spectacle. Upon hearing Ye Chen's words, Jiang Xiaoya immediately understood. This was akin to the heartfelt plea of Brother Tang Yu. She swiftly grasped Lord Wang's wrist for another examination. Indeed, some of the stagnant blood had begun to coalesce. She had initially considered that Lord Wang's frail condition necessitated a gradual approach with traditional medicine, but with this change in circumstances, she was compelled to adjust her treatment plan. "Brother Tang Yu, please provide me with another sterilized silver needle," she instructed, looking up at him. "Certainly," Tang Yu nodded, his expression tinged with confusion. What could she possibly need another silver needle for? Has she already discerned the underlying issue? Upon sensing Tang Yu's thoughts, a smile graced Jiang Xiaoya's lips. I owe you my gratitude, my dear brother Tang Yu. Without your insights, how would I have known? She expertly directed the silver needle towards the outer hill point on Lord Wang's calf. As the needle penetrated, a substantial area of redness emerged on his leg. Jiang Xia swiftly inserted several more needles, and soon, the stagnant blood began to flow out from Lord Wang's calf. Towel! Jiang Xiaoya extended her hand. Tang Yu hurriedly handed her a towel, which she used to wipe away the blood from Lord Wang. Meanwhile, Ye Chen stood in shock at Jiang Xiaoya's actions. The fool was indeed himself. How could this woman have discerned this hidden ailment? If her medical skills were truly this exceptional, she should have resolved the issue in one go. It defied all logic. He was utterly baffled, struggling to comprehend how things had escalated to this point. As a middle-aged man behind him noted that 3 minutes had elapsed, his countenance darkened. Esteemed physician Yi, the 3 minutes have passed. Shouldn't you fulfill your promise? Ye Chen felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. His intention today had been to masquerade as an expert, conquering the Wang family while simultaneously winning over a beautiful woman. Now, he found himself in a predicament he could not escape. As the Dragon King, he had never bowed his head to anyone in his life. Kneeling to apologize was utterly out of the question. With just a flick of his eyes, Jiang Xiaoya would undoubtedly become his woman in the future. Bowing his head before his wife was something he could reluctantly accept. Thus, he feigned nonchalance and chuckled, "Ha ha. I never expected that Suzhou and Hangzhou would host a true master like Dr. Jiang. Today, I must admit my lack of discernment and offer my apologies to Dr. Jiang. The 13 ghostly needles are indeed deserving of their reputation. In my estimation, they rival my Tai divine needle." As he spoke, he extended a hand, causing a silver needle to float above it. An extraordinary display of the Tai divine needle's mastery of qi manipulation. Upon witnessing this spectacle, the members of the Wang family were visibly astonished. It seems we are swiftly changing the subject, aren't we? One mused. However, Xiaoya is indeed captivated by the art of medicine. With this demonstration of the Tai divine needle, she is bound to be intrigued. Truly, you are the Dragon King, adept at charming the ladies. Tang Yu's teasing voice rang out swiftly. A flicker of irritation crossed Jiang Xiaoya's face. How dare he pursue her? She had already endured her brother Tang Yu's incessant chatter about her supposed feelings for this Ye Chen, alluding to her becoming part of his harem. Yet at this moment, her impression of Ye Chen was utterly abominable. He possessed medical skills, but lacked medical ethics, using patients as pawns in his bets. Such a person was nothing but refuse. Did he truly believe himself worthy of her pursuit? Feigning admiration, she exclaimed, "How impressive! Surely, you will keep your word, yes? You were to kneel and apologize, were you not?" Tang Yu, caught up in the moment, was momentarily stunned. "Wait, Xiaoya, this isn't right. What kind of bizarre maneuver is this?" he exclaimed. He has showcased the Tai divine needle. Shouldn't you be engaging in a medical duel to foster camaraderie? At that moment, Ye Chen's fury ignited within him. Overcome with emotion, the silver needle in his grasp warped under the strain of his internal energy. How dare a woman humiliate him so? Were it not for his interest in her and the connections of her family, she would already be a corpse. Just then, Wang Rulong stepped in to mediate, laughing, "It was merely a jest. Let us not take it to heart. Both of you are esteemed healers and should indeed engage in more exchanges of knowledge." "Indeed, a little jest can be overlooked," chimed in the middle-aged man, his expression softening as he sought to ease the tension. They had witnessed the undeniable skill of this arrogant young man and sought to maintain face, knowing they might need his assistance in the future. Ye Chen's expression softened slightly as he smiled. "What I said was out of anger. However, I truly did overstep today. If Miss Jiang does not mind, I would like to invite you to dinner this evening as an apology." "Ha ha, a man of his word, truly the Dragon King. You are impressive," another remarked. "If a villain were to lose a bet, it would be a light punishment to be crippled by you. Failing to woo a lady, you devise another scheme. You are but a clever little teddy bear, a walking pile driver. Well done, I concede." Tang Yu rolled his eyes, fully engaged in his mocking thoughts. "A mind," Jiang Xiaoya retorted with a cold huff, decisively declining. After listening to her brother's incessant ramblings, she had already discerned the true nature of this man. Ye Chen felt a mix of embarrassment and anger, but fortunately, at that moment, someone entered the room, shattering the awkward atmosphere. Wang Yishua stepped inside, her gaze imbued with a hint of coldness. Chapter 11. Your smile is quite distasteful. Upon seeing Wang Yixue, Ye Chen's fury instantly subsided, replaced by a certain desire. He had encountered numerous beauties, yet none could wear Chong Sam as exquisitely as Wang Yixue. No wonder she was the woman he had set his sights on. It wouldn't be long before she and the Wang family would be under his wing. As Wang Yixue turned her gaze towards him, he immediately displayed his signature charming smile. This was indeed his most potent weapon in seducing women, perfected after countless practices before the mirror. His enchanting smile bore a rebellious edge, perfectly balanced with an air of coolness, enough to pique a woman's curiosity. Hey, can you smile normally for once? Is it that hard to not look ridiculous? I can't beat you, but if I could, I'd tape your mouth shut. Seriously, what a brainless author to write such a book. This smile can actually attract women? Tang Yu couldn't help but mentally criticize after witnessing that smile. Jiang Xiaoya, upon hearing his thoughts, struggled to suppress her laughter by lowering her head. Wang Yixue also caught wind of Tang Yu's inner musings. However, she was not in the mood to laugh. After returning to the company, she had promptly halted the project and mobilized all of the Wang family's resources to conduct an investigation. After her thorough inquiry, the situation indeed aligned with Tang Yu's claims. Her cousin, Wang Rulong, had been pushing a new energy project that was nothing but a trap. She needed to investigate further. Otherwise, insufficient evidence would only alert the snake in the grass. She approached the bedside, taking the hand of old Master Wang with concern. "Grandfather, are you feeling any better?" "Much improved, just a bit tired," old Master Wang replied, his speech growing more fluent, though his tone remained weak. "Then please rest well. We will visit you later," Wang Yixue gently urged, tucking the blanket around him. A group of people exited the small courtyard, leaving only the caregiver to attend to the old master. "Oh dear, it's already 3 o'clock. I must return from my volunteer clinic." Jiang Xiaoya's phone alarm suddenly went off. She glanced at her device and bid farewell to everyone as she prepared to leave. "Jiang, take care. Do come by more often, Jiang." The Wang family members greeted Jiang Xiaoya with warm smiles. She nodded, then winked at Tang Yu, saying, "Brother Tang Yu, why aren't you saying goodbye to me?" Why Tang Yu waved his hand with a forced smile. "Sigh, it's not that I don't want to say goodbye, but I dare not. Ye Chen thinks of you as his woman. If I get too close, he might come after me." Upon hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, Jiang Xiaoya felt a wave of nausea. Consider herself his woman? Ugh, how disgusting. At that moment, Ye Chen was filled with extreme displeasure, wishing he could punch Tang Yu into oblivion. How can a woman one adores call him brother so intimately? Nevertheless, his demeanor remained unfazed, and he proactively greeted Jiang Xiaoya. "Jiang, esteemed physician, if convenient in a few days, I shall visit your residence. I have heard of your extraordinary medical skills and wish to engage in a scholarly exchange." "Inconvenient, unwelcome, and you are not permitted to come," Jiang Xiaoya retorted, her expression shifting abruptly as she offered Ye Chen a few curt words before turning away. The sight of him was now repugnant to her. Ye Chen felt a surge of pent-up frustration, a violent impulse welling up within him. This was the first time in his life that his attempts at wooing a woman had met such adversity. Yet, he could not unleash his frustration, as his pursuit had not yet reached its conclusion. Wang Yixue was still present. He glanced at Wang Rulong, who promptly understood and approached Wang Yixue with a smile. "Sister, allow me to introduce a promising young talent. This is Ye Chen, the esteemed physician." His medical prowess rivals that of Jiang. Ye Chen took a deep breath, regaining his signature alluring smile. He stepped towards Wang Yixue, extending his hand. "Miss Wang, greetings." Wang Yixue merely cast a cold glance in his direction, showing no intention of reciprocating the handshake. With indifferent tone, she remarked, "Has no one told you something? What is it? Your smile is quite repulsive." Ye Chen's smile instantly froze, the atmosphere growing painfully awkward, leaving him questioning his very existence. Repulsive? Such a critique struck at his pride. For this was the very source of his charm, his secret weapon in the art of seduction. Unable to contain herself, Tang Yu burst into laughter. Finally, someone has voiced the truth. Ye Chen immediately turned to glare at him, his eyes brimming with menace. "What are you laughing at?" He growled through clenched teeth. "I just recalled something amusing," Tang Yu stammered, feeling the pressure of Ye Chen's glare. "Why are you glaring at me? I didn't insult you." He thought to himself, "Besides, your smile is genuinely repulsive. Can't you see that in the mirror? What's your attitude? Why are you being hostile towards young Master Tang?" Indeed, showing such a lack of decorum. Young Master Tang hasn't even said anything to you. What is so impressive about having some medical skills? It would be best if such a person refrained from visiting our Wang family in the future. Several members of the Wang family, witnessing his intimidating demeanor towards Tang Yu, began to voice their discontent. Tang Yu felt immensely touched, almost brought to tears. You all are truly too supportive of me. Please, refrain from such defense in the future. If you keep this up, I might genuinely disappear. After being collectively ridiculed by the Wang family, Ye Chen's gaze towards Tang Yu grew increasingly venomous. The frustrations he had endured today were all linked to this fellow. Yet, recalling the purpose of his visit, he swiftly concealed his murderous intent. Miss Wang, I believe there has been some misunderstanding between us. Perhaps we could discuss it further at another opportunity. With a polite smile and a nod towards Wang Yishue, he strode away. Once Ye Chen had departed, Wang Rulong's face was a portrait of discomfort. Today, neither I nor Brother Yi made any progress in our plans. And to make matters worse, this fellow offended young Master Tang, leaving him quite frustrated. I want to see Brother Yi off. After saying a quick goodbye to his family, he hurriedly chased after Ye Chen, offering words of comfort. Brother Yi, today this incident was unexpected. Do not take it to heart. Ye Chen, with a dark expression, inquired. Forget about the unexpectedness. Does Wang Yishue have a grudge against me? Being told directly by a woman that his smile was repulsive had inflicted psychological trauma upon him. It had become increasingly difficult for him to display the confident, charming smile he once had. Was it truly the case that these women were giving him disdainful looks today because his smile was lacking? Was this approach ineffective in our country? Chapter 12. Once again, she played me. No, not at all, Wang Rulong replied, utterly perplexed. Is my smile really that disgusting? Well, it's somewhat unique, Wang Rulong answered diplomatically. Ye Chen nearly lost his composure, nearly striking Wang Rulong. He glared coldly at him and asked, what is the relationship between that brat Tang and your family? Our families are long-standing friends. Young Master Tang is quite close to us, and he was my sister's ex-boyfriend, Wang Rulong hurriedly replied. Ex-boyfriend? Upon hearing those words, a murderous glint filled Ye Chen's eyes. The thought of his woman having intimate connections with another man was intolerable. How audacious of Tang Yu! Is it your intention to oppose me? The woman I desire, you refuse to relinquish? Nevertheless, being a master of medicine, he could discern that Wang Yishue was still a maiden, which slightly eased his mood. After pondering for a moment, Ye Chen spoke. Let us not rush our plan. I shall first deal with the brat Tang to prevent him from disrupting our scheme. Indeed, Brother Ye's wisdom is unparalleled, Wang Rulong praised earnestly. The Tang family's assets are worth trillions. If they were to extend their support to resolve the Wang family's troubles, our plan would be rendered futile. What do you intend to do? Wang Rulong inquired curiously. You will find out after the Tang family falls, Ye Chen replied with a calm smile, unwilling to elaborate further. After leaving the Wang family, he stood by the roadside and took out his phone to make a call. When the call connected, a sweet voice came through. Dragon King, what are your instructions? Qin, how is the infiltration of the Tang group progressing? It has been successful. My current position is that of the general manager's secretary. Excellent. I will give you a week to procure the information I require. Within a month, I want Suang devoid of the Tang family. At that moment, Tang Yu, still at the Wang family residence, suddenly sneezed. Damn it, who is talking about me? Rubbing his nose, Tang Yu pondered inwardly. System, what rewards do I receive for completing this segment of the plot? Beep. The host has successfully survived the second segment of the plot. Reward, immunity to all toxins. This reward greatly pleased Tang Yu. Immunity to toxins is indeed a wonderful asset. In urban fantasy literature, who among the protagonists does not employ poison, especially someone like Ye Chen, who possesses medical skills? With this ability, his hope of surviving until the grand finale has increased yet again. In a cheerful mood, Tang Yu was just about to leave when Wang Yishue blocked his path. Is there something you need? Tang Yu asked with an icy demeanor. Sister, why are you obstructing my way? I know you harbor feelings for me, but that's futile, for I am a man forever out of your reach. Your destiny lies not with me, but with Ye Chen. Do you understand? Though I am unaware of why you find his smile repulsive today, you will inevitably become enamored with his charming smile. Wang Yishue's lips curled into a slight smile, thinking, a man unattainable? I shall still strive to possess him. As for being infatuated with Ye Chen's smile, ugh, he can keep that to himself. Is it so wrong to wish to converse with you? Do you truly despise me? Your former girlfriend? She said, her tone laden with melancholy, her expression one of feigned vulnerability. Must you ask the obvious? If I didn't dislike you, I'd be asking for trouble, sister. I am merely a villain. If a villain wishes to survive, he cannot vie for the affections of the protagonist. We are merely fated to be apart. Do you not comprehend? Spare me your unreasonable antics. The chance to possess my body has long passed, and now you have no opportunity left. Very well, I understand. I shall not press the matter further. Wang Yishu nodded, suddenly frowning and pointing ahead. Ye Chen, who permitted your return? Tang Yu instinctively turned his head, his eyes widening in alarm, bracing for a confrontation with Ye Chen. However, upon glancing back, he found no one there. Where is he? Tang Yu, feeling perplexed, turned back, only to inadvertently kiss Wang Yishu on the cheek. She had deliberately leaned in close as he turned his head, ensuring their lips would meet. Meanwhile, she held her phone, recording the moment with the front-facing camera. Thus, the scene of Tang Yu kissing her cheek was captured on video. Oh dear Tang, how could you? After being kissed, Wang Yishu's face flushed with a mix of surprise and shyness. She nibbled on her lip, stepping back to quickly save the video. Now, let's see how you escape this predicament. Wait, you tricked me? Tang Yu was utterly dismayed. What the hell? Are you even the heroine? Is this something a person would do? Do you think you're the landlord? I'm certainly not some caricature. And recording it? This is disastrous. What if that fool Ye Chen sees it? He might just end me. Though we are not married, our first love still holds significance, doesn't it? How could you deceive me? What have I deceived you about? Do you truly believe a girl would take advantage of you? Wang Yishu feigned innocence with a sly smile. Delete the video and name your price. Tang Yu, his expression darkened, extended his hand. Damn it, it's fortunate that I'm a wealthy villain now. If need be, I shall resolve this with money. Perfect. Let Wang Yishu view herself as a materialistic person. Money? My family has plenty of that. It seems I am not in dire need. Wang Yishu let out a sigh and shook her head. Upon seeing Tang Yu's gloomy expression, she felt an urge to laugh. However, upon hearing him repeatedly mention Ye Chen, her aversion towards this individual only grew stronger. As a woman of exceptional intellect and a business prodigy, she had come to a profound realization after listening to her heart's musings for an extended period. The world she inhabited was but a fictional realm. According to the original narrative, Tang Yu was the antagonist, while she was merely a member of Ye Chen's harem. A harem? What an absurdity. She had already initiated an investigation into Ye Chen's background. Should an opportunity arise, this fellow would not escape Suzhou and Hangzhou alive. Enough with your nonsense. Delete the video. Otherwise, do not blame me for my wrath. Tang Yu threatened with a darkened expression. What do you want exactly? You don't want money. What is it that you seek? My pristine and virtuous self? I can't fathom what else might draw your attention to me, aside from my affluent background, striking appearance, and an impressive physique combined with a remarkable presence. Do you not understand that my family, the Tang clan, is the foremost in Suzhou and Hangzhou, commanding a significant influence? Then go ahead and turn against me. If you do, I shall share the video across my social media. Wang Yishu teased, shaking her phone with a playful grin. Is this amusing to you? Do you truly believe I would refrain from striking a woman? Tang Yu feigned ferocity, tightening his fists. Do you see this? A fist as large as a cauldron. With someone as delightful as yourself, a single punch would surely make you cry for an eternity. Delete the video at once. This is not the conduct befitting the heroine. Do you comprehend? Chapter 13. Elbow, come with me inside. Go ahead and strike. I'm curious to see where you might land your blow. Wang Yishu retorted with an eye roll. With someone as charming as me, a single punch would indeed result in tears. Stop. What exactly do you desire? Spare me the ambiguity, Tang Yu insisted, shaking his head vigorously, his tone laden with gravity. Should this video circulate, his fate would be sealed. For heaven's sake, have you ever seen an antagonist who survived after kissing the protagonist's harem? The bull-headed man could never withstand the purity of the love god. Elbow, come with me inside. Wang Yishu had learned how to manipulate Tang Yu, reveling in her triumph while urging him by the arm. No, I absolutely refuse, Tang Yu protested vehemently, every fiber of his being resisting her command. Do not wait for me to resort to force. Come on, Elbow, let us go inside. Under Wang Yishu's relentless threats, Tang Yu ultimately complied and entered her room. Well, it's merely entering a room. It is far better than the video being released. If she truly intends to misbehave, I vow to defend my innocence at all costs. How could a distinguished antagonist allow the heroine to push him around? Hearing Tang Yu's muttering, Wang Yishu could hardly contain her laughter. This fellow, how naively optimistic. Wang Yixue was undeniably a paragon of nobility in Suzhou and Hangzhou, impeccably refined in every aspect. However, her chamber was another story altogether. It was Tang Yu's first visit to her boudoir, and it was a chaotic sight, with belongings strewn about haphazardly and several articles of clothing tossed carelessly on the bed and sofa. A fleeting glance revealed a pair of black panties lying in plain sight. The state of this woman's room is utterly chaotic, with items strewn haphazardly about. However, that black silk is quite appealing. A cheapao paired with black stockings? I can wholeheartedly embrace that. What is this? Fishnet stockings? I find them rather unappealing. Even white silk would be preferable. Why is your room such a mess? Can't you allow someone to tidy it up? Tang Yu remarked with a deliberately stern expression. He was determined to challenge the situation. Even the dog from his hometown would avoid him. Surely, provoking a proud beauty like her would not be an insurmountable task. After all, he was on the verge of having someone clean up the mess. Wang Yixue smiled charmingly, her gaze fixed intently on Tang Yu. He was taken aback. Was she suggesting he tidy the room himself? Hurry up. Others would gladly tidy my room if given a chance. Besides, you've helped me clean up numerous times during our university days. Wang Yixue chuckled triumphantly, akin to a little fox that had cunningly outwitted a crow. Just this once, Tang Yu huffed coldly, feigning displeasure as he began to assist with the mess. It's merely tidying up the room, certainly more agreeable than engaging in other activities. But, speaking of stockings, could they harbor athlete's foot? What if I were to contract it? Make sure to wash your hands thoroughly after we're done. Wang Yixue, who had been eavesdropping with a cheerful demeanor, suddenly turned sullen. You're the one who likely has athlete's foot, she retorted. In the years since our breakup, besides playing the sycophant to Su Mu Yu, have you interacted with any other women? I'm not Su Mu Yu's sycophant. That was merely an act to facilitate my interactions with other girls. To be frank, I now have 4 girlfriends. Tang Yu was acutely aware that women detest unfaithful men, and he willingly sullied his own reputation. Are you daft? Do you truly find me repulsive? How amusing. I've been preoccupied with being a sycophant these past few years without even touching a girl. Then hurry up and kick me out if you're dissatisfied. Remember, a man like me, handsome and affluent, is unreliable. Is that so? I never imagined you to be such a fickle man. It seems my judgment of you is flawed. Wang Yixue's expression shifted from stormy to sunny. You indeed misjudged me. My pursuit of you back then was merely a pastime. Tang Yu provocatively stated while deftly folding the blankets. All right, you may feel anger now. Hurry and send me away. Why are you tormenting me? Oh, so when you pursued me, it was simply for amusement. What precisely attracted you to me? Your gullibility, Tang Yu replied, activating his teasing mode. Your looks, of course. Had you not been beautiful, graceful, and well-proportioned back then, who would have pursued you? Humph, you scoundrel. Wang Yixue feigned discontent, yet inwardly, she was bubbling with delight. The words spoken may not reflect the truth, but her inner thoughts were undeniably honest. That remark about being a scoundrel sent Tang Yu's spirits soaring. She was evidently unable to resist him. He needed to devise a way to further provoke her, inciting her anger until she would dismiss him. While he lacked the ability to win a woman's affection, inciting her disdain was a simpler endeavor. His gaze landed on a charming piece of white lingerie. I shall fully embrace my role as the lewd man. I refuse to believe you aren't disgusted by me. Your taste seems to be lacking. Would you like me to personally assist you in selecting a few items? He deliberately brought it up, flashing a lewd smile as he turned to Wang Yixue and leered. Click! The sound of a camera shutter echoed instantly. Wang Yixue sighed, holding her phone. Oh dear, I accidentally pressed the shutter, capturing the evidence of this crime. With all this intimate behavior, how can I, as a young lady, maintain my purity? Tang Yuren was taken aback. What the hell? Why are you not following the script? Why take a candid shot? Shouldn't the normal storyline have you scolding me as a pervert and telling me to leave? What happened in just a few years? Why have you become so cunning? Wake up, this is not your character. Alas, what should I do? My ex-boyfriend is harassing me so openly. If this gets out, I will find it hard to live. Wang Yixue sighed, her eyes crescent-shaped with laughter. Tang Yuren was already numb. Damn it, this was definitely not something Wang Yixue would do in the original plot. I was just joking, don't take it so seriously. Tang Yuren reluctantly set down the lingerie in his hands, obediently folding it and placing it with the other laundry. Fine, y concede. I won't do anything, all right? Just lying low. Initially, I thought I could avoid Ye Chen, but now it seems that apart from Ye Chen, these female leads also need to lay low. Wang Yixue happily whistled a couple of times. With this leverage in hand, surely he will have to listen to me from now on? There is no escaping now. By the way, let us discuss something serious. Seeing Tang Yu nearly finished tidying up, Wang Yishue smiled and said, I am considering investing in renewable energy. What are your thoughts? Tang Yu's eyes brightened. Finally, she is on the right track. Although Ye Chen is a fool, that doesn't stop me from playing matchmaker today. Indeed, I shall repay malice with kindness, the ultimate antagonist. You all start dating early, and I can retire early to enjoy life. Renewable energy? A splendid venture. The business landscape of the next decade will undoubtedly be ruled by renewable energy, and the government is heavily supporting it. This opportunity must not be missed. He gave a thumbs up in admiration. Hurry and pursue renewable energy. Believe in yourself. This project is bound to yield great profits. The prerequisite is that the partner is reliable. It's laughable. The partner is the farce company, right? That company is utterly unreliable. When the project falls apart, that is when Ye Chen will make his appearance. I see now. I understand. The plot remains intact. Today, the conflict between Wang Yishue and Ye Chen serves as a foundation for emotional growth. Once Ye Chen comes to Wang Yishue's rescue, she will undoubtedly feel immense guilt and thus fall in love with him. Truly, you clever author, was this all part of your scheme? Chapter 14. Something is missing. Wang Yishue's smile deepened. She cheerfully remarked, Since you're so optimistic, I will invest in this project, although I am still hesitating. My current potential partner is the French farce company, but I can't shake the feeling that this company is somewhat untrustworthy. You might be overthinking it, right? I have had interactions with this company, and they're exceptionally proficient in the field of renewable energy research. Collaborating with them will undoubtedly grant us access to cutting-edge technology, ensuring our financial success, Tang Yu stated earnestly. Is this silly girl's intuition a tad too sharp? While Fala's company indeed harbors issues, they have been skillfully concealed by Ye Chen. Their fraudulent accounting practices and tax evasion will only come to light after some time. As for the renewable energy technology they boast about, it is far from mature with substantial safety concerns. To put it plainly, they are nothing more than a fraudulent enterprise. Ye Chen is also quite malicious. He has invested billions to control this wretched company, orchestrating a scheme to ensnare the Wang family. Wang Yishue was nearly unable to contain her laughter. She felt she had completely mastered Tang Yu's mannerisms, as though she possessed a remote control in her hands. With the mere press of a button, he would react. Well, since you're so certain, there should be no issues. I intend to delegate the project to Long. Do you believe he possesses the capability to handle it? She inquired of Tang Yu once more. Long is renowned as one of the smartest individuals in Suhang. His talent is undoubtedly sufficient. Tang Yu praised fervently, excitement coursing through him. They are back. Everything is finally returned to normal. Entrusting this flawed project to Wang Long will indeed resolve matters. If you do not undertake it, how will he conceal the project's shortcomings? If I recall correctly, the vice president surnamed Li in your company is in cahoots with Wang Long. He is aware of this matter and has accepted a substantial bribe of 100 million from Wang Long, deliberately creating a smokescreen. Wang Yishue squinted her eyes. Vice President Li? The only vice president in the company is Li Desen, who has been with the company for 30 years. Due to his capabilities and loyalty to the Wang family, he has earned their trust. He has been a staunch advocate for this renewable energy project, discussing it with me multiple times, claiming it could sustain the Wang family's development for 20 years. After arranging the cosmetics on the table, Tang Yu, with an indifferent expression, stated, having tidied everything up, can I leave now? Yes, that is acceptable. You may go, Wang Yishue replied with a cheerful smile. Tang Yu did not hastily depart, but instead glanced at her phone, implying, aren't you going to delete the videos and photos? What are you looking at? The photos and videos have already been deleted. You think keeping them would bring me any glory? Wang Yishue pouted in dissatisfaction. Indeed, they must be deleted. I shall never allow a beauty like you to have her reputation tarnished by a scoundrel like me. Tang Yu nodded vigorously before turning to flee. Finally, he had escaped the clutches of Wang Yishue upon swiftly exiting the Wang residence. The first thing Tang Yu did upon returning to his car was to play a celebratory song. The most beautiful flower of the prairie, the fiery Sari Lang. He began to hum joyfully, elated at having steered the narrative back on track after a long day of toil. With this, Wang Yishue would surely align with the storyline, ultimately succeeding in her union with Ye Chen, though Jiang Xiaoye sensed something was amiss. However, Ye Chen has already declared his intention to challenge her grandfather at the Jiang family, and it seems the narrative will commence from this point. As for Su Muyu, this woman is undeniably aligned with Ye Chen, truly deserving of the title of the foremost heroine. To safeguard Ye Chen, she is willing to feign a union with him. Impressive indeed. Alas, compared to my own cunning prowess, she still lacks a certain essence. My discerning eyes have seen through it all. Once Ye Chen captures their hearts, won't the misunderstandings between us dissolve? The workday has concluded. The antagonist must return to their own life. Tang Yu pressed the accelerator, and the car surged onto the road, eager to experience the lavish lifestyle of the affluent Donghai Group. In the president's office, Su Muyu sat at her desk, reviewing a document. This pertains to a new real estate investment project requiring an approximate investment of 10 billion, which is considered a moderate endeavor for the Su family. Her female secretary stood nearby, occasionally glancing at Su Muyu's exquisite profile. As a beauty herself, she couldn't help but feel overshadowed in the presence of Su Muyu's perfection. Why is it that some women can embody such flawlessness? Much like her name, Muyu. It's already 6 o'clock. Are you not leaving yet? Su Muyu suddenly looked up at her secretary, inquiring. Huh? The secretary seemed momentarily taken aback, offering an awkward smile. I didn't hear the knock and thought it was still early. As per tradition, at 6 o'clock, the young master from the Tang family would arrive to escort President Su for dinner. For 3 consecutive years, as long as they were not on holiday, Tang Xiao would invariably come. Of course, President Su had never agreed to it. Her offhand remark left Su Muyu feeling a pang of melancholy. She glanced at the office door. Indeed, according to custom, that man should have knocked by now. Typically, she found his incessant pursuit bothersome. Yet today, in his absence, she felt an unfamiliar void, as if something essential was missing. President Su, I heard you and Tang Xiao are engaged. Congratulations on finally being together. I will take my leave now, the secretary said, gathering her belongings with a smile. Su Muyu responded with a non-committal sound, instantly losing her motivation to continue working, feeling an oppressive weight in her chest. Engagement? Nonsense. She already knew what he was thinking. After 3 years of harboring feelings for her, he suddenly claimed indifference. This left her feeling somewhat wronged. Of course, she recognized she could not blame him, for she had indeed neglected him for 3 years. What is wrong with me? Su Muyu mused, rubbing her temples as she gathered her bag and exited the office. Upon stepping out, her remaining subordinates greeted her warmly. Good evening, President Su. Thank you for your hard work, President Su. Is President Su off for the day? I heard about your engagement with Tang Xiao. Congratulations. As she faced their eager smiles, her heart felt even more constricted. She was acutely aware that many in the company privately disliked her, even nicknaming her Ice Mountain. Wasn't it exhausting for them to wear masks? She then recalled Tang Yu. This fellow, at the very least, can hear his own heart's voice. In this world where everyone dons a mask, he is nearly as exposed as if he were running naked. Chapter 15. The Joys of the Wealthy and Handsome. After returning to his Maserati, Su Muyu hesitated for a considerable time while holding her phone, ultimately locating Tang Yu's WeChat. Are you free this evening? I would like to have a chat. Tang Yu was driving on the road when he suddenly received a message from Su Muyu. Upon glancing at it, he was momentarily taken aback. What on earth does Su Muyu want from me? After a moment of contemplation, he decisively pulled over to the side of the road to respond. Are we discussing the matter of the annulment? You should have mentioned it sooner. Let's quickly inform our respective families. Su Muyu replied with a string of ellipses, feeling rather speechless. I want to talk about the annulment with you. However, she herself was uncertain about what she truly wished to discuss with him. She merely yearned to see him. What does your ellipsis mean? Are you laying an egg here? Tang Yu initially considered replying in that manner, but soon deemed it too crude. While he could afford to be disliked, there was no need to tarnish his own image unnecessarily. What if she took a screenshot and shared it on her social media, mimicking Wang Yishui's audacious tactics? Thus, he adopted a more refined tone, conveying, speak plainly. If there is nothing to discuss, then be off. We can reconnect when it's time for the annulment. This woman's indecision regarding the annulment vexed Tang Yu greatly. You feigned protection for him while pushing me into the fire pit. Is this the behavior of a rational person? Do you truly despise me this much? Tears welled up in Su Muyu's eyes in her anger. The stark contrast in his cold demeanor from before was simply unbearable for her. Isn't that self-evident? Who put me in this predicament? I detest being used as a shield. Enough, I must go have drinks with some friends. If you wish to annul our engagement, just say so. I'll be in touch via message in a bottle. After swiftly replying a few times, Tang Yu found himself chuckling while holding his phone. With such a dismissive attitude, how could she continue playing this charade? It was high time to lay all cards on the table and allow her to embrace her role as the leading lady. In conclusion, the advantage lies with me. You scoundrel, I shall not annul our engagement. I am determined to marry into the Tang family. Just wait. Suddenly, a new message appeared in the WeChat chat box. Tang Yu, startled, nearly dropped his phone. Is she serious? Are you out of your mind? He hurriedly sent a message back, only to be met with a red exclamation mark. This nearly made Tang Yu spit blood. In the original narrative, Su Mu Yu indeed possessed a stubborn character. Once she set her mind on something, it was unyielding. Yet, shouldn't this obstinacy be directed towards Ye Chen instead? This is a disaster. Could she truly be losing her senses? Tang Yu's face paled. Just when he thought his plan was nearing fruition, Su Mu Yu's actions left him utterly bewildered. Taking a deep breath, he attempted to send several more messages to persuade Su Mu Yu, indicating that his previous demeanor had been inappropriate, and he implored her to show leniency. However, all the messages sent were met with red exclamation marks. This woman had genuinely blocked him. Damn, things had gone too far. This woman prefers gentleness over force. Don't all women typically favor the latter? Tang Yu sighed in exasperation, pondering why it was so difficult to take a break. If she were truly married to Ye Chen, would that foolish man not bring his entourage to trample over the Tang family? Just then, her WeChat buzzed again. With wide eyes, Tang Yu glanced at the screen and noticed the message was from Qin Ming. This Qin Ming was not a forensic doctor. He was the heir of the Qin family, one of the 4 prominent families in Su and Han. In the original storyline, he was known alongside Tang Yu as one of the 4 young masters of Su and Han, and was also her loyal little brother and follower. In typical light novels, characters referred to as city young masters often meet grim fates, and Qin Ming was no exception. Both he and Tang Yu faced tragic endings. Tang Yu was ultimately left in a vegetative state before her demise, while he met his end through poisoning at the hands of Ye Chen. Hey bro, what have you been up to lately? Upon reading Qin Ming's message, an idea sparked in Tang Yu's mind. Indeed, why not seek assistance from outside? After all, she was the antagonist. She must leverage her villainous advantage to navigate her difficulties. Contemplating, she replied, Where are you? I'd like to come hang out. I'm at the Star River. Can you make it? If not, should I wait for you somewhere else? The Star River, as mentioned by Qin Ming, was a large entertainment venue, rife with various amusements, notorious for its chaotic atmosphere, and favored by many rich second-generation heirs. Previously, the original Tang Yu, a staunchly principled individual, would never have set foot in such a place. However, her current self was unconcerned with such trivialities. Having the chance to embody a wealthy and handsome gentleman, it would be foolish not to indulge in the experience. Moments later, Tang Yu arrived at the entrance of the entertainment club, known as Star River. As the sleek silver Lamborghini Poison pulled up, numerous passers-by were captivated by its presence. Several streamers broadcasting live at the entrance quickly turned their cameras toward the eye-catching sports car. Wow, isn't that the Poison? I heard there are only 2 in the country. Which rich heir could be driving such a striking vehicle? When will I ever be reborn into a wealthy family like that? You might as well be reborn as their dog. The streamers expressed their astonishment and speculated about the identity of the car's owner. Among them was a youthful, strikingly attractive female influencer, dressed provocatively, who approached eagerly. After all, attending such venues was often about attracting wealthy suitors. When Tang Yu emerged from the vehicle, several onlookers gasped in surprise. They had not anticipated that the owner would be a young and handsome man. In terms of appearance, he bore resemblance to the once popular actor Jiao Yuan, yet his aura was even more distinguished. Oh my goodness, isn't that the young master of the Tang family? I recognize him. Their family has amassed a fortune in the trillions, right? This must be his first time in such a place. I can't miss this chance to flirt. Before long, several young women could no longer contain their excitement and approached him. The leading influencer, unwilling to let these alluring foxes steal her opportunity, sneered internally and quickened her pace toward Tang Yu. Just as they were a meter apart, she suddenly lost her balance and fell onto Tang Yu. Are you all right? He instinctively reached out to steady her. I apologize, Tang Xiao. I almost bumped into you. The young female internet celebrity spoke with a pitiful expression, desperately wishing to meld her body into Tang Yu's. Ah, the thrill of proximity is indeed delightful. It's nothing, just be careful. Tang Yu replied with a smile and a gentle shake of his head. His smile caused several girls nearby to be captivated. unable to contain their admiration. It wasn't merely his wealth that drew them in. It was the sheer handsomeness he possessed. Just as the young internet celebrity was about to continue her flirtation, a few other girls encircled him. Hello, Tang Xiao, EMVV. Are you here for leisure? Could we exchange WeChat, Tang Xiao? They all eagerly pulled out their phones, vying for Tang Yu's contact information, while one female streamer deliberately adjusted her dress to showcase her assets. Even more audaciously, an unknown girl discreetly pinched Tang Yu's backside. Onlookers around them could only express their envy. Goodness, with such wealth and looks, does he leave any room for others? Tang Yu silently exclaimed in disbelief. This kind of attention was indeed a first for him. Is this the joy of being a tall, rich, and handsome man? How astonishing that wealth and good looks could elicit such eagerness from women. The antagonists he had previously portrayed were all minor characters. Thugs from the underground world, security guards, or personal bodyguards. None of them boasted assets exceeding $1 million. Chapter 16. They're all good girls. While Tang Yu was surrounded by a throng of women, a young man, standing at the entrance of the Star River Club, noticed him. Oh, isn't that my big brother? Recognizing Tang Yu, the young man hurriedly approached. Tang Yu, enveloped by a sea of women, felt akin to a monk in a land of women. With the crowd pressing in, it was a challenge for the young man to reach him. Could you please make some space? He called out helplessly. At the sound of his voice, the women turned towards him, their faces lighting up with surprise. Oh, isn't this Qin Xiao? You're here too. They greeted Qin Ming enthusiastically, their demeanor warm and inviting. The title of county head was of little importance. They simply aspired to be the county head's wife. All right, ladies, let go of my brother. It's his first time here, and your enthusiasm might overwhelm him. Qin Ming chuckled. The group of women reluctantly parted to create a path. Qin Ming grabbed Tang Yu's arm and guided him away from the throng, inquiring with a smile, Big brother, how does it feel to be here for the first time? Quite enjoyable. They are all good girls, Tang Yu complimented, despite their smoking, drinking, tattoos, and late-night escapades. As long as they don't aspire to marry me. It's all good. Exactly. They're all good girls. Qin Ming laughed heartily. Shall we find a quieter place to sit and chat? We could discuss things inside as well. Tang Yu gestured towards the Star River Club, stating that his purpose for coming was to relish life. Being an antagonist, he was uncertain who would come first, him or the Dragon King, so he intended to savor every moment. Are you serious, big brother? Qin Ming teased, reaching out to touch Tang Yu's forehead. You've never been one for places like this before. Why dally? Tang Yu boldly stepped inside. Today, he intended to revel in this place. Not even Jesus could deter him. Qin Ming, with a worried expression, followed closely behind. Though the night had yet to descend, the Star River Club was already abuzz with excitement. Men and women in the dance floor swayed their bodies, releasing their youthful exuberance, while several alluring women on stage danced passionately to thunderous music. Qin Ming led Tang Yu to the prominent spot on the first elevated platform, his designated seat. No sooner had he settled down than drinks were promptly served. Along with the drinks, several beautiful women approached, but Qin Ming waved them off, allowing them to enjoy themselves. His concern for his older brother overshadowed any interest in their company. After pouring Tang Yu a drink, he inquired with genuine concern, Brother, you seem a bit off today. What do you mean? Tang Yu replied, I never frequented this place before. People change, he responded, clinking his glass with Tang Yu's. After taking a hearty sip, Qin Ming pondered, wait, brother, didn't you just get engaged to Sumu Yu? If she finds out you're here, won't those 3 years of effort go to waste? Indeed, I came to discuss this matter with you, Tang Yu said, hastily setting down his glass and opening his WeChat to show Qin Ming the chat history. After glancing at it, Qin Ming felt a buzzing in his head. Wow, is this really something you would do? To speak to Sumu Yu like that? Finally, you're not acting like a sycophant anymore. Honestly, if we weren't such close friends, I would have cut ties with you long ago, he exclaimed, excitement bubbling within him. He poured another drink for Tang Yu, insisting they toast to this momentous occasion. They had been good brothers for years, having attended the same prestigious school. In the second year of middle school, while out with friends, Qin Ming accidentally fell into a river, while others merely watched. It was Tang Yu who jumped in to save him. This bond solidified Qin Ming's decision to regard Tang Yu as an older brother. However, for the past 3 years, Tang Yu had relentlessly acted as a sycophant, earning an unsavory reputation in their circle. It was common knowledge that being a sycophant was frowned upon. As a wealthy and handsome man, engaging in such behavior was indeed a source of embarrassment. Damn it, Tang Yu couldn't help but slap Qin Ming on the back. What do you think is going through her mind? After 3 years of nothing, her attitude has shifted so dramatically. She's being foolish. People often learn to cherish what they've lost. Qin Ming scoffed. Tang Yu felt something was amiss. She was the female lead. How could she possibly harbor feelings for a villain? There had to be a scheme at play. So, how do I make her stop bothering me? Tang Yu earnestly sought Qin Ming's advice. This guy had already had numerous conquests by the age of 17 and was likely unable to keep count by now, such as the mundane and monotonous life of the wealthy. It's simple. Just emulate my approach, be a rogue, and you'll be fine, Qin Ming said with pride. He had not always been so jaded. He once held a beautiful vision of love. Until the age of 17. He overheard a conversation between his father and an elder regarding a proposed union between their families, with plans to arrange the marriage upon reaching adulthood. In esteemed households, the significance of social standing is paramount. Upon discovering that the intended bride was a hefty young lady nearing 200 pounds, he experienced an abrupt maturation overnight. In a bid to thwart this matrimonial arrangement, he transformed into the most renowned prince of the nightlife in Suzhou and Hangzhou, ultimately rendering the engagement null and void. Indeed, Tang Yu suddenly realized the wisdom in the master's words. As long as I embody the essence of a worthless being, women will undoubtedly distance themselves from me. He cast an admiring glance at Qin Ming, his esteemed brother, who undeniably possessed the makings of a formidable antagonist. To survive in this world, mere discretion would not suffice. The antagonists in those exhilarating tales are loathed by the heroines precisely because of their duplicitous nature, and his own villainous persona evidently lacked the requisite stench. This portrayal was clearly a deliberate construct by the author to amplify his sycophantic attributes. Come, my good brother, let us raise our glasses from this day forth. We shall be the unparalleled duo of Xinghe Club. Tang Yu lifted his glass and clinked it with Qin Ming's. Indeed, your words resonate, brother. Henceforth, this will be our residence. Qin Ming erupted into laughter, his gaze already surveying the potential conquests of the evening. Having frequented this establishment for so long, he had never faltered. Although certain online nymphs claimed they visited such places for relaxation, who would believe such nonsense? Relaxation? What decent individual would venture here for leisure? Would you trust a man who claims to enter a women's bathhouse merely to wash his hands? However, after scanning the room, he found himself surrounded by familiar faces, which rendered the evening somewhat lackluster. Brother, it appears we are surrounded by acquaintances tonight. Shall we make do? Qin Ming chuckled. It is a rare occasion for you to visit. I feel compelled to arrange for at least 2 exquisite companions. Very well, you take the lead, Tang Yu nodded. It was merely a fleeting dalliance. He did not possess overly high expectations. Qin Ming swiftly orchestrated the arrangements, and soon, 7 or 8 attractive women approached, each boasting a score of around 75 in looks and physique. As he observed them lined up, holding their bags, Tang Yu nearly lost his train of thought. You 4, go entertain my brother. It's his first time here, so do not overdo it. Qin Ming pointed to 4 of the girls, who immediately giggled and surrounded Tang Yu. Taking their seats. Young Master Tang, may I pour you a drink? Young Master, you must exercise often. Your arm muscles are quite impressive. I also work out regularly. Would you like to feel my abs? Young Master, what type of girl do you prefer? The girls practically clamored to sit on Tang Yu's lap, their eagerness palpable. Chapter 17. All I want is to provide them a home. By the way, brother, don't you wish to irritate Sumu Yu? How about I help you film a short video to circulate? I guarantee it will infuriate her. Qin Ming proposed, having harbored disdain for Sumu Yu for quite some time. You, my friend, are truly a genius, Tang Yu thought to himself, realizing that he still lacked the experience in playing the villain. When it came to tarnishing one's reputation, his younger brother was undoubtedly adept. All right, everyone strike a pose. Brother, you're surrounded by lovely ladies, so let us see some enthusiasm from you all. And remember your lines. Qin Ming began directing, capturing a brief 10-second video on his phone. Once finished, he handed the device to Tang Yu, saying, Big brother, what do you think? If you're not satisfied, I can shoot something even more sensational, perhaps at a hotel. Absolutely not. Tang Yu quickly shook his head. He merely sought to tarnish his reputation a little, to make Sumu Yu and her ilk take a disliking to him, not to become a pariah. He intended to weather this storm and then relish life. After watching the short video twice, Tang Yu felt quite pleased. In it, he appeared like a ravenous fiend, while the several beauties were remarkably cooperative, exuding the vibe of a 5-person gaming squad for the night. All right, let us post it, he decided, returning the phone to Qin Ming, who truly was a good brother. Qin Ming grinned widely and promptly uploaded the video using his account, which boasted over 6 million followers. He often showcased his wealth and occasionally held giveaways worth hundreds of thousands, attracting a considerable audience. Among those he followed was Su Muyu. As members of the four prominent families, it was only natural for them to be acquainted and follow one another. Today, my good brother is visiting Xinghe, and with his good looks, he can't help but be popular. After crafting a catchy title, the video was approved for release within mere minutes. Soon, the likes and comments skyrocketed. Brother Qin, who is this handsome guy? Can I get to know him? Wow, he is truly handsome, though he seems somewhat familiar. Is he a newcomer in the entertainment industry? I do like to know this brother. To ensure Su Muyu would notice the video, Qin Ming even tagged her. I've been displeased with that woman for ages. Her pretentious demeanor has made my brother lose face in the circle. At that moment, Su Muyu was at home, resting. Her eyes were slightly red from crying in the car earlier. She was furious. After scrolling through short videos for a while, her mood improved slightly. As she continued scrolling, her phone suddenly notified her of a message from Qin Ming. What does he want? Su Muyu wondered, puzzled, as their acquaintance was merely superficial. Upon tapping the notification, the video automatically transitioned to Qin Ming's newly posted clip. When she saw Tang Yu laughing and embracing several beauties, her expression darkened. Brother, is this not a bit promiscuous, surrounded by so many girls? Promiscuous? Not at all. I merely wish to provide a home for all the girls in the world. Tang Yu's voice echoed from the video. A wave of disappointment and grievance surged within her, prompting tears to spill once more. It felt as though she lost something significant only to realize its true value too late. After crying for a while, she suddenly recognized something was amiss. This fellow had never been one to indulge in debauchery before. He deliberately went out to have fun and even asked Qin Ming to shoot a short video for him. Something feels amiss. She wiped her tears, contemplated for a moment, and rushed to the mirror to touch up her makeup. She must personally investigate what schemes this fellow is concocting at the Xinghe Club. After all, she could hear his innermost thoughts. Nothing could be concealed from her. Once her makeup was perfected, she picked up her phone and dialed Tang Yu. Young Master Tang, your phone is ringing. A girl sitting beside Tang Yu quickly grabbed the phone and handed it to him. Thank you. Tang Yu playfully pinched the girl's cheek. However, after leaving a smudge of foundation, he pretended not to notice and swiftly took the phone. So Moyum, upon seeing her name on the screen, Tang Yu couldn't help but smile slightly. As anticipated, everything was proceeding smoothly. She must be calling to vent her frustrations. Delighted, he answered the call. Hello? What do you mean by that? Do you really find me so detestable? Su Muyu's voice on the other end sounded aggrieved. Huh? What did you say? I can't hear you. It's too noisy here. Are you calling off the engagement? All right, let's set a time for tomorrow. I know you can hear me. Just wait. I'll come find you. With that, Su Muyu hung up. Tang Yu Fawen Purpa. What is wrong with this woman? With her proud disposition. She should be berating him right now and preparing to cancel the engagement tomorrow. Suddenly, it dawned on him. She must be continuing the charade to protect Ye Chen. Truly a performance in its entirety. This woman is remarkably shrewd. Thankfully, he has already caught on to her game. What's up? Did Su Muyu call? Qin Ming inquired from the side. Yes, she said she is coming to find me. Let's go and provoke her together. Tang Yu Juka. As long as they could drive Su Muyu away tonight, everything would proceed smoothly. Qin Ming joined in on the laughter, then suddenly slapped his thigh, exclaiming, Oh, I almost forgot an important matter. What important matter? I have a date with a stunning beauty tonight, one who is absolutely top-notch. At least on par with Su Muyu. Qin Ming remarked while glancing at several girls nearby. Ladies, you can go and enjoy yourselves. Just charge everything to my account. My brother and I have some business to attend to. The girls' eyes lit up, and they eagerly agreed, grabbing their bags and leaving. Once they were out of sight, Qin Ming chuckled, Brother, I'm truly sacrificing something precious here. I'll have that beauty come over to accompany you. You can embrace her and make Su Muyu furious. Is it really that exaggerated? On par with Su Muyu? Tang Yu expressed a hint of skepticism. There are indeed many beautiful women in Suhang, but only a handful could be compared to Su Muyu. However, having a truly stunning beauty would certainly provoke Su Muyu even more. Otherwise, the girls who were just with him, while beautiful, paled considerably in comparison to Su Muyu. They might not be able to assist him in this act. You'll find out soon enough. With a mysterious smile, Qin Ming began to contact the other party with his phone. Tang Yu, on the other hand, felt a hint of anticipation. As a villain, he certainly could not indulge in frivolities with the female protagonists. Even if he were to remain single for eternity, even if he were to leap from this height, he would resolutely avoid any entanglement with the leading ladies. Yet, with other beauties, he still held hope. After a brief wait of about 10 minutes, a graceful figure approached, carrying a bag. "Good day, Qin Xiao," she greeted with a smile as she walked over to Qin Ming. "Ling Han has finally arrived. Allow me to introduce you. This is my esteemed elder brother, Tang Yu." Qin Ming promptly introduced him with a smile. Chapter 18. Do you desire this fortune? Tang Yu glanced up at the woman and immediately concurred with Qin Ming's assessment in his heart. In terms of appearance, she was certainly not inferior to Su Muyu, the most stunning beauty of Su Hang. Moreover, her allure was enhanced by a captivating charm, seemingly a product of her very essence. Her attire was equally provocative. She wore a semi-transparent white blouse that hinted tantalizingly at her figure, while a black leather skirt accentuated her voluptuous form, her long, fair legs rendering one unable to look away. Upon meeting Tang Yu's gaze, her enchanting eyes sparkled with a moment of surprise. She then seated herself beside him, extending her hand. "Tang Xiao, you are remarkably handsome. I am Ling Han, pleased to make your acquaintance. I am even more delighted to meet a beauty of your caliber." "Miss Ling," Tang Yu replied, grasping her cool, jade-like hand. Suddenly, his pupils constricted as realization struck him. What in the world, isn't this the jade-faced fox? Did that rascal Ye Chen act so swiftly to arrange this? No, her target should not be me, but rather Qin Ming. At that moment, Tang Yu was profoundly astonished. Likewise, Ling Han, who was shaking hands with him, was taken aback. Hearing Tang Yu's inner thoughts, she nearly believed her true identity had been exposed. Indeed, she was one of the pawns dispatched by Ye Chen, an elite from the Dragon Soul organization. What is this situation? Is he communicating through ventriloquism? No, this is definitely not ventriloquism. A flicker of shock crossed Ling Han's eyes. As a top-tier assassin, she possessed an array of skills, ventriloquism being one of her specialties. However, the man before her hardly appeared to be capable of such. Noticing their hands clasped together for an extended moment, Qin Ming felt a twinge of envy. Truly, a brother is a brother. He was exceptionally handsome, and women simply could not resist him. Holding hands like this tonight would surely be explosive. Returning to the moment, Ling Han smiled at Tang Yu. "Tang Xiao, I believe your skin is well maintained. Your hands are even whiter and more delicate than mine." "Oh, really?" Tang Yu replied with an awkward smile, quickly withdrawing his hand from Ling Han's, feeling a slight chill run down his spine. He glanced at Qin Ming, who wore a smug expression, giving him a thumbs up and communicating with his lips. "What do you think, brother? Isn't he exceptionally loyal?" "What loyalty are you talking about? This is a killer. The target is you, and yet you push her onto me. I considered you a brother, yet you are behaving in such an unprincipled manner." Upon hearing Tang Yu's inner thoughts once more, Ling Han was completely certain. This was not mere ventriloquism. She had indeed perceived the true sentiments of this fellow. Astonished in her heart, she pondered how, after years of being an assassin, she had encountered such an unprecedented situation. Remaining composed, she decided against making hasty decisions. Taking a deep breath, she acknowledged that although her identity had been revealed, she was confident in her ability to escape effortlessly. For the moment, she would linger and observe further. After all, this fellow was also a target of the Dragon King. "Come, let us toast to new friendships," declared Qin Ming, the good brother, stepping in to facilitate the pouring of drinks for both parties. He chuckled inwardly, thinking it was time to help his brother intoxicate this woman. With a grin, Tang Yu raised his glass, though his smile appeared somewhat strained as the three clinked their cups together. He glanced at the captivating visage of the enchanting vixen, contemplating a hasty retreat. What could be more perilous than the leading lady? Naturally, it was the assassin beneath the protagonist's command. Instinctively, he shifted his body to the side, seeking a semblance of safety by creating some distance. Initially intending to lay low, he found himself unwittingly under the enemy's gunpoint. "What's the matter, Tang Xiao? Are you feeling unwell?" Ling Han inquired, her smile unwavering. "I've just been sitting for too long. My rear end is a bit sore," Tang Yu replied with a hearty laugh. "Please do not approach. One must never forget one's original intentions. What is your aim? Is it the absence of cavities? Of course not. Your target is our esteemed Qin Ming. Yes, you ought to flirt with him. Dead friends do not equate to a dead path. Rest assured, brother, the elder brother will remind you to escape abroad later. He will never abandon you in your time of need." Ling Han's lips twitched. Was this fellow truly so loyal? Yet how did he know of the organization's plans? Her curiosity about him intensified, as the organizational data merely indicated he was a lovesick rich heir. It seemed he was more complex than previously thought. No worries. If you're uncomfortable, I can offer Tang Xiao a massage. My expertise lies in medicine, she said, extending her hand to rest on Tang Yu's leg with a smile. Wow, big brother, you have quite the fortune. Sister Ling Han has never treated me so well. Qin Ming chimed in, teasingly. Enough with the jesting. Would you accept such fortune if it were offered to you? Tang Yu replied with an awkward chuckle. Miss Ling is indeed quite understanding. But it seems my discomfort has miraculously vanished. Then let us continue to drink and chat, Ling Han said, raising her glass with a smile. Tang Yu noted that, quickly contemplating a strategy in his mind. According to the original storyline, Ye Chen's ambitious return to the country had one primary target: to seize control of the four prominent families in Su and Hang. These families wielded immense influence in the region. Once he had them under his control, Ye Chen would reign supreme in Su and Hang, a veritable king without a crown. To dominate the four families, he would need to not only charm the women, but also eliminate any obstacles in his path, one by one. As the male heir of the Qin family, Qin Ming found himself encumbered by the very legacy he was meant to uphold. In response, he dispatched several elite operatives, with the captivating fox, Ling Han, assigned to infiltrate the Qin household. Upon approaching Qin Ming, she ensnared him with her beauty, only to subsequently pursue another wealthy heir. This ultimately led to a violent confrontation, resulting in Qin Ming's untimely demise at the hands of Ling Han as poison. The Qin family, believing the other heir to be responsible, ignited a feud, which allowed Ye Chen to reap the benefits from the ensuing chaos. After meticulously recalling the events, Tang Yu exhaled a sigh of relief. I remember now. The Dragon Soul organization upholds stringent regulations, forbidding any arbitrary alterations to missions. This woman and I are merely engaging in a fleeting charade. Her true targets remain Qin Ming and the unfortunate fool accompanying him. With that in mind, there is no need for me to panic. I shall simply play my role well, making her feel repulsed enough to withdraw. Ling Han, overhearing these thoughts, furrowed her brow slightly. How could he possess such profound knowledge of the Dragon Soul organization? It is well known that their strength is formidable and shrouded in mystery, with outsiders entirely oblivious to the internal regulations. This affluent second generation, named Tang, is far from an ordinary individual. Once she steadied her mindset, Tang Yu brazenly shifted closer to Ling Han, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. Miss Ling, you are exceptionally beautiful. I wonder if you have a boyfriend. Not all. Are you intending to introduce me to someone, Mr. Tang? Ling Han replied with a charming smile, leaning into him and casting tantalizing glances. She was determined to see how much this individual truly understood about their organization. Wait a minute, this is not how the game is played. If your target is Qin Ming, shouldn't you be casting a few glances his way? Could it be that she is aware of Qin Ming's proclivity for the bull-headed and is deliberately performing for his benefit? Very well, let the performance commence. Life is but a play, and one's skill determines the outcome. I shall utilize this to my advantage against that foolish woman, Su Yu. Tang Yu rapidly calculated in his mind, chuckling as he casually draped an arm around Ling Han. What are your interests, Miss Ling? Perhaps I might know someone who shares your passions. Interests? I enjoy dancing and music. What about you, Mr. Tang? Ah, we are quite alike then. I relish listening to music and watching films not suitable for children, Tang Yu replied with a straight face. Huh. Qin Ming, who had been sipping his drink, spewed his beverage in surprise. Brother, your skills in wooing women are at the level of a caveman. Feigning shyness, Ling Han remarked, Mr. Tang, you are quite insufferable. Just kidding, don't take it to heart, Tang Yu replied, bursting into laughter. I always believed Mr. Tang could not possibly be that sort of person. Indeed, how could someone like me have an affinity for music? Both Ling Han and Qin Ming were left feeling utterly cold by the exchange. Mr. Tang, you possess a delightful sense of humor. Ling Han felt compelled to compliment Tang Yu, snuggling closer to him. Ah, spare me the theatrics. I've had my fill of sugar-coated artillery. Women only serve to hinder my enjoyment of life, especially those linked to Ye Chen. Though I must admit, Ye Chen is rather unscrupulous, leaving no woman from his own organization untouched, deliberately assigning them impossible and perilous tasks, only to rush in as the gallant savior. How utterly self-aggrandizing. Tang Yu mused to himself. However, Ling Han was struck with astonishment. How could this fellow possibly know such details? Over the past 2 years, she had faltered on 2 missions, and each time, the Dragon King had intervened to rescue her. He had even sustained significant injuries in the process, leaving her profoundly moved. Yet, upon hearing Tang Yu's words, she suddenly sensed something amiss. The difficulty of those missions had indeed been greater than what had been conveyed, which is why she had failed. Just how much more does he know? Curiosity swirled within Ling Han, but she could not voice her inquiries. Instead, she continued to play her part while silently listening. Fortunately, at that moment, Sumu Yu finally made her entrance. Storming into the Star River Club with an air of authority, she headed straight for the number 1 elevated platform. As she walked, onlookers marveled at her beauty, with many attempting to engage her in conversation. Several men pursued her relentlessly, determined to entangle themselves in her affairs. However, upon reaching the elevated platform, they dared not overstep their bounds. Tang Yu, upon seeing a woman whose beauty rivaled her own nestled in Tang Yu's embrace, Sumu Yu's eyes blazed with fury. What is this? Has she come to discuss the annulment of our engagement? Tang Yu smiled faintly, pleased that this troublesome woman had finally arrived. Look at this. I am here, embracing such a stunning beauty. Can you bear it? Do not hesitate any longer. Unleash your fury. Today, I permit you to douse me with a drink. Come now. Do not hold back because I am a delicate flower. Assert your dignity as the leading lady. Upon hearing his inner thoughts, Sumu Yu instantly grasped his intentions. Indeed, he was deliberately provoking her through short videos, hoping to compel her to abandon the engagement. I shall not yield to his desires. Her expression softened slightly as she sat beside Tang Yu. What nonsense about annulments. We have finally come together. What are you thinking? I noticed you drinking alone and thought I might join you. Qin Ming stood by, utterly bewildered. So this is why my brother said, Sumu Yu is acting strangely. The notoriously aloof Sumu Yu could tolerate her fiancé embracing another beauty and remain so composed in conversation. As Sumu Yu settled beside him and poured a glass for him, Tang Yu was left completely dumbfounded. You are breaking all the rules, my dear. How can you continue to endure this? Quickly, heed your true feelings. Remember who you are. You are Sumu Yu, the Ice Mountain. How about this, today? Let us make an exception. I permit you to slap me and call me shameless, and then we can annul the engagement, shall we? Do not hesitate. This is a splendid opportunity for you to prove yourself. If you do not act, how will Ling Han report back to the Dragon King? Claiming that our relationship is untainted? Then you may as well go somewhere else to drink. Your presence here disturbs my time with Miss Ling. Tang Yu provocatively wrapped his arms around Ling Han, displaying a lewd and taunting expression. Do you see? This is what shameless beasts look like. If you cannot endure it, then leave quickly. Do not push me to become more disgraceful. My moral boundaries are quite flexible, and I can do anything. Ling Han's body trembled slightly, nearly striking Tang Yu with a slap. This scoundrel, calculating so shrewdly, taking advantage of her while attempting to manipulate her. She gritted her teeth in silence. This boy was doomed. Sumu Yu felt both exasperated and amused. This fellow, with his clumsy act, truly thought her a fool? You wish to drive me away? Not a chance. Enjoy your drinks. I will not interfere. When you tire of your antics, we can return home together, shall we? Sumu Yu gently grasped Tang Yu's arm, her tone soft. Tang Yu seriously doubted that Sumu Yu was truly herself. Was she possessed by someone else? Is this something a carbon-based life form would say? What about your identity and position? Calm down. Such flattery is my territory. Do not confuse our roles. Come on. After finishing this drink, let us sweep away hunger and return to our true selves. Don't look at me like that. I have come to a realization. Over the past 3 years, I have put you through too much just to test you. But from now on, I shall make you the happiest man in the world. You may do as you please, and I shall not blame you. Sumu Yu spoke tenderly. Tang Yu took a deep breath, feeling his legs grow weak. This woman was truly going to ruin him. Are you serious? Fine. ISNT, it's just a matter of lowering 1S standards. I might as well embarrass myself completely. Once I do, there's no going back. If all else fails, I should first take Ling Han away. If she hears more, it will truly be unplayable. After contemplating, Tang Yu sneered. Suit yourself. Drink at your leisure. Miss Ling and I are stepping away to the restroom, so please do not disturb us. With that, he stood up, wrapping his arm around Ling Han, and left the high platform. Qin Ming stood by, utterly dumbfounded. Damn, brother, why are you all so wild tonight? My title as the king of nightlife doesn't even compare to half of your openness. Sumu Yu, however, did not follow them, leisurely sipping a glass of champagne. Her emotions a mix of happiness and complexity. She was glad that he was not truly misbehaving, but merely acting. Yet his attitude of resistance towards her left her feelings quite intricate. Could it be that his affections over the past 3 years were all a fade? Chapter 20. The courageous security manager. Ling Han, held by Tang Yu, was ready to strike at any moment. During her missions, she utilized her beauty to entice her targets. But she would never allow them to come into genuine intimacy with her. Fortunately, after a spin around, Tang Yu led her out through the back door of the Star River Club. "Young Master Tang, why have you brought me here?" she asked shyly in a low voice. Tang Yu removed a watch worth millions from his wrist and handed it to Ling Han. "I present to you a gift. I'm fond of girls like you who are considerate and do not incessantly ask for money. Women like Su Mu Yu, who seem to be drawn to my wealth, are utterly distasteful to me. I shall return to discuss the annulment of our engagement with her. Let us drink together again next time." With that, Tang Yu elegantly returned to the Star River Club, his spirits significantly lifted. No matter how skilled Su Mu Yu may be in her theatrics, I ultimately possess the upper hand. Upon hearing these words, Ling Han would undoubtedly inform Ye Chen. Surely, the fool would not think he was competing for a woman with me. Ling Han casually put away the watch Tang Yu had gifted her. As an assassin, she still held a fondness for money. She quickly returned to her car and dialed Ye Chen's number. The call was soon connected. "What's the matter, Hana? Is the mission proceeding smoothly?" Ye Chen's voice came through the line. Typically, hearing Ye Chen refer to her as Hana brought her joy, but after absorbing Tang Yu's revelations, her mindset underwent a subtle shift. She instinctively felt a twinge of aversion to Ye Chen's endearment, perceiving a hint of insincerity in him. Though she was nearing her target, she had encountered Tang Yu and Su Mu Yu along the way. Reporting through the phone, she relayed, "Tang Yu? What's he doing with Su Mu Yu? They're drinking at a bar. Is this fool planning to intoxicate her and then take advantage?" Ye Chen on the other end was seething with rage. The woman he cherished would not be allowed to be touched by anyone else. Otherwise, the wrath of the Dragon King would spill blood like a river. After a brief hesitation, Ling Han replied, "The Haven Tea had much to drink, but they are quite close. Su Mu Yu appears quite forward." "Impossible. Su Mu Yu only has eyes for me. How could she actively approach another man? Keep a close watch on her and ensure her safety, understood?" Ye Chen shouted through the phone. "How about this, Dragon King? Shall I alter my plan and infiltrate the Tang family to get closer to Tang Yu? This way, I can better protect Su Mu Yu," Ling Han proposed. She had lost interest in continuing her original mission, wanting only to get closer to Tang Yu and glean more information from him. This man knew the secrets of the Dragon Soul organization. Perhaps he could provide answers to the questions she had been pursuing. "Very well, Honor, proceed with the plan change. The situation with the Qin family is not urgent for now. Remember, you must not let him lay a hand on my woman, understood?" Ye Chen commanded loudly over the phone. At that moment, he was clad in a security uniform, with a walkie-talkie hanging from his body, patrolling a high-end community in Suzhou and Hangzhou. After leaving the Wang family, he had hurriedly arrived here to take on a new job. Yes, this was also a common tactic of the Dragon King, to approach women under a humble guise, only to reveal his formidable strength and pique their curiosity, leading them to fall for him. However, just as he finished his commanding shout, a portly man riding a patrol car approached. This individual was none other than Liang Fei Fan, the security manager of the community. Striding over, he kicked Ye Chen in the rear and shouted angrily, "Newcomer, are you out of your mind? Who gave you the audacity to shout and make phone calls during work hours? And what was that about touching your woman? Did someone steal your doll?" Ye Chen, after receiving a swift kick, was instantly engulfed in fury. How dare a mere security manager lay hands on the esteemed Dragon King? Had this occurred abroad, he would have already been reduced to a lifeless corpse at the moment of his assault. Yet, for the sake of his romantic pursuits, he begrudgingly restrained himself, gritting his teeth and retorting, "Manager Liang, the company has regulations that permit receiving calls during work hours." "There are regulations," indeed, Liang shot back, "but it's also against the rules for subordinates to talk back to their superiors." "I am not talking back. I am merely presenting reason. Reason my foot. If you don't want to work, then get lost, you fool." Spitting a thick gob onto the ground, Manager Liang rode away with an air of arrogance. Ye Chen stood rooted in place, trembling with indignation. Once his romantic plans were realized, that man would be the first to meet his demise. As for the one surnamed Tang, he could wait his turn. Meanwhile, on the other end of the line, Ling Han hung up with a look of disdain after listening to Tang Yu's grievances. After hearing a few words from Tang Yu, her intellect seemed to have surged. Her contempt for Ye Chen grew stronger. A man who would stoop so low for the sake of women. Did such a person truly deserve to lead an organization? Upon Tang Yu's return to the first podium, Su Yu was already sprawled across the table. Indeed, her tolerance for alcohol was abysmal. After barely 3 drinks, she had succumbed. Qin Ming stood vigil beside her, and upon seeing Tang Yu's arrival, his expression shifted to one of astonishment. Dude, did you finish in just 3 minutes? Finish what? I didn't even partake. I merely ensured her departure. This woman is exceedingly dangerous. Do not associate with her in the future, understood? Tang Yu admonished with a furrowed brow. Upon taking over this body, he had also inherited its memories. He felt a strong bond with his brother Qin Ming. As a villain, Qin Ming's demise was rather unjust, simply because he refused to let his family legacy be usurped, making him an obstacle that Ye Chen had to eliminate. Ultimately, the essence of villainy is merely a matter of perspective. Readers reveling in the protagonist's exploits will undoubtedly find delight, but standing in the shoes of the antagonist opposing the Dragon King brings a distinctly bitter taste. All right, brother. Whatever you say. Qin Ming responded with a smile, refraining from inquiring further. Women are plentiful. He could simply seek another. He gestured towards the unconscious Su Yu. What shall we do now? Should I take her back? Tang Yu was also quite troubled. If this woman couldn't handle her drink, why did she push herself so hard? What if he took advantage of her vulnerability? Would the Dragon King then become the pitiful cuckold? Yet, upon reflection, that notion held a certain intrigue. Shaking his head, Tang Yu dismissed the perilous thought. Better to remain a villain and bide his time. Competing for women with the protagonist was far too treacherous. As he hoisted Su Yu on his back, he immediately felt a soft warmth enveloping him. The mingling scents of her fragrance and the remnants of alcohol were surprisingly pleasant. Chapter 21. Are you so wild? Due to the effects of alcohol, Tang Yu called for 2 bodyguards from the Tang family to come and pick him up. One must never drink and drive. Every urban fantasy tale is rife with the tragic fates of villains who perish in drunk driving incidents. If one wishes to survive until the end, a heightened sense of safety is imperative to escape the clutches of the protagonist. When a sleek black Rolls-Royce arrived, Tang Yu nestled himself in the back seat alongside Su Yu. One of the bodyguards exited the vehicle to retrieve his poison and return it to the Tang residence. The 2 luxurious cars glided down the road in tandem, granting Tang Yu a sense of satisfaction. Being wealthy truly is exhilarating. If only this world were devoid of Ye Chen, it would be utterly perfect. Far more endearing than her usual perpetually sullen demeanor. Suddenly, she let out a giggle, her head lolling onto Tang Yu's shoulder. Without hesitation, he pushed her head away. The bodyguard driving nearly veered the car into the river upon witnessing this scene in the rearview mirror. My goodness, is this still the same devoted young master? Previously, he had unyieldingly pursued her for 3 years, come rain or shine. Even the most loyal of dogs would commend his dedication, exclaiming that being a dog is indeed his forte. He had even heard from colleagues that the young master had once been seen assisting Miss Su with her high heels. There was a time when the young master's father, frustrated by his son's lack of dignity, gave him a good thrashing. That day, it was said that several belts had snapped, leaving the young master hospitalized. Yet, the very next day, he stealthily escaped from the hospital, bouquet of roses in hand, to wait for Miss Su after her work shift. After being pushed away, Su Yu merely giggled foolishly and leaned against Tang Yu once more. In an impossibly sweet tone, she declared, I just want to stick to you. Tang Yu was left bewildered, only to recall her tragic past. Her mother had succumbed to cancer when she was very young. Her father, Su Zhongshan, a man of great ambition, was often preoccupied with revitalizing the Su family and had little time for her, imposing strict expectations upon her. Loneliness and pressure had forged her into a stubborn and competitive individual, rendering her increasingly cold and independent. This icy facade shielded her from others while simultaneously protecting her heart. However, under the influence of alcohol, she would cast aside this mask, revealing her vulnerable and clingy side, akin to a puppy that trusts unconditionally. But why reveal this side to me? Goodness, why are you getting so handsy? As Su Yu attempted to climb onto him, Tang Yu struggled to push her away. Yet, he had overestimated his own strength. According to the absurd narrative crafted by the author, as the villain, he was merely an ordinary wealthy young man with rather lackluster combat skills. In contrast, as the leading female protagonist, Su Muyu possessed a commendable martial arts background, easily handling 2 or 3 burly men. As a figure of lesser strength than even a single brute, Tang Yu's attempts to match her in physical prowess were nothing short of self-deprecating. Once Su Muyu was atop him, she broke into a series of giggles. "Come on, give me a kiss." She pouted and began to sway her head, inching closer to Tang Yu. "Oh no, please don't come any closer. Old Wong, do something to stop her." Tang Yu struggled against her grasp, but his hands were firmly pinned down. He could only desperately shake his head to evade her advances. Damn it, if she manages to kiss him thoroughly, what will he do when she sobers up and remembers this? "Young master, I'm driving and can't assist you on the overpass," the bodyguard said, munching on snacks, secretly deriding his young master. "What a pity, such a beautiful woman throwing herself at you, and you choose to act all prim and proper. If you're that great, why not be a devoted admirer for 3 years?" Despite Tang Yu's continuous struggles, Su Muyu failed to land a kiss on his lips. However, his cheeks were not spared, bearing several vivid lipstick marks. After a few kisses, she let out a satisfied belch and fixed her gaze on Tang Yu. "I've kissed you so many times. Why haven't you kissed me back? Are you really that wild?" Tang Yu was on the verge of tears. How could she behave like this? This wasn't Su Muyu. She was more like a desperate siren. "Why did you stop pursuing me? You promised to adore me for a lifetime." Su Muyu pouted, her voice tinged with a hint of sadness. "But I've adored you for 3 years without success. Then why not try to adore me for another 3 years? What would happen if I tried?" "You become a devoted admirer," she replied with a giggle. Tang Yu realized this woman was truly intoxicated. Her mood swings were astonishing. Suddenly, Su Muyu pressed her face against his, gently rubbing against him as she said, "I'm sorry, I know you're upset. How about I adore you instead? Please don't ignore me." Her sudden display of affection caught Tang Yu off guard. Yet, just moments after saying this, she fell asleep on him. Tang Yu let out a long sigh. At last, she had calmed down. If this continued, his pristine reputation would surely be tarnished by her antics. After about 10 more minutes of driving, they finally returned to the Tang residence. Tang Yu planned on taking Su Muyu home. With her inebriated state, it would be difficult to explain to her family. Besides, the Tang house was spacious and could easily accommodate her for a while. As he carried Su Muyu out of the car, he spotted his father, Tang Gangcheng, standing at the entrance. Tang Gangcheng's face was as dark as coal. Half an hour earlier, while resting at home and playing on his phone, an old friend had sent him a video link. Upon clicking it, he was horrified to see his son in a compromising position, lewdly embracing 4 women while drinking, proclaiming, "I'm not a scoundrel. I just want to give him a home." This infuriated him. After all the effort he had put into arranging a marriage for his son, only to have him reveal his true self so quickly. Now, seeing Tang Yu emerge from the car with a woman in his arms, covered in lipstick marks, he slowly pulled out his belt. A father does not let his son go unpunished. "Oh no, Dad, please calm down." Tang Yu was startled, nearly jumping up, as he had already surmised his father's intentions. "Come, you little rascal, is this how you reveal your true nature after merely finalizing the marriage? Bringing a woman home for some amusement?" Tang Gangcheng let out a cold laugh, tightening his grip on the belt in his hand. "This is no ordinary girl. It is Su Muyu, the very one I went drinking with. That short video was just for fun, as Qi Ming asked me to help him film it for followers." Tang Yu hastily deflected the blame. Tang Gangcheng stared for a moment before realizing that she was indeed his future daughter-in-law, which softened his expression slightly, causing him to slowly put the belt away. A few bodyguards, who had been lurking nearby, stepped out from the shadows, their faces tinged with a hint of embarrassment. They were placed there by Tang Gangcheng to prevent Tang Yu from making a hasty escape. Tang's mother, Xia Hongying, also emerged, holding a box of Yunnan Baiyao. What a service, a complete package for treating injuries sustained from a beating. Chapter 22. No matter whom you choose, it's a dead end. Tang Yu, with a sullen expression, led Su Muyu home. Tang Gangcheng frowned and reprimanded him. "How much have you had her drink? How did she get this drunk? She wanted to drink it herself. She couldn't handle 3 glasses. Nonsense. Muyu has never been one to frequent such places. Don't think for a moment that I can't see through your little schemes." Tang Gangcheng scolded without reservation. "Are we not all men? Can this fellow's trivial schemes hide from me?" Tang Yu felt like crying. "Did you not see all the lipstick marks on my face? Surely, I didn't just lean in myself." Once home, Tang's mother supported Su Muyu, stating, "I'll take Muyu to your room to rest. You're not to take her drinking again. Why let her rest in your room? What is wrong with the guest room?" Tang Gangcheng expressed his dissatisfaction. His wife was wonderful in every respect, but she spoiled this boy too much. This marriage alliance was primarily her initiative. Otherwise, he would not have had the courage to pursue it. Tang's mother nodded with a smile, understanding her husband's sentiments. Tang Gangxiang then turned to Tang Yu, speaking earnestly. I know you've liked her for years, but some matters cannot be rushed. It must be her choice. If you entertain any foolish ideas, I will break your legs. Father, you're overthinking it. I truly have no feelings for her, Tang Yu insisted. Then who do you fancy? The girl from the Wang family? Or perhaps the one from the Qin family? Tang Gangxiang raised an eyebrow, inquiring. Tang Yu felt that either choice would lead to disaster. Among the 4 prominent families, aside from the Tang family, the other 3 had their beauties courted by Ye Chen, who had seemingly conquered the 3 families through allure alone. This is perhaps the most absurd aspect of such novels. A prestigious family, truly losing all dignity? Can they tolerate their daughters serving another man while pouring all their family resources into him? Nonsense. After enduring a lengthy lecture from his father, Tang Yu finally escaped the fate of a beating. Once in his room, he washed up and then laid down on a luxurious bed worth hundreds of thousands, drifting off into a deep sleep. Such is the simple yet monotonous life of the wealthy. After Tang's mother left the guest room, Su Muyu, who had originally drifted into slumber, slowly opened her eyes. At that moment, she was fully awake, or perhaps she had never been quite as inebriated as she believed. Although she had been intoxicated during the ride, her reason had remained intact. However, under the influence of alcohol, she was less inclined to cling to her rationality. Instead, she yearned to indulge in her instincts, to do what she dared not do, to voice what she hesitated to say. She even contemplated shedding her facade, much like that fellow. Yet, now that she was completely alert, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. All she had wanted was to engage him in conversation. So how'd she ended up initiating a kiss? Oh, what a disgrace. Tomorrow, she would have no face to show to anyone. Covering her flushed cheeks, she let out a soft sigh, regretting her decision to drink. Lost in these thoughts, she tossed and turned in bed until nearly 3 o'clock before finally succumbing to sleep. The following morning, a knock on the door roused her from her dreams. Muyu, are you up? Breakfast is ready, Tang's mother called from outside. All right, Andy, Su Muyu replied, rubbing her drowsy eyes and reluctantly rising to freshen up. Due to her restless night, dark circles were conspicuous under her eyes. As she stepped outside, she inadvertently collided with Tang Yu, who was clad in his pajamas. He appeared quite energetic, though his expression turned somewhat peculiar upon seeing her. Good morning, he greeted casually. What is this woman staring at me for? Has she recalled last night's events? Alas, this drunken fool. I must never drink with her again, otherwise, my pure and unblemished reputation will be compromised. Hearing Tang Yu's inner thoughts, Su Muyu felt her face heat up again, recalling the events from the car ride. She found herself unable to meet his gaze, muttering a quick morning before looking down and moving forward. Now that's the reaction I expect from you. You ought to be a bit colder towards me, you know? Tang Yu followed behind, quite pleased with himself. A leading lady should comport herself accordingly. I have graciously forgiven you for yesterday's incident. As they reached the dining table, breakfast had already been prepared. Today's meal was personally crafted by Tang's mother early in the morning, without the intervention of the chef. After all, it was the first time the future daughter-in-law was having breakfast at home, and she deserved special treatment. Good morning, Uncle and Annie, Su Muyu greeted as she approached. Good morning, Muyu, they replied in unison, smiling warmly at her. They were quite fond of Su Muyu. She was not only beautiful, but also capable. If only her demeanor were a touch warmer. Their son Wu and Ti have spent 3 years as a lovesick fool. Tang Yu also chimed in with a greeting, then sat down, picking up a plate of soup dumplings to indulge himself. What are you doing? You're so preoccupied with your own meal. You ought to serve Muyu. Tang's mother chided upon seeing him devour his food with abandon. Why should I serve her? That is simply impossible. It will never happen in this lifetime, he retorted. If she wants to eat, let her. If not, that is her choice. I'm not a servant, nor do I have any interest in tending to anyone else's harem. Women, the conclusion will only affect Gugo. Upon hearing Tang Yu's heartfelt words, Su Muyu suddenly felt a twinge of irritation. This scoundrel, it was merely a matter of sharing a dish. It's not as if she had consumed him. With a face full of guilt, she gently said, It's all right, Uncle and Aunt. I can manage on my own. I unintentionally overindulged yesterday, and I truly feel remorseful for the trouble I caused. Not all. It's entirely this rascal's fault for insisting on taking you out for drinks. If he ever pressures you to drink again, just let me know, and I will take care of him, Tang's father replied with a kind demeanor. It wasn't me who took her drinking. You can ask that rascal Qin Ming if you don't believe me, Tang Yu exclaimed, feeling as though he was becoming a scapegoat. Indeed, it was my own insistence to accompany him for drinks. I take full responsibility. Uncle, please do not scold him, Su Muyu said, biting her lip, her expression one of innocence. Upon hearing her words, Tang's parents grew increasingly fond of her. Just look at how considerate and understanding their prospective daughter-in-law was. To prevent this lad from receiving scorn, she was willing to fabricate a lie. Damn it, you wicked woman. Are you performing for my parents again? Tang Yu thought to himself, feeling exasperated. And here you are, trying to win their favor. Is it really necessary to go to such lengths? Understood. You are deliberately scheming against me, wishing to evade the pressure of our engagement and make me bear the blame? Crafty woman, I concede. After pondering for a moment, Tang Yu finally comprehended the situation. After finishing off a dumpling, he spoke up. Dad, Mom, you can see that we are not particularly compatible. Perhaps we should reconsider the matter of our union. Before he could finish his sentence, Tang's father had already pulled out his belt, casting a sidelong glance at Tang Yu. What did you say? Tang Yu swallowed the rest of his words obediently. It was a bit inappropriate to receive a beating so early in the morning. Chapter 23. Wang Yishue's Revenge. Dad, please don't hit him. It might be my fault for not doing something right that upset him. I will improve. Su Muyu pleaded with a look of distress as she gazed at Tang's father. Why are you accommodating him like this? Yes, just a brat who needs to be taught a lesson, Tang's father remarked, growing fonder of Su Muyu, and with a sigh, he put the belt away. His son had stubbornly refused to heed advice for 3 long years, insisting on being a sycophant. Now that he had finally won the heart of a beauty, he was once again causing trouble. Wasn't he that simply inviting a beating? Amidst the laughter and joy of Tang's parents and Su Muyu, breakfast eventually came to an end. Tang Yu felt like an outsider, too intimidated by the looming threat of the belt to utter another word. Tung Wang Group, General Manager's Office. Wang Yishue was perusing an investigative report regarding the French Fars Company. After hearing Tang Yu's heartfelt words, the information she controlled had grown increasingly substantial. After several days of investigation, the truth lay before her. The Fars Company indeed harbored significant issues. Moreover, the vice president, Ye Chen, who had been pushing to advance this business, had recently seen an unexpected addition of 20 million to his wife's bank account. She instructed someone to investigate the source of the funds, only to discover that they had been transferred by a celebrity named Hina. The benefactor of this starlet was none other than her cousin, Wang Rulong. If her deductions were correct, this 20 million was most likely a deposit for Ye Chen. What audacity Wang Rulong possessed, conspiring with outsiders. A glint of coldness flashed in Wang Yishue's eyes. Her rise to power at such a young age was a testament to her intelligence and cunning. She would not show mercy to traitors, even if they were family. However, she was more concerned about another individual, Ye Chen. This man had already made it onto her hit list, yet she knew little about his background. His identity remained shrouded in mystery, obscured by a veil of fog. The only information she could gather was about an investment firm called Huajin, which had invested heavily in Fars Company 2 weeks prior, becoming its largest shareholder. Yet this company did not belong to Ye Chen. He was deeply concealed. No matter. She decided not to act hastily. Wang Yishue was a woman of great patience. A long line would catch a big fish. After a moment's contemplation, she made a phone call. Approximately 10 minutes later, an imposing middle-aged man entered. The company's vice president, Ye Chen. You called for me, President Wang? Ye Chen smiled as he entered, his gaze discreetly sizing up Wang Yishue. Ever since the young lady took over the company, the executives have been treated to a daily feast for the eyes. Li, how many years have you served our company? Wang Yishue inquired. Exactly 30 years. I have dedicated my life to this company. Ye Chen laughed heartily. Is that so? Wang Yishue suddenly slammed her hand on the table and coldly demanded, Tell me, did you dedicate yourself to the company or to Wang Rulong's 100 million? A flicker of fear crossed Ye Chen's eyes. 100 million was a figure that made him quite sensitive. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure, feigning confusion. President Wang, what do you mean? I detest trivialities. You are well aware of how we handle traitors in the Wang family. Consider your family, if not yourself. Wang Yishue threatened icily. In matters concerning the entire Wang family, she would show no mercy. Ye Chen's legs buckled, and he quickly knelt before her, pleading, President Wang, this has nothing to do with my family. I was coerced by young Master Rulong. Soon, Li Desen divulged everything. After listening, Wang Yishue leaned back in her office chair, her expression unreadable, yet her heart was stirred. Everything had been perfectly articulated by Tang Yu's inner thoughts. What a schemer Ye Chen was targeting her. A cold smile crept across her face as she concocted a plan for revenge. Li Desen, she began, I can offer you a chance. Go to Wang Rulong and inform him that I have agreed to this collaboration. The finance department will transfer the funds within 24 hours. What? Li Desen could scarcely believe his ears. Did President Wang intend to leap into a trap she was fully aware of? You should simply follow my instructions and urge FARS to expedite the transfer of funds to the cooperative account. Wang Yishue preferred not to elaborate further to Li Desen. Thank you, General Manager Wang, for this opportunity. I assure you I will perform admirably, Li Desen responded, nodding repeatedly, visibly relieved as he wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Upon exiting the office, he was about to take the elevator down to find Wang Rulong when the elevator doors opened, revealing Wang Rulong stepping out with a document in hand. Li, how'd it go? Wang Rulong inquired eagerly, wrapping an arm around Li Desen's shoulder. The general manager has already agreed and is currently signing the contract, instructing me to notify the finance department to proceed with the payment. Li Desen replied promptly. Wang Rulong's face lit up with uncontainable joy. At last, his cousin had relented. With this development, should the plan succeed, the position of general manager would soon be his. As for his cousin, she would simply have to marry off as expected. What need does a woman have to contend for power? By the way, the general manager also asked me to remind you to contact FARS and prompt them to expedite their payment to advance the project, Li Desen advised. Understood. I appreciate your hard work, Li. I will transfer the remaining 80 million to you shortly, Wang Rulong said, giving Li Desen a hearty pat on the shoulder before returning to his office to call Ye Chen. At that moment, Ye Chen was patrolling the community. Upon receiving Wang Rulong's call, his mood instantly brightened. All right, I understand. Just wait for your takeover of the Tang Wang group, he promised before hanging up. Though a flicker of coldness crossed his expression. Fool, he scoffed, dialing a number for the Dragon Soul organization. This collaboration between FARS and the Tang Wang group required 500 billion in funding from the latter, while FARS was expected to contribute 300 billion along with technical personnel. Currently, FARS was merely a shell of its former self. Thus, this sum would have to be procured from the Dragon Soul organization. Patience is key. This money would only be temporarily allocated. Once he had conquered Wang Yishue, the Wang family's vast wealth would be his. When the call connected, a robust male voice greeted him. Dragon King, what is your command? Transfer 300 billion to FARS. Understood. Shall it be from your personal account or? Of course, from the organizational account. It will be returned soon enough. It's merely 300 billion, Ye Chen replied, irritation evident in his tone. His personal funds were tied up in a foundation, generating substantial returns daily. He would certainly prefer to utilize public funds rather than his own. Very well. The man on the other end conceded with a tone of resignation. At that moment, a patrol car approached, driven by manager Liang Fifan. As he arrived, he overheard Ye Chen exclaiming, "It's merely 300 billion, prompting him to furrow his brow. Stopping the vehicle, he glared at Ye Chen and reprimanded, "Newcomer, is your brain filled with nonsense? Can't you go a day without boasting? 300 billion. Your trash doesn't even add up to that. A final warning, should I witness you boasting at work again, I, an esteemed traditional Chinese physician, shall administer a lesson." He pointed his rubber baton at Ye Chen and scolded him. This newcomer truly irked him. Wherever he went, he exuded an air of unwarranted arrogance, behaving as though he were superior. In recent days, he had been surreptitiously rifling through the owner's files, leading to suspicions that he might be a thief scouting for an opportunity. Just moments ago, Ye Chen, who had worn a smile, now found his expression darkened with fury. He cast a venomous glance at Liang Fifan, repeatedly reminding himself to endure. Until his plan to woo the ladies was completed, it was not yet time to take drastic measures against him. Once Liang Fifan departed, Ye Chen resumed his patrol with a vengeful heart. After the Dragon Soul organization transferred funds to the FARS company, the ever-watchful Wang Yishue received the news promptly. At last, the trap was set. A smile graced her face. Once these funds reached FARS company, reclaiming them would prove exceedingly difficult. She had thoroughly investigated the tax evasion issues associated with FARS company. In France, such transgressions are viewed with utmost severity, and should they be uncovered, they would face exorbitant fines. Her estimates suggested that 3 billion would scarcely suffice to cover the penalties. Yet that was not all. She delved into the Huajin investment company, discovering its assets to be approximately 500 billion. A mere 3 billion would hardly constitute a significant loss for them. Her quest for retribution was only just beginning. Contemplating her next move, she took out her phone and messaged Tang Yu via WeChat. "Let's dine together. I have business to discuss." At that moment, Tang Yu had just arrived at his company, barely settling in when he received Wang Yishue's message. Discuss business? Engaging in a deal worth billions was certainly worth considering. Tang Yu chuckled, but upon reflection, he felt it unwise. Maintaining distance from the female lead was his only path to survival. After enjoying the life of a wealthy and handsome man for the past few days, he yearned for tranquility. "No time," he replied tersely, accompanied by a panda emoji. "Oh, is that so? Unfortunately, while cleaning my phone yesterday, I accidentally stumbled upon some old photos I forgot to delete. I wonder how posting them on social media would fare." Wang Yishue responded almost instantly, attaching an image. Tang Yu glanced at it, and his expression soured immediately. "What the hell? Isn't that a photo of me in a room?" In the picture, he held an adorable white piece of lingerie, wearing a lewd grin. Any passerby would mistake him for a perverted thief. Damn it, didn't I delete those? What about the basic trust between people? Tang Yu lamented in despair. "Would you like a chance to rephrase your words?" Wang Yishue replied swiftly. "Where shall we meet?" "The deep-sea restaurant, be good." Taking a deep breath, Tang Yu pocketed his phone, tears welling in his eyes as he departed the company. Upon arriving at the deep-sea restaurant, he spotted Wang Yishue waiting at the entrance. Seeing him from a distance, she smiled and waved. Today, she donned a white three-quarter sleeve shirt, and due to her remarkable development, one couldn't help but worry whether the buttons at her chest might burst open. A light gray professional skirt accentuated her curvaceous figure, while her legs, elegantly enveloped in black stockings, ignited a flurry of imagination. Whether clad in traditional qipao or professional attire, she exuded a unique charm in every ensemble. Numerous men around discreetly cast glances at this stunning beauty. They had just attempted to engage her in conversation, seeking her contact information, but none succeeded. Wang Yishue's response was simply that she was waiting for her boyfriend. Hence they stood there, admiring the beauty while pondering the identity of the fortunate man who could win her affection. However, upon the arrival of Tang Yu, this group found themselves subdued. Not to mention, the mere presence of a Bugatti Veyron was evidence that he was on an entirely different level than them. Moreover, he was tall and handsome. Damn it, why do all the good women end up with someone like him? They could only begrudgingly mutter in their hearts. "Is it necessary to conduct business here?" Tang Yu remarked with a cold expression, clearly displeased. "Damn it, isn't this deep-sea restaurant a place where one gets devoured? Even as a hole-digging immortal. I can't withstand this. Are we discussing business or multi-billion-dollar ventures here? Hole-digging immortal? Multi-billion-dollar business?" Upon hearing Tang Yu's inner thoughts, Wang Yishue's lips twitched. Did this guy fear she might consume him? Even if she did, it would be to his advantage, wouldn't it? Humph. Indeed, it's romantic here. She extended her arm towards Tang Yu. "What are you doing? Are you attempting to link arms? Or do you wish to hold hands directly or have me wrap my arm around yours? Please maintain a sense of propriety. Let us focus on discussing business." "Tang Yu Gonli Dekolin." Linking arms? There's something off about you. Engaging in such antics in a public place. Soon the entire Suzhou and Hangzhou will know we've become close. Restraint. One must exercise self-control, understand? It's natural to desire someone like me, but one must learn to manage those feelings. Oh, and what about that someone in the photos? Lacking discretion? Even taking my personal belongings? Wang Yishue responded with a feigned surprise. Tang Yu realized that this woman was subtly threatening him. He had no choice but to obediently wrap his arm around Wang Yishue's. The deep-sea restaurant resembled a vast aquarium. However, it wasn't open to the public and operated on a membership basis. Dining here felt akin to being submerged beneath the ocean, a luxurious and romantic experience. Many affluent individuals favored bringing their partners here for meals. The allure lay not only in the romance, but also in the deliberately dim lighting. Where meals were illuminated by candlelight, people tend to indulge in secretive activities in the dark, seeking thrills. Just try shining a flashlight in the university's grove at night. You might uncover many hidden delights. Many patrons opt for private booths to dine. Before the meal even commences, they have already begun to indulge. If the fish in the aquarium possessed wisdom, they would have long mastered all the positions of human procreation. Thus, Tang Yu has always believed that the proprietor of his restaurant must be someone of significance. Do not enter the private room. Dining outside suffices, he thought. Even if I were to enter, it would be futile. I shall not yield. He recalled a saying, a sparrow cannot match a true dragon. Though you're hardly a sparrow, he chuckled. At that moment, Wang Yishue, who was eavesdropping, felt a surge of anger. Am I unworthy of you? Today, I shall prove otherwise. Chapter 25. My heart is colder than steel. Is there a private room available? She inquired of a server. Good day. I am afraid all the private rooms are fully booked. The server replied respectfully. No matter, we shall dine outside then. Tang Yu felt a wave of relief. The restaurant was bustling today, ensuring their safety. Very well, let us eat outside. Wang Yishue was not insistent on the private room after all. Observing Tang Yu's cheerful demeanor, she understood what brought him joy. Just wait. There will be more for you to be pleased about. Once seated, the server replaced their old candles with 2 new scented ones. Darling, what would you like to eat? Wang Yishue asked with a bright smile while holding the menu. Anything is fine. I lack an appetite when dining with you. And do refrain from calling me darling, Tang Yu replied coolly. Goodness, this woman is truly peculiar. Aren't we here to discuss business? What sort of business is this? I'm not selling myself. Ms. Wang, let's not be so familiar. You are a good person, too good for me. Then let us order a couple set meal, Wang Yishue said with a smile, handing the menu to the server. She playfully kicked Tang Yu's calf with her foot, which was ensconced in black stockings, as her high heel slipped off. What are you doing? Tang Yu asked, immediately on alert. This is hardly the place for such antics. Mind your image. I would rather not have your foot sweat on my leg. My feet itch. Wang Yishue retorted with a laugh. Yours are the ones sweating. You pamper them daily, don't you? Yet you still rub them against me. How foul. Tang Yu expressed his dissatisfaction while secretly examining Wang Yishue's feet. What a travesty. How could you wear black stockings? I have spent a decade at the supermarket filleting fish. My heart is colder than steel, untouched by anything. Except for black stockings, he mused. Just joking. It's tiring to walk in high heels for too long. Come, rub my feet. Wang Yishue urged with a playful grin. She was eager to see how long this reserved man could endure. Dream on, Tang Yu scoffed. Aren't we here to discuss business? Hurry up once we finish. I must return to work. I am quite fatigued, and if someone were to massage my feet, I would feel rejuvenated. Wang Yishue then shamelessly placed her feet on Tang Yu's lap. Her legs were long and fair, slender yet curvaceous. The kind that would incite envy even among professional models. For women who are less fortunate in the leg department, black stockings serve as a cover. For someone like Wang Yishue, they had a touch of allure. How could this be? You're encroaching on my space. This ISNT dining, is it? No wonder this enchantress chose such a place to dine. Had I known, I would have preferred a private room. Being seen would lead to social demise. I could summon a waiter to assist you with a massage. Tang Yu feigned dissatisfaction as he placed her leg down. The moment his hand grasped Wang Yishue's leg, she shivered slightly, as if jolted by electricity. At her reaction, Tang Yu's hand trembled as well. Why are you touching my foot? You're quite the pervert, she said, biting her lip, her face flushed with shyness. Tang Yu felt a wave of frustration. Why did it seem as though he were the one acting lewdly? But then he reconsidered. Indeed, he had been too passive, always attempting to evade her, which only made her think he was easy to tease. If he were to take the initiative, could her shamelessness rival his own? After all, he was the most unabashed in the village. Even a dog riding another would draw gaze. So why fear her? Are you certain you want me to help massage your leg? Tang Yu deliberately mimicked the Dragon King with a mischievous smile, though his execution fell short. You go ahead. Wang Yishue's face bore a hint of shyness. Yet her heart was elated. Humph, today I shall see just how thick your skin truly is. The dim lighting ensured that any subtle movements beneath the table would go unnoticed. Tang Yu took a deep breath and gently squeezed her leg. Though separated by a layer of stockings, his fingertips could still feel her supple, smooth skin. Goodness, her skin is remarkably well maintained. Wang Yishue occasionally trembled, her face flushed. Her gaze lowered in silence. Tang Yu found her reaction quite satisfactory. He had anticipated that she was merely a loudmouth. In a genuine contest, she could hardly be his match. Oh, so now you feel shy? You sought to tease me, and this is your retribution. Well then, dear lady, the fire you ignited. You must extinguish yourself. However, after 10 minutes had passed, Tang Yu began to sense that something was amiss. Wang Yishue still kept her head down, blushing, and said nothing. For goodness sake, why are you still unresponsive? I'd have better luck with friction fire. Where's your sense of shame? Why do you still stubbornly resist me? Surrender at once. Declare loudly, I'm sorry, Tang Yu. Tang Yu internally berated her. What on earth was this woman up to? Did she possess no sense of embarrassment? Or perhaps the stakes were too low for her to falter. Fortunately, at that moment, a waiter approached with their dishes. Here are your couple's set meals, the waiter said with a smile, placing the food on the table and opening a bottle of red wine for them. Thank you. Here's your tip. Tang Yu felt an overwhelming wave of gratitude, quickly placing Wang Yishue's foot down and retrieving a thick stack of bills from his wallet to hand to her. If this continued, he truly wouldn't be able to withstand it. Thank you, young Master Tang. The waiter graciously accepted the stack of banknotes, expressing his gratitude profusely. Truly, Tang Xiao is both handsome and generous. Tang Yu rose to her feet and glanced at Wang Yishue, saying, I'm going to wash my hands. You can start eating. All right, Wang Yishue replied, a mischievous smile adorning her face. At that moment, she could hardly contain her laughter. This fellow had been mumbling to himself for ages, wondering why he hadn't given in yet. It was utterly amusing. He would never concede. Damn it, I underestimated her. This woman possesses a thick skin. Upon witnessing her smile, Tang Yu realized he had fallen for her trickery and, with a darkened expression, hurried off to wash his hands properly. By the time he returned, Wang Yishue had poured him a glass of red wine and sliced the steak. She resembled a gentle and considerate girlfriend, winking at Tang Yu as she said, Go ahead and eat. You've worked hard today. Thank you, Tang Yu responded coolly, indeed feeling a bit hungry. During the meal, Wang Yishue refrained from teasing him further, focusing instead on her food. The atmosphere grew serene. Under the soft glow of the candlelight, Wang Yishue suddenly halted her movements. Ah, you're blushing, she exclaimed, unable to resist gazing at Tang Yu's handsome face, her eyes sparkling with warmth. According to his inner thoughts, the world they inhabited was one crafted from fiction. She didn't mind this notion as long as her existence remained genuine. However, the narrative's progression left her feeling discontent. To become part of a harem for a man who looked as if he were gravely ill when he smiled, only a fool would engage in such folly. Her own Tang Yu was far more charming. Merely in appearance, he could easily overshadow that other fellow. What are you staring at? Tang Yu, engrossed in his meal, suddenly noticed Wang Yishue's unwavering gaze. Being scrutinized by such a stunning beauty left him somewhat bashful. Oh, you're blushing. Come, let me see, she urged. No way. Tang Yu turned his face aside. Let me see. Wang Yishue chuckled heartily. Focus on your meal. Aren't we supposed to discuss business? What business? Tang Yu found himself unable to tolerate her antics and opted to change the subject. Having thoroughly enjoyed teasing him, Wang Yishue finally spoke. I'm planning to invest in a project that requires an additional 3 billion. Why don't you join me in this investment? 3 billion? Tang Yu was taken aback. Considering the Tang family's assets, securing 3 billion in liquid funds posed no challenge. However, he pondered her intentions for needing such a sum at this time. Clearing his throat, Tang Yu replied earnestly, 3 billion is not a trivial amount. First, tell me what project you intend to invest in. Renewable energy. Didn't you think it was quite promising last time? Wang Yishue replied with a beaming smile. Oh, very well then, let us consider my investment in this project. But you must agree to 2 conditions. What conditions? First, don't bother me unless it's necessary. You know, men and women should maintain a proper distance. Tang Yu laid out his first condition, feeling that engaging in a battle of wits with this enchantress might not be his forte, so he sought to establish some boundaries. I actually resorted to this tactic to get your assistance, she confessed with a playful glint in her eye. Wang Yishue nodded vigorously. After all, she had never been one to keep her word. Today, you have treated me with indifference, yet I shall seek you out again tomorrow. Hee. Tang Yu let out a cold snort and spoke. Secondly, hand me your phone. I need to delete the videos and photos. Damn. So you were deliberately setting a trap for me. A cunning woman, yet I willingly fell into the snare. Did you not foresee that? Once I erase the photos and videos, you will no longer have any leverage over me. Wang Yishue hesitated for a moment before retrieving her phone and handing it to Tang Yu, saying, Go ahead and delete them, but you must keep your word. Of course. Tang Yu readily accepted the phone, first opening WeChat to delete the photos from the chat history. After erasing the images, he navigated to the file manager to locate the videos. Delete. Once the videos were removed, only the photos in the album remained. He opened the album, and then his eyes widened in disbelief. The first photo depicted Wang Yishue dressed in a bunny costume. This enticing outfit accentuated her voluptuous figure, rendering it absolutely breathtaking. The black attire highlighted her exquisitely fair skin. Additionally, she had chosen to wear sheer thigh-high stockings. In the frame, Wang Yixue wore a sultry smile, as if she were playfully teasing herself. Holy crap, this is something I can view for free. Her figure is simply absurd. I had underestimated her. He continued to scroll through the screen, flipping through more than 10 photos before finally moving past the bunny costume. However, the next set revealed a nurse-s outfit, with the black stockings replaced by white ones. Oh dear, I truly cannot endure this. I didn't expect you to be so daring in private. It's a pity our positions differ, or I would have loved to capture these moments myself. By the way, who the hell took these? I hope it's not a man. Just the thought of it is infuriating. As Tang Yu continued to gaze, he felt his face growing warm. This was quite stimulating, especially with the actual person sitting right across from him. Fortunately, after flipping through the nurse outfit, he finally found the candid shot of himself. He hurriedly deleted the embarrassing history before returning the phone to Wang Yixue. Have you deleted everything? Wang Yixue asked with a sly smile. Her heart was brimming with delight. A woman adorns herself for the one she loves. She had taken these photos to amuse him, never anticipating that he would bite the bait so readily. And he was even cursing the photographer in his mind? She had taken all these herself, without any photographer involved. Well, understanding jealousy is a good thing. I've deleted them. Please refrain from such trivial antics in the future. Tang Yu coughed awkwardly, his gaze betraying a hint of guilt. At that moment, Wang Yixue seemed to him as if her attire could transform at will. Thank goodness she didn't come to me dressed like that. Otherwise, who could withstand such a challenge? All right then, quickly arrange for the funds to be transferred. I will notify you once the project is successful, Wang Yixue urged. Tang Yu nodded, taking his phone to call the company. Now, the Tang Group is under his stewardship. The author has designed him as an exceptionally capable antagonist, embodying the quintessential traits of wealth and attractiveness. Such attributes serve as a prelude. A lofty and illustrious figure, who, despite 3 years of unrequited admiration, cannot win the affections of a certain woman, while Long Wang Ye Chen effortlessly captivates her. This stark contrast highlights Ye Chen's remarkable prowess. Very well, I shall transfer the funds to you within the hour. After concluding the call, Tang Yu's spirits lifted considerably. The bunny girl is indeed delightful. If only she were a little less. Ahem, I shall ask Qin Ming to arrange this later. Wang Yixue narrowed her eyes. Qin Ming? She almost forgot to settle the score with this fellow. The last time he took Tang Yu to the Xinghe Club, he had arranged a bevy of girls for him. She would return to have him dealt with. Meanwhile, Qin Ming, ensconced in a hotel with a supermodel discussing life aspirations, suddenly sneezed. After they exited the deep-sea restaurant, they each drove back to their respective companies. By the time Wang Yixue returned, the fund from the Tang Group had already been secured. Coupled with the 500 billion she had prepared, this amounted to a staggering 800 billion. This time, she intended to execute a grand scheme. She would make that fellow named Ye Chen bleed profusely. He is the protagonist? Tang Yu is the antagonist. Huh. Let us see how he fares when I play him to his demise. Chapter 27. I truly do not wish to accumulate wealth. France, le Libération. As a progressive media outlet, they have long ventured into the digital realm, amassing over 20 million followers across various social platforms. Today, they unexpectedly published a news article that garnered millions of clicks within a mere hour. The content revealed allegations of tax evasion against the Fars company. The report meticulously detailed Fars's financial dealings over the past 7 years. Upon learning of Fars company's misconduct, French netizens were incensed. Is the French government incompetent? How could they fail to detect such wrongdoing? They are too busy feasting on their ill-gotten gains, those rascals. Fines must be imposed to the fullest extent. Following the news, the relevant authorities promptly dispatched personnel to Fars company, detaining numerous executives for investigation and freezing all their assets. The next day, the findings were revealed. Fars company was found to be engaged in egregious tax evasion and faced exorbitant fines. The 300 billion recently transferred from Huajin company was merely a drop in the ocean compared to this gaping hole. Following the collapse of Fars company, Huajin Investment Company, as the largest shareholder, also suffered severe repercussions. They were exposed for illicit fund misappropriation, and the authorities have already initiated an investigation. Upon the announcement of this news, Huajin Investment Company's stock price plummeted. When Ye Chen received this news, he happened to be in the restroom. taking a paid break. He had to come here for at least 2 to 3 hours daily. Why was this discovered? Who provided the information? He raged, clutching his phone in the restroom. The collapse of Far's company obliterated his plans to win over Wang Yishue. The 30 billion in funds has yet to be invested in any projects and has now directly lined the pockets of the French government. 30 billion. To him, not picking up money when leaving home is a loss. Even the refuse truck passing by must be sampled for its worth. The thought of such a significant loss leaves his heart bleeding. What is even more unbearable is the substantial damage inflicted on Huajin investment. The stock price has plummeted dramatically, and the company is now desperately pouring money into the market to stabilize it. Huajin Investment is one of the several major companies under the Dragon Soul organization, with total assets around 500 billion. Now, with this wave of stock market turmoil, their losses amount to nearly 100 billion. Dragon King, there is another matter I must report. This wave of losses is primarily due to someone taking the opportunity to short our stocks. The opposing party has invested a total of 800 billion Huaxia coins, and our investigation has confirmed that this money comes from the Tongwang Group and the Tang Group. The voice on the other end continued to report. Upon hearing the names Tongwang Group and Tang Group, Ye Chen's face turned pale. How could they engage in such actions? Where did the problem arise? His plan should have been flawless. Wang Rulong would never dare betray him. Wang Yishue should be kept in the dark as well. Could it be that the useless Tang Yu discovered something? Just him. My identity has not been compromised, has it? Ye Chen asked coldly. No. The Dragon King's identity is absolutely confidential. That's good. It's merely a loss of 100 billion. Once I take down the 4 great families, this money will return tenfold. 100-fold. Ye Chen concluded before hanging up the phone. As long as his identity remains concealed, he would simply employ another method to win Wang Yishue's heart. When it comes to conquering a woman, he possesses 1,001 strategies. And regarding Tang Yu, the money he earned this time will one day be repaid with his life. He then pulled out his phone and sent a message to his subordinate, Qin. Within half a month, you must uncover the Tang family's secrets. I want the Tang family to suffer. After sending the message, he left the restroom. Upon reaching the lawn downstairs, he quickly spotted a half-meter-long snake. After catching the snake, he effortlessly removed its fangs. With that, the snake posed no threat. He smirked as he approached Building 8, where the young lady of the Qin family, Qin Kurson, resided. For the past few days, he hadn't found an opportunity to get close to her. If that were the case, he would create an opportunity himself. Noticing that no one was around, he casually tossed the snake into the second-floor window of the villa and stood downstairs, silently awaiting the chance to become the hero who saves the fair maiden. Crafting an accident to garner favor and allowing her to gradually fall in love with him is his specialty. Ding! The host has successfully survived the plot. Reward: a building of Mingwei Hotel, now transferred to the host's name. Suddenly, the system notification echoed in the ears of Tang Yu, who was lounging at home. He instantly sat up in bed. What? How did I survive the plot? He was utterly bewildered. He hadn't done anything at home. System, what have I done? He silently questioned. You have successfully survived the storyline of Chapter 88. The system's voice responded. Tang Yu pondered for a moment before recalling the plot of Chapter 88. In this chapter, the Dragon King Ye Chen's scheme succeeded, ensnaring Wang Yishue, while the Tongwang Group's capital of 500 billion was frozen. Following this, Wang Rulong began his power grab, leading to a series of romantic escapades. Understanding this, Tang Yu felt a sense of relief and smiled. After enduring the trials of acting for so long, he was finally rewarded. In a buoyant mood, he rose to tidy up, preparing to explore his new reward. The Mingwei Hotel, despite its unremarkable name, held great renown in Suzhou and Hangzhou. It was the only 7-star hotel in the region, a pinnacle of luxury within all of Huaxia. Its value was approximately 200 billion, a sum that caught Tang Yu off guard, as he had not anticipated such a generous gesture from the system. Although the Tang family was already affluent, who among us would ever complain about having too much wealth? Naturally, it would have been even better if the system had exchanged this reward for some ancient martial arts techniques or life-preserving assets. Upon reaching the garage, as Tang Yu was about to select a sports car for his departure, his phone rang. Glancing at the screen, he saw it was a call from the company. What could this be about? Young Master Tang, the 300 billion investment transferred to the Tongwang Group a few days ago has been returned, along with an additional 150 billion in profits. What? Tang Yu began to sense something amiss. Shouldn't this money have been invested in a new energy project by Wang Yishue? And subsequently frozen? How could it be returned with an additional 150 billion in gains? While earning money is indeed a joyous affair, this felt rather suspicious. Could it be that the plot had unraveled again? Tang Yu quickly ended the call and dialed Wang Yixue. "What's the matter, my dear? Miss me?" came Wang Yixue's sweet voice from the other end. Instantly, Tang Yu recalled her in a bunny girl outfit. He cleared his throat and asked, "What is the status of our last investment project?" "Oh, I suddenly discovered some issues with the company we partnered with. Upon investigation, I found that someone was attempting to deceive the Wang family. Thus, I redirected the funds intended for investment to short the opponent, yielding a small profit. I will call you for any future profitable ventures," Wang Yixue replied, sending a kiss through the phone. Chapter 28. Girl, the eyes never lie. Was the plot truly unraveling again? Damn, this mistake raised the stakes for Tang Yu's survival. He felt a surge of frustration. Was it so difficult for him to quietly bide his time and accumulate rewards? "Hey, darling, why are you so quiet?" Wang Yixue inquired, noticing the silence on the line. "Nothing. I'm just so elated that I can hardly find the words," he replied. "Is that so? Then I'll definitely call you for the next opportunity to make money." "Thank you." Tang Yu wiped away a tear as he hung up. Despite the sweltering heat, he was drenched in cold sweat, feeling a chill throughout his body, as the reality of his predicament settled in. In summary, this world was rife with pressures on survival, and when would one like him truly rise? The Su family, one of the four prominent families in Suzhou and Hangzhou, once enjoyed a splendor comparable to that of the Tang family. In recent years, the once illustrious family has fallen into a state of decline, with the reputation of the four great families almost slipping away. Had it not been for the outstanding performance of the young Su Yu, it is likely that many would deem the Su family's eventual descent from the ranks of the four great families as inevitable. After a long day at the company, Su Yu returned home in her Maserati, only to be greeted by a familiar figure who had been waiting in the car, Ye Chen. Following their last encounter with the Tang family, he could no longer remain as her bodyguard at the Su household. "Muyu, it's been a while," he said with a smile, approaching her. "What brings you here?" "Sumuyu inuit, herbrod, furuink silaiti." Seeing her frown brought a sweet sensation to Ye Chen's heart. Did she adopt this indifferent demeanor to protect herself and keep him at bay? "Foolish girl, I missed you, so I came to see you," he replied with a smile. "Please refrain from such talk. We're not that familiar. Kindly maintain your distance," she retorted, stepping out of the car with visible impatience as she prepared to head inside. Ye Chen quickly positioned himself in front of her, his expression earnest. "Stop pretending. Little girl, your eyes do not lie. You care about me. You are merely afraid that the Tang family might harm me. But let me assure you, the Tang family is insignificant in my presence. I am far more formidable than you realize, and soon you shall understand who truly holds power in Suhang." Su Yu nearly felt her lunch rise at his overly flattering words. Her gaze, filled with murderous intent, indeed did not deceive. Just then, several members of the Su family emerged from the house. Upon witnessing Ye Chen blocking Su Yu, they were filled with fury. "You again," Su Zhongshan seethed, gritting his teeth. "Last time, you embarrassed our family, and now you dare to show your face here?" He then addressed the two bodyguards at the entrance. "Throw this scoundrel out." The two bodyguards, brimming with aggression, charged forward. Ye Chen stood his ground, exuding confidence as he allowed their punches to land upon him. With a subtle shake of his body, he redirected their force, causing them to stumble backward and crash to the ground. The two men, their faces filled with terror, stared at Ye Chen, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. The rest of the Su family looked on in astonishment. Who is this man, possessing such remarkable skills? Noticing their shocked expressions, Ye Chen smirked mischievously. "I intended to keep a low profile, but your disdain for me leaves me no choice. Today, I shall make it clear. The Tang family is but a swarm of ants before me. I, Ye Chen, am the true dragon's son-in-law of the Su family. What does a waste like Tang you have to compare with me? 3 days from now is Mu Yu's birthday, and I shall host a grand celebration for her. I will reserve the top floor of Mingwei Hotel to ensure she has the finest birthday banquet." After a pause, he added, "Moreover, I shall present your family with a significant gift. You have long been scheming to acquire that piece of land in the western city. I will secure it for you." He had originally wished to remain discreet, but the reactions of Su Yu and her family left him dissatisfied. The Tang family, after all, posed no threat whatsoever. If he were abroad, the annihilation of the Tang family would merely be a matter of a single night. Once a prominent family, far wealthier than the Tang clan, incurred his wrath. The Dragon Soul organization dispatched merely 8 elite members, and within a night, that family was eradicated completely. Henceforth, he intends to gradually showcase his prowess and expedite his control over Su and Hangzhou. Is this individual mentally stable? Who possesses the number for a psychiatric hospital? Someone should swiftly have him committed. I have never encountered such an audacious braggart in my life. Claiming to secure the top floors of Mingyue Hotel? Do you think you are worthy? Huh. The land that even our Su family cannot acquire. You believe you can? I would gladly shine your shoes if you manage to do so. The members of the Su family erupted into laughter, mocking him. They regarded Ye Chen with the eyes of spectators observing a jester, convinced that he had lost his sanity, let alone other matters. Merely achieving the contract for the top floor of Mingyue Hotel is an impossibility. 2 years ago, during Su Muyu's birthday, the eldest son of the Tang family, Tang Yu, approached the owner of Mingyue Hotel for a personal discussion, offering a staggering 300 million to secure the top floor for Su Muyu's birthday banquet. With the power of the Tang family and such an exorbitant offer, Mingyue Hotel still refused, firmly stating that the rules could not be broken unless the Tang family outright purchased the hotel. If the Tang family could not accomplish this, what qualification does he possess to succeed? In the face of their derision, Ye Chen merely smiled coldly. He retrieved a prepared document from his pocket and tossed it to the Su family. You shall see for yourselves whether I can accomplish this. Su Zhongshan caught the document and glanced at it, instantly astounded. It was indeed the classified information concerning the land in the western part of the city. The document also detailed 2 additional plots slated for development by the municipal government in the upcoming half of the year. How did he acquire such top-secret information? In the realm of substantial business, information is paramount. With this intelligence, should the Su family successfully seize the initiative, they could reap profits in the hundreds of billions. The other members of the Su family, upon viewing this document, shifted their gaze towards Ye Chen, their expressions transformed. This man, it seems, truly possesses remarkable connections. If an alliance with the Tang family could yield such immense benefits for the Su family, then is it not worth considering? From a perspective of familial interests, their thoughts shifted in an instant. However, Su Muyu had little interest in such matters. She found Ye Chen utterly unappealing. Yet, Ye Chen's boastful claims presented an excellent opportunity to rid herself of him. Thus, she coldly declared, "Fine, you said it. If you fail to deliver, you shall not trouble me again." After all, securing the top floor of Mingyue Hotel is utterly unattainable. Should he prove untrustworthy, he would have no face to continue pursuing her. Even if he did manage to secure it, she would still reject him. It is settled. Ye Chen nodded arrogantly, turning to the members of the Su family, proclaiming, "With me as your dragon son-in-law, the Su family shall ascend to become the second family of Su and Hangzhou." With that, he swaggered away. Observing his retreating figure, the Su family members shared a hearty laugh. This indeed presents a splendid opportunity to test this man's capabilities. If he truly accomplishes these 2 tasks, perhaps the Su family might consider a more suitable son-in-law. After leaving the Su residence, Ye Chen had not ventured far when a black Rolls-Royce came to a halt before him. Chapter 29, Longchen Group. A tall man disembarked from the vehicle and bowed respectfully. "Dragon King, Longya, how have matters progressed?" Ye Chen inquired with an air of indifference. An aura of sovereign authority emanated from him, placing considerable pressure on the man before him. The man addressed as Longya was one of the 8 great generals of the Dragon Soul organization. Despite his unseemly appearance, he was loyal and adept in business, earning Ye Chen's unwavering trust. He always kept Longya close by, both for convenience and to accentuate his own handsome visage. Longya quickly reporting to the Dragon King. The Blackstone Group has been successfully acquired and renamed as the Longchen Group, following a significant loss incurred by Huaji Investments. The Dragon King summoned him back from Europe and mobilized a staggering 500 billion in funds to successfully acquire the Blackstone Group in Suwon. The Dragon Soul organization possessed unfathomable depth. After a moment's contemplation, Ye Chen stated, "Then I entrust its management to you. I prefer to keep my identity concealed for a while longer. Thank you for your trust, Dragon King. I shall manage the Longchen Group with utmost diligence," Longya declared with fervor. Ye Chen nodded in satisfaction. Suwon, as it turned out, was not as he had envisioned. Relying solely on discretion would prove too slow. He resolved to expedite his conquest of Suwon. The Longchen Group was merely his vanguard. Lanya, 3 days hence, I wish to host a birthday celebration for my beloved. In your capacity as the head of Longshan Group, secure the top floor of the Mingwe Hotel. Once secured, disseminate the news far and wide, so that all of Suong is aware the owner of Longshan Group is throwing a birthday party for his beloved. Additionally, acquire the land in the west of the city for the Su family to demonstrate my strength. Should there be any dissenters, they shall face dire consequences. Ye Chen proclaimed with formidable authority. Lanya accepted the command, his hands clasped in a salute, his eyes gleaming with resolve. Anyone who obstructed the Dragon King would meet their demise. Mingwe Hotel, the only 7-star hotel in Suong, stood as a landmark of the region. The hotel comprised 2 gracefully curved towers, connected by an arched structure at the center. From a distance, it resembled a colossal ring standing majestically above the lake, harmonizing with the elements of nature. Each night, the entire hotel would reflect upon the lake like a resplendent moon, a sight to behold. Indeed, the system's reward was quite generous, and I would suggest a super doubling next time. Tang Yu gazed at his hotel from afar, feeling quite pleased. After traversing numerous storylines with the system, this reward was indeed substantial. Yet, the sudden generosity left him with a lingering sense of unease. As he drove to the hotel, the general manager, Wang Defa, awaited him at the entrance. Young Master Tang, he greeted, bowing as Tang Yu alighted from the vehicle. There's no need for such formality. Manager Wang, Tang Yu replied with a smile, patting him on the shoulder. Following the transfer of the hotel to his name, the system had thoughtfully replaced the management team with members of the Tang family. Tang Xiao, shall I take you on a tour? Wang Defa gesturet invitingly. Tang Yu nodded and followed Wang Defa as they strolled through the hotel. Upon entering, the magnificent crystal chandelier immediately captivated Tang Yu's attention. The grand hall was adorned with yellow crystal and various precious stones, epitomizing opulence and extravagance to the utmost degree. Wang Defa led Tang Yu around the hotel's various facilities, eventually arriving at the hot springs. The hotel boasted over 100 hot spring pools, with more than 40 luxurious villas, frequently frequented by the affluent of Suzhou and Hangzhou. He pointed to one of the villas and inquired, Tang Xiao, shall we reserve a few hot spring villas for private use? One would suffice, Tang Yu replied with a smile. Very well, I shall make the necessary arrangements. And this villa will be kept private henceforth. Wang Defa nodded in agreement. After touring the hot springs, they returned to the general manager's office. Shortly after they sat down, before Wang Defa could even prepare the tea, his secretary rushed in. Mr. Wang, the head of Longshan Group, has arrived at our hotel. Wishing to book the top floor for a birthday banquet, the secretary reported. Booking the top floor? Wang Defa raised an eyebrow. The top floor of Mingwe Hotel was a significant draw, attracting esteemed guests daily due to its splendid views. Reserving it solely for one individual could surely offend other patrons. Just as he was about to decline, Tang Yu interjected with a question, Longshan Group? Indeed, Longshan Group, formerly known as Haishi Group, was recently acquired and rebranded. The secretary promptly answered. The Haishi Group was well known in Suzhou and Hangzhou, and many were curious about the sudden acquisition. Who could be the formidable entity capable of such a grand investment? The thought of 500 billion being spent to purchase such a large company astonished Tang Yu. Damn it, isn't this precisely the plot from chapter 95 of the original text? He exclaimed inwardly. In that chapter, Ye Chen ceases to feign weakness and begins to unveil his true capabilities. To prove himself to the Su family, he reserved the top floor of Mingwe Hotel, which had never been open to the public, to host a grand birthday celebration for Su Muyu. At this celebration, the Su family was utterly humiliated, and no one dared to underestimate him again. Su Muyu was enchanted by his romantic gestures, completely smitten. After winning over the Su family, his influence in Suzhou and Hangzhou grew exponentially, and he set his sights on assimilating the Tang family. Damn system, you're plotting against me again, aren't you? Tang Yu cursed within his mind. He had suspected that the sudden generosity of this cursed system was far from innocent. According to the original storyline, Ye Chen sent Lanya to secure the top floor for Su Muyu's birthday banquet. The hotel's general manager was adamantly opposed to breaking protocol. Consequently, Lanya resorted to choking the manager, threatening him with death. Should he refuse, he would meet his demise, with one foot already in the netherworld. The hotel manager realized he could not afford to offend such a person and had no choice but to comply. Thus, the pressure now fell upon him. Should he refuse, Long Ye, with his ferocious temperament, would undoubtedly employ any means necessary to ensure compliance. The matter at hand is rather troublesome. Should Ye Chen successfully win over Su Muyu, the Su family would undoubtedly become part of his influence. Coupled with the Long Chen group and other factions, the Tang family and my own position would become perilously precarious. Inescapably, we would be facing doom, leaving no room for survival. It is imperative to devise a plan. However, taking matters into my own hands bears its own risks. After taking a deep breath, my gaze fell upon Wang Defa. If memory serves correctly, this fellow possesses remarkable talents as a double agent. A common trope in literature is that the subordinates of antagonists are adept at orchestrating schemes, and Wang Defa is no exception. Thus, I believe this presents an excellent opportunity for him to showcase his abilities. What's on your mind, Tang Xiao? Noticing Tang Yu's peculiar expression, Wang Defa hurriedly approached with a smile. Mr. Wang, I believe we can agree to the top-floor contract, but we absolutely must not allow the birthday banquet to proceed. Do you understand my meaning? Tang Yu replied, grinning and winking at him. If the birthday banquet is successfully held, it leads to a predetermined dead end. On the other hand, should we refuse, Long Ye, that troublesome brute, would certainly create complications. In light of this, it is best to allow Wang Defa to fully utilize his talents. With his double agent's acumen, I am confident he will produce a masterstroke, leaving Long Wang trembling in fear. Understood. Wang Defa nodded, though he remained somewhat perplexed. What does Tang Xiao mean? If he is unwilling, why not simply decline? Confused, he departed the office to meet Long Ye, who was waiting in the reception area. What may I call you, sir? I am Wang Defa. The manager of the hotel, he greeted with a broad smile, extending his hand to Long Ye. Long Ye, with an air of arrogance, shook hands with Wang Defa and declared, I am Long Ye. My employer wishes to host a birthday celebration for Miss Su Muyu. How much to reserve the entire top floor? Name your price. Aware of the hotel's policy against such arrangements, Long Ye pressed on, but the Dragon King has issued an order. What he commands must be fulfilled. He was prepared to impose his authority, making it clear to Mingyue Hotel that some individuals are simply beyond refusal. Reverse the Dragon King. D. Bandafas expression darkanat instantaneously. Miss Su is the woman of their boss. What audacity, attempting to steal a woman from Tang Xiao. Realization struck him, and he quickly comprehended why Tang Xiao wanted him to agree first and then sabotage it. This was a deliberate slap in the face for the opposition. An opportunity for distinction had arisen. A triumphant smile crept across Wang Defa's face as he readily agreed. Ah, Mr. Long, it is a pleasure to meet you. Our Mingyue Hotel is eager to foster goodwill with your esteemed company. Hence, we are making an exception to open the top floor for reservation at no cost. Wang Defa's demeanor left Long Ye somewhat taken aback. However, he swiftly understood. The presence of the Long Chen group surely prompted this act of deference. After all, acquiring a company for 500 billion is no small feat, and anyone with a modicum of sense would recognize the profound capabilities of those who can achieve such a thing. Given the sincerity of your esteemed hotel, I, on behalf of Longshan Group, graciously accept your friendship. Later, I shall send the birthday banquet proposal to General Manager Wang, spoke Long Ye with satisfaction. Very well, Wang Defa replied with a smile, both of them beaming like children weighing several hundred pounds. Once the matter was settled, Wang Defa hurried back to report to Tang Yu. Upon learning that everything had been finalized, Tang Yu nodded with satisfaction. Does the system think it can outsmart me? With my extraordinary intellect and my talented subordinates, how could a mere system contend with me? Chapter 30. It turns out young Master Tang had everything planned. After successfully navigating the hotel negotiations, Tang Yu pondered for a moment. According to the original plot, to demonstrate his strength, Ye Chen had assisted the Su family in acquiring the land in the west of the city. However, that land was now under their own control. After leaving the hotel, Long Ye would proceed to handle this matter. To avoid any trouble from that mad dog, Tang Yu decided to employ the same strategy once more. General Manager Wang, please call General Manager He and ask him to temporarily cede the western land to the Su family. He looked at Wang Defa and said, let Ye Chen flaunt his strength to the Su family for now. Once the birthday banquet is inevitably ruined by Wang Defa, we can reclaim that land. By then, the Su family will feel like they have been played for fools. How could they still treat him favorably? Regardless, we cannot allow that rascal to continue growing in power in Su and Hang. Understood, young Master Tang. Wang definitely nodded vigorously. He comprehended that Tang Yu intended to present this land as a birthday gift to Miss Su. Truly, young Master Tang is a man of grand gestures. Arrangements must be made. At that moment, Tang Yu heard a notification from a system. Ding! Host, you are indeed quite cunning. Due to your audacity, you have triggered a special reward. The perfected ancient martial art, immovable King S skill, usable once. Ancient martial arts? Tang Yu et Galim. In urban fantasy literature, if there is no mention of cultivation, ancient martial arts are undoubtedly the most formidable existence. As for the immovable King S skill, Tang Yu noted that it was a defensive technique. According to the system S description, upon reaching perfection, one's body would become as unyielding as the immovable king. In other words, no one could breach my defenses. However, it could only be used once, which was rather disappointing. System, could you perhaps remove the limitation of a single use? The system remained silent. Tang Yu could only sigh. Indeed, the system was quite troublesome. Yet, having it once was certainly better than not having it at all. From this day forth, no matter how formidable an opponent, none shall think they can defeat me with a single blow. At least, they must deliver too. I wonder what rewards await after the birthday banquet. This is indeed a significant plot development. With a face full of anticipation, Tang Yu laughed heartily as he left the office, bursting through the door with a joyous laugh. Unbeknownst to him, Wang Defa remained in the office, his heart racing with excitement. Being assigned to oversee Mingyue Hotel was undoubtedly a promotion. The task young Master Tang entrusted to him must be executed flawlessly. He was determined to crush that scoundrel rival and bring honor to young Master Tang. Sitting before his computer, he anxiously awaited the birthday banquet proposal from Longya. After a 2-hour wait, the birthday party plan was finally sent over. He quickly opened his email and, upon reviewing the proposal, chuckled to himself. That little rascal! The plan is quite romantic indeed. Ye Chen, is it? Very well. If I do not trample your face into the ground at this birthday celebration, I shall not bear the surname Wang. Wang Defa chuckled, already filled with anticipation. After leaving the Mingyue Hotel, Longya, in his capacity as the head of the Long Chen Group, contacted a significant figure to assist the Su family in acquiring the land. Initially, he thought this would be quite a troublesome matter, requiring unconventional methods for resolution. However, upon reaching out, he discovered that the other party quickly agreed, having learned of Long Ye's intentions. They even refrained from stipulating any conditions, simply stating they would do the Long Chen Group a favor. The ease with which both matters were resolved filled him with pride. His organization had merely acquired a $500 billion conglomerate, yet garnered the attention of the entire Su and Hangzhou regions. Such a small place as Su and Hangzhou. Hardly worth the fuss. No wonder the Dragon King chose this as his first landing spot upon returning to Huaxia. Conquering Su and Hangzhou would be a mere walk in the park. He promptly called Ye Chen, and once connected, he reported, Dragon King, everything has been arranged. Excellent. Your capabilities continue to inspire confidence. Quickly disseminate the news. Let everyone focus on this birthday banquet. Understood, Dragon King. With Long Ye's initiative, the news soon spread throughout Su and Hangzhou. The top floor of the Mingyue Hotel, which the young master of the Tang family had failed to secure, was now booked by the owner of the Long Chen Group. The upper crust of society was abuzz with curiosity. Who is this enigmatic owner of the Long Chen Group? And who is his lady? To celebrate a birthday on the top floor of the Mingyue Hotel, the women of Su and Hangzhou were particularly envious, consumed with jealousy over such a romantic affair, wishing it were their turn. 3 days later, several Rolls-Royces came to a halt at the gates of the Su family. Longya stepped out of the car and entered the Su family residence. By this time, darkness had fallen, and the Su family members were awaiting Ye Chen's arrival. They were eager to discern whether he truly possessed capabilities far exceeding those of the Tang family. Upon learning of Long Ye's presence, the Su family members were taken aback. Longya? Isn't he the owner of the Long Chen Group? What brings him here? Longya approached Su Muyu and bowed respectfully. Me Su, young Master Long, Ye has sent me to escort you to the Mingyue Hotel for your birthday celebration. Ye Chen? Su Muyu's expression shifted slightly. He indeed managed to secure the top floor of the Mingyue Hotel. The Su family was equally astonished. The mysterious magnate who acquired the Long Chen Group is none other than Ye Chen. Taking a deep breath, Su Muyu resolved to attend, regardless of the circumstances. She felt it imperative to clarify her feelings today. She stood and said, "All right, let us set off." Seeing some explanation, Su Chongshin hurriedly interjected, "Moyu, are you truly going? This may not be appropriate, considering you and Xiao Yu have already what does Tang Yu amount to?" Yi Xiao merely wished to end him with a flick of a finger. Long Ye let out a cold snort from the side. How could a mere second-generation wealthy heir from Suzhou and Hangzhou dare to compete with the Dragon King for a woman? Upon hearing this, Su Muyu furrowed her brow slightly and addressed Su Zhongshan. "Father, it's nothing serious. If we need to go, then we shall. I will handle any issues that arise." "Very well," Su Zhongshan sighed, conceding to his daughter's wishes. Soon after, a group of them boarded a vehicle and set off towards the Mingwe Hotel. By the time they arrived, the sky had darkened completely. A throng of reporters and onlookers awaited below, eager to discover which fortunate woman would receive such special treatment. The arrival of several Rolls-Royces barely piqued their interest, for in a place like the Mingwe Hotel, even luxury cars were treated as mere bodyguards. "Please, the young Master Yi is already waiting for you on the top floor," Long Ye announced as he led the Su family members inside. Just as they entered the elevator, Su Zhongshan's phone rang. Upon answering, his expression shifted to one of excitement. "Muyu, we have secured the land in the west of the city," he exclaimed, looking at Su Muyu with fervor. If properly developed, this land could yield profits exceeding 100 billion for the Su family. This was indeed a rare opportunity for them. The members of the Su family were instantly filled with exhilaration, fully aware of the significance of this project. Ye Chen was truly a person of remarkable influence. Choosing him might prove to be more advantageous than aligning with the Tang family. Long Ao was quite pleased with the Su family's reaction. With a slight smile, he remarked, "This is merely a casual gesture from young Master Yi. His capabilities far exceed your imagination." At this moment, Ye Chen had donned an elegant, high-end suit, having taken great care in his appearance. He stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, savoring a glass of red wine while quietly admiring the night view, his mood slightly anticipatory. Tonight, he intended to demonstrate to the Su family that he was indeed their true dragon son-in-law. However, the top-floor venue was currently occupied solely by him and the staff, as he had only invited the Su family members that evening. He could not afford to be too ostentatious, for if the entire Suzhou and Hangzhou knew of his pursuit of Su Muyu, it would undoubtedly jeopardize his plans for a harem. Thus, he deliberately crafted this atmosphere, allowing the Su family to recognize his prowess without jeopardizing his romantic endeavors. As the Su family arrived, Ye Chen set down his glass of red wine and approached them. "Muyu, you have finally arrived. Did I not say that I would make this happen?" Upon seeing Su Muyu, Ye Chen instinctively smiled with a charming grin, reveling in a sense of vindication. He clapped his hands, prompting someone to bring forth a large cake. "I know you adore fruit cake, so I had it specially made for you. However, before we indulge in the cake, I have a gift for you." He gazed at Su Muyu gently. Su Muyu sighed, her expression becoming serious. "Ye Chen, I am uncertain of your true identity, but I must make myself clear." Before she could finish her words, the sudden sound of fireworks interrupted her. The night sky was instantly illuminated by the dazzling display. Everyone's attention was instinctively drawn to the spectacle. As the first firework burst forth, countless others followed suit, transforming the heavens into a sea of blossoms. Those gathered beneath the hotel were equally captivated by the pyrotechnic display. As they watched, they suddenly realized that the fireworks had formed a string of words. "Su Muyu, happy birthday? Heavens!" It turns out the birthday celebration was for the eldest daughter of the Su family. How romantic! What fortune this must have cost! This grand fireworks feast was visible from nearly half of Suzhou and Hangzhou. Countless individuals hastily pulled out their phones to capture this moment, eager to share it on social media. Many streamers abandoned their broadcasts to focus solely on the fireworks. Wow, is this what it's like for the wealthy to celebrate love? These fireworks have been going for 10 minutes, and they're still going strong. Incredible. The rich indeed end up together while the single onlookers bear witness. After about 10 minutes in a live stream, viewers speculated on how much this extravagant display might have cost. From the top of the Mingwe Hotel, the Su family watched in rapt fascination. As the fireworks concluded, thousands of drones ascended into the night sky, resembling a multitude of colorful fireflies. Once they reached a certain altitude, they began to perform a dazzling light show. Wow, there is more entertainment? How many drones could there possibly be? At least 3,000, I reckon. Unbelievable. This birthday celebration must have cost millions. The light show left the audience in a daze, practically feeding them dog food in the form of love. Ye Chen was thoroughly satisfied. This spectacle was indeed impressive. Long Ye had not let him down. Witnessing the Su family's astonished expressions brought him immense joy. From this day forward, the Su family should understand who truly deserves their favor. After the light show lasted for about 10 minutes, it culminated in 7 large characters. Su Mu Yu, happy birthday. Just as everyone thought the show was coming to an end, the drone formation shifted once more. This time, they formed a heart along with 4 additional characters. Loving you. You. Ye Chen smiled contentedly. What a splendid finale. However, his expression quickly soured, akin to having bitten into something unpleasant. Why was that wretched name included in the grand finale of a birthday celebration he had prepared for Su Mu Yu? The Su family's expressions also shifted. Yu? Is that not the name of Tang Yu? Meanwhile, the onlookers below were not overly surprised. Yu? Isn't that the young master of the Tang family? Goodness, how romantic of him. I had a feeling this was orchestrated by young Master Tang. At that moment, Wang Defa, who had been silently observing from a corner, wore a satisfied smile. This should surely please young Master Tang. Tang Yu had already arrived at the hotel, and upon learning that the birthday banquet had been successfully held, he hurried over. What mischief was Wang Defa up to? Didn't I instruct him to thwart this birthday celebration? As a traitor, shouldn't he be stirring up some trouble? When he finally dashed up to the top floor, breathless, all eyes were fixed upon him. Su Mu Yu gazed at Tang Yu with a look of profound emotion. She had not anticipated that this elaborate birthday party had been orchestrated by him. Just last night, she had sent him a message, which he had ignored. Little did she know he was secretly planning a surprise for her. This brooding fellow. Blushing, she approached Tang Yu and said, "Thank you. I'm truly happy today." Happy? Tang Yu was still somewhat perplexed, yet he sensed a hint of panic. What on earth was Wang Defa up to? With a face ashen as thunderclouds, Ye Chen strode towards Tang Yu, fixing a steely glare upon the culprit as he spoke in a low voice. Was this all you're doing? Mine? Tang Yu, utterly baffled, instinctively turned to glance at the drone formation hovering in the air. Love you, Yu? Indeed, this was the grand gift our young Master Tang had prepared for you. If you're dissatisfied, hold your tongue. At that moment, Wang Defa's voice rang out suddenly. He approached, flanked by a cadre of bodyguards who encircled Ye Chen, ensuring this rabid dog would not harm young Master Tang. With an expression of exhilaration, he turned to Tang Yu, seeking approval. Young Master, are you satisfied with this birthday celebration? Simply failing to host the party is hardly sufficient. If one intends to stomp on someone, one must do so thoroughly. Teaching him a lesson for daring to vie for a woman with young Master Tang. Was this your arrangement? Tang Yu inquired, his eyes widening in disbelief. Wang Defa nodded vigorously, quite proud of his meticulous preparations. He regarded Ye Chen with a look of disdain. So what if he was the owner of Long Chen Group? Did he truly think he could compete with young Master Tang for a woman? Tang Yu felt a heaviness in his chest, nearly overcome with rage. I merely wished to covertly strike from the shadows. Yet you've gone and dropped a bombshell. I never expected you, with your thick brows and large eyes, to be such a blatant traitor. Chapter 32. Wang Defa scolds the Dragon King. At this moment, Ye Chen's face contorted with rage, his eyes fixed on Tang Yu, brimming with venomous hatred. This scoundrel, he is doomed. Seeing several bodyguards positioned before him, he charged forward, unleashing a flurry of punches. The bodyguards were sent sprawling. As he advanced toward Tang Yu, Su Mu Yu could no longer restrain her fury. She interposed herself before Ye Chen, shouting, "What else can you do besides using brute force to bully others?" Upon seeing Su Mu Yu standing in his way, he glared with fiery eyes, even harboring a hint of murderous intent. How dare his woman protect another man? But then, he quickly realized she was not shielding Tang Yu. She was safeguarding herself. If he impulsively struck down the man surnamed Tang here, the consequences would be dire. If he wished to eliminate this fool, he certainly could not do so in front of so many witnesses. A barbarian is indeed a barbarian, utterly lawless. This is a society governed by law. I shall simply call the authorities and let the police handle it. I refuse to believe he can escape justice. The members of the Su family nearby began to hurl insults, expressing their disdain. The shift in attitude was astonishingly rapid. This fellow had been putting on an act all along. The entire affair was a grand celebration orchestrated by young Master Tang. How could he stand here, brimming with arrogance? What could such a person possibly use to contend with the Tang family? Does he truly dare to proclaim himself the dragon son-in-law of the Su family? Is he worthy of such a title? Long Yu was acutely aware that this was not a time for recklessness. If he were to resort to violence, it certainly could not be in front of so many witnesses. He quickly grasped Ye Chen's arm and urged, "Young Master Long, please refrain from acting impulsively and take a moment to collect yourself." Then, he turned to Wang Defa, his voice rising in anger. "What is the meaning of this at Mingyue Hotel? Young Master Yi is hosting a birthday celebration for Miss Su, and you dare to play such games? Do you believe I want to ensure your establishment faces dire consequences?" Wang Defa scoffed dismissively. "A birthday celebration? Is today not the event young Master Tang is hosting for Miss Su? As for you, I haven't taken a single penny from you. So what grounds do you have to complain?" Long Yi's expression darkened. He finally comprehended why the other party had not charged him any fees. Wang Defa then turned to Ye Chen, berating him loudly. "Furthermore, the Tang family has already formed an alliance with the Su family. It is you, young Master Yi, who is truly shameless, pursuing a girl who is already betrothed. A broken dog dares to bark here? In all my years, I have never encountered someone so brazen." Ye Chen trembled at the insult. As the Dragon King, when had he ever been publicly humiliated in such a manner? Indeed, it was utterly disgusting, lacking any self-awareness. He was shamelessly persistent. "Mr. Wang, you speak the truth. It is indeed as you say." "Brilliant, simply brilliant," the members of the Su family echoed in agreement. Witnessing the Su family support, Long Yu was incensed, pointing at them and exclaiming, "Do you even have the audacity to berate young Master Yi? Without him, your Su family would never acquire that land in the western part of the city in your lifetime." The faces of the Su family turned awkwardly pale. Although this young man had been putting on airs, it did appear that the Su family had indeed benefited from him regarding that land. Su Chongshan's expression darkened as he prepared to step forward and indicate a willingness to return the land. Wang Defa snorted derisively, his face filled with disdain. "What does that land in the western part of the city have to do with you? It was young Master Tang's directive that allowed the Su family to obtain it. If you doubt it, feel free to call and confirm. Young Master Tang is a man of low profile. Therefore, as a subordinate, I must step forward to uphold his honor." Upon hearing this, Su Chongshan hastily made a phone call. "Hello, Director Wang, this is Su Chongshan. May I inquire about the land in the western part of the city?" After a few inquiries, he looked gratefully at Tang Yu, saying, "Little Yu, Uncle expresses his gratitude on behalf of the Su family for your assistance in this matter." Su Muyu gazed at Tang Yu with tender affection. This fellow had indeed sacrificed so much for her in private. Perhaps she should invite him for drinks next time. "What else do you have to say?" Wang Defa sneered as he looked at Long Yu and his companion. This matter was arranged by him personally. How could they dare to claim credit? Long Yu's face had turned a shade akin to liver. He glanced at Ye Chen, his tone subdued, Dragon King. "It is my incompetence. Please, punish me as you see fit." Ye Chen's mindset was on the verge of collapse. Yet, after a surge of intense anger, he found himself remarkably calm. Taking a deep breath, he refrained from addressing Long Yu and instead turned to Su Muyu. "Say, Muyu, soon you shall discover who truly deserves to be your most correct choice." With that, he strode away from the place that had brought him such humiliation. Long Yu hurriedly followed in his wake. Once they departed, Wang Defa smugly adjusted his hairstyle. "Compete with young Master Tang? You think you're worthy? I alone could annihilate you," he declared. "Now that the unpleasant guests have left, let us continue celebrating Miss Su's birthday." With a clap of his hands, he began organizing the festivities. The Su family members smiled as they gathered to celebrate Su Muyu's birthday. Approaching the cake, Su Muyu closed her eyes and made a wish. Once her wish was made, the guests began to slice the cake. She handed a piece of the cake to Tang Yu, who wore a look of resigned despair. "Try this cake. It's quite delicious." Anzai, Tang Yu zipli, taking a bite and admitting it was indeed tasty. "Thank you for today. This is the happiest birthday I've ever had. And I believe I will remember this day for the rest of my life." Su Muyu smiled warmly at Tang Yu. "Just as long as you're happy." Tang Yu replied with a faint smile. "Can you guess what I wish for?" Su Muyu asked, her gaze intense. "What?" Tang Yu responded, wary of her teasing tone. Leaning closer, Su Muyu suddenly planted a kiss on Tang Yu's cheek. This time, Tang Yu, caught off guard, did not pull away. Wang Defa, witnessing the moment, erupted in cheers, reveling in the success of his matchmaking endeavor. Blushing, Su Muyu stuck out her tongue playfully at Tang Yu before shyly running off. Tang Yu touched the spot where she had kissed him, feeling a complex mix of emotions. After the birthday celebration concluded, Tang Yu chose not to return home, but instead rested in the general manager's office. "Young Master Tang, are you satisfied with today?" Wang Defa asked, brimming with excitement over his performance. Today was simply remarkable. Tang Yu nodded, feeling immensely pleased. After scrutinizing Wang Defa for a moment, he decided that this individual could no longer remain in his current position. This man was undoubtedly a top-tier opportunist, and Tang Yu had underestimated him. Taking a deep breath, he said, "Mr. Wang, after some reflection, I believe your talents are squandered here. As fate would have it, we have launched a new venture in Siberia. I would like you to be the regional manager with your salary tripled." "Young Master Tang, I can't possibly accept such an offer. I have only done a trivial amount of work," Wang Defa replied humbly, though his heart soared with delight. "Young Master Tang is truly a commendable person. Easy to work with. Do not be modest. This honor is well-deserved. Our Tang family will not neglect a loyal servant. Prepare to depart after you complete your handover tomorrow," Tang Yu said, patting Wang Defa on the shoulder before turning to leave. "Damn it," he muttered under his breath. "Next time there's such a traitor, send him straight to Syria." As soon as Tang Yu left, Wang Defa leapt up in excitement. "Damn it, I've been promoted and given a raise again." Elated, he grabbed his phone and shared the good news in the WeChat group with his fellow colleagues. This group consisted solely of the management from the Tang family. "Brothers, helping young Master Tang woo women truly works. I've only recently been promoted, and young Master Tang has elevated me once more. Remember, when young Master Tang is pursuing women, be proactive, understood? Anyone who dares to compete with young Master Tang for women shall be crushed, especially that fool named Ye Chen." After imparting this wisdom to his colleagues, Wang Defa smiled faintly. "Uncle can only assist you up to this point. Thank you, President Wang, I've gained insight." "Grateful. Understood. It's Ye Chen, right?" The group erupted in joy, eager to learn from his experience. Chapter 33. You dare use this to test the officials? As Ye Chen and his companion exited the hotel, they found a throng of people gathered at the entrance. They were animatedly discussing the birthday banquet from that evening. Hearing their chatter, Ye Chen felt as though he might shatter his teeth in fury. How audacious of Tang Yu to humiliate him so. Longya, pale and trembling, trailed closely behind Ye Chen. The first task entrusted to him by the Dragon King had ended in such disgrace. The image of the Dragon King being humiliated just moments ago sent chills down his spine. When the Dragon King is enraged, blood will flow like rivers. After walking a short distance from the hotel, they paused in a park. Longya wiped the cold sweat from his brow and hurriedly approached Ye Chen, filled with remorse. "Dragon King, today as failure is mine. Longya willingly accepts punishment." With that, he raised his left hand and struck his chest heavily. Just as his powerful hand was about to land, Ye Chen swiftly grasped his wrist. "No need for that. You are my brother. This is but a trivial matter." His words of brotherhood deeply moved Longya. The Dragon King truly regarded him as a brother. He even refrained from punishing him. "I, Longya, have wandered aimlessly for much of my life, lamenting the absence of a worthy master. Now that I can serve the Dragon King, I shall devote my all." Longya choked on his words. However, today, this incident cannot simply be brushed aside. Ye Chen coldly snorted. His voice was frigid as he commanded. "You must immediately prepare for retaliation. Within a week, I want Mingyue Hotel to cease operations, and that man named Wang must die. After enduring such humiliation today, if I do not repay it 100-fold, I shall not be called Ye Chen." "Understood." Longya revealed a sinister smile. Bringing down a hotel would be a trivial task. He then asked, "By the way, Dragon King, what about that young man named Tang?" "He is not a concern for now. I have dispatched Ling Han and Qi Yin to approach him. His demise is inevitable." Ye Chen replied coldly. Not only does he intend to kill him, but he also wants him to witness the fall of the Tang family before his death. Hearing that Ling Han and Qi Yin were dispatched, Longya grinned. Among the 8 great generals of the Dragon Soul organization, the Dragon King is undoubtedly the foremost. Ling Han and Qi Yin are the 3rd and 4th respectively. With these 2 working together, success is guaranteed. As for him, he had only risen to the position of the 8th due to the Dragon King's favor. However, due to insufficient strength, he remained in the 8th position for countless years, leading many within the organization to refer to him as Long Laoba. After Longya departed, Ye Chen, with a sullen expression, could not help but mutter under his breath, "Useless." Upon returning home, Tang Yu lay on his bed, his face weary. Yet another day had passed without him managing to endure. Reflecting on Ye Chen's demeanor that day, Tang Yu understood that his subsequent perseverance would be even more arduous. Ding! The host has successfully survived the plot, rewarding him with a copy of the Qing Nong Tian Jing, which has been automatically learned. Just as he lay down, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Instantly, a plethora of traditional Chinese medical knowledge flooded his consciousness. What the? The system unexpectedly displayed such benevolence. Granting such an extraordinary reward, has it fully augmented my medical talent? He sat up to inspect his body, his eyes seemingly capable of penetrating through to see the meridians within. Any minor ailments were easily discernible. Countless medical recipes, acupuncture techniques, and various treatment methods filled his mind. In simpler terms, his medical prowess now ranked among the very best in all of Huaxia. Despite receiving such a splendid reward, Tang Yu did not rush to express his joy. This system felt rather dubious. System, is this Qing Nong Tian Jing truly reliable? Are you deliberately trying to provoke me? Can I sell you nonsense with this system? The system's tone was somewhat disgruntled. Spare me your antics. You led me into a pit instead of providing assistance. The system fell silent. Noticing the system's inactivity, Tang Yu resolved to refrain from using his newfound medical skills publicly. Who knows if this dog of a system has set a trap for him? After lying back down, Tang Yu quickly drifted into slumber. In his dreams, he envisioned Wang Yixue and Su Muyue dressed as bunny girls, competing to pamper him, their little piglet. Just as Tang Yu reveled in this bittersweet dream, someone gently tapped his face, calling his name. Brother Tang Yu, wake up. It's time for breakfast. Upon hearing that sweet voice, Tang Yu was abruptly awakened from his reverie. He opened his eyes to a dazzling sight. In that moment, he recalled a phrase once uttered by Yasuo. I have touched the peaks and traversed the depths. Both have greatly benefited me. The wording might not be exact, but Tang Yu felt it captured the essence. At that moment, Jiang Xiaoya stood at his bedside. Today, she donned an outfit that, coupled with her innocent and sweet appearance and petite stature, made her resemble a high school girl. However, despite her youthful visage, her development was somewhat astonishing. Leaning over the bed, she playfully rubbed Tang Yu's face, urging him to rise. As Tang Yu opened his eyes, he found himself momentarily lost in thought. Xiaoya, you're testing me with this? The groggy Tang Yu nearly let slip his inner thoughts. He quickly corrected himself, saying, Good morning. What brings you here? I came to check on Grandfather Tang. Hasn't he been suffering from stomach issues again these past few days? Jiang Xiaoya replied, sticking out her tongue and playfully nudging him. What did you just say? Tang Yu asked, shaking his head vigorously. Come on, be a bit more mindful of your image, will you? Is it appropriate for a pure-hearted young boy like me to see such things early in the morning? Absolutely appropriate, she retorted. Your lack of height is surely due to all your nutrients being concentrated in one area. No wonder the elders say that a woman who cannot see her feet when she bows is an unparalleled beauty. Upon hearing Tang Yu's inner thoughts, Jiang Xiaoya felt her ears flush with warmth. She glanced down at her shirt collar, quickly straightened her posture, and urged, Hurry up and get out of bed for breakfast. And he sent me to call you. All right, you go ahead. I'll get dressed, Tang Yu replied, accustomed to sleeping in the nude, feeling awkward in front of Jiang Xiaoya. She stuck out her tongue and hurried out. Once outside, she took a deep breath, rubbed her face vigorously, and muttered, Brother Tang Yu has become naughty. Ever since hearing his thoughts last time, she couldn't shake off the memory. Today, she had come to check on Grandfather Tang and seize the opportunity to confirm her suspicions about him. Now that she had, she felt a bit embarrassed. She didn't want to linger. Walking was exhausting. Chapter 34. Uncle, I particularly enjoy bullying the weak. After washing up, Tang Yu took Jiang Xiaoya to breakfast. As they entered the dining area, a young man with a ponytail was having his meal. Upon seeing Tang Yu, he immediately stood up to greet him. Brother, Dr. Jiang. It's been a while. Tang Yu paused for a moment before smiling and nodding. It's been a while. Come, let us eat. Breakfast is almost cold. After we finish, we can go see Grandfather. The young man enthusiastically set the table for the two. Once seated, Tang Yu quietly consumed his breakfast while discreetly observing the beaming ponytailed youth. This fellow who called him brother was not his biological sibling, but rather his cousin, Tang Ruyu, the son of his uncle. Tang Yu had a rather profound impression of him. In the original storyline, shortly after Tang Yu's demise, the elder Tang fell gravely ill from anger and passed away. Tang Yu's parents, seeking vengeance, spared no effort to retaliate. However, no matter how formidable the Tang family was, They could not contend with the Son of Fortune. The Dragon Soul organization backing him was far more powerful than the Tang family. Playing the fool to eat the tiger was only feasible with the right connections. Thus, the long-repressed ambitions of Tang Yu found an opportunity to align with Ye Chen, becoming the Dragon King's underling and backstabbing the Tang family. The downfall of the Tang family was largely attributed to his machinations. I need to find an opportunity to bury this kid, Tang Yu mused inwardly. Damn it, the Tang family's trillion-dollar assets are rewards meant for me to take back to the end. Confronting the Son of Fortune head-on was impossible. Isn't it easy to handle a mere pawn? Uncle particularly enjoys bullying the weak. Jiang Xiaoya, sipping her kanji, looked up at Tang Yu with a puzzled expression. Who is brother Tang Yu planning to bury? After finishing breakfast, the three of them headed to the small courtyard in the back to find the elder. When they arrived, the old gentleman was seated in a grand armchair, engrossed in his mobile device. The sounds of combat and the cries of game characters occasionally emanated from his hands. His expression contorted with rage as he berated his teammates. Come on, you can't even initiate a team fight properly? Are you a primary school student? Shouldn't you be in school during the day instead of playing ranked matches? A bunch of rubbish. Even at 80, I wouldn't fumble like this. The three newcomers were clearly taken aback. This old man, surprisingly trendy? After one game concluded, the old gentleman slammed his phone onto the table in frustration and rubbed his chest. Grandpa, you really shouldn't play games anymore. It's detrimental to your health. Tang Yu quickly advised. Yes, Grandpa Tang, you must take care of your health. Jiang Xiaoya chimed in, urging him to rest more. I understand. I'll uninstall it and stop playing. The old man nodded, picking up his phone to delete the troublesome game, his anger still simmering. Let me have a sip of tea to calm down. I'll check your pulse now, Jiang Xiaoya said, pouring a cup of tea for him and sitting beside him to begin her examination. Meanwhile, Tang Yu silently observed his grandfather. Having received the reward from the QNGN in T New Jersey Ying, he now only needed to focus his eyes to discern any health issues. Grandfather's gastric ailment is a chronic condition, and there is evidently cold energy surrounding his stomach. According to the QNGN in T New Jersey Ying, this indicates a deficiency of gastric yin caused by insufficient yin and fluids. The best treatment plan would primarily focus on nourishing warmth, using a 100-year-old black rasher as the main ingredient, along with 6 other medicinal herbs like polygonatum and codonopsis to create an herbal tea, which should be taken for a month. But is this QNGN in T New Jersey Ing truly reliable? While taking his grandfather's pulse, Jiang Xiaoya's pupils constricted upon hearing his thoughts. She cast a shocked glance at Tang Yu. Brother Tang Yu, you know medicine? She inquired, astonished that he could identify issues merely by observing. The highest realm of traditional Chinese medicine, known as Wang, reaches an almost divine state. Only by attaining such a level can one achieve this degree of insight. Her grandfather had mentioned that no practitioner had reached this divine realm in Chinese medicine for centuries. As for the QNGN in T New Jersey Ying, it was a coveted tome among practitioners. Being an aficionado of traditional medicine, she could hardly suppress her excitement and swallowed hard, yearning for a deeper discussion with Brother Tang Yu. Are you done, Xiaoya? The old gentleman inquired with a smile, noticing her prolonged silence. Yes, Jiang Xiaoya replied, regaining her composure. It's due to a deficiency of gastric yin. Godang batang. Have you been experiencing frequent dryness in your mouth and discomfort in your stomach lately? Indeed, it's an old ailment, he confirmed. Jiang Xiaoya smiled sweetly. For such chronic issues, the treatment should focus on nourishing warmth. I'll prepare an herbal tea for you. With consistent use, it should improve your condition. However, the herbal tea requires a black rasher that is over 100 years old as the main ingredient. We don't have any at home right now, so we'll need to have some sent from elsewhere. It should arrive the day after tomorrow. Perhaps, Brother Tang, you could pick it up from my house then. Having just listened to the herbal formula that Tang Yu recited, she analyzed it and concluded that it was indeed an impressive prescription. With almost no side effects on the human body, it is said that all medicine bears some toxicity. Yet, the pinnacle of medicinal practice lies in curing ailments without harming the patient. Truly, it is the illustrious Qing Nong Tian Jing. Tang Yu stood by, somewhat astonished. Could the herbal tea this girl intended to prepare align with her own thoughts? It seems this Qing Nong Tian Jing is genuinely not a deception. Very well. It would be just right to have this young one visit your grandfather. Old Master Tang nodded with a smile. All right. My grandfather mentioned Tang Yu Gugu just a few days ago. Jiang Xiaoya said, her eyes narrowing with a smile, planning to inquire about medical techniques later. After engaging in some light conversation with old Master Tang, she bid farewell and returned to the medical clinic. Old Master Tang's gaze fell upon Tang Yu and the others, asking, "Do you two have anything else to discuss?" "Grandfather, I wish to work at Miley Food," Tang Yu spoke up. The Miley Food mentioned was one of the core businesses of the Tang Group, which had developed quite well over the years. Old Master Tang did not rush to express his opinion. Tang Yu, being the second child, had been working at a branch of the Tang Group for years, without exposure to the core operations. As a direct descendant of the Tang family, his marginalization stemmed from his father's actions. 7 years ago, his father embezzled company assets and secretly transferred them to his own name. Upon discovering this egregious act, family rules dictated that he should have his legs broken and be cast out. Had it not been for Tang Yu's family pleading on their behalf, the Tang family would have long severed ties with them. After pondering for a moment, he pointed at Tang Yu. "Ask your brother. He is currently in charge of the Tang Group. Brother, what do you think? If you feel my abilities are insufficient, I am willing to start as a middle management employee and gradually hone my skills." Tang Yu inquired with a gentle smile directed at Tang Yu. "Well, that's not a problem. I have faith in your abilities. Our family will rely on the unity of brothers like us in the future," Tang Yu said, cheerfully putting an arm around his shoulder. "Is this where you start being a rebellious brat? Just wait until I teach you a lesson." Knowing the original plot, he was acutely aware of the unsavory character that his seemingly harmless cousin represented. Chapter 35. Indeed, it's quite a burden. "Thank you, brother. I will certainly not betray your trust," Tang Yu expressed with deep gratitude and then turned to old Master Tang. "As long as your brother agrees, that is sufficient. Do your best, and do not let us down," old Master Tang replied calmly. Being of advanced age, he did not wish to dwell on past grievances. After all, they were family. "Thank you, grandfather. I will head to the company to familiarize myself with the work now." Tang Yu quickly bowed in respect to old Master Tang. Once he stepped out of the Tang family residence, his expression darkened instantly, resentment flickering in his eyes. Despite being a member of the Tang family, he felt as though he were a mere servant in their presence. Why was this old dog so biased toward Tang Yu? What had he done to fall short? In terms of appearance, Tang Yu might be slightly more attractive, but in talent, did he truly lag behind? During the college entrance examination years, he fell short of a perfect score by a mere 500 points. With a scoff, he drove his Porsche towards Miley Foods, the core enterprise of the Tang family. The foolish Tang Yu had entrusted this business to him, and he would not hold back in his dealings. Yi Xiao had already promised him that as long as he cooperated, everything belonging to the Tang family would be his upon Tang Yu's demise. After Tang Yu's departure, the elder Tang's gaze deepened. He retrieved an old smoking pipe, lit it, and looked at Tang Yu with a serious admonition. "Recently, Su and Hang have been rather unsettled. Be vigilant." "Understood, Grandpa. I will be cautious," Tang Yu nodded. The elder was the anchor of the Tang family, undoubtedly wise. Tang Yu suspected that his grandfather had sensed something amiss. However, he had already devised a plan to deal with the rebellious Tang Yu. After leaving home, Tang Yu returned to the headquarters of the Tang Group. Upon entering his office, he noticed 2 young women in professional attire tidying up his desk. Young Master Tang, one of the short-haired, attractive girls, quickly greeted him upon his arrival. "Lulu, you've gained weight since I last saw you," he teased. "What? Where have I gained weight?" The short-haired girl widened her eyes in surprise, having just weighed herself the previous night without any change. "Here," Tang Yu said, puffing up his chest. The girl understood and playfully rolled her eyes at him. Tang Yu chuckled. The Tang Group was replete with beautiful women, and he often flirted with a few, as long as they were not the female lead. Of course, one must possess qualities befitting the pursuit. If one were not a wealthy and handsome gentleman, it would be unwise to provoke women. "Young Master Tang, this is our new secretary, Qi. She has completed her training and is starting her official duties today," Lulu introduced. "Hello, young Master Tang," Qi greeted him, her eyes momentarily flashing with disdain. "Qi, welcome to our Tang Group family," Tang Yu said with a hearty laugh, extending his hand to shake hers while discreetly appraising her. With an oval face, willow-like brows, and a pair of pure, spirited eyes, she exuded an air of innocence and charm. In terms of appearance alone, she would undoubtedly score around 95 out of 100. Ah, this girl is indeed beautiful, with an undeniable grace reminiscent of a delicate flower. But alas, how is this to be? If she were to marry, would their children not go hungry? If only she could receive half of Xiao Yu's score. As they shook hands, Qi Yin's expression turned to one of confusion. Was she imagining things? Please feel free to ask me any questions as you begin your work. I'm quite amiable towards young ladies, so there's no need to be overly tense, Tang Yu smiled, patting her shoulder as he noticed her dazed expression. Young Master Tang, I shall take my leave now. Would you be free to come to my house for dinner tonight? I bought a bottle of red wine I would like to share with you. Lulu, standing at the door, sweetly invited. I have plans tonight. Perhaps next time I will treat you, Tang Yu replied. Tang Yu chuckled, as he had arranged a dinner with Qin Ming that evening. In this day and age, boys must be vigilant about protecting themselves. Do you really believe me? Who knows if you'll greet me with red wine or white? After hearing his thoughts once more, Qin finally confirmed that it was not a figment of her imagination. It seemed she could indeed hear this fellow's inner musings, which filled her with excitement. This time, the Dragon King had dispatched her to infiltrate the Tang group to investigate its secrets. Being able to hear this guy's thoughts would make the task exceedingly simple. As Tang Yu opened his computer and clicked on a business document, he suddenly snapped back to reality. Qin, ISNT, she the traitor sent by Ye Chen? Damn it, I was so busy teasing Lulu that I almost forgot about this. It can't be wrong. She's undeniably attractive. It must be her. When Tang Yu's thoughts echoed again, Qin was both shocked and furious, wishing she could eliminate him on the spot. Must you constantly bring up that matter? Have you no shame? After her embarrassment subsided, anxiety crept in. If her identity was exposed, wouldn't her infiltration plan be compromised? What was worse? She had already revealed herself, which was extremely perilous. Calm down, don't act recklessly. She took a deep breath to quickly adjust her mindset. The most pressing question for her now was how this fellow had obtained her information. The Dragon Soul organization had formidable confidentiality capabilities. As one of the 8 great generals, it was unlikely she could be easily recognized. There are other women in the world, after all. Young Master Tang, is there anything you need me to do? She feigned a serene smile and asked softly. First, please brew me a pot of tea. Tang Yu promptly assigned her a task while contemplating a strategy. According to the original plot, the downfall of the Tang group was not solely due to the traitor Tang Yu. Qin had also put in considerable effort. Not only was she exceptionally skilled, but her hacking abilities were also among the best in the world. That was why Ye Chen had specifically chosen her to infiltrate the Tang group to steal secrets. You just want confidential information, right? I'll steal it for you. I'll prepare a fake document shortly. As Qin was brewing the tea, she immediately felt a wave of frustration upon hearing this. Do you really think I'm that foolish, unable to distinguish between the real and the fake? With a beaming smile, Tang Yu swiftly typed on the keyboard, altering the data on a confidential document. This way, even if Ye Chen obtained the information, it would be of no use. Once he finished modifying the data, he printed the document and placed it in a file. Qin, please help me deliver this document to Manager Zhou in the business department. Sure. Qin brought the brewed tea to Tang Yu, then took the document to deliver, her eyes filled with disdain. Bait and hook. Only a fool would take the bait. How amusing. Keep this fake document safe. There will be plenty more for you to steal in the coming days to ensnare Ye Chen. But this is also for your own good. Consider it a means of indirect revenge. He is indeed your true adversary. Speaking of which, our Tang family actually owes a debt of gratitude to your father. How can one repay kindness with enmity? Upon hearing these thoughts, Qin, who had just picked up the documents, could not help but tremble. The Dragon King was truly her enemy? The Tang family had been benevolent to her father? Chapter 36, The Assassin's Diary. In that fleeting moment, she felt an overwhelming urge to inquire further. However, as she opened her mouth, she found herself utterly voiceless. Upon leaving the office with a tumultuous heart, Qin felt somewhat dazed. Growing up within the Dragon Soul organization, she had been nurtured personally by Ye Chen's master, thus her unwavering loyalty to Ye Chen. Yet, as an orphan, she longed to discover the identity of her family. Had they forsaken her, or was there another reason? Thus, she had been secretly investigating, but no matter how diligently she searched, she could uncover no information regarding her parents, as if they had never existed in this world. After so many years, she had nearly given up hope. Today, however, Tang Yu's unexpected mention left her momentarily bewildered. Just how much did he know? Why was the Dragon King her enemy? What connection did he have with the Tang family? A myriad of questions swirled in her mind. After taking a deep breath, she swiftly regained her composure. First, she would investigate the Tang family. Since they had shown kindness to her father, following this lead would surely yield results. At that moment, her phone suddenly rang. Glancing at the screen, she realized it was a call from the Dragon King. She hurried to the rooftop of the office building and answered, Dragon King, how may I assist you? Yin, what are the results of your investigation? Came Ye Chen's voice. She hesitated for a moment before responding. I've obtained the first set of information and will send it to you shortly. Very well. Thank you for your hard work. You are the one I trust the most. Hearing this reassurance, Ye Chen finally exhaled in relief. With a charming smile, he remarked, as long as you complete the task before Ling Han, you may become my woman before her. Yin, holding the phone, found herself at a loss for words, suddenly feeling a lack of appetite. Tang Yu's assertion that the Dragon King was her adversary had significantly altered her perspective. Why the silence? Noticing Yin's lack of enthusiastic response, Ye Chen's tone turned slightly dissatisfied. Yin snapped back to reality and quickly replied, I was momentarily distracted by someone else's presence. I must deliver the documents now. With that, she promptly ended the call. After swiftly taking a photo of the fabricated documents, she hurried to deliver them to the department. Upon her return, she found Tang Yu busily typing on the keyboard, crafting his own forged documents. Seeing Yin return after such an extended absence, Tang Yu couldn't help but grin. This silly girl must have secretly made a copy of the documents. It's quite amusing. They say that those with ample bosoms lack brains. Her intelligence seems rather lacking as well. No wonder she's been deceived by Ye Chen and his master for so many years. It is indeed quite pitiable. Hearing these thoughts, Yin couldn't help but twitch her lips. Could you please refrain from mentioning such matters? I genuinely feel like striking someone. Upon hearing Tang Yu mention Ye Chen and his disciple, she could no longer doubt his words. This individual even had knowledge of the existence of that elder from the Dragon Soul organization. After toiling away with some fabricated information, Tang Yu stretched lazily. Glancing at the bystander, Yin, he contemplated for a moment, and then instructed, by the way, the company intends to venture into the gaming industry soon. I need you to conduct some research. How should I conduct this research? Yin was aware that this fellow was likely concocting another mischievous scheme. Tang Yu rushed over to turn on the television mounted on the office wall and activated the gaming console. There are a total of 25 games here, all of which are currently the best sellers on the market. I expect you to complete them all and provide me with a daily work report. Moreover, the company offers complimentary snacks and milk tea, and any takeout orders will be reimbursed. Feel free to indulge in whatever you desire. For the time being, focus solely on this task. If you tire from playing, you may rest in the lounge next door. No worries. Upon hearing Tang Yu's arrangements, Yin was momentarily taken aback. All right, hurry and start playing. Don't slack off, as I can see you through the surveillance cameras in the office. After sternly reminding her, Tang Yu left the office with a smile. Haha, it wouldn't be quite appropriate to transfer you elsewhere. To prevent you from causing trouble in other places, I've assigned you to play games daily. After overhearing Tang Yu's thoughts as he departed, Yin sat there in disbelief, beginning to immerse herself in the gaming world. July 13th, playing games. July 14th, playing games. July 15th, playing games. July 16th. Yin, how can you be so indulgent? Have you completed your investigations? July 17th, playing games. At the Mingyue Hotel, on the 12th floor, a female attendant gently knocked on the door of a certain guest room. Hello, esteemed guest. Your checkout time has passed by 2 hours. May I inquire if you are still present? The current time was 3 in the afternoon. The original checkout time had been 1 o'clock. According to hotel policy, if a guest had not checked out 2 hours past the designated time, the staff was required to inquire at the room. After knocking repeatedly with no response, the attendant reluctantly used the hotel key card to unlock the door. Upon entering, she found the air conditioning running, the temperature shockingly low. The attendant shivered with cold and, noticing that the bathroom light was still on, approached to take a look. To her horror, she discovered a woman lying in the bathtub, the water having turned a deep shade of crimson. A piercing scream echoed through the corridor shortly thereafter. Within a few minutes, hotel medical personnel rushed in to provide assistance. It's no use, they sighed after a futile attempt to revive her. The news of a suicide at the Mingyue Hotel quickly spread. A throng of guests, upon hearing this distressing news, promptly checked out. Tang Yu arrived without delay. By the time he got there, the hotel's new general manager, Zhao Li, was already waiting. Upon seeing Tang Yu's arrival, he expressed his remorse, saying, "Young Master Tang, it is my ineptitude. Such an incident has occurred right after I took over the hotel." The former general manager had scarcely settled into his position before being promoted and departing, leaving behind a veritable hot potato. If this situation is mishandled, it could significantly impact the hotel. I do not blame you, Tang Yu said, patting him on the shoulder. What is the current situation? The scene has been cordoned off. and the police are gathering evidence. Preliminary findings suggest it is a case of suicide, Zhao Li replied. Suicide? Tang Yu furrowed his brow. Those who can afford to stay at the Mingyue Hotel are among the wealthiest individuals. There's a saying online, money does not guarantee happiness. This is because the joys of the affluent are beyond the comprehension of the ordinary person. Thus, in all the years of the Mingyue Hotel's operation, there has never been a suicide here. Who would choose despair when life is filled with joy? Zhao Li glanced around and lowered his voice. However, the police discovered that a portion of the victim's hair was missing, and it is likely she was assaulted in some manner, yet evidence remains elusive. What about the surveillance? Tang Yu in. The cameras did not capture anyone entering or exiting her room, Zhao Li responded. Tang Yu's expression turned grave. Something about this incident indeed felt amiss. He took out a cigarette, lit it, and sat in contemplation for a moment, suddenly recalling a name. Longya. Chapter 37. Interested in purchasing a hotel? As one of the 8 formidable warriors of the Long Hun organization, Longya has a substantial role in the original narrative. His prowess is undeniable. Having ascended to such a distinguished position, to enhance his character's presence, the author bestowed upon him a peculiar trait. After committing murder, he would take a memento from the victim. For men, he would sever a pinky finger. For women, he would snip a lock of hair. Moreover, like his master, he is a ravenous libertine, with the distinction that Ye Chen, as the protagonist, seeks only the most exquisite companions, while Longya would pursue any woman who merely resembled a human form. He even has a saying, whether she is beautiful or plain, anything that enters my mouth is meat. It must be him. Tang Yu's countenance darkened. The last time Ye Chen suffered such humiliation at the hotel, it was only natural for him to seek revenge. However, to implicate him in a murder, that is a level of madness that cannot be tolerated. An opportunity must arise to bury this man. While it may be challenging to confront the master, dealing with a mad dog should not prove difficult. At that moment, 2 figures caught Tang Yu's eye. 2 middle-aged men, smoking and laughing, walked side by side. One was missing an ear, and the other had lost an eye. It was difficult not to notice such a pair. Tang Yu recognized them. They were notorious in the underworld of Suzhou and Hangzhou, a duo known as Heaven's Scar and Earth's Flaw, wielding considerable influence. In the original narrative, they were despicable villains who, due to their arrogance, provoked the Dragon King and met a fatal end. Tang Xiao, do you suspect they're involved? Noticing Tang Yu was loud as gaza, Zhao Li whispered. Tang Yu shook his head, smiling. It is not them. I have deduced who is responsible. You focus on comforting the victim's family. I will handle the perpetrator. Zhao Li nodded, refraining from further inquiries. The following morning, the victim's family arrived at the hotel, causing a commotion at the entrance. A group of dozens arrived, blocking the entrance of the Mingyue Hotel. The commotion escalated, significantly impacting the hotel's business. Surprisingly, the hotel did little beyond offering reassurances. After several days of unrest, Longya sensed the moment was ripe. He ventured alone to the Mingyue Hotel, seeking Zhao Li, coincidentally finding Tang Yu there as well. Upon seeing Tang Yu, a glint of malice flickered in his eyes as he sneered. Ah, if it isn't young Master Tang. It seems your esteemed hotel has been struggling in my absence. Shouldn't you thank General Long for bringing a crowd to stir things up daily? Tang Yu, visibly irate, retorted, what can I do? The deceased was a senior executive of our Longshan group. I must advocate for her rights. Longya grinned, unashamedly admitting his role in the chaos. Do you genuinely believe the Tang family is a mere pushover in Suzhou and Hangzhou? That Longshan group can trample upon us at will? Tang Yu glared at Longya, his voice laced with threat. The Tang family? Merely a frog in a well, Longya scoffed. You frolic in this small pond of Suzhou and Hangzhou, while young Master Ye's formidable backing is beyond your imagination. My purpose here is simple. I find your hotel unappealing. Either it closes down, or you sell it to me. The last humiliation endured by the Dragon King here is insufficient. He desires to acquire this hotel at a bargain, causing the Tang family to bleed profusely, an act of vengeance for the Dragon King. He extended a hand, declaring 50 billion. Either sell the hotel or await its demise. Why don't you go rob someone? Zhao Li interjected, his expression darkening as he rebuked him. You need to multiply that price by 4 to barely purchase the Mingyue Hotel. This fellow is not merely asking for an arm and a leg. Do you have any say here? You are but a dog on the Tang family's leash, Longya retorted, glaring at Zhao Li. As one of the 8 great generals of the Dragon Soul organization, his anger carried significant weight. Zhao Li swallowed hard, refraining from further comment. You are overestimating your influence. Even if you stirred trouble for a year, I would never sell you this hotel, Tang Yu asserted, gesturing toward the entrance, implying Longya should leave. Longya erupted in fury, akin to a mad dog whose tail had been stepped on. He leapt forward, delivering a kick to the marble coffee table, which instantly splintered into countless fine cracks, reducing it to dust. The force of his kick startled Zhao Li. Is this man a monster? He thought. A flicker of amusement crossed Tang Yu's eyes. This was a tactic Longya frequently employed in negotiations, deliberate intimidation to breach his opponent's psychological defenses. He feigned fear, shouting, "Where are the bodyguards?" At Tang Yu's call, for bodyguards rushed in from outside, positioning themselves protectively in front of him, ready for combat. Upon seeing them, Longya displayed disdain. Such guardians were mere lapdogs, incomparable to someone like him who had emerged from the depths of death. With just one hand, he could easily dispatch them. He glared at Tang Yu, coldly threatening. Young Master Tang, even if you summoned 20 of these useless fools, it would be of no avail. Ye Xiao is a person of discernment, whereas I, Longya, am not so accommodating. At worst, I could simply eliminate you and depart from Huaxia. Tang Yu silently scoffed within. He deliberately feigned a look of trepidation, and, after a moment of struggle, finally spoke, "Very well, I shall sell." Observing Tang Yu's concession, Longya smirked with satisfaction. In the face of the Dragon Soul organization, all are but mere ants. He tossed the pre-prepared contract to Tang Yu, saying, "Sign and affix your seal. The funds will be transferred to you immediately." "Zhao, go fetch the official seal," he commanded. Tang Yu took the contract and stated, "I will handle this." Zhao Li, with an unwilling expression, opened a safe and retrieved the seal. After signing and sealing, the ownership of the hotel shifted from Tang Yu to Longya. Now, as the head of the Long Chun Group, the hotel was officially under his name. Upon concluding the contract, Longya smiled with satisfaction. He glanced at the defiant expressions of Zhao Li and Tang Yu, gesturing toward the entrance. "You two worthless individuals may leave now. Remember, this is merely the interest for offending Ye Xiao." Zhao Li's face turned ashen with anger, while Tang Yu, dark-faced and silent, exited the premises. Once outside, Zhao Li could no longer contain himself. "Tang Xiao, why did you acquiesce to his demands? How can the Tang family allow him to bully us at will?" The Tang family, being the foremost among the four great families of Su and Heng, may not wield absolute power, but they certainly should not be subjugated by a rising force like the Long Chun Group. Tang Xiao's forbearance is utterly illogical. "In a couple of days, you'll understand," Tang Yu replied with a relaxed smile, pulling out a cigarette and lighting it. "Do not rush. The real performance has only just begun." "Very well." Seeing Tang Xiao's calm demeanor, Zhao Li's mood began to settle as well. "By the way, has Mr. Wang's family moved out?" Tang Yu inquired again. "They departed on the train to Siberia the night before last. Following your instructions, we fabricated a travel record indicating they were headed to Africa," Zhao Li promptly responded. "That is satisfactory," Tang Yu replied with a slight smile. With Ye Chen and his ilk being so petty-minded, they would undoubtedly seek revenge on Wang Defa as well. With Wang Defa now safe and the hotel relinquished to them, it was time to show Longya the consequences of his actions. Returning to his car, he pulled out his laptop and swiftly typed out an email. Chapter 38. The Mingwe Hotel faces grave issues. After Tang Yu and Zhao Li exited the office, Longya revealed a contented smile within the general manager's office. Approaching the floor-to-ceiling window, he took out his phone and dialed Ye Chen. Once connected, he immediately spoke with reverence. "Dragon King, the retribution against the Mingwe Hotel has been completed. I forced that brat Tang to sell the hotel to us for 50 billion. "Oh," Ye Chen's voice on the other end carried a hint of delight. The Mingwe Hotel was a place where he had suffered humiliation. For Longya to acquire it at such a low price was a windfall, netting him over 100 billion. His capabilities are indeed remarkable. "You have done well in this matter, but this is merely a recovery of a small interest." Ye Chen chuckled arrogantly, then inquired, "By the way, what that Wang fellow, a mere dog of the Tang family, dared to publicly reprimand me? He must die. I have already had someone investigate. He recently took a flight to Africa. Someone has been sent to eliminate him. Those who insult me shall undoubtedly perish." Ye Chen commanded. After hanging up the phone, Ye Chen tucked his phone away with a sinister smile. After enduring so many grievances in Su and Hangzhou, he finally felt a sense of relief. This was merely a taste of interest. The main event was yet to unfold. Qi Yin had already obtained some confidential information for herself. and the other pieces were being strategically arranged. The entirety of Su and Hangzhou was merely a chessboard for him to test his skills. At the West City Police Division, an exceptionally beautiful female officer sat before the computer, furrowing her brow as she scrutinized several documents. The case from Mingwei Hotel was still under investigation. This incident was undoubtedly a homicide. However, Baiwani was unable to find any evidence, which left her increasingly frustrated. She had spent several days contemplating how to crack the case. "Captain Bai, do you want to take a break? You didn't get proper rest last night, did you?" A young officer inquired with concern. "It's nothing. Why should one sleep long in life? In death, one shall rest eternally." Baiwani waved her hand dismissively and pushed her cup towards her colleague, saying, "Please brew me another cup of black coffee." "All right," the young officer replied, his expression tinged with sympathy. Captain Bai was far too dedicated to her work. "Occasionally relax a bit. Wouldn't it be nice to have a romantic relationship?" When the coffee was brewed and delivered, Baiwani took a sip, the bitterness jolting her senses awake. Just then, her laptop emitted a notification sound. She quickly glanced over and saw that someone had sent her an email. Her intuition told her that this email, sent to her personal inbox, contained a significant lead. She hastily opened it, and her pupils dilated in shock. The email was related to Mingwei Hotel, but it did not concern the murder case. Instead, it involved drugs. "Quick, summon Director Wang," she exclaimed, slapping the table and calling out to her colleagues. Her colleagues snapped back to reality and hurried off to fetch their superior. Director Wang was a middle-aged man with a square face, exuding a sense of integrity. Upon approaching Baiwani, he expressed his concern. "Wani, it's not that I want to criticize you, but as a lovely young lady, you shouldn't be burning the midnight oil every day. You've developed dark circles under your eyes like a panda. First, take a look at this." Baiwani moved her chair aside to let her superior view the email. After glancing at it, Director Wang's expression grew serious. "If the clues in this email are genuine, this could be a major case. Immediately convene a meeting to form a task force for the investigation. I will personally lead it," Director Wang commanded loudly. Soon, the entire West City Police Division sprang into action. After a 2-hour meeting concluded, the investigation team departed the division to begin their work. Baiwani wished to join the investigative team, but was declined by Director Wang, who advised her to have a meal and rest properly. Feeling somewhat dejected, she changed into casual clothes and went out for dinner. She was not picky about food and typically dined at a roadside eatery across from the division. Just as she reached the entrance of the eatery, someone called out to her, "Officer Bai." She turned around, and after a few moments of recollection, she smiled and replied, "Ye Chen, right?" She had met him not long ago. At that moment, a pickpocket was stealing on the bus. He bravely intervened to thwart the thief. Consequently, after disembarking, the pickpocket retaliated by bringing accomplices, and several were swiftly subdued by him. When she attempted to apprehend the individual, she was quite astonished. This man possessed remarkable skills, leaving her with a lingering impression. However, what resonated most was his peculiar smile, which felt somewhat unsettling. "I had thought officer, but I might not remember my name." Ye Chen instinctively flashed a charming smile, his lips curving upward. At that moment, he was holding a shabby sack made of snake skin, filled with an assortment of plastic bottles. "Are you branching out into a side business?" Baiwani chuckled upon seeing him like this. "No, I just encountered an elderly lady. It seemed rather difficult for her to collect bottles at her age, so I helped her return the bottles and even bought her some fruit." Ye Chen sighed. Hearing this, Baiwani felt a surge of affection for him. This man was rather compassionate, wasn't he? "Are you going to eat? How about we dine together? I'll drop off the bottles and come right over," Ye Chen suggested, pointing to a nearby food stall with a smile. "No need. I'll just pack something to take back. I have work to attend to," Baiwani replied with a graceful smile, waving her hand as she entered the restaurant to place her order. Ye Chen didn't press further. When it comes to courting women, one must understand the art of moderation. A woman who can be won over so easily could just as swiftly be won by another man. The more stunning the beauty, the more patience one must exercise to endear her completely, even to the extent of becoming a cherished companion. After walking a short distance while carrying a sack of plastic bottles, he casually disposed of it in a nearby trash bin. This was the same bag he had purchased for 10 yuan from a scavenging elderly woman upon his arrival. The reason for spending 10 yuan was simply that he had no smaller denomination on hand. This sack of plastic bottles was hardly worth 5 yuan. Arranging a few more encounters should suffice. Such women are not particularly difficult to charm. Ye Chen smiled with satisfaction. After 2 carefully orchestrated meetings, he felt a surge of confidence. Wani was a woman he was determined to win over. Not only was she exceptionally beautiful, a standout in Su and Hangzhou, but her background was equally impressive. Although the Bai family was not one of the four prominent families in Su and Hangzhou, their influence was formidable. They were political figures, with half of the political sphere in that region comprised of their former students and officials. To gain control over Su and Hangzhou, one cannot overlook the power of the Bai family. After washing his hands at the roadside, he hurriedly set off for his next destination, as he still needed to cultivate goodwill with other beauties. Chapter 39. I'll go find a cell to sit in. The Minghui Hotel had now been renamed Longshan Hotel. Upon taking over, Longya immediately instructed the troublemakers to return to their respective homes. These individuals were relatives of the woman who had perished, and she was a senior executive at their company. After spending several million to placate them, the situation was now under control. After diligently working to mitigate various negative impacts, the hotel's business began to gradually return to normal. At this moment, he was seated in his office, embracing a beautiful secretary, preparing to indulge in some passionate escapades. Suddenly, a cacophony of footsteps echoed through the corridor outside, followed by the abrupt and forceful opening of the office door. A throng of police officers surged into the room. What is the meaning of this? Do you not know how to knock? Despite the intrusion, Longya remained unfazed, exuding an air of arrogance. After all, what was his current status? He was the head of the Longshan Group, a prominent entrepreneur in Suzhou and Hangzhou. What did a mere group of junior officers signify? Are you the manager of this hotel? The leader of the contingent, Wani, produced her identification and inquired coldly. Yes, what of it? Longya's gaze brazenly assessed Wani. Little did he realize that if he knew she was the woman favored by the Dragon King, he would never have dared to look at her in such a manner. You are suspected of harboring narcotics. Come with us. With a wave of her hand, a police officer produced handcuffs to restrain Longya. How dare you? Longya's expression darkened, and he shot a warning glare at Wani and her team. Do you know who I am? I am the head of the Longshan Group. Dare you lay a finger on me? No sooner had he spoken than a special forces officer seized his arm, preparing to cuff him. As he attempted to retaliate, several heavily armed officers aimed their weapons at him. He promptly raised his hands, his eyes ablaze with fury. If this were abroad, such insolence towards him would spell disaster for them all. Handcuff him and take him away. Wani gestured, and a group of officers escorted the humiliated Longya out of the hotel. Once they reached the ground floor, Longya was utterly astonished. The vicinity had been cordoned off, police vehicles lining the streets like two great serpents. Dozens of individuals, handcuffed, sat on the ground, their faces a portrait of fear. Among them were Tian, Kan, and DK, the very masterminds behind this debacle. Even Longya, despite his ignorance, understood that this incident was bound to escalate. I demand a lawyer. I need to call my attorney, he shouted, his tone tinged with panic. Yet, no one paid him any heed. As the remaining suspects were brought out, they were all loaded into police vehicles and transported away. Before long, this sensational news spread throughout Suzhou and Hangzhou. The illustrious Minghui Hotel was embroiled in allegations of drug concealment. As the hotel's manager and legal representative, Longya had fallen from grace. The Minghui Hotel was promptly sealed off. Meanwhile, Tang Yu, the silent architect behind these events, lay in bed, engrossed in her phone. She was already aware of the operation conducted by the Xiqing branch. Upon encountering Tian, Kan, and DK, she recalled from the narrative that these two were far from virtuous. For the sake of money, they had audaciously engaged in perilous enterprises. Upon seeing them, Tang Yu discreetly instructed a probe within the hotel. After uncovering the faintest traces of wrongdoing, she readily passed this hot potato to Longya. He accepted it with delight, while she conveniently reaped a profit of 5 billion. Had she not acted thus, the hotel would have inevitably faced ruin, dragging her down with it. As for offending Ye Chen, Tang Yu had begun to grow accustomed to it. She resolved to endure as best as she could. When one cannot endure any longer, it is not for the elder brother to extend his neck for the guillotine. Life is fraught with trials. And who do you think you are to frame me with lies? After cursing, Tang Yu recalled the dog-like system and continued his tirade. Curse system, you too have betrayed me. I knew that such a generous offering came with ill intent. I am but an emotionless machine dispensing rewards. The incessant barking continued. Shut your mouth, Tang Yu grumbled, but the system chose to ignore him. Just as he was about to toss his phone aside and retire for the night, it suddenly chimed. A glance revealed the name Wani. What did you want? Curiosity piqued. He wondered if she had discovered the anonymous email he had sent her after obtaining a lead. Coming from prominent families in Suzhou and Hangzhou, he and Baiwani were somewhat acquainted, yet her impression of him was far from favorable. This was largely due to his close friendship with Qin Ming, the most notorious playboy in Suzhou and Hangzhou. Their camaraderie had led to Tang Yu being viewed with disdain by Baiwani. After pondering for a moment, he answered the call. "Ah, is this the esteemed Miss Bai? Seeking a heart-to-heart chat at this late hour? Shut it. You were the former owner of Mingwe Hotel, weren't you? Come to the West City Bureau for questioning immediately." Baiwani's tone was far from amiable. "What have I done? Just come over, no more chit-chat. Or I will send people to arrest you at home." After Baiwani ended the call, Tang Yu couldn't help but click his tongue. This woman was still as fiery as ever. Her reputation in the Suzhou and Hangzhou circles was formidable. Her unwavering integrity had led many a young master to suffer at her hands. Yet, she remained untouchable, as her family held considerable power. Even Tang Yu found himself reluctantly conceding when faced with her. Indeed, power is far mightier than wealth. This serves as the archetype of a captivating female police officer in thrillers, hailing from a prestigious background, overflowing with a sense of justice, and perpetually engaged in apprehending wrongdoers. Ironically, this paragon of righteousness had become a consort to the Dragon King. The absurdity of such a character made Tang Yu want to scoff. The notion was simply ludicrous. Nevertheless, this very complexity was why he had chosen her. To wield the heroine's spear against the Dragon King's hound. One must bide their time when necessary and strike decisively when the moment arises. Dressed and ready, Tang Yu prepared to depart. After all, the hotel's legal representative and manager were not his concern. He was merely making an appearance. Upon seeing him fully attired, his father raised an eyebrow. "Where are you off to at this hour? Off to see that Qin Ming fellow again?" "No, I'm just going to sit in a cell for a while." Tang Yu ziplit chefelin. Sensing something amiss, his father was about to question him further when Tang Yu had already slipped away. By the time he arrived at the West City Bureau, the place was bustling with activity. Given the magnitude of the incident, the city officials had gathered. Upon spotting Tang Yu, they exchanged wry smiles and greetings. "Isn't this young Master Tang? What brings you here tonight?" "Just looking to sit in a cell," Tang Yu quipped. Tang Yu greeted the elders with a forced smile before hastily retreating indoors. Upon entering, he found Baiwani awaiting him, visibly displeased while brandishing a pair of gleaming handcuffs. "You are absolutely right, brother," she remarked, her expression laden with disdain. "This is precisely how you should regard your elder brother. That look in your eyes is indeed striking. Although I am acutely aware of the contempt directed towards my character, it matters not. I rather enjoy it, and I hope you can intensify that gaze." She even suggested, if possible, a bit of spitting would suffice, perhaps mouth to mouth. Baiwani pondered whether her recent exhaustion had clouded her judgment. Chapter 40. Listening to the heart's voice can solve cases. "Miss Bai, or rather Officer Bai, must you really wear handcuffs? I don't believe I've committed any wrongdoing," Tang Yu said, approaching her with a cheerful demeanor, his eyes scanning the surroundings. Regrettably, he did not spot Longya. "Your hotel. You deserve this." Baiwani shook her head to clear her thoughts and promptly cuffed Tang Yu, her tone icy. "What are you grinning about? You're also a suspect. Go inside and wait for me." She gestured towards an adjacent office. With the interrogation room fully occupied, they had to make do with the office. Tang Yu Gomli, stepping inside obediently. Shortly thereafter, Baiwani entered, carrying a cup of black coffee. After taking a sip, the bitter taste invigorated her. "Are you aware of the incident at Mingwe Hotel today?" she inquired, fixing her gaze on Tang Yu as she settled down. "Yes, it's all over the news," he acknowledged with a nod. "Very well then, as the former owner of Mingwe Hotel, you are also considered a suspect. Let's begin the recording." She prepared to take notes with her pen. "Wait, how did I become a suspect?" "Tang Yu Feigen Innocen. You're the real suspect." He continued, "My family is affluent. Why would I involve myself in this? The email you received was sent by me, all right? Am I to report myself for a crime?" Upon hearing his inner thoughts once more, Baiwani was finally convinced that her senses had not betrayed her. It was unmistakably his cheeky voice. A slight frown crossed her attractive brow. Forgetting her intrigue about hearing thoughts, she focused instead on the email. That email, was it truly sent by him? She was not one to revel in petty squabbles. Given the Tang family's wealth, they had no need to engage in such sordid affairs. "Fine. I admit that labeling you as a suspect may be somewhat improper, but you must still cooperate with our investigation." Baiwani twirled the pen in her hand, fixing her gaze on Tang Yu. Do you possess any clues regarding this case? I am unaware. I purchased the hotel recently solely to celebrate Su Muyu's birthday, after which I intended to sell it. He replied with a grin, using Su Muyu as a shield. Everything I know has already been shared with you. However, it is true that I discovered some unsavory characters, which prompted me to sell the hotel, he added. Under normal circumstances, I would have reported them directly, but Longya insisted on forcibly buying the hotel, leaving me no choice. This scoundrel attempted to frame me by orchestrating a murder at my hotel, disguising it as a suicide, and then causing a scene. Had it not been for the absence of clues, I would have reported him as well. Bai Wanyi's body trembled slightly, her eyes almost ablaze with fury. Longya? The very murder case at the hotel that she had painstakingly investigated was orchestrated by him? During the attempt to apprehend Longya today, she had sensed something amiss. This fellow bore several calluses on his hands. A characteristic she discerned was indicative of years of firearms training. What a formidable adversary Longya was. Bai Wanyi gritted her teeth. As a police officer, she harbored a profound disdain for such criminals. However, she found herself somewhat irked by Tang Yu as well. This individual possessed so much information, yet chose to conceal it from her. Fortunately, she was able to hear his thoughts. What is this foolish girl so angry about? I haven't said anything wrong. Could it be jealousy upon hearing that I celebrated Su Muyu's birthday? Alas, it's understandable. Being engrossed in work without experiencing romance can naturally breed jealousy. Jealousy aside, just don't direct any malice towards me. Those who cannot have it seek to destroy it. I know all too well about you women. Seeing Bai Wanyi suddenly exude an aura of lethal intent, Tang Yu murmured inwardly. Bai Wanyi nearly struck him down. As if I would ever desire you. She took a generous sip of her black coffee to invigorate herself and fixed her gaze upon Tang Yu. I am curious to know why you abruptly decided to sell the hotel to Longya at such a low price. This action is highly suspicious. With wealth comes caprice. Tang Yu replied with a smirk. He creates disturbances daily. My hotel cannot operate under such conditions. What if he continues to wreak havoc and frames me for murder? Those of his ilk, with backgrounds as mercenaries, possess no humanity. Mercenary? Bai Wanyi's expression shifted once more. She had already conducted an investigation on Longya. According to her findings, Longya was an entrepreneur abroad, returning to the country for investment purposes. However, she had not uncovered any information regarding his mercenary background. She promptly noted this crucial piece of information. It aligned perfectly with her suspicions. How well do you know Longya? Bai Wanyi continued her inquiry. Not very well, but Officer Bai, I sense he is not a good man. He appears as if he has taken lives before. His eagerness to purchase my hotel suggests possible connections to criminal organizations. You must investigate him thoroughly. Tang Yu unabashedly began to tarnish Longya's reputation. I know nothing about such scum. This man is a deranged mad dog, collecting body parts from his victims after committing murder. Oh, I recall now. The woman he killed may have had her hair hidden in his home. I'll send you an email later. I nearly forgot about this detail. Bai Wanyi swiftly noted this vital lead. With such an abundance of information, the case might finally be solvable. She found Tang Yu somewhat more agreeable. He had indeed provided significant assistance. Yet, how'd he come to know so much? After a brief inquiry, she, eager to investigate, put away her pen and remarked, all right, let's conclude the investigation here. Thank you for your cooperation. It's no trouble, though my life is rather unfortunate. If Officer Bai could treat me to a barbecue as compensation, that would be splendid, Tang Yu chuckled, shaking the handcuffs in his hands. Sure, but it will have to be next time. I'm busy now, Bai Wanyi replied as she took out the key to unlock his cuffs. Her prompt agreement left Tang Yu somewhat perplexed. Wait, is this woman truly offering to treat me to a meal? Perhaps not. Let us not be so formal. I wouldn't dare dine with you, he retorted. What if you were captivated by my handsome visage? That could jeopardize my future, he added with a smirk. Bai Wanyi shot him a puzzled glance. Would she be swayed by his good looks? She had a case to handle and lacked the inclination to engage with him further. As for her ability to hear his thoughts, she intended to ponder that later. First, she needed to deal with the troublemaker Longya. Just as they were about to leave the office, the door swung open. Ye Chen entered, accompanied by a lawyer, his expression decidedly grim. Half an hour earlier, he had received alarming news that Longya had been apprehended. After investigating the Minghua hotel case, he rushed over in a frenzy. Longya had spent considerable time abroad and was not particularly familiar with domestic law, while Ye Chen was well-versed in these matters. In Huaxia, any association with drugs could effectively lead to a life reset. Chapter 41, Dragon King. The man in prison. Upon entering the office and spotting by Ye with Tang Yu, his gaze immediately locked onto Tang Yu. What the hell? Why is he with by Ye? Noticing Ye Chen's stare, Tang Yu coughed awkwardly, pretending not to notice. Why are you staring at me? Do you think I'm trying to steal by Ye from you? Damn it. Every beautiful woman in the world belongs to you, right? Bai Wanyi raised an eyebrow and shot Tang Yu a fierce glare. What nonsense was he mumbling now? She turned to Ye Chen and asked, "What is going on? Are you here to file a report?" "Not exactly," Ye Chen replied, slightly embarrassed, forcing a smile. "I came to see a friend of mine who has been taken into custody." "Haha, one of my murderer friends," Tang Yu muttered gleefully. "Who is your friend?" Upon hearing Tang Yu's inner thoughts, Bai Wanyi's fleeting fondness for Ye Chen evaporated completely. What could one expect from someone associating with criminals? Ye Chen, sensing Bai Wanyi's cold demeanor, felt a pang of frustration. His name is Longya. As a master of charm, he was acutely aware that his current actions had crossed a line, easily inciting Bai Wanyi's disdain. However, with Longya in trouble, as the leader of the Dragon Soul organization, could not remain indifferent. If this situation were mishandled, Longya would be doomed to a fate worse than death. How would the organization perceive him then? Returning to Huaxia without accomplishing anything, only to have sent a brother to serve the Buddha? As anticipated, upon hearing the name Longya, Bai Wanyi's impression of Ye Chen plummeted to an all-time low. She regarded Ye Chen with a disapproving expression and inquired, "What is your connection with him?" "He is currently a suspect in a criminal case. He is my employee. I am the owner of Longshan Group." Ye Chen felt compelled to reveal his identity. However, Bai Wanyi did not appear surprised. She had little interest in matters of power and influence. Even if the emperor himself were to arrive, one must adhere to the rules, she stated coldly. The nature of his crimes is exceedingly serious, and visitation is currently not permitted. You may leave. Ye Chen, hearing this, grew anxious. He pointed at Tang Yu and said, "Officer Bai, I must clarify that if Longya is indeed guilty, I would be the first to report him. But in this instance, he is innocent. He has only taken over Mingwei Hotel a few days ago. The previous owner was this young master, Tang. He is the one you should apprehend." Tang Yu's eyes widened in confusion. "What does this have to do with me? I was not involved, and Officer Bai has already concluded her investigation. I am innocent." "Damn it. What does it have to do with Guan Linbei?" "Foolish Dragon King, don't you dare shift the blame onto me. I did not commit murder at the hotel. If anyone should be apprehended, it should be you. Your vile presence only serves to inflate prices. Damn it, they are in cahoots. I hope this wretched woman Bai Wanyi does not truly conspire against me." Upon hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, Bai Wanyi was genuinely tempted to strike this scoundrel. What did he mean by claiming they were in cahoots? They had only known each other for a brief time. She would never engage in the treachery of framing an innocent person. She glared at Ye Chen and declared, "I do not require your guidance in my duties. The legal representative and responsible party of the hotel is Longya, and he is the one I am apprehending. You are his employer, which means Mingwei Hotel is your enterprise, and thus, you should also prepare for an investigation." Ye Chen's face turned a shade of green with anger. What kind of illogical reasoning was this? To conceal his identity, the legal representative and shareholders of Longshan Group were not him. Were it not for having chosen her as his consort, he would truly have wanted to teach her a lesson. His woman should simply comply with him. What use was integrity in such matters? Is this plot not unfolding as it should? Does Bai Wanyi seem to harbor a grievance against him? This cannot be right. By now, Ye Chen should have already garnered sufficient favor. This fellow intentionally captured a thief to fabricate their first meeting. He even bought a bag of plastic bottles, claiming it was to assist a homeless elderly woman. With these two gestures of goodwill, Bai Wanyi should be head over heels in love with him by now. Surely, the plot has gone awry. Officer Bai, seize him quickly. Men like him, destined for prison, should not escape such a fate. Tang Yu on the sidelines was eagerly consuming the drama, nearly urging the two to engage in a physical confrontation. Life is filled with joys and sorrows, and the trivialities of existence provide color to our days. Indeed, magic must be employed to vanquish magic. Meanwhile, Bai Wanyi's expression darkened ominously. Was the initial encounter merely a fabrication orchestrated by this individual named Ye Chen? This man is truly repugnant. Officer Bai, I am willing to cooperate with your investigation. The innocent will clear their name. However, the person you ought to scrutinize more closely is Master Tang. I suspect he is maliciously selling the hotel at a low price to frame my friend. The valuation of Mingwei Hotel should be around 20 billion. Yet he sold it to Longya for a mere 50 billion. That is the best evidence. Ye Chen, suppressing his fury, pointed accusingly at Tang Yu, asserting vehemently, "How can you, a beast, have no shame? If it weren't for you causing chaos at my hotel, would I have sold it so cheaply? Speaking of which, if Lanya is framing me for murder, you bear at least 89% of the blame." Tang Yu was about to retort when Baiwani interjected. "Is it wrong for someone to come from a wealthy family? He bought the hotel as a declaration of love for his girlfriend." Ye Chen trembled with rage, feeling chilled despite the sweltering heat. He recalled the humiliating scene from that day in the hotel. Baiwani snorted dismissively, choosing not to engage further with Ye Chen. After listening to his grievances, she had come to the conclusion that Ye Chen was certainly no saint. If the hotel incident was connected to him, she would not hesitate to personally see him imprisoned. She turned to Tang Yu, speaking softly, "Tang Yu, thank you for your cooperation today. It's late. You should return home to rest. Let me treat you to dinner next time." After hearing his side of the story, she was convinced of Tang Yu's innocence. Moreover, he had promptly emailed her upon discovering the criminal clues, indicating that he deemed her worthy of unconditional trust. Being trusted by others is indeed a gratifying experience. Tang Yu was utterly bewildered. "What is going on? Why are you suddenly being so gentle with me? Stop it. Don't show me such affection. This isn't like you. Calm down. Where's your fiery temper?" Beside them, Ye Chen's forehead throbbed with anger. Baiwani displayed tenderness toward this man, while her demeanor towards him was as cold as if he were her enemy. He glared at Tang Yu with venomous eyes, his heart ablaze with hatred. Just then, the office door swung open, revealing an extraordinarily beautiful woman accompanied by bodyguards and a lawyer. It was none other than Su Muyu. As soon as Ye Chen saw Su Muyu enter, his previously simmering anger dissipated, replaced by a hint of gratitude. This girl, despite her words of distancing herself, came to his aid when he was in trouble. "Truly, she is the woman I admire." A charming smile crept across his lips as he spoke. "Muyu, you're here. Are you all right?" Before he could finish, Su Muyu approached Tang Yu with genuine concern. "Are you okay?" Chapter 42. Don't be jealous on my account. She had just been diligently working overtime at the company. After acquiring that land in the west of the city, there was much to be done. Suddenly, the secretary informed her that there was an incident at the Mingwei Hotel. She was aware that Tang Yu was the owner of the hotel, so she quickly checked the news and called him. After receiving no response, she reached out to Tang's father, only to learn that Tang Yu was no longer home. He mentioned something about going to sit in a cell, and she realized that he had come here instead. "It's nothing serious. I'm merely cooperating with Officer Bai in the investigation," Tang Yu said expressionlessly. "Please, don't come over here. Stop provoking Long Wang. Look at his expression. Give me some space. Otherwise, this rascal will come at me with a knife tonight." He had already caught a glimpse of Ye Chen's dark, brooding face. In this awkward situation, Tang Yu almost wished to use his toes to carve out a Dragon King Hall on the ground. After hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, Su Muyu also cast a sidelong glance, noting Ye Chen's sullen and resentful demeanor. She increasingly found him utterly detestable. Could he possibly think that she had any interest in him? What a lunatic! After a moment of contemplation, she simply linked her arm with Tang Yu's and said, "If everything is all right, let us head home." Tang Yu's eyes widened, wanting to shout for help. "Oh no, not this again. Don't be like that, Teacher Wang. I'm just a child weighing over 100 pounds. It's inappropriate." At that moment, Ye Chen's fists were clenched so tightly that his nails nearly dug into his flesh. The woman he adored. How could she be so intimate with someone else in front of him? What was she thinking? Did she truly not have feelings for him? That couldn't be. Her gaze could not deceive him, just as Tang Yu attempted to withdraw his arm to escape this troublesome place. Another figure entered from outside the office. This time, it was another stunning beauty. Wang Yixue rushed in with a frown. Upon seeing that Tang Yu was unharmed, her expression transformed into a radiant smile. "Tang Yu, you all right? I heard the owner of Mingwei Hotel was arrested. It startled me." She had just received the news and hurried to the Xiqing police station to check on him. However, she was taken aback to find Su Muyu here, and even more so, with her arm around her dear Tang Yu. What did that mean? This woman hadn't even glanced at her precious one in 3 years. Noticing the look in Wang Yixue's eyes, Su Muyu quickly became alert. She knew Wang Yixue was Tang Yu's ex-girlfriend, and women are often quite sensitive about their predecessors, especially when faced with a rival who is equally stunning. When their gazes met, the temperature in the room seemed to drop. Wang Yixue was the first to strike. With a cold smile, she looked at Su Muyu and said, "Oh, isn't this Miss Su?" The first ice beauty of Su Heng has a rather proactive side, doesn't she? I thought you weren't fond of men. And what does that have to do with you? Su Muyu retorted without hesitation, tightening her grip on Tang Yu's arm. What are you two doing? Stop it. Don't argue over a handsome guy like me. It would break my heart. Oh no, don't behave like this in front of the Dragon King. Can you let me enjoy my life in peace? Upon witnessing the two women at odds, Tang Yu was utterly bewildered. He had long been aware of the discord between them, as they seldom appeared in the same setting. Yet, if they could not stand each other, why was he involved? Just as he contemplated making a discreet exit, Wang Yixue had already seized his other arm. She shot a sidelong glance at Su Muyu. How can you claim no connection when you are holding my boyfriend's hand? If you truly fancy handsome men, I could introduce you to a few, but do refrain from disturbing my darling. Your boyfriend? Wang, the young lady, certainly possessed a thick skin, who refers to another's fiancé as a boyfriend. Su Muyu, equally fierce, glared back at her with palpable hostility. Oh, he's your fiancé? What do you really know about him? Are you aware of his favorite food? What brand of cigarettes does he smoke? Does he prefer black or white stockings? Can you answer any of that? Wang Yixue scoffed at Su Muyu's inquiries. Fiancé? She had heard Tang Yu muttering in his heart about wanting to annul the engagement. Judging by her intuition about this woman, it was likely that she felt distressed over the disappearance of her devoted admirer, who had pined after her for 3 years and thus sought to reclaim him. Huh, as if I would grant you such an opportunity. Su Muyu found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Was it truly important to know such details? As long as he loved her, that sufficed. The entire Suheng region was aware of his affection for her, and just days prior, he had even hosted a birthday banquet in her honor. Determined to retaliate with a powerful comeback, she recalled that no matter how beautiful a woman might be, she could hold her own in a rivalry with another woman. Indeed, Wang Yixue's expression darkened with irritation. She even felt an urge to give Tang Yu a few punches. This fellow, was he not uninterested in her? What about that birthday banquet from a few days ago? She had been on the verge of sleep at home when she saw it, which had incited her fury. Gritting her teeth, she resolved to whip out her phone. So you wish to flaunt your affection? Allow me to show you what it truly means to showcase love. As Tang Yu observed her actions, his expression shifted dramatically. He intended to thwart Wang Yixue's reckless behavior, but Bai Wani had already slammed her hand on the table, her face etched with annoyance. Enough. Stop bickering here. I still have work to do. Hurry up and leave. Bai Wani had a good rapport with both Su Muyu and Wang Yixue, as they were all dear friends from high school. Witnessing her two friends quarrel over Tang Yu was quite vexing to her. Goodness, this circle is truly chaotic. With Bai Wani's outburst, Tang Yu hastily ushered both women out of the office. Meanwhile, Ye Chen, standing to the side, wore an expression more unpleasant than if he had swallowed a dead fly. The two women he favored were squabbling over jealousy right before him. Yet the man they were vying for was not him. As they exited the office, the two women clung to his arms in a show of defiance. Thus, the single man at the Qingxi precinct suffered a crushing blow. What the heck? 2 beauties attending to 1 man. Who on earth is this guy? And can he even be apprehended? Hush, that is the esteemed Tang Xiao from the Tang family, the most notorious sycophant in Suzhou and Hangzhou. Is there a lack of sycophants here? Damn it, starting tomorrow, I shall join the ranks. From time to time, Tang Yu heard the term sycophant thrown around and nearly lost her temper. How dare you? You are the actual sycophants. I detest sycophants the most. Once outside the West City police station, Tang Yu looked at the two women, exasperated. Are you planning to tear me apart and take me back? Then let her release me first. Wang Yixue huffed. Why should I go first? Su Muyu coldly snorted, adamant in her stance. Must you be so childish? Is this truly your character? Let go of him already. Do you think you're fighting over a toy? Even if he were a toy, there's only one, not enough to share. Tang Yu wore a pained expression tinged with a hint of delight, because they held onto her arms tightly, creating a sensation of soft, blissful comfort. Chapter 43. Good news and bad news. Fortunately, at that moment, a Maybach pulled up in front of them and came to a halt. The door swung open, and Qin Ming stepped out. Upon seeing Tang Yu embraced by the two women, he was momentarily taken aback, questioning whether he was still asleep. Damn, brother, what is going on here? Qin Ming hesitated, utterly bewildered by the sight. The notoriously proud beauties, Su Muyu and Wang Yixue, were both clinging to his brother's arm? Goodness, when did you become so popular? With Qin Ming's arrival, the two women felt embarrassed to continue their petty quarrel and simultaneously release Tang Yu. They were just playing a game of truth or dare. Tang Yu awkwardly chuckled in defense. Is that so? Qin Ming's eyes glimmered with amusement, for as a seasoned flirt, he understood these games all too well. He then expressed concern. Are you all right? I heard there was some trouble at your hotel. I'm fine. I just sold the hotel a few days ago. Tang Yu replied, shaking her head. Then all is well. You have good fortune, brother. Let us celebrate with a drink. Qin Ming cheerfully approached and embraced Tang Yu, only to notice the murderous glares from Su Mu Yu and Wang Yixue directed at him. They had forgotten the last time he took Tang Yu to that seedy establishment. Wang Yixue made a gesture across her neck as a warning. If he dared to bring their little Tang Yu back to that kind of place, she would surely end him. Foul temptresses, all of you get away from me. Humph. After delivering their silent warning, the two women bid farewell to Tang Yu and departed. Once they left, Tang Yu quickly pulled out a cigarette and lit it to calm her nerves. Qin Ming, chuckling, squatted beside her and remarked, Brother, your charms are indeed plentiful. Do you think this is a good thing? Tang Yu dito, so mewat idita. As a villain wishing to quietly survive until the grand finale, maintaining a low profile is the true path. Qin Ming merely chuckled silently, clearly believing it was a fortunate situation. After Tang Yu finished her smoke, he stood up, looking weary, and said, Brother, if there is nothing else, I'll head back to rest. Let us drink another time. I've been exhausted lately, sleeping poorly and plagued by nightmares. All right, hurry back and get some rest. Tang Yu nodded, feeling a warm sensation in his heart, knowing that his brother had rushed over immediately after his mishap truly touched him. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly halted and turned back to Qin Ming, frowning as he inquired, Have you been sleeping poorly and plagued by nightmares these past few days? Indeed, I'm unsure of the cause. Could be a sign of kidney deficiency? Qin Ming replied with a wry smile. Tang Yu furrowed his brow tightly and suggested, Perhaps you should try taking a few days off to travel and unwind. Forget it. I can't be bothered to go out. I'll just head home and rest. Qin Ming waved his hand dismissively before getting into his car and departing. Once Qin Ming left, Tang Yu returned to his vehicle and lit a cigarette. He had already deduced the reason for Qin Ming's physical distress. This was a plot line from the original narrative concerning the Qin family, wherein Qin Ming's ailments stemmed from a disruption in the feng shui of the ancestral home. The root of the problem was a jade Buddha that Qin Ming had purchased a week prior, which had been tampered with by Ye Chen. After bringing the statue home, the feng shui of the Qin residence was severely affected, transforming a once auspicious site into a perilous one. As the Qin family found themselves in turmoil, Ye Chen intervened to offer assistance. In the end, the family revered him as a deity, showering him with utmost respect. Consequently, Qin Kursin, the eldest daughter of the Qin family, developed a fondness for him, gradually falling under his spell. Although this storyline may seem somewhat absurd, it was rather typical within the realm of urban fantasy literature, rife with the tropes of ostentation, face-slapping, acquiring power, and charming beauties, all yielding generous rewards. While Tang Yu pondered over the storyline, the system's voice abruptly resounded. Ding! The host has successfully navigated through the Western District Bureau's plot. Reward: completion of the ancient martial art Yin Yang Wu Ji Gong, usable once. Upon hearing the reward, Tang Yu was momentarily taken aback before exclaiming in frustration, Damn system. What good is a one-time use item? Why not give me a pair of disposable chopsticks instead? According to the system's description, mastering the ancient martial art Yin Yang Wu Ji Gong would allow the host to channel power back at double the damage received. This was undoubtedly a remarkable asset. Yet the one-time limitation was infuriating. Due to the host failing to perfectly navigate the plot, you have incurred the enmity of Dragon King Ye Chen, the system elucidated. Tang Yu was instantly engulfed in a cloud of despair. I would have preferred to pass through flawlessly, but the world is rife with traitors. After Tang Yu's departure, Ye Chen remained in the office, whereby Wani kindly placed handcuffs on him. In her mind, Ye Chen was no different from a criminal, otherwise. How could he be the boss of Langya? Once cuffed, Ye Chen maintained a calm exterior, though he was seething with rage internally. He was, after all, a formidable dragon king. Wearing handcuffs felt akin to being a prisoner. Yet, the thought of his romantic pursuits forced him to endure this indignity. Having exercised restraint for so many years, he believed he could manage this moment. He had anticipated that, given his rapport with Bai Wani, the process of taking his statement would be brief. Although he claimed to be the boss of Langya, the Longshan group had no direct ties to him. He was merely the behind-the-scenes leader. Thus, this implied that even if the Mingyue Hotel encountered significant issues, he would not be held accountable. Yet Bai Wani remained obstinate, insisting on extracting some information from him. The stalemate persisted until noon the following day, when a tall and stunning beauty arrived at the city's West Branch to escort him out. Upon his release, Ye Chen's countenance bore a shadow of gloom. He expressed his gratitude to the enchanting woman before him, acknowledging her effort in coming for him. The lady, heroine, the eldest daughter of the He family, was renowned for her beauty in Su and Hang. The He family maintained a low profile in these regions, yet their influence rivaled that of the four major clans. They were a branch of the prestigious He family from Yanjing. The matriarch of the He family had some acquaintance with his master, which prompted Ye Chen to pay a visit upon his arrival in Su and Hang, where he aided the matriarch with her ailments, thereby incurring a debt of gratitude. Yet, such a precious favor was squandered on trivial matters, leaving him despondent. That is to be expected, heroine replied with a slight smile. My friend has been detained due to this issue, Ye Chen said, his tone tinged with helplessness as he sought her assistance. Having secured his release, Tang Yu remained imprisoned. I am afraid I am powerless in this matter. When it comes to narcotics, no one can intervene. I hope you can understand, Mr. Yi. After all, we are in Huaxia, heroine stated, shaking her head. The He family, despite their capabilities, would not engage in such troublesome affairs. Very well. I shall not impose upon Miss He. I will contemplate other solutions and visit the matriarch again in a couple of days. Ye Chen acknowledged the complexity of the situation, recognizing that his rapport with the He family had not yet reached such depths. All right, I must return to my company for a meeting, heroine said, offering a farewell before returning to her vehicle. Once inside, she couldn't help but shake her head. Her grandmother had deemed Ye Chen a true dragon among men. Yet she felt it was rather ordinary, just an average affair. As she drove away, a flicker of darkness crossed Ye Chen's gaze. Was her cold demeanor a sign of disdain for him? He resolved that when the time came for him to accept her, he would not hesitate to chastise her. The He family was also a target he intended to conquer, paving the way for his future endeavors in Yanjing. In the ensuing days, Ye Chen, accompanied by members of Long Chen Group, sought connections and devised strategies to extricate Tang Yu. Meanwhile, Tang Yu, detained for investigation, felt as though he were enduring a living hell. The misfortunes stemming from the Mingyue Hotel incident were already dire, but the police had also searched his residence, uncovering strands of hair from the deceased woman in the hotel. This discovery escalated the severity of the situation exponentially. This time, he was utterly ensnared. Fortunately, after an entire week of confinement, Ye Chen was finally permitted to visit him. Anticipating the arrival of the Dragon King, Tang Yu felt a surge of excitement. The Dragon King was indeed omnipotent. With his intervention, he was certain to secure his freedom. Once brought to the meeting room, Tang Yu called out eagerly, "Young Master Yi." Ye Chen sat behind the glass partition, nodding with a smile. I have good news and bad news. Which would you prefer to hear first? Let us hear the good news. Tang Yu replied eagerly. I have instructed the lawyer to seek a reduced sentence. And the bad news? After the reduction of sentence, there remain approximately 20 years. Chapter 44. In summary, the advantage lies with me. Tang Yu's legs weakened, nearly causing him to tumble from his chair. 20 years. The esteemed Dragonate of the Dragon Soul Organization, confined in such a place for 2 decades. At that moment, an overwhelming sense of regret washed over him for coming to Huaxia. If only he had avoided that wretched hotel, none of this would have happened. I will continue to devise a plan. Rest assured, perhaps I shall be out in no time, Ye Chen reassured. Once he seized control of Su and Hang, releasing someone for prison would be a trivial matter. The conquest of the 4 prominent families has already begun to unfold. Although there were minor setbacks in his plans concerning the Wang family, he still held the reins. The endeavors with the Qin family progressed smoothly, and results were imminent. With Qi Yin and a few other pawns in hand, it would only require some time to subdue the Tang family. Once 3 families were conquered, overcoming the relatively weaker Su family would be a mere formality. In conclusion, the advantage lies with me. Before gaining control over Su and Hang, Tang Yu would have to endure a bit of hardship. With a sigh, Tang Yu remarked, Young Master Yi, I rely on you. I hope to be released soon, to once again serve by your side and enjoy the small hamburgers I prepare. Rest assured, my brother, we shall reunite shortly, Ye Chen affirmed with a resolute gaze. Rising to depart the meeting room, in the antique street, there exists a renowned antique shop named Debao Tower. This establishment ranks among the finest in Su and Hang, being part of the Tang family's assets. The shop is managed by Zhao Gaosheng, a long-standing employee of the Tang family. He began working in this antique store as a teenager and has remained for over 30 years. His capabilities and overall competence have earned him the Tang family's trust. Young Master Tang, please take a look at the ledger. Here are last month's transactions. The profits from our shop have been quite commendable in recent months. Zhao Gaosheng presented a ledger to Tang Yu. Despite the changing times, the antique shop still adhered to traditional ledger keeping. Thank you for your hard work. Tang Yu replied with a smile, casually flipping through the pages of the ledger. Just as he perused the first few pages, a couple entered through the door. Tang Yu glanced up briefly before closing the ledger and concealing himself behind a display, deliberately turning away to avoid recognition. The newcomers were none other than Ye Chen and Qin Kursin. As the eldest daughter of the Qin family, Qin Kursin was a renowned beauty in Su and Hang. Yet today, she appeared remarkably haggard, resembling a rose on the verge of wilting. Her disheveled demeanor stemmed from recent troubles within the Qin family. Sleepless nights plagued them all, filled with nightmares. Over time, their health began to deteriorate. Some of the Qin family's servants and bodyguards were so frightened that they chose to resign and leave. After their departure, the unsettling occurrences ceased. Consequently, the Qin family suspected a disturbance in their household's feng shui. Today, she ventured into the antique market seeking items that might improve their feng shui, only to unexpectedly encounter Ye Chen along the way. Indeed, this serendipitous encounter was orchestrated by Ye Chen himself. As the Dragon King, his daily pursuits oscillated between charming women and embarking on escapades to woo them. Miss Qin, I possess a modicum of knowledge regarding feng shui and metaphysics. If you seek to enhance the energy within your home, I fear the antique shops may not harbor what you require, he advised, observing Qin Kursin's fervent selections in the shop. Do you also possess skills in feng shui? Qin Kursin inquired, her expression one of surprise. Though their acquaintance was brief, she recalled the incident when a snake unexpectedly intruded into her home, causing her considerable fright. Fortunately, Ye Chen was patrolling the neighborhood and rushed to her aid upon hearing her screams, promptly handling the reptile, which marked the inception of their acquaintance. Indeed, my abilities are quite formidable. My previous role as a security guard was merely a temporary endeavor, Ye Chen remarked with a devilish grin. His strategy involved first approaching women, subsequently igniting their curiosity, his ultimate technique for seduction. Truly, your prowess surpasses mere adequacy. Becoming a security guard was solely for the purpose of courting women, was it not? You audaciously introduced a snake into her home, only to gallantly arrive as the hero. I have yet to encounter someone as shameless as you. Had it not been for your mischief, would the Qin family's feng shui have encountered such turmoil? You ought to be performing in films instead of acting here. Your talents are being squandered. With your penchant for polygamy, why not pursue ballet instead? Tang Yu, hidden in the corner, silently criticized their banter. While engrossed in her selection of antiques, Qin Kursin was suddenly jolted by a series of remarks that made her pause. Glancing around, she found no one speaking in her vicinity, yet the voices felt strangely familiar. It appeared to be the voice of an old acquaintance, and the content of their conversation was undeniably intriguing. Had Ye Chen truly masterminded the snake incident? Was he the cause of the feng shui issues plaguing her family? She was acutely aware that these insinuations pointed towards Ye Chen, and a flicker of doubt crossed her gaze as she scrutinized him. Could this seemingly harmless individual truly be the architect of such mischief? Or perhaps her recent lack of rest had led to auditory hallucinations. Noticing Qin Kursin's bewildered stare, Ye Chen presumed her fascination was due to his striking appearance. Thus, he exuded even more confidence and proclaimed, Miss Qin, based on my observations, it is evident that your home is beset by feng shui issues that have summoned malevolent energies. Relying on these antiques for improvement may be unrealistic. Here, I possess a talisman. Take it and wear it to see if it can ameliorate your situation. With that, he retrieved a yellow talisman from his pocket and presented it to Qin Kursin. This talisman is a product of my learning from a sage, crafted over 3 months. Once adorned, it shall surely protect you from negative energies. Your boastfulness knows no bounds. You could have fashioned that in mere minutes. This object can be casually inscribed with symbols, but what is crucial is the presence of your blood. After all, those malevolent energies were conjured by you. With your blood, you shall naturally be immune to their attacks. Alas, poor Qin Kursin, that foolish woman, has been deceived, believing that this man is her Prince Charming, sent by the heavens to rescue her. Upon hearing the voice once more, Qin Kursin's certainty grew. This was no mere figment of her imagination. Someone was indeed speaking to her, though it seemed she alone could hear it. She was perplexed by the situation, yet her emotions were tinged with anger. If this were true, she would not hold back. However, until she possessed solid evidence, she would refrain from confronting anyone. Chapter 45. Do you think you can compete with young Master Tang? Qin Kursin skillfully masked her emotions as she accepted the talisman, speaking softly, "Thank you. I will wear it. We are friends, so let us dispense with formality." Ye Chen smiled with satisfaction, knowing that once Qin Kursin took the talisman home, the malevolent energies would cease their attacks. Once its efficacy was proven, she would undoubtedly seek his assistance in resolving the issues of the Qin family. Thus, his plan to win over the Qin family would succeed. Soon, he would deal with that brat Qin Ming, and then the Qin family would be under his control. At last, he felt that everything was aligning in his favor. Dragon Tooth. The days when we, as brothers, could enjoy small hamburgers together are not far off. Qin Kursin nodded, carefully stowing away the talisman. After browsing for a while in the antique shop, she departed, with Ye Chen hastily following her lead. Once they had left, Tang Yu emerged from behind the display case. He wandered about before stopping in front of one of the cabinets, his gaze falling upon a jade talisman. The talisman was intricately carved into the shape of an yin-yang fish, appearing lifelike and undoubtedly a masterpiece. It was priced at 880,000. According to the original storyline, shortly thereafter, Ye Chen would arrive at the shop to purchase this yin-yang fish talisman, as it was a key prop for his pretentious displays, capable of absorbing all malevolent energies. Contemplating the jade talisman, Tang Yu hesitated but ultimately decided against acquiring it. After all, he was not a child of fortune. From the outset, he possessed no skills, and holding it would be of little use. In accordance with the novel's design, the Dragon King was omnipotent, proficient in all matters of feng shui, medicine, gambling, and stone betting. Thus, this item could only serve as a tool for him to resolve problems. However, watching Ye Chen smoothly take over the Qin family left Tang Yu feeling quite displeased. He could not stand idly by while his brother's family business was seized by this scoundrel. The life of a villain is still a life worth considering. After pondering for a moment, he resolved to make a decision that would betray his ancestors. "Uncle Zhao, come here for a moment," Tang Yu beckoned to Zhao, who was seated behind the counter, casually enjoying sunflower seeds. Zhao Gaosheng hastily set aside the sunflower seeds in his hand and rushed over, regarding Tang Yu with concern. "What is it, young Master Tang? Make sure to guard this yin-yang fish jade talisman closely. Aside from a guest named Ye Chen, it must not be sold to anyone else. Do you understand?" Tang Yu Institute Stili. The crucial artifact needed to reach Ye Chen's hands to resolve the crisis facing the Qin family. Thus, there must be no errors. This cursed plot always seemed to collapse, and he felt compelled to intervene. Zhao Gaosheng nodded, sensing that the name Tang Yu mentioned sounded vaguely familiar. After a moment's contemplation, he suddenly became alert. "Ye Chen, isn't that the good-for-nothing that General Manager Wang mentioned in the group chat not long ago? I heard this scoundrel dared to vie for a woman with young Master Tang. After Wang dealt him a severe blow, he was promoted and sent abroad to take charge. Could this be a divine opportunity for me?" A knowing smile spread across his face as he grasped the underlying implication of Tang Yu's words. "So, you wish to set a trap for this lad, right? And let's mark the price a bit higher. 30 million should suffice." Tang Yu added, "Ye Chen must acquire this artifact, but we cannot make it too accessible for him. Extracting some funds from this scoundrel for charity would be beneficial." "Rest assured, young master, I comprehend," Zhao Gaosheng declared, thumping his chest, fully aware that his moment to shine had arrived. "All right, I'll leave it to you." Tang Yu gave Zhao Gaosheng a thumbs up. The plot concerning the Qin family must proceed smoothly. Once Ye Chen resolved their troubles, he would devise a plan to expose the true nature of this scoundrel from behind the scenes. "You cannot confront me head-on, but I can strike from the shadows." After Tang Yu departed the store, Zhao Gaosheng promptly retrieved the yin-yang fish jade talisman from the cabinet. This item had been personally acquired by him from outside, and he had brought back 2 pieces representing yin and yang. Having worked in the store for many years, he was well versed in the knowledge surrounding these matters. He contemplated whether Ye Chen sought to purchase this item for the purpose of dispelling malevolent energy. After muttering to himself, he chuckled and rummaged through a box, unveiling an identical jade talisman, the yin talisman among the two. The yang talisman was meant to eradicate malevolent energy, while the yin talisman served to nurture it, if placed in an area suffused with malevolence. Ha ha ha. After swapping the 2 items, he placed the yin talisman in the counter and adjusted the price to 30 million. Satisfied with his preparations, he returned to the counter, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the scoundrel who dared to vie for young Master Tang's affections. About half an hour later, Ye Chen indeed entered the store. After surveying the interior, he approached the counter displaying the Yin fish jade talisman. When accompanying Qin Curson earlier, he had spotted this item at a glance, recognizing it as an exquisite treasure for dealing with malevolent energy. Although he initially believed he could resolve the Qin family's issues without such artifacts, he had not anticipated that the ancestral home possessed remarkably auspicious feng shui. The feng shui arrangement of the golden belt, designed to gather wind and store water, had been tampered with, resulting in an exaggerated accumulation of malevolent energy. In such circumstances, he found himself compelled to seek external assistance. However, upon gazing at the price, his expression shifted slightly, and he struck the glass with force, exclaiming, "Are you robbing us? This item is priced at 30 million? Surely, you've added an extra 2 zeros." Zhao Gaosheng, who was leisurely enjoying some sunflower seeds, approached with a smile. "Boss, we're not trying to deceive you. This is a treasure we acquired last month. It originates from the tomb of a prince from the Song dynasty, and this price is quite reasonable. Spare me your rhetoric. I know more about these matters than you do. One question. Will you sell it for 500,000? Ye Chen replied coldly. One of the things he despised most in life was being swindled out of his money. "My friend, don't jest. Just yesterday, a feng shui master from Hong Kong declared this item to be a genuine treasure and intends to come back tomorrow to purchase it. If you wish to take it, take it. If not, then so be it. I can sell to anyone." Zhao Gaosheng waved dismissively as he turned back toward the counter. Upon hearing that someone else was also interested in the item, Ye Chen's expression changed. After a moment of contemplation, he reluctantly decided to part with the money, slamming the table and stating, "All right, fine, wrap it up for me. While it is indeed costly, it pales in comparison to conquering the Qin family. Once I take down the Qin family, the assets worth hundreds of billions will be mine." Zhao Gaosheng promptly beamed with joy as he prepared the item for Ye Chen. However, once Ye Chen exited the store, Zhao Gaosheng's smile turned cold. He scoffed, spitting on the ground in disdain. "With such a character, they dare to challenge our Tang Xiao. They are courting death." Chapter 46. Has Old Master Wang fallen ill again? Wang family. Since Jiang Xiaoya last visited to treat Old Master Wang, his health had gradually improved. After lunch today, Old Master Wang was poised to practice calligraphy with a brush in hand. However, as he began to write the first character, the brush suddenly slipped from his grasp. He clutched his chest and sank into his chair, his body trembling violently. The caregiver, alarmed, helped him onto the bed and quickly summoned the family doctor. Soon, the private physician rushed over to examine Old Master Wang. Upon receiving the news, the Wang family members hurriedly gathered. Upon seeing Old Master Wang lying pale on the bed, they were all filled with anxiety. How could he have fallen ill again so soon after recovering? Once the examination concluded, Wang Yishu anxiously inquired, "Dr. Zhou, how is my grandfather?" The doctor, looking puzzled, shook his head and replied, "Old Master Wang's condition is somewhat precarious. His organs are beginning to fail, yet we cannot ascertain the specific cause of his ailment. I recommend that we urgently summon Jiang Shini. He is quite a renowned expert in the country, but this is the first time he has encountered such symptoms." Wang Yishue immediately grabbed her phone to call Jiang Xiaoya. After confirming the location with her, arrangements were promptly made for the Wang family's private helicopter to fetch her. Upon Jiang Xiaoya's arrival, she hurriedly approached with her small bag in hand, ready to conduct a physical examination for the elderly patriarch, Mr. Wang. After a considerable amount of time, a look of perplexity emerged on her face. The elderly gentleman's condition was exceedingly dire, yet she was unable to discern the underlying issue. "Sister Xiaoya, what exactly is going on with my grandfather?" Noticing Jiang Xiaoya's bewilderment, Wang Yishue felt a twinge of anxiety. The members of the Wang family surrounding them also bore anxious expressions. The presence of Mr. Wang was pivotal to the family's standing. Without him, they would be utterly transformed. "I cannot ascertain the problem, but the patriarch's condition is indeed critical. If it remains unresolved within a day, I fear the consequences." Jiang Xiaoya's complexion darkened considerably. She had never anticipated that her medical expertise would fall short to the point where she couldn't even identify the issue. Such a perplexing challenge was unprecedented for her. Upon hearing her words, the gathered individuals turned pale. If even the exceptionally skilled Jiang Xiaoya could not uncover the problem, what hope did they have? At the back of the crowd, Wang Rulong exhibited a flicker of relief in his eyes. He had been intensely anxious since Jiang Xiaoya's arrival, fearing that she might uncover some troubling issue. Thankfully, she had not been able to resolve it. Previously, He had intended to collaborate with young Master Yi to freeze the Wang family's liquid assets, aiming to oust Wang Yishue from the power center and elevate his own position. However, for reasons unknown, the plan had failed. Wang Yishue had not only sensed the slightest hint of his machinations, but had also retaliated against young Master Yi, leaving him thoroughly startled. When he later observed that Wang Yishue showed no inclination to confront him, he believed it to be merely a coincidence, convinced that his identity remained concealed. As for the current situation, it was indeed orchestrated by him. After witnessing the failure of the plan, young Master Yi had devised another scheme, instructing him to take direct action against the patriarch. Should the elderly gentleman pass, the matter of succession would have to be resolved. According to family tradition, the reins of power were to be entrusted to male heirs. Without the patriarch's protection, Wang Yishue's authority would be jeopardized. Grandfather, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. It is your favoritism that has led us here. Wang Rulong sighed internally, feeling a twinge of guilt. Yet, in the grand scheme of power, such feelings paled in comparison. What shall we do now? Perhaps we should invite the revered Elder Jiang for assistance? Wang Yishue suggested with a bitter tone. Jiang Xiaoya shook her head. I cannot ascertain the issue, and even if Elder Jiang were to come, I fear the situation would not improve. This is exceedingly troublesome, but there is someone who could assist me. Who? Brother Tang Yu, Jiang Xiaoya replied. The last time at the Tang family residence, she had overheard Brother Tang Yu's thoughts and discovered that he had mastered the Qianan Tianjing and entered a transcendent state. If she could not identify the issue, she would have to rely on him to discern the root of the problem afflicting the elderly patriarch. Wang Yishue was taken aback by Jiang Xiaoya's suggestion to summon Tang Yu. Given the gravity of her grandfather's life and death, she refrained from questioning further, promptly retrieving her phone to call him. Tang Yu was currently in the office, engaged in a game with Qi. He observed that ever since he had assigned her to report data while gaming daily, she had been surprisingly diligent in her work. From the start of the day to its conclusion, she hardly shifted from her seat. However, when it came to ordering takeout, she was quite industrious, indulging in at least 3 cups of milk tea accompanied by various unhealthy snacks each day. It was as if she embodied the essence of a slothful, lonesome couch potato. Nevertheless, Tang Yu was acutely aware that it was all a fade of her remarkable acting skills. She merely sought to numb herself with the pretense of earnest labor to facilitate her ulterior motive of pilfering information. To this, Tang Yu was indifferent. After all, he had already tampered with all the data. If she wished to steal, she could take as much as she liked. Upon receiving a phone call from Wang Yishue, Tang Yu picked up his phone and inquired, "What is the matter? Where are you now? I will send a helicopter to pick you up. My grandfather is gravely ill. You need to come quickly." The voice on the other end was tinged with urgency and distress. In this moment of vulnerability, she genuinely longed to see Tang Yu. "I am at the office. Just have the helicopter land on the rooftop of the building," he replied promptly, discarding the game controller and hastily exiting the office to wait on the top floor. The sudden incident concerning Old Master Wang caught Tang Yu by surprise. According to the original narrative, he was supposed to maintain good health until the very end. After a brief wait, the helicopter soon landed beside him. Clambering aboard, Tang Yu began to ponder where things had gone awry. With a series of disjointed plot developments, he reluctantly acknowledged that the storyline of this book had unraveled. Upon arriving at the Wang residence, he descended the helicopter to find Wang Yishue waiting for him with reddened eyes. "It will be fine. Old Master Wang is blessed and will not encounter any issues," Tang Yu reassured her softly. "All right, you should hurry inside and check on him," Wang Yishue urged, grasping his hand and pulling him into the house. Inside, Jiang Xiaoya was administering acupuncture to Old Master Wang. She was unable to discern the root of his ailment, but found it manageable to stabilize his condition. The gazes of the Wang family members were fixated on Tang Yu, curious as to why Jiang Xiaoya had summoned him, especially since he lacked any medical expertise. "What has happened to the old master?" Tang Yu inquired, approaching Jiang Xiaoya with uncertainty. "I cannot determine the source of the old master's illness at the moment, so I plan to employ the Ghost Gate 13 needles technique as a preliminary treatment and need your assistance." Jiang Xiaoya provided a rather convoluted rationale, leaving everyone in the room somewhat perplexed. Tang Yu was equally baffled. She had specifically called him to assist? He instinctively focused his attention, scanning Old Master Wang's condition. If even Jiang Xiaoya could not identify the problem, what illness had befallen him? Could it be that after the narrative of the Wang family had fallen apart, they were attempting to force the Dragon King to reappear as a divine healer? This was a scenario he had never encountered before. As in previous iterations of his narrative journey, he had never survived beyond the initial plot. Either one meets their demise at the onset, or they endure a couple of hours before succumbing. Fortunately, after scanning with his gaze for a while, he eventually discerned a golden thread located at the heart of the old gentleman. What an enigma this golden thread is. How could it be entwined around the old gentleman's heart? To his astonishment, it even exhibited movement. Wasn't this the dreaded golden silk insect curse of Ye Chen? This entity is insidiously lethal, for within 24 hours of entering the human body, the host is doomed to die. After the host's demise, this vile thing dissolves itself, leaving no trace of evidence behind. Thus, to save old Master Wang, one must either summon Ye Chen to personally dispel the curse or attempt to employ the secret remedy within the Qing Nong Tianjing. This remedy could be crafted from 11 medicinal ingredients, including mugwort and fragrant plant, to create an incense. I must discreetly find a way to alert them. We cannot allow old Master Wang to perish. Upon hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, Wang Yixue and Jiang Xiaoya exchanged concerned glances. As they simultaneously noted each other's expressions, they swiftly deduced a singular notion. The other could also hear Tang Yu's thoughts. In that moment, Wang Yixue comprehended why Jiang Xiaoya had insisted on her bringing Tang Yu along. It was for this very reason. An idea sparked within me. I should send someone to gather the medicinal ingredients. Jiang Xiaoya swiftly jotted down the list of herbs she had just heard and dispatched a servant of the Wang family to procure them. As the servant dashed off to fetch the ingredients, Jiang Xiaoya began contemplating the pharmacological compatibility of the prescription. The formulas in the Qing Nong Tianjing are indeed invaluable treasures that have been lost to time. Since Sister Xiaoya possesses a treatment plan, let us step outside to rest while she remains here to attend to grandfather. Wang Yixue sighed in relief, urging everyone to exit the room. Does that mean I am of no further concern? Tang Yu pondered on how to alert them. I do have matters to discuss with you. Come with me, please. Wang Yixue grasped Tang Yu's arm and led her toward the nearby garden. What is with this seriousness? Is there something significant you wish to convey? Tang Yu followed Wang Yixue, feeling that the atmosphere was somewhat off. Once in the garden, Wang Yixue seated Tang Yu and inquired, I feel something is amiss with my grandfather. He was in good health, and this sudden change could likely indicate poisoning. What do you think? I too suspect such a possibility, yet we must investigate thoroughly. Tang Yu nodded in agreement. It is not merely poisoning, it is indeed a curse. The golden silk insect curse requires proximity to the target for its application. If Ye Chen did not personally administer it, then it was likely that foolish Wang Rulong was involved. Such a person is utterly brainless, conspiring with an outsider under the delusion of becoming the head of the Wang family. Merely possessing this secret puts them in a position to be subservient for life. Wang Yixue's expression instantly turned icy. Indeed, her suspicions were confirmed. It was once again the foolish Wang Rulong who was scheming in the shadows. The reason she had spared him previously was not due to a lack of evidence, but rather her desire to avoid alarming the serpent and to exploit Wang Rulong's folly to ensnare Ye Chen. Little did she expect him to be so reckless as to dare strike at her grandfather. Given this, there was no longer any need to keep him as bait. Wang Yixue let out a soft sigh, feeling somewhat weary. In truth, she was indifferent to the family fortune. After all, it was an endless supply. Yet not everyone shared her perspective. Besides Wang Rulong, were there not others with similar ambitions? She leaned her head against Tang Yu's shoulder, noticing Tang Yu's intention to move. She couldn't help but chuckle with mild annoyance. If you behave yourself, I might just on a bunny girl outfit for you next time. What does it matter with bunny girls? Just don't let your dandruff fall on my shoulder, Tang Yu muttered with a disgruntled expression. I despise dishonest people the most. One must always keep their word. Honestly, I don't care about bunny girls. I am a man of integrity. If you truly mean it, I will be satisfied with a blood drop instead. Blood drop? Wang Yixue was momentarily taken aback. What could that possibly mean? However, she was disinclined to ponder this matter. Simply being by Tang Yu's side brought her joy. At least in this moment, she did not have to think about the intricacies of deceit. The two sat quietly in the small garden, with Wang Yixue listening to Tang Yu's ramblings, finding this reserved yet passionate man increasingly endearing, until a voice shattered the tranquility. Miss, Dr. Jiang has successfully treated the old master. You should hurry over to see him. A bodyguard rushed over to announce. Let's go. We must see the old master at once. Tang Yu breathed a sigh of relief. If you had arrived just a few minutes later, I would have developed shoulder periarthritis. Upon hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, Wang Yixue rolled her eyes and hurried to check on her grandfather. When they arrived, a somewhat pungent aroma wafted through the room. Old Master Wang had awakened, and a nurse was feeding him a bowl of medicinal soup. After a severe illness, he appeared noticeably weakened. "Grandfather, are you feeling all right?" Wang Yixue inquired with concern. "I'm fine, just a bit weak. After I finish this medicine, I think I will rest for a while," the old master replied. Unsure of his condition, only feeling an overwhelming lethargy. He just needs a couple of days to recuperate. Jiang Xiaoya, having used the remedy she learned from Tang Yu, had treated the old master, and the cursed insect had crawled out and perished on its own. She had collected the dead insect, intending to study it with her grandfather. That fellow named Ye Chen was truly repugnant. After the guests had come by to express their concerns, they left the old master to rest in solitude. Just as Tang Yu stepped out of the room, his phone began to ring. He glanced at it and realized it was a call from Qin Ming. "Brother, didn't you say you would come to my house for the feng shui consultation? Hurry over, as many people have already arrived today," came Qin Ming's voice over the phone. "All right, just a moment. I will be there shortly," Tang Yu replied before hanging up. After exchanging pleasantries with Wang, Yixue, and the others, Tang Yu hastily drove to the Qin residence. According to the original storyline, today, the Dragon King Ye Chen was set to make a grand appearance, having assumed the esteemed title of the foremost feng shui master in Suan. Chapter 48. The Wang Family's Revenge. Wealthy individuals often hold a firm belief in metaphysics, treating feng shui masters with great respect. With this newfound identity, Ye Chen's status in Suan rose significantly, earning him the reverent title of Master Yi. However, he truly possessed considerable skill in the realm of feng shui. After all, he was the favored child of a prolific author, knowledgeable in all matters. As if he had sprouted 5 extraordinary roots of wisdom. How might one effectively expose this scoundrel? As Tang Yu drove, she pondered the situation. Adhering to the principle of self-preservation, confronting him directly was out of the question. After much contemplation, she concluded that she could only discreetly inform the Qin family in some manner. Meanwhile, as Tang Yu departed, Wang Yixue addressed the members of the Wang family. "Esteemed elders, let us gather at the ancestral hall. I have something important to discuss." "What is it, Wang girl? What brings us to the ancestral hall?" Kolked on Elder Liman, his voice raspy. Typically, when a family convenes at the ancestral hall, it signifies a momentous announcement. All eyes turned to Wang Yixue, and even Wang Rulong, feeling a tinge of apprehension, grew anxious. He had never anticipated that Jiang Xiaoye could cure their grandfather's ailment. Hadn't she previously claimed it was impossible? Now, Wang Yixue was calling them to the ancestral hall. Could it be that someone had tampered with their grandfather's health? Nevertheless, he was not overly worried, for he had no fear of his identity being revealed. The methods taught to him by young Master Yi were exceedingly discreet and would never be uncovered. "There's a matter that concerns the very survival of our family, so I implore everyone to proceed at once," Wang Yixue stated firmly as she walked toward the ancestral hall. The remaining individuals grew solemn, following her with puzzled expressions. What could be so grave as to threaten the very existence of the Wang family? There's nothing to worry about. Even if she discovers something, she has no evidence, Wang Rulong silently reassured himself. Upon arriving at the ancestral hall, an elder spoke up. "Xiaoya, now that everyone is gathered, please share the serious matter at hand, so we may devise a plan together." Wang Yixue nodded, her expression as cold as frost, pointing at Wang Rulong, who stood at the edge. "Rulong, come forth and kneel before our ancestors." Gasps of astonishment echoed among the crowd as they turned their shocked gazes toward Wang Rulong. Had he committed another grave mistake? His mother stepped forward. "Xiaoya, what is the meaning of this? Why demand your brother to kneel? Has he offended you in some way?" Wang Rulong approached with a bitter smile. "Indeed, sister. Could it be that there is some misunderstanding? Misunderstanding? Is your collusion with outsiders and betrayal of your own family merely a misunderstanding? Not long ago, our company nearly suffered a grave loss due to the new energy project in collaboration with FARS. And today, grandfather was cursed. You must have had a hand in that as well." Wang Yixue questioned Wang Rulong, her gaze piercing. Wang Rulong's face turned pale with fear. He shook his head vehemently. "No, sister, you must be mistaken. How could I do such a thing? The collaboration with FARS was indeed a misjudgment on my part, a flaw in my capabilities. But how could this matter concerning grandfather be linked to me? Even if I were devoid of humanity, I could never commit such an act. Is it truly a misunderstanding? Xiaoxue, do you possess any evidence?" Others around them expressed their disbelief, as Wang Rulong generally conducted himself well within the family. I can simply summon the witnesses, Wang Yishue declared, clapping her hands. Shortly thereafter, two bodyguards escorted Li Desen into the room. With a terrified expression, Li Desen knelt before them and recounted the events in detail. This was his only means of self-redemption. The young lady had assured him that as long as he testified, a path to survival would be granted. Once Li Desen finished his explanation, both testimonial and material evidence were presented. Wang Rulong, still pale, attempted to offer further justification. However, his father, enraged, stormed forward and struck him squarely in the face. After knocking him to the ground, he began to kick him mercilessly. In affluent families, nothing is more detestable than betrayal. Moreover, he had the audacity to harm the old man. This was undoubtedly a capital offense. Besides Wang Rulong's mother, who cried out in an attempt to intervene, others simply watched with stern expressions, and Wang Yishue remained silent. It was only after Wang Rulong was left on the brink of unconsciousness that she spoke up. That will suffice, uncle. Let's halt proceedings for today. Grandfather has yet to recover. I wish to defer this matter until he is well enough to decide. Nodding in agreement, Wang Rulong's father felt a profound sense of despair. He had never expected his son to be so foolish. Given grandfather's temperament, would there be a chance for his son to survive this revelation? Take him away and confine him, Wang Yishue instructed the bodyguards, turning to the Wang family members. This incident cannot be attributed solely to Wang Rulong. While he is foolish, there are others with far more malicious intent at play. We must seek revenge. Indeed, we cannot let this individual escape unpunished. He must pay the price, the others concurred. Given that he dared to covet the Wang family's interests, they would not show him any mercy. Shortly thereafter, the Wang family commenced their search for Ye Chen's whereabouts, preparing for retribution. Meanwhile, the Qin family was bustling with excitement. Just 2 days prior, they had released an announcement inviting feng shui masters for various regions to resolve their family issues. A reward of 1 billion was promised to anyone who could succeed. For these feng shui masters, such as some represented an astronomical figure. Thus, masters of feng shui from all corners of the nation gathered in unison, all to address the tribulations faced by the Qin family today. As Tang Yu drove in, he happened to glimpse Ye Chen alighting from his vehicle. Upon his descent, Qin Curson was already awaiting him. Miss Qin, how effective has that talisman proven to be? Ye Chen inquired with a smile as he stepped out. It has proven to be highly effective. Hence, I must trouble you today, Mr. Yi. Qin Curson responded with a nod, her gaze revealing a hint of complexity. She recalled the heartfelt whisper she had heard previously. In an effort to ascertain the truth, she had surreptitiously dismantled the talisman that very morning. Indeed, within it lay a haphazardly scrawled talisman, stained with a drop of congealed blood. Ah, that foolish girl, Qin Curson, must have been utterly astonished by the talisman. Fortunately, I've decided to show some mercy this time, and, later, will kindly help expose his true nature. By the way, where has that brat, Qin Ming, vanished to? Just as she pondered this, a familiar voice echoed once more. She immediately began to scan her surroundings. Who could it be? Chapter 49. I am here to enhance Tang Xiao's reputation. She looked around, but could not locate the source of the voice, which only heightened her excitement. The truth was about to be unveiled today. If only she could express her gratitude to the benefactor who had revealed everything to her. Moreover, the fact that he uttered her brother's name indicated a connection with him, making it all the easier to find him. Once the two of them entered, Tang Yu leisurely descended from his vehicle. Upon disembarking, he did not see Qin Ming, but instead spotted Zhao Gaosheng, clad in a sleek black tang suit, lingering at the entrance with a smoking pipe in hand. His attire certainly lent him an air of an esteemed figure. Tang Yu approached with a smile, patting him on the shoulder. Uncle Zhao, what brings you here? Zhao Gaosheng chuckled softly in response. I certainly couldn't miss the opportunity to witness this spectacle and enhance Tang Xiao's reputation. Ever since Ye Chen acquired the yin-yang fish talisman, I've been pondering its intended use. After hearing news of the Qin family, it became clear. This fellow intends to flaunt it and woo the ladies of the Qin family. Hence, he resolved to come and make a good impression. After all, this lad had offended Tang Xiao, and it was time to redeem himself. Tang Yu found Zhao's intentions somewhat perplexing. He surmised that Uncle Zhao was likely motivated by the 10 billion reward from the Qin family. If he could resolve their predicament, it would indeed be a feather in his cap. He thus raised his thumb in approval, saying, All right then, I'm counting on you today. Uncle Zhao, You must secure that 10 billion reward from the Qin family. Consider it done. Zhao Gaosheng patted his chest, readily agreeing. If today's endeavor is successful, that's a 10 billion reward. Once I share this in the group chat, what would President Wang's treatment even signify? I would be the foremost loyal minister and capable aide of the Tang family. Both men, each with their own thoughts, exchanged cheerful smiles. Just then, Qin Ming approached. He had been waiting at the entrance for Tang Yu when an unexpected discomfort in his stomach had compelled him to visit the restroom. Seeing Tang Yu smiling, he rushed over and embraced him, joining in the laughter. Ah, my dear brother, what brings you such joy? I cannot help but share in your happiness. Surely, the troubles at your home will find resolution today. Tang Yu observed Qin Ming with a knowing smile. Do not mention it. I am uncertain if this troublesome matter can even be resolved. If all else fails, we may have to consider relocating. Qin Ming sighed, his optimism waning. In recent days, they had privately summoned several feng shui masters to address their issues, yet none had succeeded. One master even became gravely ill during a ritual, coughing up blood and currently resting in the hospital. Otherwise, they would not have offered a staggering 10 billion in bonuses, gathering esteemed masters from across the nation in hopes that one might resolve their predicament. Rest assured, not only will your issues be resolved today, but the culprit behind your family's misfortune will also be unveiled, Tang Yu stated confidently. Qin Ming paused, initially believing Tang Yu to be jesting, and did not take it to heart. As the three entered, they found a gathering of feng shui masters seated together, sipping tea and engaged in conversation. Their diverse attire and eccentric mannerisms made them appear almost theatrical, as if they were on a film set. In an effort to maintain a low profile, Tang Yu chose a seat in a corner. Shortly after settling in, the head of the Qin family, Qin Pengqi, emerged accompanied by several bodyguards. The crowd rose to greet him, casting eager and respectful glances towards the affluent figure. Qin Pengqi nodded in acknowledgement and spoke. I am grateful for everyone's presence to aid in resolving the Qin family's troubles. I assure you, a 10 billion check is prepared. Should any master succeed today, I will personally deliver the check, and this master will forever hold a distinguished place in the Qin household. His words invigorated the assembled masters, who appeared energized by the prospect of the reward. Fear not, today I shall undoubtedly resolve the Qin family's plight. A mere triviality, this malefic energy can be dispelled with ease. After my intervention, the Qin family's feng shui will remain untroubled for 50 years. This minor issue can be resolved with a mere gesture, several masters proclaimed, their voices overlapping in a cacophony reminiscent of a bustling marketplace. At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in a purple robe stepped forward, commanding attention. Esteemed friends, silence please, and allow me to speak. His authoritative voice instantly hushed the crowd, drawing all eyes to him. Is that not Master Zhao from Longhu Mountain? What brings him here? Murmured the crowd, their expressions tinged with apprehension. For 10 billion, one would travel to the ends of the earth, they whispered among themselves, glancing at Master Zhao with a mix of respect and unease. Tang Yu observed Master Zhao with keen interest, aware from the original narrative of the character's formidable prowess as the current celestial master of Longhu Mountain. However, he was also aware of the protagonist's law, which often relegated such figures to mere supporting roles destined for defeat. In summary, when competing against the Dragon King, no matter how distinguished one is in their respective field or how long they have dedicated themselves to their craft, they cannot match the Dragon King's prowess acquired in mere months of study. Who is this old man? He seems quite formidable, Qin Ming inquired curiously. Zhao answered with an air of confidence. This is Zhao Tianshi Zhao Shizhu from Longhu Mountain. Do you see the group of disciples behind him? One of them is holding the Tianshi sword, which is said to have been inherited for over 4 centuries. Qin Ming let out a sound of acknowledgement, not particularly well-versed in such matters. However, there was indeed a rather impressive-looking individual who might be able to assist him in resolving his issues. Zhao Shizhu addressed the crowd, stating, Esteemed friends, today there is but a single reward. With so many of us present, it would be impractical for everyone to intervene. How then shall we divide this reward? The crowd pondered this dilemma, exchanging glances yet failing to provide a suitable answer. Everyone yearned to claim the reward solely for themselves. Who would willingly share with another? Thus, it is my belief that this reward should be determined by one's abilities. I shall step forward to accept your challenges. Should any of you succeed in defeating me, I will immediately withdraw. However, if none can best me, I shall rightfully claim this merit. Zhao Shizhu gazed at the assembly with a proud smile. His audacious demeanor incensed many of the feng shui masters present. Those brave enough to arrive here were all adept practitioners of the Xianmen. For him to stand alone against them was tantamount to proclaiming his superiority as the foremost in the Xianmen. While Longhu Mountain holds a prestigious position within the Xianmen, the others were not to be underestimated, especially with a reward as substantial as 10 billion. No one was willing to relinquish such a prize easily. Zhao Tianshi is indeed presumptuous. I shall be the first to challenge you, declared Song Qingshan, the head of the Song family. The Song family possesses considerable renown within the Xianmen, having inherited 64 mysterious copper coins for centuries, capable of divining celestial secrets and vanquishing malevolent forces. Yet, Zhao Shizhu did not even spare him a glance, responding indifferently. Then let this esteemed friend take his turn. With a disdainful snort, Song Qingshan tossed a string of copper coins high into the air. He then formed a series of intricate hand seals, causing the coins to float gracefully above, forming an intricate array. Witnessing this spectacle, the crowd erupted in applause. Such a skill is not possessed by just anyone. Qin Ming was left astounded, realizing these feng shui masters possessed such remarkable abilities. Song Qingshan reveled in the crowd's admiration, directing a finger toward Zhao Tianshi. The floating copper coins surged forward, hurtling towards Zhao Tianshi. A mere parlor trick dares to flaunt itself before me? Zhao Shizhu remarked with utter disdain, raising a hand and commanding, sword come forth. A young acolyte behind him reverently held the Tianshi sword. Upon his command, the sword soared into the air, deftly slicing through the copper coins one by one. In mere moments, nearly half of the 64 coins lay shattered on the ground. Song Qingshan felt a pang of anguish, nearly spitting blood. These were his family heirlooms. He hastily attempted to reclaim the coins, but the Tianshi sword relentlessly pursued them, intent on obliterating the remnants. Song Qingshan was overwhelmed with sorrow. He gazed at Zhao Shizhu and exclaimed, Master Zhao, why must he go to such extremes? Am I someone to be trifled with, thinking I can depart without paying a price? Zhao Shizhu responded with a faint smile. Instantly, Song Qingshan's face turned a deep shade of crimson, and he gritted his teeth. Murmuring, Today, I have acted rashly. I implore you, Master Zhao, to show mercy. Now, that is more like it, Zhao Shizhu replied, extending his hand to summon the master sword back to him. Song Qingshan hastily retrieved the copper coins, his countenance dark and foreboding. He had not only failed to profit today, but had also jeopardized his family heirloom. The other members of the Xianmen were equally astonished by Zhao Shizhu's display. Many began to reconsider their intentions. If their abilities were lesser than Song Qingshan's, how could they dare provoke Zhao Shizhu? Is there any other fellow Taoist who wishes to challenge me? Feel free to step forward. If no one dares, I shall gladly accept this fine task from the Qin family today, Zhao Shizhu proclaimed, wielding the master sword and gazing at the crowd with an air of transcendent confidence. I shall, declared an elderly man with youthful features and white hair, stepping forward, clad in a somewhat tattered Taoist robe. He commanded respect from the assembly due to his renowned reputation in the northern Xianmen, where he was honored as the elder of the Star Lord. Zhao Shizhu regarded him with a casual glance and said, Come forth, reveal your treasure, and allow me to behold. The elder of the Star Lord scoffed coldly, causing a red ribbon to levitate in the air, emanating a faint glow akin to a fiery serpent. This spectacle left the onlookers in awe. Qin Ming clapped his thigh and exclaimed, Wow, brother, these individuals truly possess remarkable skills. I should learn a few tricks to impress the ladies. You might need a decade of practice, came the reply. Having already witnessed the unfolding drama, Tang Yu felt little excitement. No matter how formidable they seem, they are merely stepping stones for Ye Chen. According to the narrative, this old man will inevitably fall to Master Zhao, leading to a conflict between Zhao and Ye Chen. Once Zhao's spell fails, it will be Ye Chen's turn to shine, and that foolish Qin Curson will start to admire him. My poor brother Qin Ming. Not only will he be harmed by Ye Chen, but his fortune and sister will also fall into the hands of this scoundrel. Upon hearing the resonating thoughts, Qin Curson quickly focused her gaze on Qin Ming. She then noticed Tang Yu seated nearby and immediately recognized that the voice belonged to him. There was no mistaking it. Her brother had no other siblings aside from him. She was astounded internally, yet her expression remained composed. She was determined to observe whether it truly unfolded as Tang Yu had suggested. At that moment, the elder of the Star Lord had commenced his duel with Zhao Shizhu, directing the fiery serpent towards Zhao Shizhu with great intensity. Despite the seemingly formidable attack, Zhao Shizhu merely smiled in disdain. As the fiery serpent approached him, he extended his hand, causing it to halt in midair. "Return to me," Zhao Shizhu commanded, and the fiery serpent obediently retreated, hurtling back toward the elder of the Star Lord. As the elder Kuei-Shing found his weapon manipulated by his adversary, his expression shifted dramatically. He desperately endeavored to evade the attacks, appearing utterly disheveled. The onlookers erupted in laughter, their respect for Zhao Shizhu deepening. Truly, he was the revered Master Zhao of Longhu Mountain. His prowess was indeed that of a master among masters, and they were thoroughly impressed. "Master Zhao, I concede. I am defeated, and I accept this defeat wholeheartedly," the elder Kuei-Shing admitted. After a brief period of futile evasion, he had no choice but to lower his pride and plead for mercy. Zhao Shizhu smiled with satisfaction, extending his hand to release the red cord, which fell to the ground and ceased its movement. The elder Kuei-Shing, still looking quite disheveled, picked up the cord and tied it around his wrist, grunting in acknowledgement, too intimidated to speak further. From that moment on, no one dared to challenge Zhao Shizhu again. He regarded the crowd with a triumphant smile and clasped his hands in greeting. "Esteemed colleagues, I appreciate your understanding. Given the circumstances, I shall address the issues concerning the Qin family." Although the numerous feng shui masters were reluctant, they had no choice but to acquiesce, for none among them could match his abilities. "Then it falls to you, Master Zhao," they conceded. Qin Pengqi, witnessing the events unfold, was thoroughly enlightened. "As cultivators of the Tao, it is our duty to vanquish demons and eliminate evil. This is indeed what we ought to do." Zhao Shizhu maintained a courteous demeanor towards Qin Pengqi, recognizing him as a wealthy patron. At this moment, Qin Kursin stood in a state of shock. Everything she had witnessed was precisely as her heart had foreseen. Quickly regaining her composure, she turned to Ye Chen and remarked, "Mr. Yi, this Master Zhao is truly remarkable, almost like a deity." Ye Chen, with a look of disdain, retorted, "They are merely practitioners of unorthodox paths. This Taoist possesses some skill, yet when compared to my own, he falls immeasurably short. Once I demonstrate my abilities, Qin Kursin will comprehend what a true master truly is." As his words resonated through the assembly, all eyes turned towards him. "Here we go again, the classic approach of provoking others," some murmured. "He'll likely provoke them further, wager against them, and then trample them underfoot. Afterward, he'll feign generosity to win their favor. It seems that is his forte," another quipped, rolling her eyes at the familiar scene. As anticipated, Zhao Shizhu was incensed by Ye Chen's remarks. He glanced over and, seeing a young man in his 20s with a scowl, declared, "Who is this impudent youth? How dare you claim that Longhu Mountain is unorthodox? If you are unsatisfied, let's engage in a duel. Who invited this person? Remove him at once," he commanded. "Such insolence from a mere child is laughable. A master must not be insulted. Teach him a lesson, Master Zhao." The numerous feng shui masters joined in the ridicule, casting glances at Ye Chen as if he were a mere jester. Qin Pengqi frowned as he gestured to two bodyguards, instructing them to escort Ye Chen out. Just as they approached, Qin Kursin sprang to her feet, exclaiming, "Father, Mr. Yi is a distinguished expert I invited. He possesses considerable abilities." She then produced a talisman from her pocket, reinforcing her assertion. "This is the talisman he bestowed upon me, ever since I adorned it. My slumber has been remarkably tranquil over the past 2 days, devoid of nightmares." The truth remains elusive. She cannot allow Ye Chen to depart. Ye Chen rose and gazed at Qin Pengqi with a smile. "Uncle Qin, it is not arrogance that compels my words, but mere honesty. This Master Zhao is incapable of resolving your family's plight. If I do not intervene, his reckless actions will only lead to his own demise, ultimately jeopardizing the Qin family. You ignorant child, should I vanquish this minor malevolence today, will you kneel and apologize to me?" Master Zhao Zhu retorted angrily. "What if you cannot resolve it?" Ye Chen countered. "If I fail, I shall bestow upon you this celestial master sword," Zhao Zhu declared. Then turned to his disciples with a fierce command, "Bring forth the incense." His 2 disciples promptly retrieved 3 incense burners, inserting 3 sticks of incense into each without igniting them. Master Zhao Zhu commenced his ritual, weaving incantations. Upon completing his chant, the 9 sticks of incense ignited in an instant, with smoke swirling and coalescing into a gray, humanoid figure. Once the figure materialized, Zhao Zhu addressed Qin Pengqi. Mr. Qin, this is the malevolence accumulated by your family. Should I eliminate it, your family shall find peace henceforth. Then I must trouble you, Master Zhao. Qin Pengqi sighed with relief. The entire clan had been tormented for quite some time. At last, they were on the verge of resolving this troubling issue. A trifling matter, Zhao Zhu replied with a light-hearted smile, stepping forward in a 7-star stance and piercing the mist with the celestial master sword. Upon impact, the mist emitted a shrill scream, startling everyone in the room. Within mere moments, the mist dissipated entirely. The Qin family felt an immense weight lift from their shoulders. After successfully dispelling the malevolence, Zhao Zhu coldly regarded Ye Chen. Now that we have reached this juncture, what more do you have to say? Kneel and apologize. Ye Chen, maintaining a placid demeanor, responded, you might want to examine more closely whether the malevolence has truly vanished. No sooner had he spoken than the dissipated malevolence began to coalesce anew. The gray mist surged toward Zhao Zhu. Despite his attempts to counter with the celestial master sword, he was ultimately overwhelmed by the malevolence. His complexion turned pale, and he coughed up blood before collapsing to the ground, convulsing in agony. His disciples, in a state of panic, rushed to assist him, checking his condition. The Qin family, who had felt a sense of relief moments ago, now found themselves in unbearable discomfort, as if a 1,000-pound stone rested upon their shoulders. The other feng shui masters present also exhibited looks of horror. Such a formidable malevolence was unlike anything they had encountered before. A few attempted to unite their efforts to eradicate the malevolence, only to suffer backlash, meeting a fate akin to Zhao Zhu's. In his distress, Qin Pengqi glanced at his daughter, only to discover that Qin Kursin appeared entirely unaffected. Could it be that the talisman was indeed effective? Was this young man a true master beyond the ordinary? With a look of trepidation, he turned to Ye Chen and implored, I was out of line earlier. I beseech you, young friend, to assist my Qin family. The gaze of everyone in the room converged upon Ye Chen. Quick, step aside. He is about to put on a show. With a flick of his wrist, he extracted the jade talisman to dispel the malevolent energy, planning to later retrieve the jade Buddha he had intentionally sold to the Qin family. This malevolent energy was indeed summoned by that very Buddha, nurtured for 7 days with the blood of stillborns and infants. It was said that if the Buddha were to be shattered, the perpetrator would suffer a backlash as well. Upon hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, Qin Kursin's pupils constricted. Recently, Qin Ming had indeed purchased a jade Buddha from outside, claiming it to be a treasure obtained from a high monk. She suppressed her anger and addressed Ye Chen softly. Mr. Yi, I must trouble you with this. Naturally, you are my friend. The affairs of the Qin family are my own, Ye Chen replied with a charming grin. He produced the yin-yang fish talisman from his pocket, infused it with a drop of his blood, and the talisman emitted a faint white glow. Instantly, the gray malevolent energy within the room surged towards the talisman, ultimately vanishing from sight. Such trifling malevolence, easily dispelled with a snap of the fingers, Ye Chen declared haughtily. The onlookers regarded him with admiration. Regardless of his ostentatious speech, his genuine skills were indeed formidable. This lethal malevolence was, in his hands, effortlessly vanquished. However, within less than 5 seconds, cracks began to appear in the talisman, which subsequently shattered. The malevolent energy that had been absorbed erupted violently, now far denser than before. In an instant, the entire room was engulfed in a shroud of gray malevolence. Several members of the Qin family found it difficult to breathe, their faces pale and unable to utter a word. Ye Chen's expression shifted as well. What was happening? Had he nurtured too much malevolence, spiraling beyond his control? This storyline is amiss. Shouldn't he have resolved it with the talisman in one go? Could there be another issue at play? Tang Yu was equally perplexed. At that moment, Zhao Gaosheng abruptly stood up, looking at Ye Chen with disdain. I had thought you were capable, yet here you are, not only failing to resolve the issue, but exacerbating the malevolence instead. As he spoke, the crowd's gaze shifted from admiration to anger and contempt towards Ye Chen. This braggart had only worsened the situation. Ye Chen recognized Zhao Gaosheng, and his expression darkened. He suddenly realized that the item he had acquired was indeed problematic. Was he being schemed against? Or was there another involved? Zhao Gaosheng dismissed any further dialogue with Ye Chen. Addressing the terrified crowd, he declared, Fear not. Though this individual is a fool, our Tang Xiao possesses unparalleled knowledge and capability. This minor malevolence is but a trifling matter to him. Tang Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. How on earth am I considered to possess unparalleled knowledge and capability? What am I supposed to use to dispel it? At this moment, Tang Yu found himself utterly bewildered, genuinely at a loss for how to proceed. Yet, the onlookers regarded him with fervent anticipation, as if he were the sole beacon of light amidst encroaching darkness. Qin Ming, his head throbbing painfully, turned to Tang Yu and remarked, "Come on, my brother, if you truly possess a way to save my family, please act swiftly." In that instant, he finally comprehended why his brother had assured him upon arrival that the family's troubles would surely find resolution. It was evident that his brother had been concealing a powerful secret. Truly, his brother was remarkable, capable of anything. Zhao Gaoshan led Tang Yu out from the shadows. Bewildered, Tang Yu felt an unusual warmth emanating from his pocket. Upon retrieving the object, he was astonished to discover a yin-yang fish jade talisman, inexplicably placed there at some point. The talisman, now activated by the blood that had been dripped upon it, radiated a brilliant golden light upon being held by Tang Yu. He stood there, resembling a miniature sun, as the surrounding gray malevolent energy surged towards him, only to be dissolved by the golden radiance. Chapter 52. The Dragon King is furious. The consequences are grave. Before long, the malevolent energy within the room dissipated entirely, and the golden glow surrounding Tang Yu faded with it. As the sinister forces vanished, the members of the Qin family felt their vitality restored. The few feng shui masters who had previously suffered from the backlash of the malevolent energy found their afflictions lifted as well. For individuals like them, the consequences of such energy entering the body were dire. If not swiftly remedied, it could lead to severe illness or even death. They cast reverent glances towards Tang Yu, pondering the essence of a true master. This was the very embodiment of mastery. Having remained silent in the corner throughout, he rose at a pivotal moment to turn the tide. Observing his handsome visage and imposing stature, the crowd felt a surge of emotion, some even on the brink of tears, as they realized they had been fortunate enough to witness a genuine master. Indeed, the truly profound do not flaunt their prowess, while those who do often lack true depth. It was with a sense of shame that the illustrious Tianshi of Longhu Mountain acknowledged his own shortcomings in comparison to Tang Yu's exceptional skills. "I shall devote the next 20 years to quiet contemplation upon my return to the mountain." The gratitude of Song for Tang Yu's life-saving intervention was profound. He vowed that should Tang Yu ever require assistance, he would face any peril without hesitation. The feng shui masters erupted in loud praises, genuinely in awe of Tang Yu's capabilities. Remarkable, truly remarkable. Amidst the accolades, Tang Yu could only twitch his lips in disbelief. Who am I? Where on earth am I? This plot is all wrong. How did I end up playing the role of a show-off? At that moment, Ye Chen seethed with rage, trembling uncontrollably. He had never anticipated that his meticulously crafted scheme would be so effortlessly usurped by Tang Yu. According to his plans, it should have been him standing there, basking in the admiration and accolades of the crowd. In that scenario, he would have transformed into the foremost feng shui master of Suzhou and Hangzhou, earning the unwavering admiration of the Qin family and winning Qin Kursen's heart in the process. Yet now, everything is turned to naught. He stands here, akin to a solitary jester. Occasionally, a pair of disdainful glances are cast upon him. A tempest of fury rages within him, wishing to annihilate everyone present, especially Tang Yu, who has repeatedly brought him humiliation. Just as he was about to erupt, Qin Kursen suddenly dashed toward the statue of Buddha placed upon the altar. Grasping the statue, she forcefully hurled it to the ground. With a resounding crash, the statue shattered, drawing the attention of the crowd. As the statue fractured, a crimson light surged forth, darting toward Ye Chen. Upon its entry into his being, Ye Chen's complexion paled, blood trickling from his nostrils. This was because the jade Buddha had been forged from the blood of an infant and a stillborn. Now, with its destruction, he, as its master, faced retribution. Such dark sorcery, he had learned much of from the old man since childhood, and he held no qualms about it. To achieve greatness, one must not be constrained by trifles. Countless bones lie in the wake of a general's victory. If a Dragon King lacks such resolve, how can he accomplish anything? Yet, those present were all masters of feng shui. In terms of strength, they might not rival Ye Chen, but their insight was hardly inferior. Witnessing the crimson light and Ye Chen's reaction, Master Zhao Shizhu was the first to comprehend the situation. Pointing his Tianshi sword at Ye Chen, he exclaimed, "You shameless scoundrel! This malevolence was indeed orchestrated by you. I see now this boy's schemes are wickedly insidious. All along, you have been staging this farce, truly a brazen individual." The other masters echoed his sentiments, vehemently denouncing Ye Chen. Observing their reactions, Qin Kursin finally confirmed her suspicions. The voices she had heard resonated perfectly. After being publicly exposed and reviled, Ye Chen's countenance twisted with venomous resentment. As a dignified dragon king, how could he allow such rabble to insult him so brazenly? It's over, it's over. Attempting to show off has backfired. This petty dragon is surely enraged. Do not unleash a massacre. Remember, you are the Dragon King. Exercise restraint. Noticing the darkening of his expression, Tang Yu sensed impending doom. He had initially planned to merely survive the narrative and alert the Qin family about this fool's schemes against them. He never anticipated the situation would escalate to this extent. Once Qin Kursin regained her composure, she rushed to her father, saying, "Father, this man harbors malicious intent. Our Qin family cannot let him go." Qin Pengqi, his face cold as ice, glared at Ye Chen, seething with rage. "Mr. Yi, do you not owe my Qin family an explanation?" His gaze was laden with murderous intent. During this time, the Qin family had truly been devastated by this scoundrel. "Explanation? I'm unaware of what you speak. What purpose would I have in orchestrating this? Am I a soothsayer, foreseeing that the Qin family would offer a reward of 10 billion? Ye Chen colded in it. Of course, you do not know about the 10 billion. You are clearly after Qin Kursin, hoping to be the gallant hero. Win her affections, and the Qin family would be yours." Inwardly scoffed at the words she heard, Qin Kursin's eyes blazed with fury as she coldly fixed her gaze upon Ye Chen. "Stop pretending. I know this is your scheme. That snake you threw into my villa was also your doing, wasn't it? I've already reviewed the surveillance footage." A fleeting hint of embarrassment crossed Ye Chen's face. How could she know about the snake incident? Why hadn't she exposed him? "Sister, why waste your breath? Just take him down." Qin Ming ground his teeth in hatred, for he was the first to be ensnared in this plot. That jade Buddha, he'd been duped into purchasing it. At the time, he thought he had found a treasure, only to bring calamity upon his family. With a shout, more than a dozen bodyguards from the Qin family surged forward. Yet, Ye Chen showed no inclination to flee. The Dragon King, he would rather face death standing than retreat like a coward. As the bodyguards attacked, he snorted and struck back. The foremost bodyguard swung a punch, which Ye Chen effortlessly dodged, countering with a kick that sent the man flying. He then launched a dual assault, sending two more bodyguards hurtling through the air. These bodyguards were undoubtedly well-trained, capable of taking on 10 ordinary individuals in unarmed combat. Yet before Ye Chen, they appeared as mere novices. Qin Ming seized a vase as a weapon and charged in, wishing to assist his bodyguards in subduing this young man. However, before Tang Yu could call out to stop him, Ye Chen had already grasped his throat. Gasps of shock rippled through the onlookers as Qin Ming was seized. The remaining bodyguards hesitated, wary of the repercussions. "Release my brother." Qin Kursin's fury erupted. "If you dare to act recklessly, I will ensure you do not leave Suong." Qin Pengqi was equally enraged. How dare an outsider behave so brazenly on their territory? Confronted with Qin Kursin's wrath, Ye Chen felt a pang of sorrow. Even with his charm, he feared he could not salvage the situation. He coldly addressed the Qin family. "Does the insignificant Qin family dare to threaten me? Ye Chen, today could have passed without incident. Blame that scoundrel Tang for this." His gaze turned to Tang Yu, filled with animosity. From the Tang family to the Wang family, and now to the Qin family, this young man had consistently undermined him. He resolved to no longer endure this. Today, they would learn that the Dragon King is not to be trifled with. Chapter 53. Who then is the true villain? Under his intense scrutiny, Tang Yu couldn't help but feel a mix of anger and amusement. What a pathetic creature you are. Why should I be concerned with your failures? You had your chance and squandered it. Can you blame Lin Bei for that? I never wanted to play this part. I just wished to be a quiet, handsome man. Listen here, Tang. Today, I offer you a choice. Either the Qin brat dies, or you suffer in his stead. Ye Chen glared at Tang Yu, his voice filled with fury. This treacherous scoundrel had stabbed him in the back countless times. Today, if I do not retrieve some interest from him, would it not be excessively lenient? After he spoke, a slight force emanated from his hand, causing Qin Ming's face to flush crimson, struggling for breath. "Do not act recklessly. You may leave. We, the Qin family, shall not hold today's events against you," Qin Pengqi said. his expression betraying a hint of panic upon seeing his son's distress. This decision should rest with him, Ye Chen indicated towards Tang Yu. Though Qi Ming was on the verge of asphyxiation, he still managed to weakly gesture towards Tang Yu. He was a martial artist with several years of training, fully aware that his elder brother's skills were barely sufficient for even the simplest of tasks. Let my brother handle it. Would that not be tantamount to inviting his own demise? He had already saved him once. There was no need for a second rescue. If he were to perish at the hands of this scoundrel Ye Chen, he could always be brothers in the next life. What? Are you such a coward that you would watch your brother perish before my eyes? Ye Chen glared at Tang Yu, his tone laced with icy malice. Was he not fond of playing devious games? Then let them engage in such a manner. Are you truly willing to stand idly by, allowing your brother to die before so many witnesses? Do you not possess any shame? Release him. I will accompany you. Tang Yu gritted his teeth. This wretched man was truly losing his mind. Though he longed for a quiet existence, even the most docile must have their limits. After Tang Yu agreed, the members of the Qin family grew increasingly anxious. They were unwilling to witness Qin Ming come to harm. Yet they could not bear to see Tang Yu suffer in his stead. Qin Kursin, with reddened eyes, gazed at Tang Yu. Previously, their relationship had been marred by unpleasantness due to certain matters, and given Tang Yu's 3 years of servitude, her impression of him had only worsened. What worth does a man possess without a shred of self-respect? Yet today, her perception of Tang Yu underwent a profound transformation. What woman could despise a man of responsibility and loyalty? You truly dare to agree? Ye Chen was taken aback by Tang Yu's audacity. Loosening his grip slightly to allow Qin Ming a breath. He had no intention of ending Qin Ming's life. His intent was merely to humiliate Tang Yu in retaliation. However, since Tang Yu had acquiesced, he would not be merciful. Release him, and let us engage in a fair duel outside, each delivering a single blow to determine the victor. Tang Yu pointed towards the open space beyond the hall. Though he was tempted to remain hidden, his brother was no coward. He had principles. For the sake of brotherhood. Very well. Despite his verbal agreement, Ye Chen continued to clutch Qin Ming's neck as the three of them exited. Upon seeing them leave, the onlookers also followed suit. The crowd of feng shui masters regarded Tang Yu with newfound admiration. What constitutes a true master? Exceptional strength, humility, and profound loyalty. What now could be done? Qin Pengshi was in a state of turmoil. He could not bear to watch his son die, yet he could not allow his nephew to perish in his place either. This individual had effortlessly dispatched over a dozen of his bodyguards, his strength unfathomable. Even calling the police would be futile at this juncture. Had he foreseen such an eventuality, he would have invested more in hiring skilled fighters to safeguard his home. Trust him, he must. Qin Kursin bit her lip, realizing that there was no alternative at this point. In her heart, she harbored an intense hatred for Ye Chen, that scoundrel. If given a chance, she would ensure his demise with her own hands. After stepping outside, Tang Yu took a deep breath and spoke. You can let him go now. Finally, you have the courage to stand like a man. What good is it to play dirty? Ye Chen scoffed, casually tossing Qin Ming aside. Several bodyguards rushed in to catch their young master. Ye Chen stood with arms crossed, looking at Tang Yu with disdain. Do not claim I'm bullying a worthless fool. I would allow you 3 punches first. Should I even frown, I vow never to set foot in Suzhou or Hangzhou again. As a martial arts master, he could see that this man was a fragile weakling. Not only would a single punch fail to harm him, but even 100 punches would be futile. You go first. I fear my fists may dirty themselves on you, Tang Yu retorted, also crossing his arms and standing his ground provocatively. Initiating an attack? He wasn't foolish. This cursed system had not granted him any offensive ancient martial skills. To charge forward and merely scratch this scoundrel with a punch? Presently, he possessed only 2 usable abilities, the unmoving king technique and the yin-yang ultimate technique. Both could only be utilized once, and the system had him firmly under its control. Within him flowed the energy of these 2 techniques. Though limited to a single use each, both were at the pinnacle of perfection. The former could withstand one attack, while the latter could rebound the inflicted damage back at double strength. Truly, Tang Yu was a figure of genuine prowess. Indeed, why should he need to strike first against such a minor foe? With Tang Yu's extraordinary capabilities, eliminating this individual would be as simple as squashing a maggot. Many feng shui masters had already become admirers of Tang Yu, convinced that this young man was a true master of unparalleled ability. You seek your own demise. Ye Chen loathed being looked down upon in such a manner. He was the exalted Dragon King. In places like Africa and the Middle East, he was always met with great respect. At that moment, the accumulated resentment within him surged forth. With a furious roar, he lunged toward Tang Yu, throwing a punch. Yet, he did not unleash his full strength, for he could not afford to kill this man. He desired to see this boy languish on a sickbed, watching helplessly as the Tang family fell to ruin. The two stood merely 3 meters apart. With Ye Chen's prowess, he closed the distance in an instant, aiming a punch at Tang Yu's chest. Simultaneously, the two energies within Tang Yu began to circulate at his command. When Ye Chen's punch struck Tang Yu, it felt as though it had collided with cotton. Tang Yu remained unmoved, absorbing the terrifying force of the blow with the unmoving king technique, which then transformed through the yin-yang ultimate technique. Tang Yu felt a tremendous power coalesce in his right hand. Clenching his fist, he unleashed a counterpunch. While Ye Chen was still in shock, wondering why his punch had failed to inflict any damage, Tang Yu's fist had already found its mark. For him, it was a slow yet formidable punch, imbued with an extraordinarily terrifying force. Unprepared, Ye Chen was struck and sent hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string. After flying several meters, he collided with a statue in the courtyard. The statue depicted a green bull with a shepherd boy riding atop. Ye Chen struck directly against the bull's horn, precisely at the most vulnerable part of his anatomy. Soon, the horn was stained crimson with his blood. A wave of pain surged from his core, radiating throughout his body, causing Ye Chen to shudder involuntarily. Had it not been for his remarkable willpower, he would have cried out in agony. He felt a metallic taste in his throat, and upon opening his mouth, he spewed forth a mist of blood. The onlookers were left dumbfounded. Young Master Tang was indeed an extraordinary figure with unparalleled prowess. This man effortlessly dealt with over a dozen bodyguards, yet was sent flying by young Master Tang's single punch. The disparity in their strengths was nothing short of astronomical. Chapter 54. Fortunately, he had cleaned himself well. Zhao Gaosheng was equally astonished. Could it be that young Master Tang had concealed his abilities so profoundly? Goodness, this brother is truly remarkable. Sitting on the ground, Qin Ming clutched his throat and coughed vehemently, his eyes nearly bulging out. With that punch, the scoundrel Yi not only spat blood on the spot, but also suffered significant injury to his core. In summary, the thoughts of the gathered crowd could be distilled into 4 words. Young Master Tang is formidable. Standing still, Tang Yu gazed at his fist and Ye Chen's bleeding posterior, feeling a twinge of panic. Goodness, he had even caused the Dragon King's core to be harmed. Thankfully, the Dragon King had cleared himself out today. Otherwise, if excrement had been expelled, the Dragon King would surely hold him accountable. What an astonishingly concealed Tang Yu indeed. After descending from the statue, Ye Chen found his gait altered. There was no remedy. Each step sent waves of pain coursing through him. He inhaled sharply, his gaze towards Tang Yu filled with both hatred and a tinge of fear. Even if he had not exerted his full strength, he should not have been rendered completely ineffectual. As for that punch thrown by this fellow, though it appeared slow, its destructive power surpassed even his own. Had it not been for his remarkable physique, that punch might have cost him his life. He was now grievously injured both internally and externally. Don't let him escape. Go and strike him. I'll reward 10 million for a broken arm, and 100 million for a death. At that moment, Qin Kursen bellowed. After enduring for so long, she finally had a chance for vengeance. How could she let it slip away? The Qin family's bodyguards had just suffered a great loss and were brimming with rage. Seizing the opportunity to pummel a fallen adversary, they surged forward as a collective. Ye Chen, with a face ashen as death, dared not confront this group. Just the enigmatic Tang Yu alone instilled in him a profound sense of trepidation. A true man knows when to yield and when to fight. He silently consoled himself, enduring the pain as he swiftly fled the Qin family estate. In one bound, he leapt over the wall, only to find himself dumbstruck upon landing. Outside the Qin family estate, a dozen or so vehicles were parked. Wang Yixue, her expression as cold as frost, stood outside the estate, flanked by no fewer than 30 individuals. The individuals donned impeccably tailored black suits, embodying the essence of formidable bodyguards. Following the resolution of the traitor Wang Rulong, the Wang family mobilized their forces to ascertain the whereabouts of Ye Chen. Vengeance was inevitable. Upon discovering that Ye Chen was at the Qin residence, she summoned her elite cadre to confront him. However, as they alighted from their vehicles, they witnessed Ye Chen scaling the wall in a desperate escape. Noticing the bloodstains on him, she wasted no time in pointing at Ye Chen, exclaiming her desire to eliminate this scoundrel. The Wang bodyguards surged forward en masse. Ye Chen's fury ignited. He was a renowned dragon king, having triumphed in foreign lands and vanquished countless adversaries. It had always been he who brought others to their knees. Never had he anticipated such humiliation. Faced with over 30 adversaries, he bellowed in rage and engaged them with all his might. Yet, after enduring a blow from Tang Yu, he found himself internally injured. The pain from his wounds severely impeded his prowess, each step akin to suffering from an excruciating affliction. In a state of diminished capability, he was besieged by the elite bodyguards. This time, Lady Luck favored the bodyguards. After injuring around 10 of them, Ye Chen could no longer withstand the onslaught and was overwhelmed, pinned to the ground and mercilessly beaten. Tang Yu and his entourage pursued, and upon witnessing Ye Chen's plight, Tang Yu felt a surge of disbelief. This has nothing to do with me. I am innocent, having merely struck you once. Observing the brutality inflicted upon Ye Chen, Tang Yu pondered a pressing question. If the Dragon King were to perish, how would the narrative unfold? As Qin Kursin raised her hand, preparing to command her bodyguards to join the fray, Ye Chen, on the brink of collapse, managed to retrieve a small vial from his pocket. Shattering it upon the ground, a plume of crimson smoke erupted forth. The bodyguards, inhaling the noxious fumes, were instantly besieged by an insatiable itch, abandoning their assault on Ye Chen as they clawed at their bodies in discomfort. With the entire cadre incapacitated, Ye Chen seized the opportunity to escape. Remaining would surely result in his demise at the hands of these ruffians. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he rose from the ground, intent on commandeering a vehicle for a hasty retreat. Today's humiliation would be repaid 100-fold in the future. Just as he prepared to flee, a bodyguard, gritting his teeth, clutched his trousers with unwavering determination. The young mistress had decreed that this brat must be eliminated, promising a 10-fold year-end bonus for his capture. A personal bounty of 20 million was at stake. Such a sum could afford him countless indulgences in a luxurious Cadillac. Thus, he endured the relentless itching, resolutely vowing not to let this boy escape. Do not even think about running, the bodyguard bellowed, his eyes ablaze with fury. The other bodyguards, unwilling to witness their bonuses slip away, struggled through their own torment to apprehend Ye Chen. Ye Chen, utterly disheartened, could scarcely believe that anyone could rise after succumbing to his itching powder. With nowhere left to turn, he resolved to employ his final ruse, the art of the golden cicada shedding its shell. As he unleashed the last remnants of his internal energy, his trousers disintegrated in an instant. In this manner, he successfully evaded his bodyguards. Simultaneously, his bloodied posterior was exposed to the onlookers, resembling a wild monkey. The crowd gasped in shock, exclaiming in disbelief at the sight. How could one survive such a humiliation? As a person, he had already faced societal death. Yet, Ye Chen paid little heed to such matters. He dashed towards a Mercedes, intent on fleeing. At this juncture, who could afford to be concerned with trivialities? Quick, lock the cars, a bodyguard shouted, realizing the urgency of the situation. They hastily produced their keys, locking over a dozen vehicles simultaneously. As Ye Chen reached for a car door, it remained stubbornly shut. Filled with indignation and embarrassment, he turned and sprinted towards the roadside, where a taxi fortuitously awaited. Without a moment's hesitation, he jumped into the passenger seat, his expression fierce as he barked at the driver. "Drive now." "Who are you?" the young driver asked. Fear etched across his face as he scrutinized Ye Chen. "Just drive. No time for nonsense." Ye Chen snapped, panic rising as he perceived the pursuers closing in. "It's not that I won't drive. I'm just trying to understand where you think you'll get money," the driver retorted, anger flaring. In a swift motion, Ye Chen delivered a punch to the driver's head, causing him to slam against the glass and lose consciousness. With practiced ease, Ye Chen discarded the driver from the vehicle, flooring the accelerator and careening onto the road, desperately fleeing. The group of bodyguards, upon witnessing the escape, felt a wave of frustration wash over them. "Damn it, our reward is gone." After learning of Ye Chen's flight, Wang Yixue and Qin Kursin were both incensed. How did that bastard manage to escape? Tang Yu, however, remained unfazed. What does it mean to be a child of fortune? It means encountering serendipity wherever one goes, navigating even the gravest of crises with ease. Thus, he wished to remain inconspicuous, avoiding conflict with such a formidable opponent. Yet, the world seemed intent on compelling him to confront these challenges. Chapter 55, Elbow in, come inside, sister shall examine you. Upon witnessing Ye Chen's escape, the feng shui masters present expressed their regret. Such a scourge had eluded capture. From this day forth, we of the Su Nim shall expel Ye Chen from our ranks. Anyone associated with him shall be deemed an adversary. Zhao Shizhu from Longhushan proclaimed. His complexion still pale. Although the malevolent energy within him had been dispelled, complete recovery would take weeks. Indeed, such a rogue must not be permitted to exploit the name of the Su Nim for deceit. If I encounter this person in the north, I shall ensure he faces dire consequences, he vowed. Others echoed their sentiments. Those of the Su Nim adhered to the principles of the martial world. Ye Chen's actions today were the height of disgrace among their ranks. Once a consensus was reached, Zhao Shizhu turned to Tang Yu. Young Master Tang, I shall forever remember your kindness today. Should you ever require assistance from Longhushan, do not hesitate to ask. The same goes for Song. The young Master Tang possesses such remarkable abilities at a tender age. I dare say he is the foremost feng shui master in Suzhou and Hangzhou. Does anyone dissent? To claim he is the best in all of Huaxiao would not be an exaggeration. Ha ha ha. A chorus of flattery ensued. Tang Yu, feeling awkward, wished he could excavate a grand palace akin to the Ming Palace or even the Summer Palace, perhaps adding the Prince Gong's mansion for good measure. Enough with the flattery. Truly, let it cease. The esteemed seniors have overpraised me. I have merely accomplished trivial tasks. Let's not dwell on this. You all should take a rest. With a forced smile, Tang Yu remarked. Such youthful talent coupled with humility. Tang is indeed a true dragon among men. One should aspire to be like Tang Yu. The crowd continued their praises before dispersing to rest. Are you all right? Once the sycophants had departed, Qin Kursin approached Tang Yu with concern etched on her face. Her beautiful eyes brimmed with worry. Having known Tang Yu for many years, she was well aware of his lack of prowess. He stood there with an air of calm, undoubtedly forcing himself to appear unscathed, not wanting to reveal his injuries to those who cared for him. It's nothing. Tang Yu shook his head with a neutral expression. What brings you here? But wait, I thought you disliked me. Upon hearing Tang Yu's unspoken thoughts, Qin Kursin smiled gently. Thank you for today. Their relationship, after years of acquaintance, could not be described as amicable. At best, it was akin to that of strangers. The discord stemmed from an incident over a decade ago, when Qin Kursin slept at home, without clothing, a habit she could not shake. That day, Tang Yu visited the Qin household to see Qin Ming and inadvertently opened her bedroom door, leading to an unexpected encounter. As a blossoming adolescent girl, how could she endure such a violation? In a fit of rage, she had leapt up, unadorned, and confronted the stunned Tang Yu. For a boy in his teens, such a moment could prove profoundly damaging. From that point, their relationship was irrevocably altered. Out of courtesy, Tang Yu replied, Qin Ming is my brother. It is only right. Yet, his gaze inadvertently fell upon an area of Qin Kursin that had developed quite splendidly. It was not lecherous, rather, it was a natural inclination of a man's gaze drawn to certain attributes. This was an instinctive appreciation of beauty, devoid of any vulgarity. Every man is, in essence, an artist. Ah, it has been a while since I last saw her. How has she blossomed? When I first met her, she was but a budding flower. All of this is thanks to that scoundrel Qin Ming. That rascal deliberately tricked me into fetching something, leading me to this silly girl's room. If he wishes me to be your brother-in-law, he could show some decency, couldn't he? That encounter was for naught. Upon hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, Qin Kursin felt a mix of embarrassment, anger, and guilt, casting a murderous glance at her brother. So was this little brat who had led her astray? This fellow shares a close rapport with Tang Yu, akin to that of siblings. Hence, he frequently praises Tang Yu to me, seemingly attempting to orchestrate a match between us. Given his rather limited intellect, his actions come as no surprise. As Wang Yishu approached, she too caught wind of Tang Yu's sentiments. She cast a glare at Qin Ming, brimming with malice. How audacious of him to contemplate assisting her sister in vying for a man. Such a person must not be allowed to linger. Qin Ming, currently sipping from a bottle of mineral water, was still rattled from being throttled by Ye Chen earlier. It had nearly sent him to the brink of despair. Suddenly, he felt the weight of two icy stares upon him. What on earth had he done? He hurriedly approached Tang Yu, placing a hand on her chest, and inquired, Goodness, brother, are you truly unharmed after taking that fellow's punch? It's nothing serious, Tang Yu replied with a slight shake of her head. Though the system could sometimes be quite troublesome, The rewards it bestowed were undeniably valuable. You're impressive, brother. I never imagined you were so adept at concealing your true abilities, Qin Ming remarked, his admiration growing. Truly, he was a remarkable elder brother. Step aside, Wang Yixue interjected, shooing Qin Ming away as she turned to Tang Yu, her brow furrowed. Did Ye Chen actually strike you? I witnessed his prowess just moments ago. To endure such a grievous injury and still evade the bodyguards is indeed commendable. I took a punch, but I'm fine, Tang Yu replied with a wry smile, gesturing towards the group of bodyguards. Why on earth did you bring so many people along? The situation with the Qin family was already peculiar enough. And now you're here to confront Ye Chen? Wang Yixue recounted the events at home, leaving Tang Yu in utter disbelief. Wang Rulong, that incompetent fool, had been discovered? In light of this, had Ye Chen not gravely offended both the Qin and Wang families? And, considering his own involvement, 3 of the 4 prominent families had now turned against him. Let me examine you to see if you're injured, Wang Yixue insisted, grasping Tang Yu's arm and pulling her towards the house. Yes, let us check, Qin Kursin echoed, her concern evident. I assure you, I'm perfectly fine. Please, let me return to rest, Tang Yu protested, feeling apprehensive about allowing the 2 women to inspect her health. What on earth is going on? Please, sisters. I'm truly unscathed. Return? We must ensure there are no issues. What if something occurs on the way? Wang Yixue remained steadfast. Cough. I genuinely only worry for your well-being. There are no ulterior motives. Then let us consult a doctor, Tang Yu suggested, his face contorted in distress. This doesn't feel right. Something is definitely amiss. Is this a medical examination or something else entirely? Our family doctor resigned just a few days ago. Let us proceed with the examination for now. Although Qin Ming could not hear Tang Yu's thoughts, as a good brother, he understood women well. Tang Yu found himself contemplating the notion of silencing that insufferable brat. Had he known, he would have refrained from rescuing him. Come inside. Don't wait for me to be forceful, Wang Yixue said, brandishing her phone. Tang Yu had no choice but to acquiesce. He felt as though he were a delicate female protagonist from a film, ensnared by someone wielding leverage over him. In Chapter 56, the family conspired to suppress Ye Chen. As the 2 entered a guest room, Wang Yixue was about to close the door when Qin Kursin swiftly followed suit. I'll check his condition. What are you here for? Wang Yixue frowned slightly. In her eyes, this woman had already become a threat. Moreover, that fellow praised her development. It was hardly anything remarkable. Certainly not superior to her own. If it came to legs, hers were far more attractive. This is my home. Is it not permissible for me to express concern for my brother's benefactor? Qin Kursin replied with an air of arrogance. Wang Yixue furrowed her brow, realizing that dwelling on this topic would yield no advantages, and chose to refrain from further comment. She approached Tang Yu and instructed, remove your clothing. Let me see if you're injured. I'm not injured. Why would I deceive you? Tang Yu replied, on the verge of tears and trembling slightly. How is it that she appears even more lascivious than I? Let me take a look, Wang Yixue said, removing her glasses and reaching for Tang Yu. With no escape from the situation, Tang Yu complied, swiftly shedding his shirt to demonstrate he was indeed unhurt. Though lacking in combat prowess, he maintained his physique through regular exercise. As his shirt came off, revealing a set of 8-pack abs, both Qin Kursin and Wang Yixue found their gazes involuntarily drawn to him. Women, it seems, possess a far greater appetite for visual allure than men. Furthermore, Tang Yu is undeniably a strikingly handsome young man. Noticing his slight embarrassment only heightened their interest. Women also enjoy witnessing a man's shyness. They relish a sense of vulnerability in men, which stirs their nurturing instincts and protective tendencies. There is nothing wrong, Tang Yu thought, feeling increasingly uncomfortable under the intense scrutiny of the 2 women. Wang Yixue chuckled softly, her fingertips gliding gently across Tang Yu's chest as she inquired, does it hurt? Not at all, Tang Yu replied, shaking his head as he hastily reached for his clothing. Look at you. We're not going to devour you. Wang Yixue scoffed, playfully slapping Tang Yu on the backside. Hey, you little vixen, do you really think I'm so easy to bully? Tang Yu thought to himself. If it weren't for Qin Kursin being here, I'd certainly retaliate. After the thought echoed in his mind, the expressions of both women turned peculiar. This fellow, so animated in his internal monologue. Wang Yixue chuckled inwardly. You dare to strike privately? If you do, I shall dare to let you. Shall I take my leave then? After putting on his shirt, Tang Yu felt akin to a mere escort, finishing his task and ready to depart. Wait, Qin Kursin called out, halting him. What is it? Shouldn't the three of our families unite? She began. Although I do not know much about Ye Chen, he must possess considerable influence. Wouldn't you agree? Qin Kursin stated. Her knowledge of Ye Chen was indeed limited, yet his abilities and tactics were formidable. Allowing him to escape today meant the conflict was far from resolved. He must be eliminated post-haste. The Wang family shall ensure his demise, Wang Yixue declared coldly. Dare to scheme against oneself? Dare to lay hands on one's own treasures? This matter cannot simply be brushed aside. Upon noticing the two women gazing at him, Tang Yu felt a pang of frustration. He genuinely wished to quietly bide his time and await his rewards. Yet today, he was nearly at his wit's end. Given the circumstances, merely wishing to remain inconspicuous was no longer feasible. The same applied to the Tang family. Tang Yu sighed in resignation. Who would have thought that I, a mere antagonist, would join forces with the heroines to confront the Dragon King? He mused. What a convoluted plot. Nearly incomprehensible. However, it might not be entirely detrimental. Since there's no turning back, we might as well take decisive action. From this day forth, we must invest in enhancing our security measures. The three families united to suppress the Longchen group, which belonged to Ye Chen. Wang Yixue began to orchestrate the arrangements. The security forces of their families were currently rather weak. The reason was simple. Su and Hang were their territories, and everyone was aware of the four prominent families. Those with a sound mind dared not provoke them. Those without sense were unworthy of such an endeavor. Now that the situation had changed, it was imperative to summon some formidable experts to ensure that Ye Chen would not escape again. The combined might of the three families was immensely formidable, far beyond what the Longchen group could withstand. After fleeing for over 20 kilometers in a taxi, Ye Chen finally arrived at the He family residence. He did not head to the Longchen group, as it was merely a company with no security to safeguard his currently vulnerable state. Thus, he opted for the He family instead. Upon arriving at their doorstep, he was suddenly struck by a realization. Though he wore a shirt, he was inexplicably without trousers. Seeing his disheveled appearance, he cursed Tang Yu inwardly. As for Qin Kursin and Wang Yixue, he was determined to win them over. He would not let go of what he had set his sights on. After contemplating for a moment, he removed his jacket and tied it around his waist before entering the He family home. The He family members were quite familiar with him, and, upon seeing his pitiful state, promptly took him to their private hospital for treatment. After undergoing a round of medical care, he was placed in a hospital room to recuperate. There is no way he would fully recover in less than half a month. Lying on the hospital bed, Ye Chen came to a stark realization. The primary reason for his failure to conquer the four prominent families was none other than Tang Yu. This ineffectual rich heir was far more cunning than he appeared. Every time his plans went awry, Tang Yu was somehow involved. If he wished to seize control of Su and Hang, this individual must be eliminated. At that moment, footsteps echoed down the corridor, followed closely by heroine and an elderly woman with snow-white hair entering the room. The elderly lady was none other than Lianhua, the current matriarch of the He family. The He family was rather peculiar, as it had always been led by women. Their women never married outside the family, only accepting sons-in-law who came to dwell with them. Given the He family's influence, there must be countless suitors eager to become a son-in-law. Upon entering, the two individuals beheld Ye Chen in a disheveled state, reclining on the hospital bed. With a gentle smile, Madam He approached, expressing her concern. Xiaoye, I have heard you were injured. Is it serious? Fortunately, it is but a minor injury, Ye Chen replied, his expression tinged with embarrassment. As long as it is not severe, you should take this time to rest and recuperate here. Should you require anything, simply convey your needs to the servants. Madam He replied with a smile. After exchanging pleasantries within the ward, Madam He departed with her granddaughter, Heroine. Once they exited the room, a trace of disdain crossed Heroine's face. She was already aware of the affairs concerning the Qin family. As for Ye Chen's methods, she held no particular admiration. As long as one achieved their goals, that was a mark of competence. However, he had failed to succeed and had been reduced to a pitiful state, even losing his trousers. Grandmother, do you still believe he possesses the potential to be a true dragon among men? Heroine could not refrain from speaking. With a sigh, Madam, he responded, indeed, I am somewhat disappointed. He does not possess even half the charisma of his master in his youth. His master was a prodigious talent. How could he have produced such a wretched disciple? Upon hearing her grandmother's words, Heroine chose to remain silent. Previously, Her grandmother had contemplated placing her bets on him after learning he had arrived in Suzhou and Hangzhou. Now that possibility was utterly extinguished. Chapter 57. Old Zhao from the South Pole. Unbeknownst to Ye Chen, who remained alone in the hospital room, the He family's perception of him was far from flattering. After resting for 2 hours, 4 men clad in black suits entered the room, each adorned with a skull ring, a hallmark of the Grim Reaper squad within the Dragon Soul organization, a symbol of honor. Within the Dragon Soul, only those of considerable strength and experience were deemed worthy of joining the Grim Reaper squad, which was among Ye Chen's most elite forces, second only to the 8 great generals. Originally dispatched to Beijing for intelligence gathering, they had been recalled due to today's incident. Dragon King. Upon entering, the 4 men knelt on one knee, paying their respects. Seeing Ye Chen injured and lying on a hospital bed, their expressions turned grave. Which reckless individuals dared to conspire against the Dragon King? Ye Chen inquired. What news from our intelligence operations in Beijing? We have investigated 3 prominent families and uncovered some leads. One of them replied, producing a dossier to hand to Ye Chen. After examining the documents, Ye Chen's countenance darkened. I understand. Once I have recovered, I shall personally visit Beijing. Taking a deep breath, he acknowledged that he preferred to avoid public appearances in Suzhou and Hangzhou for the time being. He gazed at the 4 men and commanded, "You four shall remain in Suzhou and eliminate Tang Yu, the eldest son of the Tang family." Lying on the hospital bed, he sensed that something was amiss. He was uncertain why his punch had failed to inflict damage, yet Tang Yu's counterattack had been imbued with his unique Xian Yang true energy. The Xian Yang true energy could only be cultivated by one possessing the rare Xian Yang physique, a trait found nowhere else in all of Huaxia, save for himself. Thus, he speculated that Tang Yu's prowess might diverge from his expectations. Enlisting the Grim Reaper squad to probe was undoubtedly the wisest course of action. The 4 of them, united in their strength, would undoubtedly pose a considerable challenge, even for himself. All right. The 4 responded in unison and departed the hospital to undertake their mission. After leaving the Qin residence, Tang Yu and Zhao Gaosheng rode away together. "Young Master Tang, are you satisfied with today?" Zhao Gaosheng inquired with a beaming smile directed at Tang Yu. Today, young Master Tang was truly magnificent. The renowned geomancers from the Xianmen sect bowed in deference to him. The Qin family expressed their immense gratitude towards young Master Tang, further solidifying the bond between their families. When young Master Tang eventually assumes control of the Tang family, their status will undoubtedly continue to ascend. Quite satisfied, exceedingly satisfied, Tang Yu felt a twinge of irritation at the two-faced individual beside him, suspecting that their family's feng shui might be amiss. Why were there so many scheming to undermine him? Their plans were executed with such meticulousness. If they were to serve as Dragon Kings, they would likely surpass Ye Chen in performance. Well, Zhao Gaosheng winked at Tang Yu, harboring a sense of anticipation. With such a significant contribution to young Master Tang, surely there would be a substantial reward. Tang Yu extracted a 10 billion check from his pocket and placed it in Zhao Gaosheng's hands. He had initially been reluctant to accept this money, but the Qin family insisted, arguing that refusing it would be a breach of trust. Upon receiving the 10 billion check, Zhao Gaosheng was elated. "Young Master Tang, you truly are generous to us loyal subjects. By the way, Uncle Zhao didn't tee our family plan to develop a tourism project in Antarctica? I would like you to take the helm of this initiative. Given the travel involved, to avoid disrupting your family life, you all should go there together tonight. Your salary and bonuses will be calculated at 3 times the current rate. I will be counting on you for the next few years." Tang Yu Institute. As for the two-faced individual, he intended to send him to Syria, but reconsidered, realizing that Syria was still too close. Antarctica would provide the solitude he desired. If another two-faced individual arises, he might have to consider dispatching them to a space station for an exploration of outer space. "Thank you, young Master Tang. I shall serve the Tang family with unwavering dedication until my last breath." Zhao Gaosheng was overwhelmed with gratitude, tears brimming in his eyes. Young Master Tang was exceptionally considerate, even allowing him to bring his family along. After disembarking, he promptly took a photo of the check and shared it in the management group. "Oh dear. Today, I inadvertently aided young Master Tang, and he rewarded me with 10 billion. Young Master Tang has also tasked me with overseeing a new project in Antarctica. When I return, I shall bring back some penguins as local specialties for the brothers. Everyone must strive diligently. Young Master Tang never neglects those who serve him well." After sending the check image to the group, Zhao Gaoxing couldn't help but boast a little. Before long, the group erupted in excitement. He Jing, what the hell 10 billion? I miscalculated. I should have stayed by young Master Tang's side to continue making achievements. Wang Defa, old he, your words are misguided. Though we may not be beside young Master Tang, that does not prevent us from continuing to make contributions. We must work harder. Does anyone know what young Master Tang is planning? Please inform me, and I will share 10% of the rewards with you. Whoever knows, please inform me, and I shall divide the reward. I shall take 1/3. What the hell are you doing? The incessant bickering in the group left Tang Yu with an inexplicable shiver, as if he sensed a lurking malice, yet he could not discern its origin. Could it be that Ye Chen, that foolish idiot, was cursing him? Tang Yu grimaced, parked his car in the garage, and hurried back to his room. Once the door was shut, he silently pondered, oh, system, what is the reward this time? Please don't let it be another one-time reward. Beep. The host has successfully navigated the storyline. The reward is a complete mastery of an ancient martial art. You may choose between the immovable king technique and the yin-yang limitless technique, or randomly select an ancient martial art. Upon hearing the system's voice, Tang Yu was momentarily stunned. How absurd. His success in the storyline had nothing to do with luck. This system, surprisingly generous, had not bestowed a one-time reward. Could it be that by being a bit more tenacious, the rewards would prove even greater? Tears of gratitude welled up in his eyes. This unfilial system had finally shown some humanity. Father, I choose the immovable king technique, he declared decisively. Fearing pain, he allocated all his points to defense. This technique could withstand the punches of the Dragon King Ye Chen. To not choose, it would be sheer folly. Soon, he felt an inexhaustible energy surge within him, circulating throughout his body, ready to provide protection at any moment. After practicing the technique, he attempted to strike himself. Ouch! No pain. No. He needed someone else to test it. Tang Yu believed he had been too gentle with himself. He needed someone more ruthless to truly assess its effectiveness. Given his esteemed status, only that particular man in the Tang family would dare to strike him. Thus, he left his room and wandered upstairs, eventually arriving at his father's study. Upon entering, he found his father engrossed in stock trading on the computer, lacking a knack for business. His father did not oversee the Tang Group's affairs. Instead, he indulged in trading stocks with idle billions. Spotting Tang Yu, he raised an eyebrow and remarked, aren't you supposed to be at work? Why are you loafing around? To spare you from boredom, I thought I would come and chat. Tang Yu replied with a hearty laugh, approaching to pat his father's shoulder. How's the stock trading been lately? Have you made any profits? Instantly, his father's expression darkened. Old Tang, this boy was courting disaster, wasn't he? Chapter 58. Benevolent father, 7 wolves, a son's back. Tang Yu's father extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray, forcing a smile that did not reach his eyes. You can see for yourself whether I've made money, can't you? With that, he stood and headed towards the door. Click! The sound of the lock echoed. His father slowly withdrew his belt, advancing toward Tang Yu. Benevolent father, 7 wolves. A son's back. Tang Yu gazed at his father with bright, eager eyes, his face brimming with anticipation. However, when the belt fell, he no longer screamed as he had in the past. The calm and composed smile on his face made his father question his own sanity. Was there something wrong with this belt? Time has indeed taken its toll, and I find myself unable to keep up with this young lad. Father, have you had lunch? Inquired Tang Yu with concern. This immovable king technique is truly remarkable. With this power, my father can no longer best me. However, upon facing Tang Yu's provocation, Tang father suddenly sensed something amiss. He fastened his belt once more, anxiously reaching for his phone to call Tang mother. Honging, please find a psychiatric expert. It seems our son is not quite right in the head. Startled by his father's words, Tang Yu jumped up and dashed outside, exclaiming, I'm not sick, Dad. I was just joking. He merely sought to test whether the system's immovable king technique functioned properly. If he could endure a whack from his father's belt without feeling it. That was indeed impressive. It appears the system has truly delivered this time. With such a capability, his survival prowess is greatly enhanced. From this moment forth, he fears neither poison nor punishment. As Tang Yu whistled and skipped along, the family's servants cast fearful glances his way. Young master, have you taken something strange? Just as he was about to retreat to his room and relish a moment of leisure, he spotted a stunning young woman in a maid outfit at the door. Adorned with glasses, her exquisite and beautiful visage exuded an air of aloofness. What captured Tang Yu's attention even more was her alluring figure. The maid outfit suited her perfectly. Her presence was rivaled only by that of Xiao Yu. Good day, young master, the maid greeted with a slight smile and a bow. Hello, Tang Yu Zetponde. At last, there was a beautiful maid in the house. This was the life befitting a wealthy and handsome gentleman. Ah, this girl is indeed delightful, he mused, pondering whether she would tire easily from her duties. Upon hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, Ling Han's lips twitched slightly. She looked up at him and gently remarked, "Young master seems to have forgotten me." Tang Yu paused, momentarily taken aback. After scrutinizing her closely, he finally recognized her. This was indeed Ling Han, whom he had encountered at the Xinghe Club. Today, he failed to recognize her at first primarily because she had donned light makeup, adopting a more innocent beauty style. This was her signature skill, transforming her appearance effortlessly. Simply put, she could embody any look one desired. According to the original narrative, she should have been entangled with Qin Ming and another young master, instigating discord between them. After he had warned Qin Ming to steer clear of her, he had heard nothing further. How had she come to be in his home? Damn that Ye Chen. Is he hastening to take revenge on me? Tang Yu thought. Is it really necessary to hold a grudge over a mere injury? Ling Han, taken aback by Tang Yu's internal mutterings, paused as well. She had indeed received word that the Dragon King was injured after being ambushed by several experts while protecting a young girl. But what did an injury entail? "Miss Ling, you've come to work at my home. How splendid. Have you previously served as a maid?" Tang Yu inquired with a cheerful disposition. This formidable woman is not to be trifled with. Ranked third among the 8 great generals. Is she here to confront me? No worries. I shall remain incognito. This is your forte. Unfortunately for you, having encountered me, you might not last a day. Today, you shall learn how I acquired the moniker of Scoundrel Yu. I am well-versed in household chores such as laundry, cooking, and cleaning, having specifically attended a maid training program. Ling Han responded with a sweet smile. As a top assassin of the Dragon Soul organization, she frequently undertakes such tasks. The role of a maid has become her most utilized identity. However, we, the Tang family, are quite different. As you can see, we are the foremost of the 4 great families of Suzhou and Hangzhou, and serving as a maid in our household is no simple task. After Tang Yu pointed towards her room, she instructed, "First, tidy up my room. Let us see if you can manage." "Understood, young Master Tang," Ling Han replied obediently, stepping inside to begin her work. Tang Yu casually closed the door behind her. "Haha, I used to fear you. After all, you are one of the 8 great generals. But now, times have changed. I no longer fear a fight. If you fail to impress today, I shall pass on my nickname of Scoundrel Yu to Ye Chen." He sat cross-legged on the floor, his gaze unabashedly drifting over Ling Han. "The maid outfit you selected is quite nice, though perhaps a tad too conservative. A heart-shaped cutout would enhance it further. The length of the skirt is just right. But why the safety shorts?" As she tidied up, she overheard Tang Yu's thoughts, and she genuinely felt the urge to strike him. "If I don't wear safety shorts, should I put on a thong instead?" Fortunately, her professional training allowed her to tolerate this level of provocation. After swiftly organizing the room, she softly inquired, "Young Master Tang, are you satisfied?" "It's acceptable, passable," Tang Yu nodded. This woman is indeed quite capable. One could easily mistake her for a professional maid. He patted the carpet beside him and said, "In our household, a maid must also know how to give massages. Come, let us see your skills." Ling Han suppressed her desire to retaliate and, with a sweet smile, asked, "How would you like it, young Master Tang? I've been a bit sleepless lately. Please massage my head." Tang Yu reclined beside the bed, indicating she could proceed. Ling Han positioned a stool close to her, settled on the edge of the bed, and gently pressed on either side of Tang Yu's temples. "Is this pressure acceptable?" "Yes, quite so. However, I have a question for you." "Please, young master," she replied. "I feel exhausted carrying the ball while playing football. Don't you get tired doing this all day?" "Even if I do tire, it's nothing. Merely a small favor for the young master." "Then I thank you, young master." Ling Han endeavored to maintain a calm tone, though her fists had unconsciously clenched. Chapter 59. Is he planning something again? Forget it. No need to get angry. It would do me no good, and gathering information is of utmost importance. Ling Han took a deep breath, her cool, jade-like hands gently pressing on Tang Yu's head. "Oh, that feels wonderful. Your technique is quite commendable." Tang Yu wore a look of delight. "Now, this is what one calls a divine life. Your skills are exceedingly professional. Alas, what a beautiful girl. What a pity it is to be a killer. If only I could remain at your home as a maid, working merely 2 hours each day, and spend the rest of the time joyfully playing. That would truly be the life I desire. The world of assassins is fraught with peril. Each day is filled with violence and the necessity to remain hidden. How exhausting it must be for a girl to live such a life. Upon hearing Tang Yu's contemplations, Ling Han was momentarily taken aback, even feeling a tinge of emotion. Despite knowing that she was his enemy, he still thought of her in such a caring manner. Deep within her heart, she too had harbored similar thoughts. Why shouldn't she, like other girls, enjoy a mundane life of school, work, gaming, and shopping with friends? Perhaps even finding a boy she liked to date? In her world, it was either slaughter or missions, interacting with a myriad of individuals and narrowly escaping death countless times. The life of dancing on the edge of a blade was indeed exhausting. She longed to be an ordinary girl, collecting protection fees here and there, indulging in a lavish dessert feast. Brother Tang, do you have any siblings? Ling Han suddenly inquired. No, I'm the only child in my family, though I do have a few cousins, Tang Yu replied with a smile. Speaking of cousins, it reminds me of Tang Yu, that fool. He has recently become the vice president at Miley Food, but he seems to have been quite inactive. Ye Chen is nowhere to be found either, without his orders. Tang Yu should refrain from any reckless actions. It would be best if he did, as he is under constant surveillance. Ling Han had to admit that this man was indeed somewhat cunning. It was no wonder that the Dragon King suffered losses at his hands. Even Tang Yu, a pivotal piece on the chessboard, was firmly under his control. She mused to herself about informing the Dragon King later, growing increasingly curious about Tang Yu. This man possessed an abundance of knowledge. Thankfully, she could hear his thoughts. She began to massage Tang Yu's shoulders, softly asking, Brother Tang, is this pressure suitable? Yes, indeed. Tang Yu responded, giving her a thumbs up. This feels absolutely delightful. After being here for so long, I finally get to enjoy the treatment befitting a handsome, wealthy antagonist. Does that mean I have passed your test and can stay on as your maid? Ling Han asked softly. Tang Yu pondered for a moment. It seemed too deliberate to find a reason to dismiss her outright. That would only raise suspicion. As long as you can adapt to this role, it's fine. If you find it unsuitable, just let me know. You can leave at any time, and your salary will not be reduced. He took the opportunity to pat her leg. If you choose to stay, don't blame me for being shameless. If it becomes unbearable, then leave quickly. Don't force yourself. However, to be honest, if it weren't for Ye Chen's master causing trouble for your family, your status as a young lady is hardly inferior to mine. Having lost her parents and brother to violence, and then being raised by enemies to become an assassin, she is indeed a pitiable soul, Tang Yu reflected, feeling a sense of melancholy about Ling Han's past. In the original narrative, Ling Han's parents were the targets of Ye Chen's master. After eliminating the targets, Ye Chen's master initially intended to take the two siblings, merely 3 years old, under his wing for training. At such a tender age, children possess little memory, and since Ye Chen's master did not kill in front of them, he felt no concern about potential vengeance. However, the brother, due to his lack of cooperation, was swiftly dispatched. Unaware of the true circumstances, Ling Han was taken for training from a young age, ultimately evolving into an exceptionally skilled assassin. The formidable strength of the Dragon Soul organization stems from its preference for raising unencumbered orphans as merciless killing machines. Among hundreds within the organization, it is rare to find even a handful with living parents. Later, upon uncovering this secret, Ling Han harbored nothing but hatred for Ye Chen's master, remaining steadfastly devoted to Ye Chen. After all, this is a tale of indulgence. Even if the Dragon King were to slay the protagonist's entire family, she would still find herself enamored with him, justifying his actions as necessary. At that moment, while massaging Tang Yu's shoulders, Ling Han abruptly halted her movements, her expression blank, unable to believe the words she had just heard. The very reason she sought out Tang Yu was to glean information about her brother. An elder from the organization had explicitly informed her that her parents had been eliminated by a certain assassin organization, and he had only managed to save her. As for her brother, the elder merely stated that his whereabouts were unknown. In her quest for vengeance, she had annihilated that assassin organization, yet she still could not uncover any details concerning her brother. The orchestrator of all this was the elder she held in such high regard. Her eyes reddened, a wave of murderous intent surging uncontrollably within her. Why did you stop? Tang Yu, reclining comfortably, inquired. I need to use the restroom, Ling Han replied, her voice subdued. Go ahead, Tang Yu said, rolling over on the carpet, eagerly awaiting her return so that she could continue the massage. If she stays here, I might as well have her massage me for 2 or 3 hours each day. After all, my focus is on myself, and I'm not worried about it. With her heart in turmoil, Ling Han returned to the restroom, splashing water on her face to regain her composure. Her inner voice was never misleading. Nevertheless, she yearned to pursue the investigation further to ascertain the truth. If that elder truly was her enemy, then she would stand against the Dragon Soul organization from this moment forth. She decided to take it slow and not rush. Taking a deep breath, she adjusted her mindset. After all these years, she could afford to take a moment. As for the information she had just heard regarding Tang Yu, she would never reveal it to Ye Chen. Upon her return, she found a young man in the room, Tang Yu, who had come bearing gifts for Tang Yu. "Brother, didn't you get engaged to Miss Su recently? I brought a little gift for you both," he said, smiling as he handed Tang Yu an exquisitely crafted box. Tang Yu opened it to reveal 2 Van Cleef Arpels diamond rings. "Thank you. That's very thoughtful of you," Tang Yu replied with a smile. This sycophant's uninvited attentions likely concealed ulterior motives. She casually asked, "How has your time at the company been lately? There remains much to learn, and I feel rather inadequate. If only I possessed half the talent of my elder brother, how splendid that would be," Tang Yu humbly remarked. "Indeed, if you had even a fraction of my talent, your college entrance examination score would not have been a mere 250. Tang Yu nodded in agreement. Such a statement leaves one astonished. Why does my elder brother deviate from the usual discourse? Tang Yu, though slightly vexed, maintained an air of respect and said, "By the way, elder brother, after spending some time at the company, I've discovered an issue." "What issue?" "The company's accounts seem inconsistent, and I suspect some management personnel may be involved in falsifying records. I would like to request your assistance in investigating this matter." "Falsified records?" Tang Yu cast a sidelong glance at the young man and replied, "Very well. Shall we address this now? Perhaps in a couple of days. I need to gather evidence first and wanted to inform you in advance." Upon hearing Tang Yu's agreement, Tang Yu's eyes gleamed with delight. An hour earlier, 4 individuals had approached him, claiming to be sent by young Master Yi. They insisted on finding a way to lure Tang Yu away, thereby facilitating their malicious intent. If this young man were to perish, no one from the Tang family would contest him for power. Chapter 60. Do you think you deserve to take advantage of me? All right, let us proceed as planned. Tang Yu grinned, eagerly anticipating the young man's next move. With Ye Chen currently in hiding, these lackeys would undoubtedly begin to stir trouble one by one. He would deal with them individually as the need arose. He then gestured to Ling Han, saying, "You should also take some rest. We shall continue the pillow massage tomorrow." "Understood, Mr. Tang," Ling Han replied, her emotions complex as she nodded, wishing for solitude. The events of the day had been overwhelmingly impactful for her. Upon seeing Ling Han, Tang Yu was instantly captivated. When had such a breathtaking beauty graced his family? Her beauty rivaled that of the most renowned beauties, such as Su Yu. And a pillow massage? Quite extravagant. He swallowed hard and hastily followed Ling Han after exiting Tang Yu's room. "You are the new maid. How shall I address you?" "Ling Han, what is it?" she asked, her brow furrowed, a flicker of impatience in her eyes. "I am Tang Yu, Tang Yu's cousin. I do not usually reside here, so it is understandable that you do not recognize me. Perhaps we could dine together tonight to become acquainted?" Tang Yu chuckled, reaching out to embrace Ling Han's waist. What a pity for such a beauty to be a maid. He was certainly capable of supporting her. Ling Han's expression turned frosty. Noticing that no one was around, she swiftly delivered a sharp slap to Tang Yu's face. After striking him, just as he was about to cry out in shock, Ling Han grasped his neck with a firm hand. Tang Yu's face instantly paled. At that moment, he no longer perceived her as a stunning beauty, but rather as a venomous viper. Ling Han's countenance was icy as she declared, "Do not overstep your bounds. I'm also sent by Ye Chen." She was seething with anger, having no outlet for her frustrations. A foolish pawn, manipulated by Ye Chen, dared to take advantage of her? "I apologize," Tang Yu stammered, his legs trembling in fear. This was the first time he had ever experienced such terror from a woman. Ling Han finally released Tang Yu, taking out a wet tissue to wipe her hands, her face contorted with distaste as she walked away. Once Ling Han departed, Tang Yu was consumed by a mixture of shame and indignation. How could he have been struck by a woman? His gaze turned bitter. Once he seized control of the Tang family, he would ensure she was dealt with. However, he was pleasantly surprised that young Master Yi had managed to place a pawn here. Indeed, young Master Yi was a man of vast influence. Collaborating with him would ensure the success of his endeavors. After leaving the Tang residence and returning to his car, he hastily grabbed his phone to report the situation. This time, there was no doubt that Tang Yu would meet his demise. Yet, unbeknownst to Tang Yu, as soon as he finished his call, Tang Yu had already obtained a recording. Upon listening to it, Tang Yu raised an eyebrow in intrigue. The Reaper Squad? He had a vivid recollection of this elite team. Within the Long Hunt organization, they were undoubtedly the Armée de la Armée, having assisted the Dragon King Ye Chen in numerous undertakings. Each member possessed formidable strength, embodying the archetype of ancient martial artists. In the context of this narrative, a martial arts master reaching the pinnacle is classified as an ancient martial artist. Ancient martial artists are divided into 4 ranks: Heaven, Earth, Mystery, and Yellow. Even a lowly yellow rank ancient martial artist could serve as the head of security within one of the 4 prominent families. The 4 members of the Reaper Squad were all at the peak of the yellow rank, merely 4 insipid fellows. Tang Yu chuckled softly, his spirits slightly elevated. The Dragon King Ye Chen, a distinguished expert of the mystery rank, could not breach the defenses of the immovable King-S technique. They aspired to collaborate with Tang Yu to take him down. He would instead turn the tables and ensnare them. In any case, these duplicitous individuals and potential threats must be dealt with one by one. If he could not find peace, he would eliminate the factors that disturbed his tranquility. After lounging at home for 2 days, Tang Yu had yet to receive any news from Tang Yu. Instead, during this time, he had summoned Ling Han to his room for various reasons, resting his head on her soft, delicate lap. What puzzled him was that her patience far exceeded his expectations. In the original narrative, she was not portrayed this way, given the tropes of a power fantasy. How could the Dragon King-S woman allow another man to encroach upon her? This was no tale of a minotaur. She must be waiting for an opportunity. Tang Yu mused inwardly, contemplating whether he could intensify his efforts. Perhaps he could ask her to assist him with a back rub? Ultimately, having received no word from Tang Yu could not continue his idle lounging. Today marked the annual meeting of the Suang Chamber of Commerce. Major corporations from Suang would attend this significant event, and Tang Yu had to represent the Tang Group. Before he left, Qin Ming had sent him a message, stating that their family would openly suppress the Longchen Group at the annual meeting. The Tang and Wang families would certainly respond, as the 3 families had formed an alliance, collectively working to undermine the Longchen Group. Despite its impressive market value of 500 billion, the Longchen Group paled in comparison under the combined pressure of the 3 powerful families. During this period, each segment of their business suffered significant losses, with stocks plummeting for 3 consecutive days. After tidying himself up, Tang Yu hurried to the garage, only to find his father already seated in the Rolls-Royce, preparing to depart. He promptly opened the car door and cheerfully climbed in, exclaiming, "Dad, why didn't you call me before leaving? How was I to know you were gone?" Tang Gangcheng retorted with irritation. The sight of Tang Yu stirred a sense of annoyance within him. After all, the last encounter had seen Tang Yu cheekily questioning if his father had skipped a meal after being reprimanded with a belt. Now facing this son, he felt a disconcerting sense of bewilderment akin to drawing a sword and gazing into the void. "Last time I had a bit too much to drink. Don't hold it against me," Tang Yu chuckled, sensing his father's unkind gaze. Tang Gangcheng merely snorted, too disinterested to engage further. In previous years, business association gatherings were held at Minghua Hotel, but due to a recent major incident, it had been shut down, necessitating a switch to a slightly lower-tier 6-star hotel. Upon arriving at the hotel, as the father and son exited the car, numerous prominent figures from Su and Hang greeted them. Though Tang Gangsheng did not actively involve himself in the Group S operations, his social connections were quite robust. He was met with warm greetings from various acquaintances, including several elegant women who embraced him. He discreetly shot Tang Yu a look, silently advising him not to mention anything to his mother. Tang Yu garin sip bisin, pretending not to notice. There was nothing to discuss regarding such matters. "Hey, brother, you've arrived." Qin Ming emerged from a corner, accompanied by a few charming young ladies. Tang Xiao. These young women hailed from respectable families in Su and Hang, though they could not quite compare to the Tang family. "I have some matters to discuss with my brother. I'll catch up with you all later." Qin Ming refrained from allowing these affluent beauties to engage too much with Tang Yu. Pulling Tang Yu aside, he said, "Come, I'll introduce you to someone." "Who is it that's so mysterious?" Tang Yu questioned, puzzled, but was soon led to a suite. Upon entering, he discovered Qin Kursin sitting by the window, engrossed in her art. "Sister, I brought someone for you," Qin Ming cheerfully announced before stepping out and closing the door behind him. Chapter 61. A Beautiful Misunderstanding. Darn, I let my guard down. Tang Yu hadn't anticipated being lured here under false pretenses. Seeing Qin Kursin gazing at him with a gentle smile triggered memories of a scene from over a decade ago. Clearing his throat, he recalled a moment when a stunningly beautiful girl had approached him. It was truly unforgettable. Setting down her paintbrush and taking a seat on the sofa, Qin Kursin looked at Tang Yu and asked, "Would you like some tea? I can brew it for you." "Just water will do." Tang Yu waved his hand, twisting open a bottle of mineral water. Qin Kursin continued to observe him intently. "What are you staring at me for?" Under her watchful gaze, Tang Yu felt an odd sensation. Over the years, Qin Kursin had seldom shown him kindness. Since the incident involving the Qin family, her demeanor towards him had become intriguingly ambiguous. She even added him on WeChat and attempted awkward conversations a few times. "Could you help me open a bottle?" Qin Kursin smiled charmingly, yet Tang Yu increasingly sensed that something was amiss with her today. "You're not incapable of handling it. If you were truly angry, you could easily twist my skull off," he thought. Upon hearing Tang Yu's inner musings, Qin Kursin found herself both amused and exasperated. The incident from years past had left a significant psychological scar on him. "I invited you here today to apologize. I misunderstood you back then. I had no idea that it was Qin Ming who deceived you," she confessed, her gaze momentarily flitting away. The recollection made her feel somewhat sheepish. From a young age, she had never allowed a man to regard her in such a manner. "What incident?" "I've completely forgotten." Tang Yu feigned ignorance. "As long as you've forgotten, that's all that matters," Qin Kursin replied, lightly biting her lip. A beauty such as hers, with every subtle smile and frown, captivated Tang Yu, prompting him to steal glances at her. After taking a sip from her bottled water, she pointed to the easel. "Do you still paint?" Tang Yu glanced at the easel, which displayed a butterfly with vividly colored wings, almost as if it were prepared to take flight from the canvas. "I haven't painted in ages," he admitted with a shrug. "Do you remember when you used to come to my house? The three of us would often paint together." A hint of nostalgia crossed Qin Kursin's face. Her sensitive nature and aloof demeanor, exacerbated by her status as the daughter of the Qin family, had made her experience at school rather awkward. Her classmates, aware of their inferior status, pretended to flatter her while subtly ostracizing her behind her back. School felt like a miniature society. The more exceptional a person was, the harder it became to blend in. Reluctant to don a fade to engage with them, she gradually succumbed to depression. During that time, the only one she could truly connect with were her brother Qin Ming and Tang Yu. The trio often sat together, immersed in their art. Tang Yu also reminisced, stepping closer to Qin Kursin's painting and smiling. "Your skills have improved remarkably." The vibrantly colored butterfly was so lifelike that one could hardly achieve such artistry without a certain level of proficiency. "I owe you my gratitude. Do you recall when you helped me paint a colorful butterfly?" A softness and gratitude graced Qin Kursin's expression. During her darkest days of depression, she had even secretly resorted to self-harm. In her desolation, she only found solace in painting black images, particularly black butterflies. One day, while painting, she was unexpectedly interrupted. When she returned, her once dark butterfly had transformed into a riot of colors, and the bleak background was now a vibrant sea of blossoms. She knew that such artistic flair could not have been her brother Qin Ming's doing. It had to be Tang Yu's influence. That burst of color stirred something profound within her, guiding her gradually out of the depths of despair. She felt immense gratitude towards Tang Yu, who had reached out to her from the abyss of hopelessness. However, after the misunderstanding, their relationship became markedly awkward. "Oh, that incident. I remember it well." Tang Yu chuckled awkwardly. "I had simply endured your painting for too long. Seeing that butterfly painted so poorly was unbearable. I wanted to teach you a thing or two." Qin Kursin's lips twitched slightly. Did this fellow, back in the day, find her artwork too unsightly? She quickly dismissed the thought with a smile. Regardless of the misunderstandings from the past, it represented a pivotal moment in her life. She felt a deep sense of gratitude towards Tang Yu for his unintentional assistance and for rescuing both her family and her brother. "Shall we paint together again? It has been such a long time," she said, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she looked at Tang Yu. "You go ahead. I think I'll just take a stroll." Tang Yu replied, shaking his head. The atmosphere here felt somewhat awkward. "Do you really despise me that much?" Qin Kursin asked, her face betraying a hint of grievance as she noticed Tang Yu's intention to leave. She couldn't quite fathom why his indifference affected her so profoundly. Such feelings were unfamiliar to her, one she had never experienced with other men. "It's not that I dislike you," It's just Tang Yu pondered a suitable explanation, only to find that Qin Kursen's eyes were reddening. When he saw tears welling up, his heart softened. I just need to use the restroom. Then go ahead. Qin Kursen indicated towards the bathroom in the suite. All right, I'll go. But please don't cry. Otherwise, others might think I'm bullying you. Tang Yu hurriedly reassured her before entering the restroom for a brief moment. Being alone together, if she were to emerge in tears, his reputation would be utterly ruined. And if Qin Ming found out, that scoundrel would undoubtedly spread the word far and wide. After washing his hands, Tang Yu returned and settled down beside Qin Kursen to paint. The sight of him staying to keep her company filled her with joy, as if she had rediscovered something she had long lost. Just as she was about to rise to fetch him some brushes, she stumbled over the easel, losing her balance and falling to the floor. Hearing the commotion and her cry, Tang Yu rushed to help her up. Are you all right? I'm fine. The carpet cushioned my fall, Qin Kursen replied, shaking her head. The soft carpet had spared her from injury, but as she attempted to stand, a sharp pain shot through her ankle, causing her to gasp. I think I twisted my ankle, she said, looking at Tang Yu with a pitiful expression. Let me help you to the sofa. Tang Yu responded with a wry smile, feeling an unsettling sense of DJVU. He guided her, encouraging her to lean on his shoulder as he assisted her to the sofa. Once seated, Qin Kursen lowered her gaze to examine her ankle. However, as she was wearing stockings, she realized she needed to remove them for a better look. Wait, is she really going to do that in front of me? I can't handle this. I'm still a child. How can I be subjected to such sights? Tang Yu, sitting nearby, struggled to avert his gaze. Yet, his concern for Qin Kursen's well-being made it difficult to control his eyes. Such is the nature of a man, inherently kind and attentive towards the fairer sex. Upon hearing Tang Yu's unspoken thoughts, Qin Kursen felt her cheeks flush slightly. It's just removing stockings, after all. The instigator of all this, Qin Ming, has now found himself in a predicament. 3 women have come seeking him: Su Muyu, Wang Yishui, and Jiang Xiaoyu. Where has Tang Yu gone? Wang Yizhu inwitted. Fink had gaze onbinming. They had arrived a little later than usual, and, after exchanging pleasantries with Tang Gangcheng, learned that Tang Yu was present but could not be found despite searching high and low. Consequently, they set their sights on Qin Ming. My elder brother mentioned he had something to attend to and stepped out. He might return later, Qin Ming replied, a hint of guilt evident in his tone. It was a rare occasion for his elder brother and sister to be alone together, and he dared not transform the suite into a battleground. The 3 women fixated on him, and an inexplicable pressure bore down on Qin Ming, making him feel rather overwhelmed. After a tense standoff, he ultimately succumbed, weakly gesturing towards the upper floor. It seems my brother is chatting with my sister. The trio immediately charged upstairs in a flurry, intent on locating Tang Yu. Upon reaching the door, they exchanged glances, none daring to knock first. Let us listen in, Wang Yishui suggested in a hushed tone. Su Muyu and Jiang Xiaoyu nodded in agreement, and they collectively pressed their faces against the door. They soon discerned some muffled sounds emanating from within. With a shared sense of curiosity, they turned the knob and entered in unison. Chapter 62. The more women, the more trouble. As they entered, Qin Kuxin was applying medicinal alcohol to her ankle. The sounds they had overheard were merely her tending to her injury. Tang Yu looked utterly astonished at the sight of the 3 women. What on earth are you 3 doing here? She exclaimed. Is this a mahjong gathering? Realizing the misunderstanding, the trio felt a twinge of embarrassment, having initially assumed something more scandalous was afoot. Fortunately, that was not the case. Otherwise, it would have been quite the scene. Noticing the expressions of the 3 women, Qin Kuxin couldn't help but smirk. As a woman herself, she could easily discern their thoughts. What brings you here? Tang Yu asked awkwardly, feeling as though she had been caught in a compromising situation. We came to find you because Qin Ming mentioned you were here. Wang Yishui replied candidly, her straightforward nature shining through. Miss Qin, what seems to be the matter? Are you injured? Jiang Xiaoyu inquired, seating herself on Qin Kuxin's lap to deliberately obstruct Tang Yu's view. It's just those long legs, blocking the view, she mused, wishing she were 20 centimeters taller to possess such legs herself. Moreover, she was older than Tang Yu by several years. It's just a sprain, but Tang Yu helped me rub it, and it feels much better now, Qin Kuxin said with a smile, her tone tinged with playful provocation. The 3 women turned their gazes towards Tang Yu, who appeared bewildered, sensing an odd tension in the atmosphere. What are you all staring at me for? She retorted. You're listening to her nonsense. I haven't done anything. Upon hearing Tang Yu's inner thoughts, the trio realized they had been misled by Qin Ku Xin and felt an increased sense of vigilance. Women are inherently perceptive, and, at that moment, it seemed Qin Ku Xin was intentionally toying with their emotions, seeking to provoke them. Allow me to handle this. I'm the professional here. Jiang Xiaya grasped Qin Kursen's ankle and pinched it a few times, after which Qin Kursen felt the pain dissipate. It really worked. Thank you, she said with a smile, as she slipped on her stockings once more. Wang Yixue rolled her eyes in exasperation. These are merely tricks I've left behind. She looped her arm through Tang Yu's and declared, Let us go. The meeting is about to commence. My uncle asked me to summon you. What are you doing clinging to his arm? Su Muyu interjected, her annoyance palpable as she approached and took hold of Tang Yu's other arm. Miss Wang, perhaps you should exercise some restraint and stop coveting another's fiancé. Among the group, her wariness was most directed towards Wang Yixue. This woman had an audacious demeanor. Despite being the ex-girlfriend, she still pursued him relentlessly. How bothersome. Is he truly your fiancé? Then let him declare his feelings for you. Let us see. What era are we in, still clinging to arranged marriages? Wang Yixue scoffed, casting a glance at Jiang Xiaoya. Isn't that right, little sister Xiaoya? Jiang Xiaoya, aware that she shared the ability to hear Tang Yu's thoughts with Wang Yixue, and given their closer rapport, readily joined Wang Yixue's side with an affirmative nod. Indeed, times have changed. It's about free love now. Qin Kursen, however, chose not to voice her opinion. Although she maintained a decent relationship with Wang Yixue, she leaned more towards her side. Yet when it came to the issue of arranged marriage, she had previously been indifferent, but now found herself internally opposing it. Having resolved misunderstandings, she was reluctant to let go of a potential romance. The dynamics among women can be quite intricate, as a dormitory of 4 could easily yield 8 WeChat groups. Su Muyu was vexed, her grip unwavering. I still have 2 legs. Perhaps you could carry me down instead? Noticing the brewing discord, Tang Yu suggested helplessly, for fairness, let us have each of us take one. Dream on. The 4 women replied in unison. Surrounded by 4 stunning beauties, one would assume it to be a delightful situation. Yet, Tang Yu felt rather overwhelmed. As he descended the stairs, he distinctly sensed the collective gaze of the crowd upon him. Those attending the annual meeting were prominent figures from Su and Hang, accompanied by city officials. Even in such a crowded setting, Wang Yixue and her cohort remained the center of attention. They clustered together, trailing behind Tang Yu, and it was evident to any observer that something was amiss. What is going on? Why are these ladies all walking with young Master Tang? Goodness, is young Master Tang that greedy? 3 heiresses from 4 prominent families are all with him? Physician Jiang was also present. What was this maneuver? Who informed me that young Master Tang is the most devoted suitor in Su and Hang? Is this how a devoted suitor is treated? The crowd began to murmur. Tang Gangsheng was engaged in conversation with 2 beautiful women in their 40s. In his youth, he was exceedingly handsome and gained notoriety as a distinguished young man in Su and Hang. At that time, there were numerous young ladies enamored with him, including the 2 before him. Although they had not formed romantic connections, their rapport remained quite amicable. Young Master Tang displays quite the charm, remarked a beautiful matron, gesturing towards Tang Yu's position. What? Tang Gangsheng turned his head to glance, nearly collapsing in shock. This little rascal? What on earth was he doing? Among the 4 prominent families, were the daughters of the other 3 families really all surrounding him? Moreover, the atmosphere appeared decidedly off. Did he not realize the setting in which he was frolicking so flamboyantly? In his youth, such audacity was unheard of. Good heavens, was this little scoundrel attempting to procure several daughters-in-law for the Tang family? Tang Gangsheng felt a strong urge to discipline him. However, recalling that his own belt had long ceased to be effective against this young man only fueled his frustration. Today, the reputation of the Tang family had been thoroughly tarnished by this little rascal. The elderly Lord Wang, having just recovered, felt his blood pressure rise upon witnessing this scene. His granddaughter, who usually scorned all other men, what was this situation? The scent of jealousy wafted through the high society of Suzhou and Hangzhou. Old Wang, your granddaughter is quite audacious, remarked another elder, Qin Wenwen, with a hint of schadenfreude. The relationship between the Qin and Wang families was anything but harmonious, as both families possessed comparable strength and often vied for the second family position in Suzhou and Hangzhou. In recent years, both daughters had exhibited remarkable commercial acumen, with Wang Yixue slightly surpassing Qin Kursen. Consequently, the Wang family had fared better than the Qin family, much to their dismay. Today, old Qin finally found an opportunity to vent his frustrations. However, before he could relish his amusement for even a minute, Qin Kursen suddenly seized Tang Yu's arm, pointing towards a grand piano situated in the center of the hall. With her insistence, the two made their way to the piano. Wang Hanfei immediately scoffed, mocking, "Oh please. She is still far inferior to your granddaughter. I've heard tales of Kursen's boldness, and it appears to be true." Qin Wenwen nearly choked on his own indignation, having initially thought his granddaughter was merely following along to join the fray. To his astonishment, she too was vying for attention. With a darkened expression, he declared, "Indeed, my granddaughter is as audacious as I am. I dared to compete for women in my youth, and she shall do the same." "Old Qin, old Wang, I can understand your strained relationship, but isn't this young Tang the son-in-law of our Su family?" At this moment, Su Chongshan could no longer contain himself. He felt utterly vexed, witnessing his prospective son-in-law being courted by the daughters of others. What would happen if they truly succeeded in stealing him away? The two elders glanced back at him, sharing a derisive chuckle, which surprisingly lightened their spirits. Such is human nature. If you happen to find a dead fly in your meal, it is indeed distressing. Yet, when you witness someone else falling into a dung pit, your own troubles seem insignificant in comparison. Chapter 63. Wow, how could I possibly suffer such a complete defeat? When Tang Yu descended, surrounded by 4 alluring women, my good brother Qin Ming immediately recorded a short video on his phone. He was accustomed to a flamboyant lifestyle. As long as his sister could be with the elder brother, the number of sisters-in-law was inconsequential. My elder brother is exceptionally remarkable. Having a few more sisters-in-law is only natural. After capturing this video, he swiftly uploaded it to his short video account. He initially believed he was the most charming in Su and Heng, but compared to my elder brother, he was leagued behind. Once the video was released, an avalanche of comments ensued. In this day and age, a video requires handsome men and beautiful women to gain traction. The short video he filmed featured 4 stunning beauties and 1 extraordinarily handsome man, resulting in an impressive effect. Goodness, how could this man be so brazen? 1 person pursuing 4? What a beast! We can barely manage 1 each, and he isn't even concerned about his vitality? Brother is so handsome, and the sister is quite appealing. Various comments filled with envy and jealousy flooded the screen. Meanwhile, Ye Chen, lying in a private hospital bed belonging to the He family, was boredly playing on his phone. His internal injuries were nearly healed. After all, the Xianyang body is no trifling matter. However, the external injuries on his backside would take at least another week to recover. As the Dragon King, he had little interest in gaming. His primary pastime was scrolling through short videos, as there were many beauties here to scout potential targets. Suddenly, while browsing, he stumbled upon this particular video. Upon recognizing several key figures within the video, Ye Chen's forehead veins throbbed, and he leaped out of bed with a furious roar. "I finally felt a spark, and yet you have made me lose so utterly." With a violent crash, he hurled his phone to the ground. The phone shattered into countless fragments, producing a crisp sound. Despite the destruction of his device, the fury within him remained unabated. The woman he had set his sights on had not even been won over. Yet this person had already taken the lead in creating a harem. Moreover, Wang Yixue and Su Mu Yu were openly clinging to his arm in front of so many people. This was a privilege that rightfully belonged to him. At that moment, a sharp pain surged through his backside, causing him to tremble involuntarily. He sensed something flowing out and, upon touching it, realized it was blood. The sudden excitement of jumping up had reopened his healing wound. "Tang Yu, I will make you pay," Ye Chen bellowed through gritted teeth, struggling against the pain as he attempted to contact the Grim Reaper squad to hasten their actions. However, he quickly discovered that his phone was shattered. The overwhelming frustration and anguish coursing through him made him wish to punch himself. As the Dragon King, when had he ever felt so humiliated? Unbeknownst to Qin Ming, his seemingly innocuous short video had inadvertently inflicted immense harm on someone and garnered considerable animosity for his elder brother. Seeing that the video had amassed over 10,000 likes in less than 10 minutes, he smiled in satisfaction. "Excellent. Everyone has noticed. My sister is now part of my elder brother's harem. From this day forth, my elder brother is my sister's husband. He refers to me as little brother-in-law, while I call him big brother, and we each maintain our own titles." In a moment of good cheer, he impulsively initiated a $1 million lottery. Wealth, after all, is meant to be shared for the joy of all. At this juncture, Tang Yu was nervously seated at the grand piano in the center of the hall, playing alongside Qin Kursen. Their four hands danced over the keys. As the lively music filled the air, the crowd fell silent, their gazes fixed upon the duo. Compared to several other women, Qin Kursen possessed remarkable artistic talents, excelling in literature and the arts. Tang Yu, too, was no slouch. As the archetypal rich and handsome antagonist, he had honed all the necessary skills to play his part. Without such talents, one could scarcely serve as a suitable stepping stone. Seizing this splendid opportunity, Qin Ming quickly recorded a short video and shared it, proclaiming, "What a match made in heaven. My big brother and my sister are a perfect pair." Fortunately, Ye Chen had already smashed his phone, sparing him further embarrassment. Standing at a distance, Wang Yixue and her companions felt a twinge of displeasure. They had also learned to play the piano in the past, but the myriad responsibilities of university life had led them to neglect their skills, rendering them unable to compete with Qin Kursen. "Your fiancé is playing a duet. Shouldn't Miss Su showcase her skills as well?" Wang Yixue subtly fanned the flames of rivalry. "The enemy of my enemy need not be my friend. Their conflict would only serve to escalate. Why don't you play with your ex-boyfriend?" Su Muyu shot Wang Yixue a cold glare. Though she was capable of playing the piano, her skills paled in comparison to those of Qin Kursen and Tang Yu. Taking the stage would only highlight her inadequacies and draw unfavorable comparisons. No beautiful woman wishes to be overshadowed by another. They all feigned compliments, expressing admiration for each other's looks while secretly considering themselves the most stunning. "I excel in dance. Perhaps next time he could play, and I shall perform a pole dance for him," Wang Yixue provocatively suggested. Su Muyu nearly choked on those words. She was not as audacious as Wang Yixue. Jiang Xiaoye remained silent, her expression one of lament. "Brother Tang Yu is far too popular. It's such a hassle. Next time, I should join him in providing medical assistance to patients," she mused, feeling inadequate beside the other sisters. As the four-handed performance came to a close, the audience erupted in enthusiastic applause. Noticing their approving glances, Tang Yu realized that from this day forth, he would be regarded as the illustrious pianist of Suan. Observing this spectacle, the elder Qin felt that the young man from the Tang family was indeed a fitting match for his granddaughter, both shining in their own right. In Suan, it seemed difficult to find anyone more exceptional than the young man from the Tang family. With a cheerful demeanor, he turned to Su Zhongshan and remarked, "Zhongshan, I've heard that your daughter hasn't acknowledged young Tang for 3 years. Is this union not somewhat forced?" A twitch at the corner of Su Zhongshan's mouth betrayed his awareness of the elder's cunning intentions, and he promptly replied, 3 years to achieve a fruitful relationship. That is a beautiful tale. Let's not rush. My daughter's happiness is paramount. We must not do a disservice to Miss Muyu. If you find it unsuitable, just let the old man know. He will help you resolve this matter. The Qin family has several significant projects that can be entrusted to the Su family, chuckled the elder Qin. Exchanging a few $100 billion in profits for a good grandson-in-law is hardly a loss. Why not just marry off your daughter altogether? Old Master Wang interjected sarcastically. Fortunately, the time for the meeting arrived, putting an end to the verbal sparring among the three. The hotel had transformed a banquet hall into a grand conference room. Once everyone was seated, the representatives of the 4 prominent families and several other notable families occupied the front rows. However, one seat in the front row remained conspicuously empty. In previous years, this seat belonged to the Blackstone Group, which had recently been acquired and renamed the Longchen Group. To everyone's surprise, they did not send a representative to this annual meeting. This raised eyebrows, especially since just days prior, 3 of the 4 prominent families had declared war on Longchen Group. Being simultaneously suppressed by these 3 families was a rarity for any company in Suzhou and Hangzhou. Chapter 64. The team lacks output. As per tradition, the annual meeting commenced with a speech from the city leaders, followed by an announcement of key projects for the upcoming year. Afterward, representatives from the prominent families and large corporations had their turn to speak. Next year, Suzhou and Hangzhou will focus on environmental protection, aiming to reduce carbon emissions. The leaders proclaimed, speaking for half an hour. Once they concluded, Wang Yixue, representing the Wang family, stood to propose. Our Tengwang Group will actively respond to the call and contribute our modest efforts to the environmental cause of Suzhou and Hangzhou. I also wish to address a concern with the leaders. The Longchen Group, a major corporation in our region, has been compromising the environment in pursuit of profit. Their chemical plant in the southern part of the city is discharging large amounts of wastewater, causing severe repercussions. Wang Yishue's remarks were a blatant attempt to publicly confront Longshan Group. After her bold statement, the Tang family and the Qin family also raised additional concerns regarding Longshan Group. The three families launched a coordinated assault in front of the entire Suzhou and Hangzhou Chamber of Commerce, prompting many to ponder a critical question. Should they choose sides? If Longshan Group were to falter, it would represent a significant opportunity. Many began to contemplate this matter, quickly arriving at a conclusion. It was time to act. After the tension-fueled annual meeting concluded, the enemies of Longshan Group had transformed into a substantial portion of the business community in Suzhou and Hangzhou. Once outside the hotel, Elder Qin seemed unfazed by the attacks on Longshan Group. After returning to the car with his cherished granddaughter, he hesitated before speaking. After a moment's reflection, he finally asked, Kuexine, what was going on between you and that young man from the Tang family today? When you two were playing the piano together, your face radiated happiness. Even a blind person could tell something was amiss. At this inquiry from her grandfather, Qin Kurson was about to respond, but Qin Ming interjected, Oh, Grandpa, why ask? My sister is interested in my brother. They make a perfect pair, a match made in heaven. As soon as he finished speaking, he was met with a sharp tap from a cane, and the elderly Qin, with a stern countenance, remarked, Your sister is a perfect match, but you, young man, seem to attract trouble. Should you bring another woman back here to cause chaos, consider yourself expelled from the Qin family. Qin Ming winced in pain, forcing a sheepish grin as he attempted to feign ignorance. Noticing his grandfather's gaze upon him, Qin Kurson bit her lip and declared, Grandfather, I have feelings for Tang Yu. Oh dear, had you mentioned this sooner, I would have ensured this arrangement with the Su family was secured before anyone else, the old man sighed, clearly doting on his granddaughter. However, as you can see, that young man from the Tang family is already betrothed to Mu Yu. The timing just isn't right. Timing matters not. They are not yet married. Qin Kurson asserted with unwavering determination. What she had set her sights on would not be easily relinquished. Old Wang shared a similar sentiment. While the young man from the Tang family was indeed commendable, he was already bound by a promise. Very well, grandfather. Focus on your health and leave these matters to me. I will attain what I desire, she replied resolutely. In response to her grandfather's heartfelt advice, Wang Yishue merely smiled and tossed her hair. Tomorrow, I shall don a bunny costume and seek him out. Old Wang could only shake his head in bemusement. The youth of today were far more liberated than in his own time. Mu Yu, you must act swiftly. Do not remain as cold as you once were, understand? Good men are always in demand. In my youth, I was even more sought after than that lad from the Tang family. Do you know why your mother chose me? She got me drunk and took me to bed, then a few days later announced she was with child, resulting in you. Meanwhile, Su Chongshan was in the car attempting to counsel his daughter. The driver, overhearing such scandalous gossip, nearly swerved off the road. When did you become so bold, sir? Su Muyu blushed fiercely at her father's words. She shot him a glare and retorted, Could you not impart different lessons? Only a man can truly understand a man. I'm doing this for your benefit. Go have a drink with him tonight, all right? Su Chon Sanev, Sumwing Bondut. Perhaps it wasn't such a bad idea after all. Upon returning to the Tang residence, Tang Yu summoned Ling Han to his room. He grinned knowingly at her. Ling Han forced a strained smile and adeptly sat on the floor to massage his head. During her time at the Tang family, she found herself quite content. Their treatment of servants was notably warm, and her life here was rather pleasant. Yet this fellow was becoming increasingly audacious, muttering to himself daily about why he hadn't been chased away yet, which only amused her further. How could I possibly leave? This is comfortable. Home is indeed more reassuring. The outside world is far too perilous. Tang Yu sighed, resting his head on her soft lap. What dangers lurk outside? Ling Han inquired, a hint of caution in her voice. Had Ye Chen sent someone to deal with Tang Yu? She had noticed anything amiss. The world is complex, fraught with peril. Tang Yu lamentait. These women are far too dangerous. Each one is eager for my attention. In the presence of so many onlookers, he hastily grasped my hand. Now, the entire Su and Han regions are denouncing me as a scoundrel. How can I possibly venture out to pursue ladies in the future? Ling Han, upon hearing these thoughts, couldn't help but roll her eyes. Just as Tang Yu was enjoying a moment of comfort, his phone vibrated in his pocket. He casually retrieved it, only to discover it was a call from Tang Ruoyu. What is the matter? Big brother, do you have a moment? It's about that matter we discussed last time. Tang Ruoyu's deep voice echoed through the phone. Tang Yu immediately perked up. This rascal is finally ready to take action, is he? All right, wait for me at the office. I'll be there shortly. After hanging up, Tang Yu chuckled to himself, finally having baited this lad. Are you sending the Reaper squad to eliminate me? You scoundrel. I've been waiting for you to take the bait. Upon hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, a flicker of concern crossed Ling Han's eyes. She was acutely aware of the Reaper squad's formidable strength. Even when united, she would not stand a chance against them. Is Master Tang planning to risk himself? I hope he does not fall into their clutches. After observing Tang Yu hastily depart from the room, Ling Han pondered for a moment before deciding to follow him. She couldn't allow Master Tang to come to harm. However, Tang Yu was in no rush to confront Tang Ruoyu. With the unmoving King's skill, the Reaper squad posed no threat to him. The issue lay in his own lack of combat prowess. Thus, he needed some assistance. With the foundation laid, he still required firepower. During this period, the three prominent families, seeking vengeance against Ye Chen, began to invest in recruiting soldiers. The Tang family had already enlisted 2 ancient martial arts masters, both of whom possessed Yellow Realm capabilities. Although the Yellow Realm ranks at the bottom of the celestial hierarchy, the existence of ancient martial artists is exceedingly rare. They are akin to underperforming students at prestigious universities who, when placed in a different context, would shine as top scholars. These 2 ancient martial artists were a father-son duo. The father, Huang Tianrui, was over 60, while the son, Huang Juanxia, was in his early 40s. Upon seeing Tang Yu, they slightly nodded in acknowledgement. Greetings, Master Tang. Their demeanor was somewhat distant, but Tang Yu found no cause for surprise. According to the narrative conventions of popular literature, skilled fighters serving as henchmen for wealthy antagonists often harbor resentment. Even when engaging in combat with the protagonist, they might utter remarks like, "I am left with no choice." Martial artists of their caliber could easily handle 10 professional bodyguards. It was only natural for them to carry an air of superiority. I will be stepping out shortly. A few skilled individuals will seek to challenge me along the way. However, you need not rush to intervene. I will engage with them first, and once the moment is ripe, I will signal for you to act. He instructed the father and son. This duo was certainly no match for the Reaper squad. Comprised of peak Yellow Realm experts, renowned for their invincibility within their realm. Indeed, anyone emerging from the Dragon Soul organization would be a force to reckon with, even if they were merely a dog. Upon hearing Tang Yu's words, a glimmer of derision flickered in the eyes of the father and son. Experts? Nonsense. Those capable of sparring with someone like you, a mere ornamental figure, are but mediocrities. Huang Juanxia could not contain himself any longer and spoke up, "Young Master Tang. We came here under the impression that we would be dealing with formidable opponents. If it's merely to bully others, perhaps we should leave that to other bodyguards? As practitioners of ancient martial arts, it hardly befits us to accompany a young man of privilege in such endeavors. One must not flaunt their prowess indiscriminately. Indeed, we are experts. Let's act promptly without further delay." Tang Yu rolled her eyes and decisively concluded the matter with a wave of her hand. Huang Juanxia felt an immense displeasure brewing within him. Had he known this was the nature of their task, he would have preferred to stay away altogether. Huang Tianrui patted his son's shoulder, signaling him to exercise patience for the time being. Under Tang Yu's direction, the father and son boarded a relatively understated Audi, while she drove her flamboyant Lamborghini Poison. Once on the road, Huang Juanxia could no longer suppress his discontent. "Father, what is the matter with the Tang family? Were we not invited here to confront a singular expert? Being reduced to the role of a sycophant for some wealthy heir is a disgrace to our Huang family's reputation." Their family was indeed a well-known lineage of martial artists in Suzhou and Hangzhou. Having been heavily recruited by the Tang family, they expected a serious challenge. Yet their initial task was to follow young Master Tang in confronting opponents he could easily best. Was this not a humiliation? Huang Tianrui sighed. "Let us accompany him just this once. If it truly turns out to be as trivial as this, we shall resign by nightfall. As masters, we must uphold certain principles. After years of diligent training, it will be beneath our dignity to act as mere bullies." Huang Juanxia nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in his father's words. Upon arriving at Milei Food, Tang Ruoyu was already waiting at the entrance. With a beaming smile, he approached Tang Yu, exclaiming, "Brother, you have arrived. It must have been a tiresome journey. How did the investigation regarding the false accounts fare?" Tang Yu's smile held a hint of significance. He was aware that this individual had contacted the Reaper squad, though he remained uncertain of their whereabouts. The investigation has yielded results. We have both witnesses and evidence. The individual has just been apprehended, he replied. Tang Yu chuckled. Shall we find a place to dine, then? The inquiry into the false accounts was merely a fade. My actual mission today is to draw the snake out of its hole. Very well. It has indeed been a while since we dined together. Where shall we go? Tang Yu willingly relinquished the initiative to him. I know of a charming farmhouse restaurant. Shall we dine there? Should I take your car? Tang Yu glanced at Tang Yu's Lamborghini Poison, a flicker of envy and resentment passing through his eyes. Being distanced from the centers of power, their family's share of wealth was meager. Such a supercar was far beyond his reach. This boy must not live, he thought. The wealth of the Tang family is rightfully ours. Let us take your car. I reserve the front seat for ladies only. Tang Yu laughed heartily as he joined Tang Yu in his Bentley. Once inside the vehicle, Tang Yu glanced at the rearview mirror. The Huang father and son were trailing behind at a distance. Their presence was intentional. He had brought them along to assist with the conclusion of the matter. The 4 members of the Reaper squad must remain. Meanwhile, on a hillside by a certain road, 4 men clad in black sat amidst the grass, smoking. How long until the target arrives? Inquired one of the gaunt men, his emaciated hands bearing an astonishing 12 fingers, leaving a lasting impression. Approximately 20 minutes. We can prepare ourselves, replied a companion. No rush. Let's toy with him a bit. After lighting a cigarette, the gaunt man continued. Have you heard about Long Lao Ba? Yes, he's in prison now. The other 3 chuckled, the air around the Reaper squad filled with mirth. The once illustrious 8th warrior of the Dragon Soul organization had returned to Huaxia for less than half a month before landing behind bars. Truly a disgrace to the Dragon Soul. He was always worthless. Without clinging to Ye Chen's coattails, what right did he have to be one of the 8 warriors? The gaunt man scoffed, and the others nodded in agreement. The Reaper squad, elite forces of the Dragon Soul organization, yearned to ascend further, aspiring to become one of the 8 warriors. Resentment brewed within them, feeling stifled under the shadow of a mediocrity like Long Lao Ba. Ye Chen is no better off. How long has it been since his return? He squandered over 100 billion, the hard-earned money of our brothers wasted. The gaunt man launched into a tirade against Ye Chen. The others chuckled, but refrained from too much agreement. After all, he was the Dragon King. The gaunt man spoke again. Today's mission must be accomplished. But not for Ye Chen, it's for Lu Xiao. The Lu Xiao he referred to as Lu Junzhou, the second among the 8 warriors of the Dragon Soul organization. He was a brother to Ye Chen, possessing talents and skills that far surpassed him. Many believe that had it not been for Ye Chen's blood relation to the old Dragon King, Lu Junzhou would rightfully occupy the Dragon King's seat. The 4 members of the Reaper squad could be considered Lu Junzhou's direct prot-gs. After we eliminate the target today, we shall present his head to Lu Xiao. To have taken down someone above Ye Chen with such ease would be a tremendous feat. This accomplishment will undeniably showcase Lu Xiao's superiority over Ye Chen. The gaunt man's expression grew increasingly fervent. Brothers, we have endured for so long alongside Lu Xiao. Today marks the moment we can establish our legacy. The other 3 were equally ignited with passion. Big brother, second brother, third brother, fourth brother. Chapter 66. Is that it? Haven't you eaten? The 4 suddenly ignited with fervor, nearly setting the grass on fire. As their excitement peaked, the target finally came into view. When the vehicle was still 20 meters away, they sprang forth like leopards. The gaunt man hurled a dagger, which pierced the windshield, startling the driver, Tang Yu. Damn it, if this goes wrong, I might be done for. He swiftly slammed on the brakes, gazing at Tang Yu with fury. Brother, someone is looking for trouble. I will go down and confront them. The car was equipped with a dash cam, and he needed to stage this act to prove his innocence. Go ahead. Tang Yu replied with a smile that held a hint of mockery, clearly aware that he was still performing. Overjoyed, Tang Yu flung open the car door and charged towards the 4 members of the Grim Reaper squad, despite his lackluster combat prowess. Almost immediately, he was struck in the neck by one of them, losing consciousness from the blow. Tang Yu had already unfastened his seatbelt and stepped out of the vehicle. His gaze swept over the 4 individuals, and he spoke with an air of indifference. Did Ye Chen send you? For those destined to perish. What purpose did it serve to know so much? One of the shorter men let out a cold snort and rushed forward, throwing a punch at Tang Yu. As a peak-level ancient martial artist, he believed he could easily dispatch this so-called rich second-generation offspring with a mere flick of his wrist. Tang Yu stood there, calm and composed, allowing the punch to connect with his face. After the impact, he remained utterly unfazed, leaving the short man in a state of shock. How could his strike executed with all his might, failed to elicit a response. Even a master of the Xian level would not withstand such a blow with such ease. Was this a joke? Had he not eaten? Seeing the astonishment in the man's eyes, Tang Yu regarded him with derision. The look he cast was akin to that one would give refuse, deeply wounding the man's pride. Who was he? An elite of the Grim Reaper squad, renowned in the mercenary world, when had a mere rich second-generation scion dared to mock him. Feel the might of my tiger fist, he roared, unleashing his ultimate form of Xingyi Quan, a punch imbued with tremendous force capable of easily slaying a bull. Yet, when it struck Tang Yu's chest, he remained steadfast and unmoving. The short man stood there, dumbfounded, struggling to comprehend that his full-force attack had failed to harm his opponent. "You're pretending, aren't you?" he stammered, his lips quivering in disbelief at the scene before him. How could his fist, as large as a cauldron, fail to move the man? Pretending? Tang Yu smiled calmly, his gaze growing ever more contemptuous. Do you think the immovable King Kong technique, which I painstakingly acquired from the system, can be easily broken? Eagle, assist me with the dragon and tiger fist. The short man's mindset underwent a subtle shift as he turned to one of his teammates. Meanwhile, the other three members of the Grim Reaper squad were equally bewildered. Their strengths were evenly matched, and witnessing their comrades' punches land without effect left them incredulous. One of them, with a hooked nose, shouted angrily and charged forward, appearing like a phantom as he aimed a punch at Tang Yu's left cheek. Simultaneously, the short man leaped up to deliver a blow to Tang Yu's right cheek. Once again, after both punches landed, Tang Yu remained completely unmoved, leaving the hooked-nosed man utterly stunned. The two individuals had just unleashed a combined attack, yet failed to impress this fellow. Observing the dazed expressions on their faces, Tang Yu took a deep breath and, in a swift motion, delivered two resounding slaps to each of them. Assistants, is it? Assassins, are you? Dragon fist, perhaps? Tiger fist. Indeed, the stinging slaps left both of them with a burning pain on their cheeks. The damage was negligible, but the humiliation was profound. The two retreated a couple of steps, their faces pale with rage as they glared at Tang Yu. As masters of their craft, they were bewildered as to why he refrained from countering and instead chose to insult them in such a manner. They were members of the illustrious Reaper squad, boasting a success rate of 98% in their missions. When had they ever endured such disgrace? Let us take him down together, the hawk-nosed man shouted, individually formidable. Their combined technique was truly invincible. The other two, seething with anger, charged forward to encircle Tang Yu and unleash a flurry of attacks. As peak practitioners of the yellow character realm, their strength was indeed formidable. The four surrounded Tang Yu with all their might, their movements resembling mere shadows, almost imperceptible to the naked eye. At that moment, Huang Tianrui and his son were hidden several meters away, their hearts racing at the sight of Tang Yu being besieged by four opponents. Dad, those four must all be peak experts of the yellow character realm, Huang Junxiao remarked, observing their speed and power, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. He had only recently become a true practitioner of ancient martial arts. Sharing the same yellow character realm, he feared that even he alone could not withstand any one of those four. They are undoubtedly peak experts of the yellow character realm. Huang Tianrui clenched his fists. Although he had been in the yellow character realm for 15 years, he still felt far from reaching its pinnacle. Yet, more alarming than these four was the fact that, throughout the entire onslaught, Tang Xiao stood his ground, unmoving. He resembled a towering tree, while the flurry of strikes from his assailants felt like a mere drizzle upon its leaves. What kind of strength was required to withstand the assault of four peak experts of the yellow character realm unscathed? The Xian character realm? Surely more than that. The D character realm? That seemed difficult as well. Could it be the legendary Tian character realm? Huang Junxiao pondered Tang Yu's realm, his voice trembling. Dad, do you think Tang Xiao possesses the strength of the D character realm? At the very least, Huang Tianrui replied, quivering with excitement. To him, the Xian character realm was an unattainable existence. A practitioner of the D character realm at such a young age would be invincible in the world. To be in the presence of such a formidable being. If he were to casually point a finger, Wu and Ti, both father and son, experience a tremendous advancement in their cultivation. Listen well, starting today, we must obey Tang Xiao without question. Even if he orders us to go to the electric pole, we must not hesitate. Understood? Huang Tianrui commanded his son. Understood. Huang Junxian nodded solemnly. He recognized this as an unparalleled opportunity in his life. But why doesn't Tang Xiao retaliate? Why does he allow these insignificant beings to act so brazenly? He inquired of his father. Huang Tianrui pondered for a moment before responding solemnly. Fool, can you not see the profound intentions behind Tang Xiao's actions? Such a master, disdainful of engaging with mere ants, deliberately allows us to observe and learn. It is now clear to Huang Juanxia, who deeply regrets his previous suspicions towards young Master Tang. Despite his ungracious demeanor, young Master Tang generously took the time to instruct him. This kindness is as weighty as a mountain. In Chapter 67, The Vanishing Memory, the four assailants unleashed a tempest of attacks, yet Tang Yu felt not a thing. The immovable power of the perfected realm's Buddha of imperturbability was exceedingly effective. An invisible aura enveloped him, rendering their assaults as gentle as a breeze, leaving not a single wrinkle on his garments. Observing the growing terror on their faces, Tang Yu was immensely satisfied. After 5 minutes of relentless onslaught, the members of the Grim Reaper squad were nearly stupefied. Human endurance has its limits. They were ancient martial artists, not superhumans, and their energy and stamina were bound to wane. The one with the hawkish nose, harboring malicious intent, abandoned the futile joint attack upon realizing its ineffectiveness, drawing a military dagger in his hand. He then aimed it menacingly at Tang Yu's vulnerable spot. Even the strongest of men possess their weaknesses. However, this time he miscalculated. The razor-sharp dagger, upon striking, barely penetrated. Following that, he received a resounding slap across the face. Do you look down upon my resilience? Do you think I am as worthless as Ye Chen? After that slap, Tang Yu was about to make his move when the four retreated at lightning speed, creating distance between them. Their faces reflected sheer terror. Breathless and incredulous at the scene before them, they had combined their efforts for a full 5 minutes. Even their devious surprise attacks had failed to harm this individual. Was this man a monster? As Tang Yu reached into his pocket, the four tensed up, cold sweat trickling down their foreheads. Was this man about to strike? With their combined strength, would any of them be able to escape? Then, they witnessed Tang Yu leisurely retrieving a cigarette from his pocket, lighting it with nonchalance. He exhaled a smoke ring, coolly stating, "You are all far too weak. I have no interest in striking down the worthless. I fear that if I do, I might not be able to refrain from killing you." "What do you mean by that?" asked the gaunt man, his teeth quivering slightly as he spoke. This man exuded an overwhelming aura. Apart from the elder in their organization, he had never felt such pressure from anyone else. Were the Dragon King to stand there, allowing them to strike for 2 minutes, he would surely perish on the spot. At that moment, the thoughts of the four were eerily similar. If this man were to act, they would already be corpses. What I mean is, all of you present are trash. Tang Yu, seeing them weaken, was quite pleased. His strength lies entirely in their imagination. He raised a hand high, causing the four to instinctively retreat a significant distance. Meanwhile, the ambushed Huang Tianrui and his son reacted swiftly, charging forth. "Let us proceed. Young Master Tang commands us to clear the trash." Huang Tianrui beckoned, and the father and son swiftly charged towards the 4 members of the Grim Reaper squad. In terms of strength, each of those 4 was far superior to the duo. However, the recent fierce battle had drained their vital energy and stamina. Furthermore, the 4 were now paralyzed by fear, rendering them almost indistinguishable from ordinary individuals. Swiftly, they were subdued by the spirited father and son team. Once the 4 were bound, Huang Tianrui gazed at Tang Yu with admiration and respect, inquiring, "Young Master Tang, what shall we do now?" Just as Tang Yu was about to instruct them to take the individuals to the police station, his attention was suddenly drawn to one of the men's hands. This man possessed 12 fingers. A realization struck him. In the original storyline, around 400 chapters in, ancient martial forces began to emerge, and one of the bodyguards from a prominent family was described as having 12 fingers, resembling the man before him. This bodyguard belonged to the antagonistic faction and met his end at the hands of Ye Chen. Tang Yu scrutinized the man intently for a moment before asking, "What is your name?" I am Deng He," the man replied in a low voice, having completely lost his fighting spirit in the presence of such a formidable opponent. Tang Yu felt a jolt of surprise. Could it be that the plot has truly become convoluted? Characters who have yet to appear are already here. And this one even belongs to the Dragon Soul organization. With a deep breath, Tang Yu waved his hand, commanding, "Take him to the police station. Lock him up for now, and we shall investigate further later." Understood, young Master Tang. Huang Tianrui and his son looked at him with increasing admiration. Truly, young Master Tang exemplified a master who not only concealed his prowess, but also abided by the law. In the face of those who disrespected him, he refrained from resorting to extrajudicial measures. After Huang Tianrui and his son escorted the four away, Tang Yu turned to glance at Tang Yu, who lay on ground. The Grim Reaper squad had knocked him unconscious to clear him of suspicion, and they had not held back. What a fortunate opportunity, Tang Yu chuckled, rushing towards the unconscious man to unleash a flurry of punches and kicks. After all, he was already out cold. Why show him any courtesy? He thrived on the weak and feared the strong. He was indeed a top-tier fighter. As for the notion of killing the young man, Tang Yu had no such intentions. Why eliminate a troublesome ally? After several minutes of relentless assault, Tang Yu felt invigorated. The unconscious Tang Yu was left bloodied and battered, a pitiful sight. With a whistle, Tang Yu dragged the young man to the car and drove him to the hospital. Not long after Tang Yu departed, a figure descended from a nearby tree. It was Ling Han, who had been secretly following him. She had been observing from the shadows all along, and her expression was one of utter astonishment. She was acutely aware of the strength of the Grim Reaper squad, even when they combined their efforts. They had failed to inflict any harm on Tang Yu. Such power, without the earthly realm, was simply ludicrous. She finally comprehended why Tang Xiaoming was aware of her identity, yet chose to keep her by his side. It was precisely because he possessed formidable strength. With Tang Xiao's capabilities, taking her life would be a mere trifling task. However, he harbored no such intentions. Could it be that he harbors feelings for her? As Ling Han mused this aloud, a faint blush graced her cheeks. If not, how could Tang Xiao possibly know so much about her? Only a man of his exceptional prowess would believe she ought to be an ordinary girl. Only he would have the right to think so. The next time he offers to give her back rub, she might just accept. After escorting Tang Yu to the hospital, that old rascal was rushed into the emergency room for treatment. Tang Yu contacted his second uncle's family to relay the situation, then returned to his car and lit a cigarette. The unfolding events were increasingly peculiar. Damn it, what is happening? Why are characters that shoot and tea have appeared, yet already on stage? The system's cold voice responded, the plot has collapsed. Host, please exercise caution. A plot collapse? What does that imply for the subsequent events? Tang Yu furrowed his brow. When a narrative slips out of control, it signifies that the true danger has only just begun. The system fell silent, offering no further reply. At that moment, strange images suddenly flashed through Tang Yu's mind. Each scene depicted his demise, each at the hands of different individuals. This abrupt recollection caused Tang Yu's expression to turn pained. A crimson numeral materialized before his eyes, 299. Just as he intended to delve deeper into this memory, his expression shifted to confusion. His memories reverted to several minutes prior, and this sudden recollection vanished once more. Damn system, where's my reward? Tang Yu cursed, oblivious to everything that had just transpired. Ding, the reward has been delivered. The system's voice echoed again. Albeit this time, it bore a hint of weakness. No new skills manifested in Tang Yu's mind, and nothing appeared around him. Delivered? To where? To whom? You treacherous system. Are you just playing me? Tang Yu vented his frustrations for several minutes, but the system remained unresponsive. Meanwhile, a package sent under Tang Yu's name was already on its way aboard a flight to Africa. Chapter 68, The Loyal Ye Chen. Africa, Burkina Faso. Translated into the language of Huaxia as the land of the righteous. After being entrusted with significant responsibilities by Tang Xiao, Ye Chen found himself quite content with his work. Generous remuneration, minimal oversight, and an easy daily routine that allowed him to clock off at 3 in the afternoon for tea. However, a few days ago, he received news that the Tang family had abruptly begun to invest heavily in recruiting experts, exclusively those skilled in ancient martial arts. This revelation struck a considerable blow to him. As the former captain of the bodyguard team, his own abilities were woefully inadequate. He was not even a practitioner of ancient martial arts. How could he protect Tang Xiao? Thus, to motivate himself to improve, he commenced an intense training regimen: 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, followed by a 10-kilometer run. Having just returned from a workout today, a subordinate hurriedly approached him with a package in hand. Mr. He, there's a package for you, sent by young Master Tang. The mention of Tang stirred Ye Chen's spirits. He eagerly accepted the parcel and carefully unwrapped it. Inside, he discovered an exquisite Nama box, which contained an ancient, elegantly bound book. The dragon elephant scripture? As he delicately turned its pages, tears welled up in his eyes. Young Master Tang must have been keeping a close watch on him. He realized that after his diligent training, Tang had procured for him a tome of ancient martial arts secrets. As a martial artist, Ye Chen understood all too well the value of this manuscript, a treasure beyond monetary worth. Furthermore, the requirements for practicing the dragon elephant scripture were not excessively high. With perseverance, one could ultimately become an ancient martial artist. In gratitude for Tang's kindness, Ye Chen vowed to repay him with his very life. Choking back tears, he wiped his face and shouted at his subordinate, "Starting tomorrow, find me 100 youths with martial arts potential in the area. I shall train an elite force for young Master Tang." Meanwhile, in the He family's private hospital, Ye Chen lay on the hospital bed, anxiety etched across his face. An inexplicable unease gnawed at him. 5 hours had passed since the death squad had approached their target, yet he had received no updates. This left him perplexed and troubled. The death squad, though comprised of 4 individuals whose strength paled in comparison to his, possessed formidable cooperative techniques. Even if they were unable to succeed, they should have been able to retreat unscathed. But as time ticked away, his anxiety intensified. "I refuse to believe that Tang can thwart the death squad," he muttered through clenched teeth. However, the surge of emotion triggered a sharp pain in his wound, causing him to gasp and quickly relax, wary of further agitation. The wound had already torn once. Another rupture would spell trouble. After much contemplation and growing concern, he decided to enlist the help of a nurse to summon heroine, hoping the He family could investigate the situation. Approximately 15 minutes later, heroine entered, carrying a bag. She looked at Ye Chen and asked lightly, "Mr. Ye, do you need something from me?" "Miss He, I would like your assistance in gathering information. I have lost contact with 4 of my subordinates." Ye Chen managed a bitter smile, ready to elaborate on the situation when a man's voice interrupted from outside. "No need to search. They've already landed themselves in jail." Moments later, a handsome young man with a hint of roguish charm sauntered in. He surveyed Ye Chen with an amused glint in his eyes. The esteemed Dragon King, reduced to fleeing in the nude? Utterly ridiculous. Upon seeing the young man, Ye Chen's expression shifted immediately. Furrowing his brow, he inquired, "Junior brother, weren't you on mission in France? When did you return?" "I arrived today," Lu Junzuo replied with a subtle smile. "Master is already aware of the situation with the death squad and has sent me to assist you." Ye Chen's heart sank instantly. Had the Grim Reaper squad truly encountered crisis? What was even more alarming was that the old man had dispatched him here. What could this possibly mean? His expression shifted unpredictably, his emotions a tumultuous storm. His master had explicitly instructed him to focus on recuperating, assuring him that he would manage matters in Suzhou and Hangzhou until his health was restored. Lu Junzuo, with a smile that bore a hint of disdain in his eyes, affirmed the news. Upon confirming it, Ye Chen's complexion turned pale. What was the old man truly implying? After scrutinizing Lu Junzuo for a moment, his pupils constricted. "You have broken through?" Lu Junzuo smirked, nodding in affirmation. His current prowess had reached the pinnacle of the Xian realm, merely a step away from the D realm. In contrast, Ye Chen remained stagnant at the mid-stage of the Xian realm, a repeated failure, and one whose strength paled in comparison to his own, still dared to vie for the Dragon King title. Thus, his master had sent him. This was an excellent opportunity for him to showcase his capabilities. The position of Dragon King was destined to be his. Ye Chen, with a grim visage, remained silent. Yet a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. How audacious of Lu Junzuo to covet his title. Once he achieved his breakthrough, this fellow would be awaiting his demise. "Take your time in recovering. I shall take my leave." Lu Junzuo bid farewell with a smile as he exited the hospital room. Ye Chen exchanged pleasantries with him before departing alongside. "Thus, Mr. Lu will be responsible for matters in Suzhou and Hangzhou?" Ye Chen inquired, gazing at Lu Junzuo. "Indeed," Lu Junzuo replied, his lips curling into a devilish grin. As a senior brother, he too was adept at this charming smile, albeit his right side rose while Ye Chen's left did. "That may not be an easy task," Ye Chen remarked with a slight shake of her head. Reviving a dismal situation was no simple endeavor. The plight of the Longshan group could only be described as dire. The He family would refrain from intervening, as there was no reason to invite trouble. What Ye Chen can accomplish, I too am capable of. What he cannot, I, Lu Junzuo, shall also achieve, Lu Junzuo declared proudly, stroking a dragon-patterned jade pendant that hung around his neck. This jade had fortuitously come into his possession at the age of 7. during a nosebleed. He had unwittingly dripped blood upon it, activating the stone and granting him an ancient martial arts legacy. From his assessment, the legacy had been left behind by a legendary master of the Tian realm. Thus, he was confident that he would undoubtedly reach that pinnacle in the future. The title of Dragon King was within his grasp. After arriving in Suzhou and Hangzhou, he would maneuver this troubled game in place of the useless Ye Chen. Everything he desired, including the women, he would seize for himself. Chapter 69. Are you gaming again? In the office of the Tang Group's general manager, Qi Yin was intently engrossed in a shooting game, a fresh batch of KFC and a soda nearby. Upon entering, Tang Yu patted her shoulder and remarked, Qi Yin, are you gaming again? You should take a break. Ugh, I died. It's all your fault, Tang Xiao. Qi Yin lamented, her face painted with despair as she stared at the darkened screen. Once dead, one remains dead. We've played enough for the day, so let us rest, sighed Tang Yu. Does this foolish girl really need to take this game so seriously every single day? Upon hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, Qi Yin felt a twinge of embarrassment. Had she perhaps become too absorbed in her work recently? To mask her discomfort, she clutched the bucket of fried chicken and asked, Tang Xiao, would you care for some? No, thank you. Tang Yu rolled his eyes and inquired, do you know what date is today? Is it Crazy Thursday at KFC? Tang Yu reached up to touch his forehead. Goodness, let us not allow her to become utterly foolish from all this gaming. It seems she was never particularly bright to begin with. And with that face, she's really in trouble. Not particularly bright, you say? Qi Yin's expression darkened. She considered herself quite intelligent. Other players typically took at least 3 months to finish these games, but she managed it in about 1 month. She had even shattered several records. Today is your birthday, Tang Yu sighed, feeling compelled to remind her. Oh right. Qi Yin finally snapped back to reality and awkwardly smiled. Thank you for your concern, Tang Xiao. I've been so engrossed in work that I nearly forgot it was my birthday. However, as a killer, birthdays hold little significance for me. Tang Yu's sudden mention of her birthday warmed her heart slightly. Such care felt like a distant luxury to her. The company mandates that we celebrate employees' birthdays, and since I find myself with some free time today, let us celebrate yours. Tang Yu chuckled at Qi Yin. This foolish girl has been around long enough. She should have stolen most of the data by now. Once that information reaches Ye Chen, it won't be long before it proves useful. In that case, I must find a way to draw this foolish girl to my side. First, I will gradually build rapport, and once I have gathered sufficient evidence, I will reveal the truth to her. Qi Yin stared at Tang Yu in confusion. Tang Xiao, you wish to align yourself with me? Is there such a fortunate opportunity? Since the day she first overheard Tang Xiao's thoughts, she had begun to investigate the Tang family. Through her diligent inquiries, she had indeed uncovered information about her father. His name was Qi Hong. Over 30 years ago, he fell afoul of a powerful figure and was hunted down. In a desperate moment, he was rescued by the elder of the Tang family and became the captain of their bodyguard team. He remained fiercely loyal to the Tang family and had saved the elder's life on 2 occasions. The Tang family held immense trust in him, and he shared a brotherly bond with Tang Yu's father. After more than a decade of service, he mysteriously vanished, despite the Tang family's efforts to locate him for years. Years later, a pregnant woman arrived at the Tang family, claiming to be Qi Hong's wife. Naturally, the Tang family took her in and treated her with great kindness. Less than 6 months after giving birth to a daughter, she too disappeared with her child. Beyond this point, Qi Yin could uncover no further information, as the Tang family's records were limited. Thus, she could be certain that Tang Xiao and the Tang family were certainly not her enemies. They owe a great debt of gratitude to their family. How could Qi Yin, repay kindness with enmity? Is it appropriate for young Master Tang to help me celebrate my birthday? After regaining her composure, Qi Yin hurriedly responded. What is inappropriate about it? You've been working diligently at the company for quite some time now, contributing significantly to its success. Thanks to you, the advancement of the company's gaming projects is akin to the speed of a rocket. You are the foremost contributor to the Tang Group. I must personally arrange this birthday celebration for you, declared Tang Yu with unwavering confidence. Indeed, my brother wants you to experience what it means to have a good boss. That stingy fellow Ye Chen makes you handle all the dangerous tasks while paying you a mere few thousand each month. The notion that hardship sharpens the mind is utter nonsense. Even capitalists would shed tears upon seeing you toil. When you're with young Master Tang, you'll feast 9 times a day. Thank you, young Master Tang. Qi Yin felt her heart warm further. It turned out that he cared for her so deeply. She had considered being forthright with him, But having eavesdropped on Tang Yu's thoughts daily, she felt it was unwise to be direct. Young Master Tang sometimes had quite an imaginative mind. If she were to disclose her allegiance, he would surely think she was merely acting. Thus, the only course of action available to her was to assist him covertly, such as delivering false information. Regarding the Dragon Soul organization, she was consumed by questions and resentment. Knowing the Tang family had been kind to her, why must she now repay kindness with malice? All right, let us take a break and then set off. First, we'll select a birthday gift for you, and then we'll indulge in a grand feast, Tang Yu said with a bright smile. What should I gift her? A year's supply of papaya milk? But I've heard that papaya milk doesn't seem to be particularly effective. The Qingnong Tianjing does contain similar recipes. In her case, she needs to first clear her meridians. However, if I were to assist her manually, she might just sever my hand. Alas, I'm simply too kind-hearted, unable to bear seeing a girl without distinction. It is a pity to possess such medical skills, yet have no opportunity to apply them. Qi Yin shivered slightly. Young Master Tang, you truly care for me, don't you? However, she had privately tried numerous methods. When she was an assassin, it didn't particularly matter, and she even found it somewhat convenient. Now that she lived a more ordinary life, she felt it was only fitting to possess some talents. Thus, she had secretly experimented with drinking papaya milk, but to no avail. Could the meridian clearing that young Master Tang mentioned truly be effective? Blushing, she mentally chided herself for her thoughts. After leaving the office, Tang Yu took Qi Yin for a ride in a sports car, heading toward a large shopping mall. First, I'll buy you a birthday gift, and then we'll pick up some clothing. As a young lady, you should occasionally learn to adorn yourself. Tang Yu teased while driving. This silly girl, while she had no issues as an assassin, is somewhat unconventional as a girl. Her clothing style is rather plain. I've never seen her wear a short skirt or anything of the sort. With such beauty, not dressing up to enhance the city's charm is simply a crime. Thank you, young Master Tang. Qi Yin blushed and expressed her gratitude, feeling a subtle stir of emotion within her. Throughout her life, Tang Xiao was the first person who wished for her to embrace the simplicity of being an ordinary girl, rather than aspiring to be an exceptional assassin. Chapter 70, you should strum the strings of the zither, rather than the chords of my heart. Rest assured, your employer possesses impeccable taste. Today, I shall transform you into the most radiant sister in Suzhou and Hangzhou. Tang Yu Juke Le Fuli. Be bold and open. Break free from your former self. Dressing her up seems like a splendid idea. Considering her physique, that outfit from Qiong should suit her perfectly. And perhaps a pair of delicate black stockings to complete the look. How exquisite. Qi Yin listened, bewildered, feeling a twinge of discontent. She had no comprehension of such matters. The world of anime felt entirely alien to her. Her existence revolved solely around missions and mortality. Upon arriving at the shopping mall, Tang Yu parked the car and led Qi Yin inside. This particular mall was a property of the Tang family, catering to an upscale clientele, exclusively featuring luxury brands. As they entered, they ascended directly to the third floor via the elevator, where Tang Yu was quite familiar with the surroundings. He guided Qi Yin effortlessly into a music store named Qinweda. Noticing the arrival of customers, a saleswoman promptly approached them with a bow, exclaiming, "Welcome. What can I assist you with today? Please take me to see the guitars," Tang Yu replied with a smile. "Certainly." The saleswoman nodded enthusiastically, momentarily entranced by Tang Yu's handsome visage. This customer was rather striking. Leading them to the guitar section, she inquired, "What type of guitar are you interested in? Classical, folk, or electric? Which do you prefer?" Tang Yu turned to Qi Yin with a grin, aware that deep within, she yearned for a semblance of normalcy in her life. Living amidst blades and blood, few would find joy in such an existence. Her passion lay in music. She adored the guitar, yet it had always seemed beyond her reach. Thus, gifting her a guitar for her birthday was a most fitting gesture. Qi Yin beamed joyfully as she began to select her instrument. After some deliberation, she ultimately chose a pale, yellow handcrafted classical guitar. "This one," she exclaimed, her eyes shimmering with delight as she cradled the guitar, as though she had unearthed a treasure of immense value. Her radiant and pure smile resembled an iris quietly blooming in a secluded valley. Tang Yu, standing nearby, found himself momentarily spellbound, his heart inexplicably quickening. Why does this silly girl look so enchanting when she smiles? Upon hearing Tang Yu's silent admiration, a flicker of shyness passed across Qi Yin's face. Such heartfelt praise struck a chord within her, filling her with joy. "Miss, your taste is impeccable. This is the last Smorman classical guitar in our store. Being entirely handmade, it takes nearly 2 years to obtain each one." The saleswoman was equally elated. This guitar was the most expensive in the shop, promising a substantial commission for the sale. "May I try out first?" Ye Chen inquired, lifting her gaze. "Certainly. The tuning is complete. You two may proceed to try it out," the female sales assistant remarked with a polite smile. Ye Chen beamed with joy, finding her rhythm before she began to play. Soon, a lively melody filled the air. Tang Yu sat quietly beside her, silently admiring, his gaze fixed upon Ye Yin's face. When she played the guitar, her expression was one of pure concentration, her smile radiant, transforming her from a lethal femme fatale into an endearing neighborly girl. Once she finished a piece, she turned to Tang Yu with a beaming smile and inquired, "What do you think, Tang Xiao?" "Quite impressive," Tang Yu praised, giving a thumbs up. "Your technique is flawless, though there was a minor slip. You ought to strum the strings of the guitar, rather than tug at the strings of my heart." Upon hearing Tang Yu's internal thoughts, Ye Chen felt her cheeks warm slightly. Why does he always resort to such flattery? Can he not tone it down just a bit? "How much is it?" Tang Yu asked, pulling out his wallet and presenting a credit card. "Hello, esteemed guest. The total is 370,000. The sales assistant promptly replied, retrieving the card machine to process the payment. Just as she handed the receipt to Tang Yu, an elegantly dressed woman with a bag entered from outside. Her hair was dyed a deep burgundy, and her beauty was striking. As she walked, her assets swayed alluringly, capturing everyone's attention. "Hello, esteemed guest. How may I assist you?" the sales assistant asked, bowing respectfully upon noticing the woman's arrival. The woman produced a black membership card from her pocket, waving it slightly. "I am a black gold member of your store. I heard you have a Smorman guitar. Please bring it to me." The sales assistant glanced at the membership card, confirming it belonged to the store's highest tier of clientele, and bore the woman's name. However, her expression turned slightly troubled. "I apologize, Miss Xiao, but that Smorman has just been sold." "Sold?" Xiao Meiyun raised an eyebrow, her demeanor darkening instantly. Spotting Ye Chen cradling a Smorman guitar, she ordered the sales assistant, "Refund their money. I will take that guitar." She had scoured 2 other stores just to find a Smorman, which she needed for an upcoming live stream. The sales assistant, caught off guard by such a demand, awkwardly replied, "I'm sorry, but that would be against our store policy." No sooner had she spoken than Xiao Meiyun, with a scowl, slapped her across the face, exclaiming, "Do you think I, a black gold member, need you to lecture me on policy? Do you have any idea how much I've spent in your store? It's more than you could ever hope to earn in a lifetime." The sales assistant, suddenly struck, felt her cheeks swell with humiliation and fear as she stepped back, apologizing softly to Xiao Meiyun. Her workplace was part of a prestigious national chain, and to achieve black gold membership, one had to spend at least 5 million. Such a client was far beyond the reach of a mere employee like her. Tang Yu furrowed his brow, sensing the tension in the air. The situation felt charged, and as he recalled the woman's identity, he realized she was a mistress of a certain antagonist, someone who was supposed to cross paths with Ye Chen here. In a fit of rage, the Dragon King Ye Chen struck her, escalating the conflict with the antagonist. Thus, the familiar sequence of arrogance and face-slapping, inciting enmity, unfolded seamlessly. A grand opportunity to ensnare Ye Chen presented itself. Tang Yu chuckled inwardly, conceiving a rather unscrupulous plan, and deliberately chose to remain there, awaiting the progression of events. At that moment, a middle-aged man in a suit hurried over, inquiring, "Esteemed guests, I'm the manager Chen Zhiwan. What seems to be the issue?" Xiao Meiyun cast a discontented glance at him and retorted, "How do you train your employees? She is here lecturing me on the rules." Upon noticing Xiao Meiyun's black gold membership card, Chen Zhijuan's expression shifted subtly. He turned to the saleswoman Lu Xiuqin, reprimanding her sharply. "Have you lost your mind? Who gave you the authority to speak to customers like that? Apologize to this esteemed guest immediately." But these 2 guests have already paid for their guitar, and Miss Xiao is demanding a refund to sell it to her, Lu Xiuqin exclaimed, her face buried in her hands as tears streamed down her cheeks. Before she could finish her explanation, Chen Zhijuan, visibly impatient, interrupted, "Do you not comprehend simple language? Apologize to this young lady at once, or get out. If you force her to apologize, your store will no longer operate in Suang from this day forth." Tang Yu interjected after a prolonged silence. Chen Zhijuan glanced at Tang Yu with a mocking expression. "And who might you be? Do you really think you can dictate whether our store remains in Suang? Do you know who our boss is?" Xiao Meiyun joined in with her own biting remarks, What are you, a pauper? Do you even belong in this conversation? How dare you threaten our store's operations? Do you think you're worthy? And you, release my smorman. Dress like a country bumpkin. Do you think you can handle this? If you damage it and affect my live stream, I will ensure your disgrace is known online. Having said this, she attempted to seize the guitar from Qi Yin's grasp. Qi Yin's gaze turned icy. Just as Xiao Meiyin reached for it, Tang Yu rose swiftly and delivered a resounding slap. Chapter 71. In my life. Tang Beixian has no need to explain myself to the likes of you. Stunned by the blow, Xiao Meiyin staggered back, her face reflecting shock. She screamed and lunged at Tang Yu, attempting to claw at her face. Before her hand could reach its target, Tang Yu delivered a swift kick to her abdomen. Knocked to the ground, Xiao Meiyin clutched her stomach and cried out in pain. Realizing the disparity in combat prowess between herself and Tang Yu, she shouted, "Do you dare hit a woman? Are you even a man?" Tang Yu extracted a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep drag before responding, "Apologies. I believe in gender equality. I strike anyone who provokes me." She coughed slightly, adding, "Though we are both antagonists, your level of annoyance is truly remarkable." Beside her, Qi Yin nearly burst into laughter. Just then, a young man entered, accompanied by an elderly gentleman in traditional attire. Upon seeing Xiao Meiyin sprawled on the floor, the young man's expression darkened as he hurried over. "Han Xiao, please avenge me. This dog of a man struck me." Upon witnessing the youth, Xiao Meiyin hastily rose from the ground, tears streaming down her face as she cried out. This individual was her benefactor, the very source of her audacity. After becoming his woman, she had caused her fair share of troubles. Yet, no matter how grave the situation, Han Xiao could resolve it with but a phone call. The young man she referred to as Han Xiao possessed prominent ears and an undeniably honest visage. Upon noticing the swelling on half of Xiao Meiyin's face, he was immediately filled with anguish and quickly sought to comfort her. All right, I will avenge you, my dear, do not cry." His expression then darkened as he fixed a cold gaze on Tang Yu and uttered, "You have quite the audacity. You dare to lay a hand on my woman?" Han Ming Suon. Upon hearing this name, Tang Yu's heart leaped with joy. The rightful heir had finally arrived. This man was not from Suong, but rather the second young master of the Han family from Yanjing. The Han family was an esteemed lineage in Yanjing, incomparable to any prominent family in Suong. His visit to Suong was for an auction. However, before the event could commence, he had already made an enemy of Ye Chen. During the auction, he deliberately clashed with Dragon King Ye Chen over a coveted treasure, resulting in a conflict. Subsequently, seeking to undermine Ye Chen, he found himself on the receiving end of a fatal blow. Moreover, the Han family had ties to the tragic annihilation of the Yi family, establishing them as adversaries. The enemy of my enemy is not necessarily my friend. Thus, he resolved to make a decision that defied his ancestors, pretending to be a subordinate of Ye Chen while declaring war on the Han family. With a cold smirk, he remarked, "I, Tang Beixian, have no need to justify my actions to you." He then turned to Zhou Lao. "It seems you possess considerable courage. Let us begin by breaking both of his hands." Han Mingxian scoffed, raising his hand to signal the elder behind him to take action. He was all too familiar with individuals who fancied themselves to be of some standing. Conversing with them served no purpose. Only through hardship would they understand whom they ought to fear. The elderly man clad in Tang's suit nodded and approached Tang Yu. Observing the old man's advance, Qi Yin's expression altered subtly. She discerned that the elder was a practitioner of ancient martial arts. Although his prowess was modest, he was still of the Huang rank. How could an ordinary individual like Tang Xiao possibly contend with this elder? Just as she prepared to intervene, a middle-aged man strode through the entrance. It was Huang Juanxia, the newly appointed ancient martial arts bodyguard of the Tang family. Ever since witnessing Tang Xiao's unfathomable strength, he had willingly dedicated himself to being Tang Xiao's personal bodyguard, or, more fittingly, his attendant. He understood all too well that his abilities were inadequate to protect Tang Xiao. His role was to clear away the refuse. After all, individuals of Tang Xiao's caliber would not easily engage in conflict. As he entered with firm strides, he fixed a cold stare at the elderly man and derisively remarked, "You dare to challenge our Tang Xiao?" "Oh." The old man's expression turned icy as he shot a cold smile at Huang Juanxia. "What makes you think I am unworthy of engaging with your family's worthless young master?" With that, he swiftly unleashed a series of lightning-fast strikes, targeting Tang Yu with a flurry of 5 rapid lashes. As Qi Yin realized she could not obstruct the impending danger, it was already too late. They were far too close. In that instant, her expression hardened with murderous intent, ready to avenge Tang Xiao. Yet, she discovered that Tang Xiao stood still, unperturbed, gazing calmly at the old man. "Is this all you've got?" The old man, startled, took 2 steps back, his demeanor shifting to one of caution as he regarded Tang Yu. As a practitioner of ancient martial arts, he knew that the lightning-fast 5-strike whip technique he had just unleashed was sufficient to incapacitate a man for life. Yet, why had his opponent not moved an inch? Not even a wrinkle marred his clothing, as if he had not struck at all. "Continue. I, Tang Beixian, do not bully the weak. I shall grant you 3 more opportunities to strike," Tang Yu said casually. "Zhou Lao, what are you doing? Do not hold back. If you kill him, I will handle the aftermath," Han Mingxian called out, dissatisfaction etched on his face. The old man, referred to as Zhou Lao, found himself in a predicament. He had indeed shown restraint in his previous attack, but to inflict no damage at all was utterly perplexing. Taking a deep breath, he charged forward and delivered a kick aimed at Tang Yu's temple. In this moment, the force behind his strike was immense. Even a rock would shatter under such power. Yet, Tang Yu remained completely unmoved. "You still have 2 opportunities," Tang Yu stated, holding up 2 fingers. At this moment, the old man was genuinely dumbfounded. He had exerted 11/10 of his strength in that last blow. Qin, too, was rendered speechless. Her own prowess lay within the Xian realm, granting her a broader perspective than that of the old man. Had she not defended herself, she would have sustained serious injury from that strike. "Tang Xiao, what is happening? Could it be that he is the concealed master?" She pondered. Not long ago, she had heard rumors of Ye Chen's injury being connected to him. Could it be true? Huang Juanxia, however, remained unfazed. He had witnessed Tang Xiao withstand the combined assaults of 4 experts for several minutes without a scratch. Did this mere old man of the Huang realm truly believe he could injure Tang Xiao? With Tang Xiao's strength, even in the most trivial of circumstances, he could effortlessly counter any attack. Even if you had 100 chances, it would be futile. Tang Xiao, a master of the D realm, is not someone of your ilk who could easily inflict harm, he admonished the old man. D realm. Zhou Lao trembled at the utterance, cold sweat soaking his back. After failing to move Tang Yu with his utmost effort, he had already begun to contemplate this possibility. He swallowed hard, astonished by the existence of such a young master of the D realm. No wonder he could not inflict harm. No wonder he dismissed the need to retaliate immediately. Would a normal person feel compelled to strike back at a child merely playing around? Certainly not. Masters possess a certain pride. He understood that mindset. In that moment, he found himself lacking the courage to attack again, his gaze towards Tang Yu filled with fear and reverence. To witness such an extraordinary talent was a privilege he would cherish for a lifetime. "Han Xiao, what is the D realm?" Sensing the tension in the atmosphere, Xiao Meiyan whispered. Silence. Han Mingxuan's face darkened with fury as he struck her several times across the face. Despite her swollen cheeks, Xiao Meiyan dared not utter a single cry, trembling as she gazed at Han Xiao. What had come over him? Why was he so enraged? Chapter 72, Aiding, Ye Chen in Fostering Hatred. At this moment, Han Mingxian was not merely inclined to strike Xiao Meiyan. He felt a murderous intent towards this wretched woman. As a direct descendant of the Han family, he was well-versed in the ways of the world and understood the significance of a master at the Earth character level. Such a formidable expert would command respect even from his grandfather. In the realm of ancient martial arts, a master at the Earth character level was undoubtedly a prominent figure. To offend such a powerful individual over a mere woman would be tantamount to courting death. Moreover, the young man before him, who claimed to be Tang Beixian, was utterly terrifying. The sight of old Zhou's back drenched in cold sweat made Han Mingxian realize he had to step forward. Otherwise, he would surely meet his demise should the other party unleash their wrath. He approached Tang Yu, his voice trembling as he spoke. "Mr. Tang, it is I, Han Mingxian, who has been blind to your stature. I hail from the Han family of Yinjing." If Mr. Tang. Before he could finish, Tang Yu's gaze sharpened, and he coldly interrupted. "You are from the Han family of Yinjing?" "Yes, Mr. Tang. Do you happen to know my forebears?" Han Mingxuan's heart leaped with hope. Perhaps this would ease the situation. "Ah, the Han family," Tang Yu scoffed. "Do you still recall the Yi family of Yinjing?" "The Yi family?" Han Mingxian pondered briefly before recalling the once mighty Yi family, which had dominated Yinjing. In Yinjing, only they could rightly bear the name Yi. However, the Yi family had met a tragic end over 2 decades ago. Could it be that the bloodline of the Yi family had not perished, and now sought vengeance? It seems you remember, Tang Yu stated coldly, fixing him with a penetrating stare. I shall spare your wretched life today, provided you sever your own hands and return to inform your kin of the Han family. My elder brother, Ye Chen, shall return like lightning, exacting revenge upon those families complicit in the Yi family's massacre, and your family shall be the first to face his wrath. Han Mingxuan's face drained of color and terror. The Yi family was truly poised for retribution? Who was Ye Chen to command such respect from a young master at the Earth character level? Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he grimaced at Old Zhou. Old Zhou, it's time for you to act. Hearing that he could escape with his life, Old Zhou felt an immense relief in his heart. Without hesitation, he approached his young master and struck him twice, shattering his arms. Alas, better the young master suffer than I. The excruciating pain caused Han Mingxian to faint instantly. Old Zhou quickly supported his young master, looking at Tang Yu with a humble smile. Mr. Tang, may I take my leave now? You must leave both your arms behind. Tang Yu ziplit nun jialen. Old Zhou, who had just felt fortunate, now stood dumbfounded. After a moment's hesitation, he gritted his teeth and struck his left arm with his right fist, breaking it. Then, casting a desperate glance at Tang Yu, he pleaded, Mr. Tang, I am left with but one arm. I cannot sever myself. I shall assist you. Huang Juanxiao immediately exhibited his benevolent nature, approaching with a fierce punch. His blow was merciless, resulting in the immediate fracture of Zhou Lao's arm. Zhou Lao was nearly overwhelmed, stifling the urge to spit out blood, cursing inwardly. You wretched Good Samaritan, get lost, and remember to tell the Han family to prepare for their demise. Tang Yu spoke Gunli. Zhou Lao could only retreat in disgrace. Dragging his young master along, resorting to biting the collar of his attire, resembling a cat carrying its kitten, utterly despondent. Originally, he had accompanied his young master to Suzhou and Hangzhou for an auction, but after this incident, they had no choice but to return to Yanjing. It seemed that peace would elude them in Yanjing from now on. Witnessing the downfall of his benefactor, the bruised Xiao Meiyun quickly covered her face and fled. Tang Yu paid her no mind, casting a benevolent glance at Huang Juanxia. Ever since witnessing him in action with the Reaper Squad, this lad had transformed into an exceptional lackey, firmly believing himself to be a master of the earthly realm. Tang Yu was quite pleased with his delusions. This was precisely the effect he desired. Having him by his side also facilitated the act of impressing others. Consequently, Ye Chen's journey in Yanjing would not proceed as smoothly. According to the original narrative, he too had played the part of a fool for some time before gradually developing strength. Now, with this information disseminated, if he attempted to play the fool again in Yanjing, it would be quite amusing. As for the Han family seeking trouble with him, he remained indifferent. You could take it up with Tang Beixian. It has nothing to do with me. Tang Yu. Beside him, Qi Yin felt a chill. It was only now that she fully grasped the situation. Tang Xiao, not only are you a top-tier expert, but your underhanded tactics are commendable as well. At this moment, she had yet to uncover the entire truth from years past. But in her heart, she had already considered herself a member of the Tang family. Hence, she took pleasure in Ye Chen's misfortunes. After all, he was at odds with Tang Xiao. Just then, several security guards in uniforms rushed over, alerted by the commotion in the store that had disturbed neighboring businesses. Upon arrival, the leading security captain immediately recognized Tang Yu, respectfully exclaiming, Tang Xiao, what brings you here? I received reports of disturbances. I am the disturbance. Tang Yu pointed to the store manager, Chen Jizhuan. Contact your boss. Either expel this person from the store and appoint this young lady as the manager, or your music store can no longer conduct business in Suzhou and Hangzhou. Understood. Tang Xiao, the security captain promptly agreed. Just 2 minutes after Tang Yu and his companion left, Chen Jizhuan's phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, his expression shifted slightly. Hello, President Wang. This is Chen Jizhuan. You scoundrel, get out of the store within 5 minutes, or your salary for this month is gone. A barrage of curses erupted from the other end of the line. Chen Jizhuan's face turned pale. He attempted to plead, but the call had already been terminated. Meanwhile, Lu Xiuqin, the saleswoman, received a WeChat notification informing her of her new appointment as store manager. After confirming multiple times that it was not a hoax, tears of joy streamed down her face. Unfortunately, the handsome gentleman had vanished without a trace, leaving her unable to express her gratitude. After departing the music store with Qi Yin, Tang Yu took her shopping for clothes, dining, and indulging in some fun in an arcade. For Qi Yin, this was an unforgettable and delightful memory. In previous years, her birthdays had been spent executing missions, But this year was different. She had changed into a uniform. And Tang Yu had even insisted that the staff style her hair into twin ponytails. Now, she resembled a charming and innocent school beauty, her demeanor markedly transformed. The only aspect that left her slightly dissatisfied was the skirt, which seemed a tad too short. Nevertheless, she was immensely happy, noticing the genuine joy on Qi Yin's face. Tang Yu could tell it was no act. She was truly elated. Oh dear, what kind of life have you led before this? Just eating, drinking, and buying clothes has made you this happy, he mused inwardly. Is there anything else you wish to eat or play? Tang Yu inquired with a smile. That's enough. Let's head home, Qi Yin replied, her face glowing with contentment. Today had been so joyous that she felt fully satisfied. All right, I'll drive you back. Tang Yu nodded as they returned to the sports car, laden with their purchases. Qi Yin resided in an upscale apartment building near the company. Upon arriving at the base of the building, they carried their belongings inside. Reaching her door, Qi Yin used her fingerprint lock to enter, inviting Tang Yu in. The interior exuded an empty and monotonous atmosphere. Aside from furniture, there were no decorative items, making it hardly resemble a young woman's room. Your room is rather bland. I'll have someone bring you some decorations later, Tang Yu remarked with a smile after glancing around. Oh, there's no need to go to such trouble. Thank you, Tang Xiao. I'm quite content as it is. Qi Yin quickly shook her head, accustomed to her surroundings. Why be so polite with your boss? Tang Yu gently flicked her forehead before bidding her farewell and leaving. After Tang Yu departed, Qi Yin felt a tinge of melancholy gazing at the emptiness of her room. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she retrieved her phone to find a photograph. It was a snapshot of her and Tang Yu taken during their shopping trip. After a moment's hesitation, she grinned and set the photo as her wallpaper. Chapter 73, Cultivating a New Pawn. After leaving the apartment, Tang Yu returned to his car and pulled out a cigarette to light. He was not concerned that Qi Yin would inform Ye Chen about the events of the music store. Whether he found out or not, it didn't matter. They were all in a precarious situation. He planned to gather Qi Yin's parents' information as quickly as possible to rescue her from her plight. As for Ling Han, Tang Yu had yet to devise a strategy. He retained memories of her family's issues, but gathering evidence would be a cumbersome task after all these years. He decided to take it slow, one step at a time with each individual. Tang Yu exhaled a smoke ring, silently contemplating in his mind. The system's voice echoed leisurely. The reward, the soul-seizing eye, has been dispatched. Please check host. Oh, Tang Yu had anticipated yet another trivial reward, but this announcement piqued his interest. He hastened to inquire about the function of this new item. It could be activated during moments of mental instability in the target, allowing for brainwashing and control. Upon reading this, Tang Yu gasped in astonishment. This system oscillated between the ethereal and the mundane with alarming ease. He sensed that the previously tense father-son dynamic with the system had momentarily eased. Brainwashing? He chuckled to himself. Wasn't this akin to a fabrication machine for traders? At last, he could engineer some disloyalty on the opposing side. A splendid tool indeed, and one he felt compelled to share. Thus, he retrieved his phone and dialed Baiwani. As the call connected, Baiwani's voice came through. What is it? Didn't I send 4 individuals over last time? What has become of them? They're likely languishing in detention. You mentioned they had criminal records, yet I found nothing, Baiwani replied, her tone tinged with frustration. A few days prior, Tang Yu had abruptly sent 4 individuals her way, prompting her to conduct a thorough investigation, but to no avail. Nonetheless, her instincts suggested a connection between these 4 and Longya. Unfortunately, these individuals were adept at concealing their identities, rendering her efforts futile. Isn't that merely intuition? Can we visit them? Tang Yu chuckled. Sure, I could use a late-night snack. Baiwani readily agreed, feeling indebted to Tang Yu. After making arrangements, Tang Yu drove towards the detention center. Upon arrival, Baiwani was already waiting at the entrance, clad in a form-fitting black riding outfit that accentuated her alluring figure, reminiscent of a determined investigator. A formidable Harley motorcycle stood beside her, her chosen steed. Baiwani's life diverged from that of other girls. While many aspired to be princesses, she yearned to be a fearless knight, relentlessly pursuing justice. Hello, beautiful, Tang Yu whistled playfully upon seeing her. Do you believe I could detain you? Baiwani shot him a sharp look, her annoyance palpable. Is complimenting a lady now a crime? Tang Yu Juka. Following her into the detention center. The necessary procedures had already been completed, and Baiwani trailed behind him, eager to eavesdrop once more. After overhearing Tang Yu's thoughts previously, her curiosity about his secrets had only intensified. Why are you following me? Tang Yu turned to inquire. Go away, don't follow me. I still need to brainwash those 4 individuals, he stated. Without arranging for them, how will we trap Ye Chen? Baiwani replied, her expression a mixture of intrigue and hesitation. Very well, she nodded, her demeanor shifting. If you insist, I'll just observe the surveillance. She hurriedly made her way to the monitoring room, eager to discover how this individual managed to brainwash others. After Tang Yu entered the meeting room alone, the 4 members of the Reaper squad were already waiting. Surprisingly, rather than feeling disheartened after their detention, they felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Surviving an encounter with such a formidable opponent was indeed a stroke of luck. However, upon seeing Tang Yu walk in, their expressions turned grave, and a flicker of fear danced in their eyes. Hadn't this powerful figure spared them before? Why had he returned? They collectively swallowed hard, an instinctive urge to flee rising within them. This was an expert of the earth level. Even Long Wang and Lu Xiao were no match for him. Tang Yu remained silent, his icy gaze fixed upon them. Under his scrutiny, the 4 felt an immense pressure, as if standing before a ravenous beast rather than a mere human. What could this formidable figure possibly want? The atmosphere seemed to freeze, and their trepidation deepened. They sensed an aura of lethal intent, even struggling to breathe under the weight of it. At that moment of heightened tension, a flicker of purple light flashed in Tang Yu's eyes. The sight of this luminescence sent the 4 spiraling into a sense of dizziness, their consciousness gradually blurring. Are you satisfied with your work? Tang Yu's deep voice suddenly broke the silence. The bewildered quartet shook their heads. Are you content with your income? They shook their heads again. Do you desire a stable and prosperous life? They began to nod. Do you wish to indulge in leisure during the day and enjoy lavish banquets in the evening, earning a monthly salary of $1 million for 4 dishes and a soup? They nodded vigorously. What are you hesitating for? Join the Tang group, rescue the oppressed villains of the world, and eliminate all inequality. From this day forth, we shall be the Davarishi. With a commanding roar from Tang Yu, their eyes gradually regained clarity. The old Dragon Soul organization turned people into ghosts, while the Tang group transformed ghosts into turncoats. Now, do you understand what you should do? Observing the change in their expressions, Tang Yu realized the soul-capturing eyes had taken effect. Leisure. Go to the club. Go to the club. Enjoy your lavish meals at the club. Tang Yu contemplated whether his brainwashing had been somewhat unsuccessful. Wrong. You are to reform yourselves, to become good individuals before indulging in club life. Do you understand? He admonished them in a low voice. What on earth are these fools calling themselves the Reaper Squad? They might as well call themselves the Club Squad. All right. We shall heed young Master Tang's words. The 4 replied in unison. Good. The youth can indeed be taught. Tang Yu expressed satisfaction with their attitude. He pulled a chair over and sat down. Now, tell me what you know. The 4 immediately began to relay all the information they possessed to Tang Yu. Meanwhile, Baiwani, who was monitoring the situation, wore a look of exasperation. What is this nonsense? After listening for a while, all she heard were shouts about going to the club. Rolling her eyes, she left the monitoring room, uninterested in continuing to listen. After approximately 5 minutes, Tang Yu had managed to piece together their general plans. To his surprise, he learned that Ye Chen intended to head to Yanjing. The individual tasked with overseeing Suzhou and Hangzhou is none other than Lu Junzhou. According to the original narrative, this character makes his entrance midway through the tale. He is a junior disciple of Ye Chen, possessing formidable strength and remarkable talent, and has long coveted Ye Chen's position as the Dragon King. In the later chapters, he engages in numerous underhanded schemes against Ye Chen, causing him considerable distress. Yet ultimately, Ye Chen's superior skills prevail, leading to Lu's demise. However, due to the narrative's disruption, he has now made his appearance prematurely. Chapter 74. Where do you place your hands? Is he here to seize the Dragon King's position? Tang Yu clicked his tongue. The plot's progression towards this outcome was, of course, advantageous for him. It's a case of dog eat dog. Yet, upon learning that this fellow intends to take over Suzhou and Hangzhou, Tang Yu's spirits dampened slightly. If he seeks to assume control of Suzhou and Hangzhou, he would undoubtedly make Tang Yu his primary target. Furthermore, this individual conducts affairs similarly to Ye Chen. Both are products of the same master. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Yu addressed the 4 individuals, stating, "From this moment forth, you 4 shall diligently remain by his side, reporting any developments to me at all times." Understood, young Master Tang. They replied in unison. Moreover, you can occasionally impede his progress. Once he encounters difficulties, suggest that he join forces with me to confront Ye Chen. Do you comprehend? Understood. Very well. We shall connect later. Tang Yu left the meeting room, satisfied with his arrangement of 4 lackeys for the opposing party. This maneuver was undoubtedly secure. The enemy of one's enemy is a friend. Securing their allegiance is far preferable to tackling 2 Dragon Kings alone. After Tang Yu exited the meeting room, the 4 members of the death squad exchanged glances. The eldest brother, Deng He, spoke up. From today onward, we must reform our ways and strive diligently for young Master Tang. But what manner of esteemed individual is young Master Tang? Does Lu Junzuo even warrant an alliance with him? We 4 brothers must unite, whether against Lu Junzuo or Ye Chen. We shall clear the path for young Master Tang. Otherwise, how could we ever hold our heads high accompanying him to the club? Brothers, do you agree? Agreed. Just after leaving the detention center, Tang Yu felt a chill creeping down his back. Let us go. I shall treat you to a late-night snack. Bai Wani approached from behind, extending a motorcycle helmet towards him. I have my own vehicle. Why drive that clunky thing to eat barbecue by the roadside? I'll take you there and bring you back after we eat. I still have work to finish. Bai Wani rolled her eyes. She was accustomed to a low-key lifestyle, and the thought of driving a multi-million-dollar supercar to a roadside eatery felt utterly ridiculous. Very well. Tang Yu donned the helmet and mounted the motorcycle behind her. Hold on tight. As soon as Tang Yu settled onto the bike, Bai Wani pressed the throttle, only to discover his arms encircling her from behind. Moreover, his grip was rather high. If they were standing at the bow of a ship, it would almost resemble the Titanic. What do you think your hands are? She swiftly released the throttle, gritting her teeth as she inquired. Isn't it said that a woman's waist should not be touched casually? Tang Yu feigned innocence. I was afraid you would accuse me of taking advantage of you if I held your waist, so I placed my hand a bit higher. I didn't hold you completely, just in the middle. What is there to be so agitated about? Are you intentionally provoking me? Bai Wani tightened her fists, turning to glare at Tang Yu. The waist cannot be touched. What are you doing touching others then? Well, if I embrace your waist, don't accuse me of taking advantage of you. Tang Yu murmured as her hand slipped down a bit further. There is still some substance. The waist is quite slender. Aside from her slightly irritable temperament, everything else is rather commendable. Bai Wani suddenly regretted allowing this individual into her vehicle. Fortunately, the barbecue stall she intended to visit was merely 3 blocks away, arriving in just a few minutes. After parking her car at the entrance of the barbecue stall, she instinctively executed a sweeping kick as she exited. Tang Yu, who was seated in the back, was unceremoniously knocked to the ground. After landing with a thud, Tang Yu glared and remarked, "Was that intentional?" No. I'm just accustomed to riding solo. This is my first time with a passenger." Bai Wani chuckled, delighted, as she helped Tang Yu to her feet. Tang Yu rubbed her backside, grimacing, and conceded defeat. Once inside the establishment, Bai Wani handed Tang Yu a plastic basket for picking vegetables. "Choose whatever you desire. I frequent this place. Their grilled sweet potato chips and dumplings are quite delightful. You should give them a try. I'll order something extravagant. I intend to leave you broke. All right, considering your feeble appearance, grab a few more skewers of grilled kidneys." After both had ordered an assortment of barbecued delicacies, they also requested several bottles of beer. Soon, the steaming barbecue arrived at their table. Bai Wani raised her beer bottle to clink with Tang Yu's before immersing herself in her meal. At that moment, across the street, a black car was parked at the roadside. The man in the driver's seat was intently observing Bai Wani and Tang Yu through the window. After a moment, he snapped a photograph of the two and sent it out. Meanwhile, in an underground casino, Lu Junzuo was seated in a private room, gambling against 2 dealers. They were playing poker, both of whom were seasoned cheats. However, at this moment, they were drenched in cold sweat, having lost 15 consecutive hands. Young Master Lu truly possesses remarkable skills, a middle-aged man nearby complimented. This man, with only one arm, drew attention with his empty sleeve. He was Zhu Xiaowei, the owner of this casino and a significant figure in the underground world of Suzhou and Hangzhou. Given his status, he should not have been so courteous to a young man. Yet the individual before him was terrifying. When this man approached him, demanding that he serve as his dog, Zhu had chosen to refuse, only to witness 40 of his subordinates effortlessly subdued by this one man. This individual was nothing short of invincible. He had even promised Zhu that by serving as his dog, he could become his representative in the underground realm of Suzhou and Hangzhou. Just a trivial skill. Cheating is merely a matter of quick hands and a few tricks, utterly mundane. Lu Junzuo, with a face of disinterest, flung his 3 cards onto the table. Miraculously, all 3 cards pierced into the table. The spectators gazed at Lu Junzuo with growing reverence. At that moment, Lu Junzuo's phone vibrated twice. He glanced at it and saw the photograph sent by his subordinate. Upon glimpsing the man in the photograph, Lu Junzuo furrowed his brow slightly. Is this not the affluent scion of the Tang family? It is said that Ye Chen has never successfully competed with this good-for-nothing for a woman. How then has he come to be involved with Bai Wanyi? Upon arriving in Suzhou and Hangzhou, the first woman he set his sights on was Bai Wanyi. Her unique status makes her a valuable conquest. If he could win her over early on, it would significantly bolster his standing. After a brief contemplation, Lu Junzuo smirked coldly. Perfect. He could lure her in and take advantage of the situation. He sent a text message from his phone. Bai Wanyi, engrossed in her meal, was startled when her phone suddenly chimed. Glancing at the screen, she noted a message. Underground Casino, B2 floor, Huangshui Hotel. As she read the words, her expression shifted. Recently, she had been investigating 2 cases of usury and had traced leads to an underground casino, yet she lacked the precise address. Seeing this location instantly robbed her of her appetite. She called out to the proprietor, "How much for the meal?" "Exactly 120, he replied. "Very well." Bai Wanyi promptly scanned the code to make her payment. "You're not eating anymore?" queried Tang Yu, who was handling skewers of grilled lamb, noticing her hurried demeanor. "I must investigate a casino. You enjoy your meal. I shall take my leave." With that, Bai Wanyi turned to exit. Tang Yu nearly choked, recalling the unfolding narrative. In the original storyline, Bai Wanyi received a text while dining in the evening, alerting her to an underground casino. Coincidentally, she was already probing into this establishment, and upon receiving the address, she intended to conduct a covert investigation. This undercover mission, however, had resulted in significant trouble, leading to her exposure and subsequent capture by the casino's personnel. Had it not been for the intervention of the Dragon King Ye Chen, she would have surely found herself embroiled in a scandal akin to that of an investigator. After this episode, her admiration for Ye Chen had soared dramatically, and she had nearly succumbed to his allure. Yet now, Ye Chen was absent. If she neglected this matter, wouldn't her efforts be in vain? Or might the narrative unravel and yield unforeseen developments? System, what is the status of the plot? Tang Yu ponda silenti. The system offered no response, leaving Tang Yu somewhat displeased. Once the storyline faltered, one often had to rely on their own intuition. Reluctantly, he rose and followed her, stating, "I shall accompany you." "You wish to join me?" Bai Wanyi regarded him with a peculiar expression. "Indeed, I shall assist you in this investigation. I possess greater knowledge of such locales than you do," Tang Yu affirmed with a nod. "What nonsense! If I do not accompany you, you may unwittingly walk into a trap. The casino is a treacherous pit. The message was likely sent by Ye Chen, luring you to the casino to create a crisis. He would then swoop in to rescue you and enhance his favor in your eyes." But with Ye Chen no longer present, who orchestrated this scheme? Upon hearing Tang Yu's inner thoughts, Bai Wanyi felt a surge of astonishment. This fellow, how does he know? Recalling the clues she had gleaned from Tang Yu previously, she hesitated briefly, but ultimately resolved to proceed. "I shall be cautious. After the investigation, I will return promptly to set a trap for the culprits." She nodded in agreement. "Very well, let us go together." Tang Yu promptly hopped onto the motorcycle with her, his mind awash with confusion. He realized that, even in the absence of Dragon King Ye Chen, certain narratives would still unfold as expected. But who could have sent this message? This scheme was originally meant to be orchestrated by Ye Chen. With him absent, had someone else taken over the ruse? In that instant, Tang Yu thought of Lu Junzuo, who had stepped in to handle Su Hang in place of Dragon King Ye Chen. "Let us go for now. We must ensure Bai Wanyi remains unharmed. Once we reach the casino, the orchestrator will reveal themselves. Be it Ye Chen or Lu Junzuo, the truth will soon unfold." Bai Wanyi, driving, silently absorbed Tang Yu's thoughts, feeling a swell of gratitude. This fellow genuinely seemed to care about her. As for the name, Lu Junzuo, she etched it firmly in her mind. Plotting against her? She would ensure he remained unaware. Otherwise, he would face consequences he couldn't escape. The ride to the Huangshui Hotel would take merely 20 minutes. Upon arriving at the hotel entrance, she instinctively executed a sweeping kick as she dismounted. Tang Yu, knocked to the ground, stared incredulously at her. This time it wasn't intentional. So the last time was deliberate? Bai Wanyi chuckled lightly, adeptly helping Tang Yu to his feet. Once inside the hotel, they ascended to the basement level 2 via the elevator. Chapter 75, The Indomitable Man. To conceal her identity, Bai Wanyi produced a black mask and donned it. Tang Yu looked her up and down, feeling that she bore a striking resemblance to a certain older sister. "What are you staring at?" Baiwani inquired, having noticed his gaze. "Nothing," he replied with a chuckle. Upon reaching the basement level 2, before the elevator doors even opened, Baiwani took the initiative to link her arm with Tang Yu's. They presented themselves as a couple, and upon exiting, they encountered a billiard hall and several burly men. One of the hulking figures approached Tang Yu with a smile and asked, "Here to play billiards?" "A friend recommended this place," Tang Yu responded. "All right, you understand the rules, right?" The man extended his hand. Tang Yu retrieved his phone, powered it down, and handed it over. The man then turned to Baiwani, who followed suit and surrendered her phone as well. After relinquishing their devices, they proceeded through the security checkpoint. Subsequently, someone escorted them through a concealed door into the casino. Upon entering, a pungent cloud of smoke compelled Baiwani to cough discreetly twice. The casino boasted over 20 tables, each filled with gamblers, some engaged in the game of craps. In addition, numerous patrons occupied the slot machines and fish-catching games. The cacophony of shouts and banter rendered the atmosphere more boisterous than a bar. Dressed in revealing outfits, female attendants roamed about, catering to the extravagant gamblers. "Let us exchange for chips first," Tang Yu suggested, leading Baiwani to convert 200,000 into chips, half of which he distributed to her. Baiwani, however, lacked the inclination to play. Observing the multitude of gamblers around her, she couldn't help but furrow her brow slightly. How many lives would be shattered by the end of this day? As the two meandered through the casino, several cameras in the casino silently focused on Baiwani. In the surveillance room on the basement floor, Lu Junzuo stood proudly before the monitors, his gaze fixed on screen. There, Baiwani was meandering through the casino alongside Tang Yu. A flicker of delight crossed Lu Junzuo's eyes upon seeing that the fool had indeed followed. With this simpleton ensnared, today promised to be a bountiful harvest. He planned to have him eliminated, then descend like a hero to rescue the fair maiden and garner her affection. "Lu Xiao, what are your orders?" Zhu Xiaohui inquired with a smile, already privy to the night's scheme. "Proceed, but ensure she remains unharmed. Eliminate this worthless fool," Lu Junzuo commanded. He remained unaware of Tang Yu's true capabilities, as Ye Chen had not disclosed the injuries sustained by Tang Yu to anyone. The Grim Reaper squad had been apprehended before they could report back. His intention was to have the casino's men dispose of Tang Yu, and then swoop in to save Baiwani, all while remaining anonymous, fading from her world, leaving her both grateful and curious about him. In due time, he would seize an opportunity to re-enter her life, ensuring she would fall completely in love with him. As preparations were made for the imminent attack, Zhu Xiaohui gestured, and his subordinates sprang into action. After wandering the casino for a while, Baiwani felt she had gathered enough information. She linked her arm with Tang Yu and said, "Shall we leave now?" "Let us go." Tang Yu nodded, puzzled by the unfolding events when suddenly, a throng of over 30 armed men charged towards them. "What is happening?" As the casino patrons halted their activities to observe, Tang Yu grasped Baiwani's arm and urged her to flee. This being an underground casino, the only escape was via the elevator, an impractical option. The open space would only amplify the advantage of their assailants. Thus, Tang Yu decisively led Baiwani into the restroom. "Quickly contact someone. I will hold them off," Tang Yu instructed, aware that Baiwani's watch possessed an emergency contact feature. According to the original narrative, Baiwani had not even had the chance to use her watch before being captured. Baiwani nodded, swiftly pressing several buttons on her watch to activate the emergency function, which her father had customized for her safety, ensuring assistance would arrive within a maximum of 15 minutes. Meanwhile, Tang Yu seized a hammer from the sink as a makeshift weapon. With high defense, but low attack, he had no choice but to rely on improvised tools. Just as he grasped the weapon, the main force surged forward, leading the charge with a long-haired youth wielding a machete. They had received instructions that this man could be killed as long as the woman remained unharmed. Spotting Tang Yu blocking the doorway, he bellowed and lunged forward, swinging his blade down onto Tang Yu's shoulder. As the blade descended, it struck with the force of a hammer against stone. "You dare to strike me?" Tang Yu retaliated with a ferocious blow, smashing the head of the long-haired youth, causing blood to splatter. After receiving such a devastating hit, the youth let out a shriek, his weapon clattering to the ground, akin to a defeated monster dropping its loot. "Are you all right?" Baiwani, having swiftly completed her emergency contact, called out to Tang Yu. "I'm fine," Tang Yu replied, shaking his head. Baiwani hurriedly picked up the watermelon knife, standing shoulder to shoulder with Tang Yu. Upon witnessing her charge forward, the pursuers hesitated, for their boss had specifically instructed them not to harm this woman. "Two of you, restrain her. The rest, deal with this man," one of the cleverer thugs commanded. Thus, two men armed with steel pipes rushed towards Baiwani, attempting to subdue her first, while the others surged towards Tang Yu to launch their assault. Yet, they soon discovered that this man was as unyielding as stone. Regardless of whether they struck with watermelon knives or steel pipes, he exhibited no reaction. Chapter 76. Lu Junzuo personally intervened. After enduring their blows, Tang Yu wasted no time and countered with a hammer strike aimed directly at their heads. They lacked his formidable defenses, and a single blow to the head was often enough to incapacitate them. Furthermore, the narrow corridor of the restroom hindered their ability to employ their numerical advantage, resembling a scene from a game where zombies queued up like gored babies rescuing their grandfather. Meanwhile, the two attempting to delay Baiwani fared no better. They dared not lay a hand on her, while she showed no mercy in return. Having a deep-seated disdain for these scoundrels and being a competent fighter herself, she dispatched the two within mere minutes, leaving them sprawled on the ground. The situation grew increasingly awkward. One could not be harmed, while the other could not fight back. In just a few minutes, 12 or 13 individuals lay defeated. What the hell is happening? How should I know? What is this man up to? Why can't we land a blow? A chorus of exclamations erupted among the attackers, bewildered by the turn of events. This is not how it was supposed to unfold. They had anticipated easily dispatching this pretty boy before restraining the woman. As their companions fell one after another, the group of thugs was left utterly confused. What do you do when faced with a cheat? From this moment forth, this casino shall be known as Tang Yu's casino. Tang Yu had discovered the thrill of overpowering his adversaries. Damn it, I have invincibility. Seeing that this group hesitated to confront Baiwani, he boldly charged towards them wielding two knives. Today, I shall teach you how to be villains. After witnessing several more of their number fall, the thugs completely crumbled. Let us flee. We're done here. This man is insane. As the remaining thugs began to scatter in disarray, the patrons of the casino were left in shock. Moments ago, a band of thugs had charged after this individual with fierce intent. Now, he emerged, bloodied yet triumphant, pursuing them with renewed vigor. As Tang Yu was about to pursue and strike a certain individual, Baiwani rushed forward to restrain him. "You mustn't act recklessly. You're bleeding," she exclaimed, her voice trembling with a hint of tears. She had just witnessed Tang Yu endure numerous blows, and now his body was smeared with blood. In that moment, regret consumed her. She should never have taken the risk of bringing him along. If it hadn't been for her need to protect herself, he wouldn't have been injured. "I'm fine," Tang Yu replied with a wry smile upon seeing Baiwani's eyes reddened in fear. "You're fine? You've been hit so many times. Let me see where you're hurt," she insisted, tugging at his shirt to examine his body. Her hands roamed over him in search of wounds, and she began to pull at his trousers. "Hey, I'm really all right. Please stop. Everyone is watching." Tang Yu quickly grasped her hand, attempting to halt her frantic actions. At that moment, a notification chimed from the system. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for surviving the casino plot. Reward. Words become action. Usable 5 times." Upon hearing the notification, Tang Yu's expression darkened as he cursed inwardly. Damn system, not this again. He had recently noticed something amiss with the system. Not only had the plot collapsed, but the rewards had also become increasingly unreliable, making him feel as though it was anticipating his demise. The previous 2 one-time ancient martial arts rewards had been well utilized. Otherwise, he might have been killed by that imbecile Ye Chen long ago. This new reward, words become action, was even devoid of any martial arts aspect. According to the system's description, the effectiveness of a punch was determined by the incantation uttered. What kind of nonsense was this? An instinct warned him that this cursed system might not be his ally. Meanwhile, in the surveillance room, Lu Junzuo wore a face as dark as ink. What the hell is going on? Over 30 people can't handle one rich heir? Even if he were an ancient martial artist of the Huang rank, he should still face some challenges against so many armed individuals. Are your subordinates all incompetent? Frustrated, he glared at Zhu Xiaowei. He had meticulously orchestrated this scenario to heroically save the damsel and eliminate this young man in one fell swoop. And now it had devolved into this chaos. I don't know either, Zhu Xiaowei stammered, equally bewildered. Is this guy perhaps on par with young Master Lu in terms of strength? I'll handle this myself. With a grim expression, Lu Junzuo exited. Once outside, he twisted his body, producing a sound akin to popping beans. Almost instantly, he appeared to shrink, transforming into a hunchbacked middle-aged man. After altering his physique through a technique, he retrieved a human skin mask from his pocket and affixed it to his face. In doing so, he assumed an entirely new identity. He would first descend and eliminate the young man surnamed Tang, and then let the remaining individuals deal with Baiwani. Once Baiwani was captured, he would revert to his original identity to heroically save her. As he descended in the elevator to the casino floor, he happened to witness a thug stealthily attacking Tang Yu from behind, striking him with a blade across the back. The blow landed without even tearing his clothing. As a master at the pinnacle of the Xian realm, Lu Junzuo quickly discerned that Tang Yu was enveloped by an invisible aura that shielded him. Was this the immovable king technique? Lu Junzuo narrowed his eyes. After acquiring the ancient martial heritage from the dragon pattern jade, he had come to know many things, including that the immovable king technique was a long-lost martial art renowned for its unparalleled defensive capabilities. It was said that upon reaching perfection, it could withstand any assault from those below the Xian realm. However, he himself was at the zenith of the Xian realm. Even with the immovable king technique as his protection, eliminating Tang Yu would still pose no significant challenge. Taking a deep breath, his internal energy surged forth as he lunged forward like a cheetah towards Tang Yu. In an instant, he appeared before Tang Yu, and before the latter could regain his senses, Lu Junzuo delivered a powerful kick to his chest. The impact sent Tang Yu staggering back several steps, a sharp pain blossoming in his chest. This unexpected pain left Tang Yu astonished. Was his immovable king technique truly on the verge of being breached? He felt the energy within him diminish significantly. Once this energy dissipated completely, it would mean the loss of the protection offered by the technique. He cast a glance at the man who had assaulted him, a middle-aged man with a hunched back. What does it matter if you have perfected the immovable king technique, you worthless fool? Lu Junzuo sneered at Tang Yu, deliberately lowering his voice to make it sound deep and grating. At that moment, Baiwani sprang into action, wielding a watermelon knife as she aimed for Lu Junzuo's back in a bid for a surprise attack. Yet, Lu Junzuo did not even turn a glance at her, as if he had eyes in the back of his head, effortlessly pinching the descending blade between two fingers. With a slight exertion of force, the knife shattered instantaneously. Witnessing this, Tang Yu immediately confirmed the man's identity. Damn it, it really is Lu Junzuo. This man has a penchant for theatrics. He employed similar tactics upon his entrance. His expertise in body shrinking and disguise is evident. Indeed, with Ye Chen absent, he has made his appearance. At this moment, Baiwani had lost her focus on Tang Yu's thoughts. Upon witnessing Lu Junzuo break the knife with a mere pinch, she launched a swift kick aimed at his groin. Just as her foot was about to make contact, Lu Junzuo had vanished from sight. Before she could process this, he struck her in the neck with a precise chop, rendering her unconscious. After neutralizing Baiwani, Lu Junzuo's gaze turned towards Tang Yu. Today, this man was destined to die, without question. Chapter 77, This Punch. 30 years of skill. As Lu Junzuo advanced step by step towards him, Tang Yu's expression darkened. Relying on the immovable king technique to absorb blows was no longer viable. The system had just provided him with the word become action fist, but he could only utilize it 5 times, and he was uncertain of its lethality. It might be wiser to switch to the yin-yang infinite technique. Damn it, he felt a genuine sense of panic. This was the first time he had survived for so long. He couldn't afford to falter now. The first time? Suddenly, strange images flashed through Tang Yu's mind, visions of himself being struck down by various opponents. It seems as though he had lingered within certain novels for a far longer duration. Yet, he could not recollect precisely when this had transpired. In a fleeting moment, those memories vanished once more. Was he flustered at the brink of death? Observing Tang Yu's bewildered expression, Lu Junzuo let out a cold laugh. Such a worthless second-generation rich kid, and yet Ye Chen could not handle him? He charged at Tang Yu with a tempestuous onslaught. Those henchmen who had been relentlessly pursued by Tang Yu earlier began to cheer from the sidelines, their anger simmering from the earlier humiliation. Witnessing a formidable opponent rise to confront this youth, they eagerly seized their weapons, prepared to strike when the opportunity arose. After once more facing an attack, the confusion on Tang Yu's face dissipated, feeling the energy of the immovable king technique within him rapidly depleting. Tang Yu recognized he could no longer afford to remain passive. He had 5 opportunities remaining. After enduring Lu Junzuo's punch, Tang Yu began to channel the art of commanding the law with his words. Ola! As he threw his punch, Tang Yu shouted fervently, relying on sheer vocal strength. The punch connected with Lu Junzhou, causing him to stagger back 2 steps, his brow furrowed. He realized this fellow exhibited some intriguing qualities. Despite lacking true energy within, he had perfected the immovable king technique. The sudden counterattack he had just launched bore a power akin to the pinnacle of the Yellow Realm. Yet, that was the extent of it. Lu Junzhou charged forward once more, launching an assault on Tang Yu with even greater ferocity. He understood that this fellow's immovable king technique could only last for a maximum of 1 more minute. After that minute, he would undoubtedly perish. When his punch failed to inflict damage, Tang Yu silently extended his heartfelt greetings to the ancestral lineage of the system. Watching the immovable king technique on the verge of collapse, Tang Yu unleashed 3 consecutive punches, attempting various lines, yet to no avail. Lu Junzhou bellowed in fury, delivering another kick to Tang Yu's chest. Upon impact, the energy within Tang Yu finally dissipated completely. In the face of death, a sudden epiphany struck Tang Yu, illuminating the true essence of the art of commanding the law with his words. The damage was determined by the line spoken. What kind of line could unleash a critical hit? Must it even be articulated? Setting aside the facts, could a man truly be devoid of fault? As he delivered that punch, Lu Junzhou stood his ground, sneering dismissively as Tang Yu struck him. You little waste? What difference does it make if you land a punch? Then, he was sent flying a good 10 meters, crashing through 2 gambling tables before spewing a mouthful of blood. His face was etched with terror, and his chest seethed with excruciating pain. What kind of martial art was this? Why was its power so fearsome? It even incapacitated his internal energy. This punch contained at least 30 years of cultivation. Had he not been clad in inner armor, it would have undoubtedly claimed his life. The henchmen at the casino were left dumbfounded. To be struck down in such a manner, was this fellow a monster? The very individuals who moments ago harbored intentions of exacting revenge on Tang Yu now found themselves paralyzed with fear, their legs trembling in trepidation. Such a man was far beyond their capacity to confront. At that moment, a cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the door. A squad of fully armed special police stormed in, commanding everyone to crouch down and raise their hands in surrender. Upon their abrupt entrance, the patrons of the casino hastily complied, realizing there was but one exit, rendering escape utterly impossible. Leading the charge was Chief Wang from the West City branch. Upon spotting the unconscious Wani sprawled on the floor, he was taken aback with alarm. "Wani, are you all right?" he exclaimed, rushing to her side to assist her. Fortunately, Wani had not been rendered too severely incapacitated. Lu Junzhou had been relatively gentle. Upon regaining consciousness, she immediately opened her eyes and inquired, "Where is Tang Yu?" Chief Wang and his colleagues exchanged incredulous glances, questioning the circumstances. Why did she awaken calling out the name of a young heir from the Tang family? Previously at the police station, 2 striking women had already displayed jealousy over him. Could it be that this man had ensnared Wani's affections as well? Seizing the distraction of the gathered crowd, Lu Junzhou seized the opportunity to make a hasty retreat towards the restroom. He was indeed in considerable pain. Once inside, he swiftly discarded his human mask into the toilet and flushed it away. As the transformation of his body reversed, he coughed out a substantial amount of blood. Promptly, he retrieved a healing pill and consumed it, feeling a notable improvement thereafter. At that moment, his heart brimmed with wariness towards Tang Yu. That punch, even he questioned whether he could have delivered such devastating force himself. What realm of power did this individual inhabit? Before long, several special police officers entered the restroom, apprehending gambling addicts and staff trying to hide. Lu Junzhou was subsequently handcuffed and escorted to a police vehicle. After delivering a single punch that sent Lu Junzhou flying, Tang Yu was also taken aback. In that critical moment, he had acted on instinct, not anticipating such formidable strength from himself. That punch was indeed extraordinary, a blow of unparalleled might. Rubbing his aching chest, Tang Yu hurried to find Wani. Upon his arrival, he discovered her already awake. "Are you all right?" he asked, to which she responded in unison, "I'm fine." Seeing Tang Yu, bloodied and battered, Chief Wang was startled. "Tang Xiao, what happened to you? Are you truly unhurt?" he pressed. "No," Tang Yu began to assure him, but suddenly a wave of dizziness overcame him. The disruption of his immovable king technique had drained him of considerable energy, compounded by the injuries inflicted by Lu Junzhou, causing him to sway unsteadily before collapsing. Wani, quick on her feet, managed to catch him. However, due to the distance between them, as he fell, his head struck her chest, burying his face amidst the soft peaks. He experienced a rather intimate encounter, his features softening as he slowly closed his eyes and succumbed to unconsciousness. In that fleeting moment before darkness enveloped him, a thought resonated within him. Bai Wani twitched her lips and effortlessly lifted Tang Yu into a princess carry. Director Wang, I will take him to the hospital. I trust you will handle things here. If you find someone named Lu Junzuo, be sure to scrutinize his identity. Understood. Chapter 78. Bear with it for a moment. Upon arriving at the police station, Lu Junzuo initially believed there was nothing to worry about. He had specifically retracted his presence, ensuring that no one would recognize him as the man who had assaulted Tang Yu. Being apprehended would merely result in a minor gambling charge, a trivial matter. However, to his astonishment, once detained, he endured a night of relentless questioning and paperwork. They didn't even offer him a glass of water. Fortunately, after a night of torment, they could not uncover anything substantial and ultimately sent him to the detention center on charges of participating in illegal gambling. As he was ushered inside, he happened to spot 4 familiar faces, the members of the Grim Reaper team. In the vast sea of people, their unexpected reunion filled Lu Junzuo with profound emotion. Goodness, this place was becoming a clubhouse for the Dragon Soul organization. Young Master Lu, what brings you here? Deng He, who sported 12 fingers, inquired hastily upon Lu Junzuo's arrival. I came to see you all, and, incidentally, to escort you out, Lu Junzuo replied nonchalantly, hands clasped behind his back. But young Master Lu, why does your face seem a bit pale? The 4 asked again. I feel a bit carsick, Lu Junzuo said, his lips twitching. And why is there blood on you? They pressed. I injured someone, Lu Junzuo declared, not wishing to give them further opportunity to pry. You all should rest first. We will leave together tomorrow. I still need your assistance and so on. For some reason, after not seeing them for a while, he felt something was awry with the 4. They seemed a bit oblivious. After exchanging glances, they spoke in unison. Young Master Lu, your trust in us is our greatest honor, and we shall repay it with our lives. Pleased with their loyalty, Lu Junzuo nodded in satisfaction. They were indeed the loyal soldiers he had nurtured. This loyalty was commendable. After contemplating for a moment, he summoned the 4 and quietly shared his upcoming plans. They listened intently, though their expressions were somewhat peculiar. Once he finished, Lu Junzuo lay back on the bed to tend to his injuries. He had sustained quite a severe blow today. It would take him at least 10 days to recover. Meanwhile, Tang Yu was also admitted to the hospital, drawing astonished gazes from everyone present. Bai Wani carried him into the ward, initiating the examination. Fortunately, after a while, the doctor handed Bai Wani the examination report. Miss Bai, your partner is fine. He is merely exhausted and will recover with adequate rest. He is not my partner, Bai Wani replied, her face flushing slightly with embarrassment. The doctor merely chuckled, saying nothing further. After all, how could one deny such intimacy after a princess carry? Watching Tang Yu, still unconscious on a hospital bed, Bai Wani couldn't shake her unease. After enduring so many blows, how could he possibly be unscathed? She pondered for a moment before deciding to remove Tang Yu's clothing for a thorough examination, lest she overlook any potential wounds that could lead to infection. Swiftly, she tore off his upper garment and began to meticulously wipe away the traces of blood with a damp towel. As her gaze fell upon his well-defined six-pack abs, she felt a blush creep upon her cheeks. As a female police officer, she had an aversion to effeminate men. She firmly believed that her future partner must possess a rugged masculinity and the ability to defend himself. A chiseled physique was non-negotiable. She cautiously assessed his abs for any injuries, clearing her throat as she gently touched them. His physique was indeed impressive, sturdy, and well-built. After a few tentative touches, she hesitated, feeling a twinge of guilt, her heart racing uncontrollably. Turning him over to inspect his back, she found no injuries at all. Yet, she remembered that she still needed to check below. Recalling their encounter at the casino, where Tang Yu had stubbornly clutched his pants, she wondered if he might have sustained an injury he was reluctant to reveal. Although a doctor had already examined him, she resolved to confirm once more for safety's sake. Thus, she decided to pull down his trousers. As she began to do so, Tang Yu suddenly awoke. What the hell? He exclaimed, startled by the tug on his pants. However, upon recognizing Bai Wani, he breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, thank goodness it's not a man. The world was indeed chaotic. He had heard tales of a drunken individual who had passed out on the sidewalk, only to have his phone stolen and worse. Alas, this world is so perilous. A handsome man like me is in constant danger. What are you doing? He hastily inquired, attempting to pull his pants back up. But his lack of strength rendered him powerless. Baiwani, taken aback by his exclamation, responded with a huff, I'm merely checking your body for injuries. Tang Yu felt that these women were behaving oddly. This is not an examination. You're clearly just eyeing my physique. If I hadn't woken up, you might have taken advantage of me. Seeing that he seemed to be unharmed, she encouraged him to voice any discomfort he felt. With Tang Yu now awake, Baiwani felt a pang of embarrassment at the situation and cleared her throat, feeling a bit guilty towards her two friends. Was he perhaps overthinking? You think I would take advantage of you? Dream on. Help me get dressed. I have no strength at the moment, Tang Yu said helplessly, feeling quite awkward in his current state. Baiwani rolled her eyes and assisted him in getting properly dressed, reiterating, don't overthink it. I'm genuinely checking your injuries. How is it that you sustained so many blows and are still unscathed? Tough as nails. Tang Yu chuckled, and after a brief rest, the energy from his internal training gradually returned. However, the events at the casino had certainly left him startled. Lu Junju is undoubtedly more formidable than Ye Chen. Seeking to collaborate with this individual to confront Ye Chen seems a rather daunting endeavor. One is a maggot, the other a cockroach. Neither are commendable characters. Complicating matters further, this wretched creature has already posed a tangible threat to my well-being. At this moment, an unexpected urge to relieve oneself surged forth. Having shared several bottles of beer while dining with Baiwani, I had not yet had the opportunity to relieve myself since arriving at the casino. I attempted to rise from the bed to address this physiological need, yet my weakened state rendered this task rather challenging. What is the matter? Baiwani inquired, noticing Tang Yu's sudden discomfort. I need to urinate. Tang Yu coughed awkwardly, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Then go ahead, Baiwani recalled that he was in a weakened condition. A flush crept across her cheeks. Did this mean she would have to assist him to the restroom? Having cared for children before, she was familiar with how to help them in such situations. Observing his desperate expression, she bit her lip and conceded, all right, I'll help you. For her, discreetly touching a few abdominal muscles had already pushed her boundaries significantly. Now, this situation felt like a considerable breach of her psychological limits. However, considering that he was in this predicament to save her, she felt compelled to lower her standards somewhat. After placing Tang Yu's hand on her shoulder, Baiwani assisted him to the restroom adjacent to the hospital room. The restroom was rather small, making it somewhat cramped for the two of them. Thank you. I owe you one. Next time, I'll treat you. Tang Yu coughed again. Rest assured, I'm a reasonable person who never takes advantage of others, he added. Borrowing 3 parts, returning 7, he continued. In the future, should you require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Refusing to help would be disgraceful. Baiwani felt an urge to strike him. Fortunately, her decisive nature disdained procrastination. Resolving herself, she proceeded to assist Tang Yu as she would her young nephew. Yet, midway through the process, she hesitated, unable to proceed. Don't hesitate. Hurry up. I really need to go, he urged. My needs are substantial. Just hold on. Chapter 79. I should have arrived sooner. In the hospital corridor, Su Muyu hurriedly made her way to Tang Yu's room. Due to her striking beauty, many passers-by instinctively turned to gaze at her. Among them was a middle-aged man in his 40s, sporting a neck brace due to an injury sustained while playing basketball. Mr. Wang, during this period, please ensure you rest and avoid any significant neck movements, a nurse advised him. Before she could finish, he stared wide-eyed at Su Muyu, his head turning to follow her figure. Suddenly, a scream echoed through the corridor. Su Muyu invoked briskly. Having just received news that Tang Yu had encountered trouble at the underground casino and had been rushed to the hospital. Upon reaching his room, she found Baiwani blushing as she assisted Tang Yu out of the restroom. Their eyes met, and the atmosphere grew palpably awkward. Why were they emerging from the restroom together? Muyu, you've arrived just in time to assist him. He has exhausted his strength. Baiwani exclaimed with a sudden inspiration. All right. Su Muyu hurried over to support Tang Yu and helped him onto the bed. Suddenly, she became acutely aware of a troubling question. This fellow had depleted his energy and was having difficulty walking. What exactly had Baiwani aided him with in the restroom moments ago? Observing Baiwani rush to wash her hands, Su Muyu's expression grew somewhat peculiar. Had she known, she would have come earlier. Turning her gaze towards Tang Yu, she inquired, Are you all right? Nothing much, Tang Yu replied with a grin. Why did she arrive so quickly? Is she genuinely concerned for me? This woman seems increasingly different from the past. Upon hearing Tang Yu's inner thoughts, Su Muyu was momentarily taken aback. A bittersweet smile flickered across her face. She indeed was not the same as before. In the past, she would not have cared for him so deeply. You two converse. I shall take a brief rest. Utterly exhausted from last night's turmoil, Bai Wanyi, returning from washing her hands, yawned and laid down on another hospital bed, succumbing to drowsiness. I will rest a while, and then return to handle matters at the casino later. Within mere minutes, she drifted into slumber, and both Tang Yu and Su Muyu could hear her faint snoring. Once she was asleep, Tang Yu and Su Muyu exchanged glances, seemingly at a loss for common conversation. Could you fetch me a glass of water? I'm quite thirsty. After a couple of minutes of silence, Tang Yu genuinely felt parched. Certainly. Would you prefer it warm? Cold will suffice. Su Muyu nodded and, taking a disposable cup, hurried to the water dispenser to fill it. Tang Yu attempted to sit up to drink, but his body had not yet fully recovered, making even sitting up a challenge. Consequently, Su Muyu set the water aside, grasped a pillow, and propped it against the headboard to assist Tang Yu in sitting up. You find it difficult to drink. Allow me to feed you. Su Muyu held the cup, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Tang Yu. How troublesome, Tang Yu muttered, slightly parting his lips. Su Muyu brought the cup to Tang Yu's lips, gradually feeding him the water. After he finished, she asked, would you like more? No. I shall lie down and rest for a while. Tang Yu shook his head. I should minimize my intake until I recover. Otherwise, I will need to urinate again. And I cannot expect you to assist me with that. Can I? But let us think positively. At least there is no need for assistance with bowel movements. Su Muyu's lips twitched upon hearing Tang Yu's thoughts. What was this fellow thinking daily? However, from his words, it seemed Bai Wanyi truly had assisted him in the restroom. She bit her lip, casting a somewhat resentful glance at her boisterous friend. Why would you handle such matters? Just call me for help instead. What has gotten into you today? She gently asked Tang Yu. I merely had a late-night snack with her and encountered some trouble while secretly investigating the casino. It was nothing significant, Tang Yu replied with a smile. After speaking, he found himself at a loss for further conversation. Being with Su Muyu, he truly struggled to find common ground. In the past few years, my memories were predominantly filled with the experience of being an ardent admirer, often met with indifference. There was scarcely a normal conversation lasting over 3 minutes between us. After a moment of silence, Su Muyu finally spoke, suggesting, if you're tired, perhaps you should rest for a while. All right, Tang Yu replied, lying down and quickly drifting into slumber. Su Muyu, seated nearby, felt a profound sense of contentment. Remaining beside him, listening to his murmurs in solitude, was indeed quite pleasant. After half an hour of quietude, Bai Wanyi awoke, feeling considerably better after a brief moment of squinting. She turned to Su Muyu and inquired, has this fellow fallen asleep? Su Muyu nodded and gestured for silence. With a sigh, Bai Wanyi rose, donned her shoes, and whispered, I suppose I should return to the police station now. Observing her departure, Su Muyu hesitated for a moment before following her. Upon noticing her friend trailing behind, Bai Wanyi chuckled. Not going to keep Tang Yu company? Let him sleep, Su Muyu replied, shaking her head. Just a brief encounter, a few exchanges, and listening to his innermost thoughts brought her a great deal of satisfaction. You truly have too much time on your hands. Back then, he was uninterested, and now you're fervently pursuing him, Bai Wanyi remarked, shrugging her shoulders in bemusement at the younger generation. Su Muyu could only manage a wry smile, as she too struggled to comprehend her own feelings. Shortly after the two women departed, Tang Yu awoke. After resting for a while, he gradually regained his strength. Where's my reward system? He grumbled inwardly. The reward system has been upgraded, activating the plot hint feature, ensuring that any narrative disruption will not hinder the host's foresight of the storyline. The system's voice resonated in his mind. Surprised by this reward, Tang Yu had anticipated receiving some form of martial skill after a direct confrontation. Instead, the reward was the provision of plot hints. This meant that even if the story deviated, he would still have insight into the ensuing events. After a moment's contemplation, Tang Yu inquired, will the auction plot proceed normally? Since Lu Junju had taken over Ye Chen's position, the upcoming auction plot would be of considerable significance. In the original narrative, Ye Chen had acquired an antique at a remarkably low price during the auction, which concealed both a medicinal pill and an ancient martial arts technique, significantly enhancing his abilities. Previously, Hanming Xian from Yanjing had perished in a struggle against Ye Chen for this very artifact. The system was growing increasingly cunning, withholding useful ancient martial arts techniques. Thus, he resolved to seize the opportunities that rightfully belonged to the Dragon King. Beep! The auction will proceed as planned. The plot hints have been completed. The system promptly conveyed the auction's narrative to Tang Yu's mind. As anticipated, the protagonist of the plot had shifted, with Lu Junju now poised to seize the opportunity once intended for Ye Chen. Familiarizing himself with this segment of the plot, Tang Yu formulated a strategy in his mind. The system was unreliable. He would have to rely on himself. Chapter 80. One should not be so greedy. Once his body had sufficiently recuperated, Tang Yu departed from the hospital, driving home to rest. The auction was scheduled for a week later, so there was no immediate rush. Upon returning home, he discovered Ling Han seated in his room. Seeing Ling Han still in her room at this hour, Tang Yu remarked in surprise, "Why are you still awake? Do you intend to spend the night here?" Ling Han stuck out her tongue and explained, "I was out during the day, and now I'm just tidying up the room." It wasn't that she hadn't organized things earlier. Rather, she was somewhat anxious about Tang Yu's late return, so she chose to wait here. She was already aware of Lu Junzuo's arrival in Suan. This individual was deeply entrenched in the Dragon Soul organization, posing a greater threat than Ye Chen. Although she understood that Tang Xiao's capabilities were unfathomable, a twinge of worry still lingered in her heart. The Dragon Soul organization was shrouded in secrecy. On the surface, their 8 war generals appeared as the pinnacle of strength. Yet no one knew how many formidable beings had been nurtured by that inscrutable elder. Fortunately, she was aligned with Ye Chen within the organization, which meant she wouldn't need to intervene in Lu Junzuo's endeavors in Suan. However, the downside was her inability to gather intelligence about Lu Junzuo, leaving her unable to assist Tang Xiao. "Wow, you're working so diligently. Should I reward you somehow? How about a photo shoot tomorrow?" Tang Yu rubbed his hands together with a mischievous grin. Ling Han's face flushed in embarrassment as she vigorously shook her head. The last time she played a game with Tang Yu and lost, he had insisted on a photo shoot, which involved her wearing a rather revealing outfit. Young girls should capture their beauty while they can," Tang Yu lamented, noticing her reluctance with some regret. "I was hoping for a few more sets of photos." "Forget it. I don't want to come off as a creep harassing innocent girls," he added. "I should quickly find the evidence regarding your parents and inform you at the right moment." Upon hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, Ling Han felt a surge of emotion. "Tang Xiao is still considering my matters. Then, you should rest early. I'll take my leave now," she said, bidding farewell to Tang Yu before happily retreating to her bedroom. At the Tang Wang group, Wang Yixue was propped up on her desk, chuckling as she gazed at a picture frame. Inside was a rather youthful couple, their photograph from when she dated Tang Yu during university. As she reminisced, she suddenly looked up at her secretary and asked, "Zhou, why do you think Tang Yu and I are such a perfect match? Destined by the heavens." The secretary replied earnestly, "Well said. That merits 100 points. Your salary is raised by 10,000, Wang Yixue praised, giving a thumbs up. "I merely spoke the truth. This reward feels undeserved," the secretary responded. "Make it 20,000, Wang Yixue quipped, stifling laughter before getting back to business. "By the way, Miss, General Li from Mingzhu Siju Group wishes to invite you to discuss a potential collaboration." The hefty woman? Wang Yixue recalled the individual, known for her wealth and rumored to have 3,000 male admirers. She operated an e-commerce platform and sought to merge it with one under Tang Wang Group to vie for a top 3 position in the industry. After a moment of contemplation, she nodded and inquired, "Did she mention a specific time?" Mr. Li responded that any time would suffice. "Then let us arrange it for the afternoon." With a snap of her fingers, Wang Yixue promptly retrieved her phone and dialed Tang Yu. Once the call connected, she cheerfully exclaimed, "Darling, come to my company. We're heading to Mingzhu for a business discussion this afternoon." "What are we discussing?" "The matters concerning the e-commerce platform." Wang Yixue elaborated on the situation. The e-commerce platform under Tang Wang Group is pursuing a high-end strategy, focusing on luxury and foreign products. Notably, the second largest shareholder of this platform is the Tang Group. Thus, if a merger is to be considered, it is indeed essential to consult with Tang Yu. After confirming the details over the phone, they decided to meet directly at the airport. Following the call, Tang Yu drove towards the airport, mentally reciting the script. He recalled that the original narrative included a scene where Wang Yixue went to negotiate a deal, only to be drugged by her partners. Just as she was about to face a dire fate, the Dragon King, Ye Chen, appeared and vanquished the antagonist. Following that, the story typically unfolded into a sequence of events aimed at resolving the ensuing predicament. Such tropes are indeed commonplace in popular literature. Beep, the storyline has been altered. The system promptly relayed the modified plot to Tang Yu. After reviewing the revised narrative, he merely narrowed his eyes. Indeed, Ye Chen's role had been reassigned to Lu Junzuo. Contemplating this, he sent a text to the Grim Reaper squad. At this moment, the importance of the informants became evident. By the time Tang Yu arrived at the airport, Wang Yixue had already made her entrance. A breathtaking beauty stood at the airport's entrance, alluring many passers-by, even at the risk of inciting the wrath of their girlfriends. Particularly, a certain CEO of a listed company was captivated by Wang Yixue's presence, exclaiming, "May I have the pleasure of making your acquaintance, miss? I am Lu, the owner of Jihua Group." However, Wang Yixue retorted, "You resemble a toad and are older than my father. What gives you the audacity to ask for my acquaintance? Do you think I would be interested in an old bull seeking tender grass? Your company is worth a few $100 billion, but that is no reason to boast." Her scathing words left the middle-aged man trembling. After delivering her rebuke, Wang Yixue turned and waved at Tang Yu, calling out, "Honey, I'm over here." Tang Yu, who was hurrying towards her, nearly stumbled upon hearing her call. Her affectionate term caused several men in the airport to cast envious glares in his direction. The chastised middle-aged man, upon recognizing Tang Yu, suddenly realized, "Isn't he the CEO of the Tang Group? He is here in Suzhou and Hangzhou to sign contracts and secure orders with the Tang Group." Consequently, he hastily concealed his face with his briefcase and retreated in embarrassment. "Who is your husband? Don't call me that indiscriminately," Tang Yu said, approaching Wang Yixue with a sigh. "You are indeed. You bullied me last night," she replied, playfully clinging to his arm and feigning shyness. "But I was at home last night. Indeed, I dreamed of you, so you must take responsibility." Tang Yu's eyes widened. Can one really resort to such tactics? That is disastrous. I have far too many responsibilities now. Last time, I shouldn't have been so greedy. I dreamt of four at once. Wang Yixue shot a fierce glare at the fellow. Greedy? No one dares to compete with me. Chapter 81. Shaking hands with you is a sign of disrespect. Mingzhu, April Hotel. In a certain suite, Lu Junzuo gently swirled a glass of red wine. His complexion still bore traces of pallor, yet his health had considerably improved. The injury from that punch a few days prior had indeed been severe, leaving him somewhat apprehensive. "Junzuo, I've heard that your medical skills are exceptional. My shoulder is feeling quite uncomfortable. Could you lend a hand?" At that moment, a woman sitting opposite him called out in a delicate voice. The woman, while not a stunning beauty, at least resembled a human form. Her body was layered with excess flesh, akin to a Michelin man. She was none other than Li Shuefei, the owner of April Group, whose name might easily evoke the image of a true beauty. Alas, the disparity between her name and her appearance was rather stark. Very well. A flicker of disdain crossed Lu Junzuo's eyes, yet he concealed it well. He approached Li Shuefei from behind and gently massaged her shoulders, feeling as though he were squeezing a breathing mass of flesh. The greasy sensation transmitted through his fingertips made him feel somewhat nauseous. Were it not for his need to exploit this woman, he would have no desire to be near her. Unlike Ye Chen, he did not carry an air of superiority. For the sake of utility, he would even dare to flirt with a 70-year-old woman afflicted with tumors. "Oh, that feels wonderful. Apply a bit more pressure," Li Shuefei expressed, her face glowing with satisfaction. Lu Junzuo suppressed the urge to vomit and inquired, "Has everything for today been arranged?" "Everything is in order. Rest assured, Junzuo, I will provide you with anything you desire," Li Shuefei replied, caressing Lu Junzuo's hand tenderly. He responded with a non-committal hum, his mood lightening slightly. Last time, he had aimed to garner favor from Baiwani, but unexpectedly faced setbacks. This time, he decided to shift his focus to Wang Yixue. Her close ties with the Tang family could prove advantageous should she become his woman. At that moment, Tang Yu and Wang Yixue had already disembarked from a plane. After landing, Wang Yixue continued to cling to Tang Yu's arm with a beaming smile, reveling in the closeness. "Why are you clinging to me like a koala?" Tang Yu chuckled, observing Wang Yixue's joy. "Koalas hang from trees. I haven't hung on to you yet," Wang Yixue whispered playfully in Tang Yu's ear. "However, I could treat you like a pole and perform a bunny girl dance on you. Then I'd truly be hanging on to you." Tang Yu envisioned the scene. "Wow, that seems rather exhilarating." "No, that is still inappropriate. If we continue this conversation, we'll soon have to stand and pay our respects." Hearing Tang Yu's inner thoughts, Wang Yixue chuckled inwardly, amused by his bashfulness. Nonetheless, she had indeed brought along a bunny girl outfit for this occasion. It is a rare occasion for two individuals to embark on a business trip together, which can be likened to a form of travel. Once they exited the airport, they hurried to their hotel. Regarding the potential merger of this project, how do you envision the distribution of shares? Currently, the other party has indicated that they expect to retain 30% of the shares post-merger, which I find rather unreasonable. As they sat in the car, Wang Yishue handed the documents to Tang Yu. After glancing over them, Tang Yu smiled, suggesting they discuss it further when they meet. There isn't much to deliberate, as this business collaboration is unlikely to materialize. Ultimately, it all seems to be a scheme orchestrated by Lu Junzhou, who appears intent on deceiving you, setting a trap that would allow him to play the gallant hero while reaping all the benefits. Sighing, Wang Yishue considered that compared to him, Ye Chen at least resembled a half-hearted romantic warrior. Upon hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, Wang Yishue paused. Lu Junzhou? Who might he be? He seems to have some connection to Ye Chen and is plotting against her. Narrowing her eyes, she quickly sent a message from her phone. Following the incident involving Ye Chen, the Wang family began to recruit skilled martial artists, bringing several back for protection. Currently, 2 were discreetly safeguarding her. After messaging her bodyguards, a glint of coldness flickered in her eyes. If he dared to play tricks on her, she would ensure he regretted it. However, she felt a surge of happiness at the thought of Tang Yu's concern for her well-being. Leaning against Tang Yu, she cheerfully suggested, "Once this matter is settled, let us enjoy a few days here." "Enjoy a few days? I have to return shortly for other commitments." "Perhaps next time," Tang Yu replied with a wry smile. He was still focused on the auction event, determined to seize this opportunity at all costs. The calculations of this insidious system would inevitably lead to failure if one relied on such a pitiful creature. Well then, a kiss would suffice as compensation, Wang Yishue teased. Pointing to her cheek, Tang Yu glanced at her face, hesitating and clearing his throat. This mischievous girl was at it again. "Hurry up, or you might find yourself in legal trouble, you know?" Wang Yishue urged, playfully tapping his leg. "What law would that break? Disregarding a woman's wishes, perhaps?" She retorted, and they both erupted into laughter in the car. Amid their merriment, Wang Yishue suddenly wrapped her arms around Tang Yu's neck and planted a bold kiss on his cheek, leaving a mark of lipstick. "No wiping that off," she giggled. "How can I face others with this?" Tang Yu replied with a resigned smile, attempting to wipe it away. The driver, seated in the front, glanced at the rearview mirror, feeling a pang of jealousy. In his youth, he too had been handsome. Why had no such beautiful woman ever thrown herself at him? Upon arriving at the hotel, they disembarked to find Li Shuefei waiting at the entrance. From a distance, Tang Yu was taken aback by her considerable figure. This Miss Qianjin is truly astonishing, he thought. If I recall, she is known for her numerous suitors. Alas, living off others is not as delightful as it seems. Wang Yishue listened to Tang Yu's internal monologue, making an effort to suppress her laughter. "Mr. Wang, you've had a long journey. May I ask who this is?" Li Shuefei extended her hand to shake Wang Yishue's. Her cunning little eyes darted around Tang Yu, as if they possessed a power of perception, causing Tang Yu to feel a chill run down his spine, even making him swallow nervously. This handsome man was undeniably more attractive than Lu Junzhou. "This is my boyfriend, Tang Yu, who is also the head of the Tang Group. He holds a 45% stake in our family's e-commerce platform." Noticing the glimmer of interest in Li Shuefei's gaze, Wang Yishue felt a surge of anger. This woman seemed to be eagerly anticipating the downfall of her company. "Oh, so you're the young master of the Tang family from Suzhou and Hangzhou. I've heard tales of your striking looks, and indeed, seeing is believing." Li Shuefei quickly reached out to shake Tang Yu's hand. However, Tang Yu hesitated, awkwardly chuckling, "I apologize. Ms. Li, I just came from the restroom and didn't wash my hands. It would be disrespectful to shake your hand in such a state." A flicker of resentment crossed Li Shuefei's eyes. Was he using that as an excuse? Did he look down upon her? She despised being underestimated by men. Thus, her male admirers would face her wrath at the slightest misstep in their demeanor. And even those who were not her lovers would find themselves bending to her will if they dared to disrespect her. Tang Yu had now become her target. She was determined to win him over today. Chapter 82. "I'm coming in." "Very well. We can shake hands once you've washed up," Li Shuefei replied. Her face still adorned with a radiant smile as she gestured for them to enter. "Let us dine and converse." She was eager to assist Lu Junzhou in advancing his scheme. According to Lu Junzhou's plan, he would arrange for someone to tamper with the drinks. As long as one took a sip, even the smallest amount, they would lose all control. Wang Yishue was his intended prey, and thus, She would follow the plan to ensnare Tang Yu as her quarry. Upon entering the hotel, Lu Junzhou, who was drinking in the suite, received the news with surprise. He hadn't anticipated the arrival of a young man named Tang. Contemplating Tang Yu, a sense of wariness washed over him. This individual was an enigma, seemingly ordinary. Yet his strength was on par with a practitioner at the Earth character level. He was a man of extreme caution. After suffering a setback once, he was determined to avoid confronting Tang Yu unless absolutely necessary. He pondered for a moment before snapping his fingers. The 4 members of the Grim Reaper squad, who had been on standby in the room, rushed over. Young Master Lu, they called in unison. Prepare yourselves. Arrange for the drugging plan, and ensure that once Wang Yixue is taken away, the act is executed flawlessly. However, under no circumstances are they to lay a finger on her. Understood? Lu Junzuo instructed. Like Ye Chen, he could not tolerate anyone touching his woman, even if it was all part of a ruse. They cannot act recklessly. At most, they can intimidate her. Understood? Lu Xiao, the 4 responded in unison. Furthermore, that lad surnamed Tang has also arrived. Should he fall into our trap, let's first arrange for him to be entertained by a few unattractive women, then capture some photographs to disseminate online. Once he has exhausted his strength and enjoyment, you may dispose of him. Lu Junzuo continued to issue commands. Since this young man has delivered himself to us, we shall not hold back. Not only must he perish, but he must also suffer public disgrace. As for myself, I shall refrain from direct involvement. There is something peculiar about him. This danger shall be borne by my 4 loyal subordinates. To die for my sake, that is their supreme honor. Understood? Lu Xiao, the 4 echoed once more. Go forth. With a wave of his hand, Lu Junzuo signaled for their departure from the suite. Once outside, the leader, Deng He, promptly sent a text message to Tang Yu. After they had retreated to a quiet corner, Deng He spoke in a low voice. That treacherous Lu Junzuo intends to scheme against young Master Tang. We must not grant him this opportunity. Let us. He whispered a few arrangements, and the other 3 displayed expressions of satisfaction. Truly, the elder brother possesses a nimble mind. This way, we shall undoubtedly achieve great merit for young Master Tang. Following our success, we shall revel at the club. As soon as Tang Yu entered the private room, he received Deng He's message. Upon glancing at the text, Tang Yu's expression grew peculiar. That scoundrel Lu Junzuo seeks to drug me. Not only that, but he also intends to arrange for me some unattractive women and take photographs? What a despicable individual. Fortunately, I have kept something in reserve. Seated beside him, Wang Yixue had already gleaned much from their conversation. She had initiated an investigation into Lu Junzuo in Suzhou and Hangzhou. Once the inquiry is complete, it shall be time to ensnare him. Would you 2 like to order something? Li Shuefei offered the menu to Tang Yu and Wang Yixue, unable to suppress her anticipation as she gazed at Tang Yu. No culinary delight could rival the allure of a man. Wang Yixue casually chose a few dishes from the menu. Each harbored their own ulterior motives, leaving little room for genuine dining. After the orders were placed, the kitchen promptly delivered an array of exquisite dishes, each a feast for the senses. Li Shuefei refrained from mentioning matters of business, engaging in casual conversation with the 2. Once the dishes were served, she smiled and said, "It is a rare occasion for both of you to visit Mingzhu. We must celebrate properly today. Let us indulge in a few drinks before discussing business." With that, she clapped her hands, and a servant promptly brought forth a bottle of red wine. Li Shuefei, eager to pour the wine for Tang Yu and Wang Yixue, could hardly contain her excitement, anticipating the sight of this handsome man forced to submit to her will. "My apologies, Ms. Li, but I do not drink," Wang Yixue interjected suddenly. Li Shuefei was momentarily taken aback. "She does not drink? What is this?" Then she smiled and said, "In business, how can one refrain from drinking? Miss Wang Yuyist. Let's simply enjoy a modest cup today, shall we? I have an allergy to alcohol." Wang Yixue could never consume this wine, as she was already aware that it was something problematic. Li Shuefei's expression turned awkward, and she feigned dissatisfaction, saying, "President Wang, I know you can drink. There's no need to seek such excuses. Do you not wish to grant me even this small courtesy? What do you mean by not giving you face? We are all partners in this endeavor. Respect ought to be mutual. A slight inquiry would reveal my allergy to alcohol, yet you still insist on persuading me to drink? What exactly is your intention? If anyone is truly lacking in respect, it appears to be you." Wang Yixue slammed her hand on the table and coldly declared. Her sudden outburst imbued the room with an oppressive force, causing Li Shuefei to feel a wave of anxiety. She forced a smile, realizing this tactic was ineffective, and awkwardly apologized. "I apologize, President Wang. It was my mistake." She then turned to Tang Yu, saying, "Then, President Tang, shall we enjoy a drink together?" Having failed to target Wang Yishua, the loss was not significant for her as long as she could indulge in the company of the handsome gentleman. "I'm afraid I must decline as well. I too have an allergy," Tang Yu replied with a smile. "I am allergic to foolishness. Please refrain from speaking to me." Li Shuefei's countenance darkened slightly, as she had not anticipated such a significant misstep at the very outset of her plan. Had she foreseen this, she would have ensured the food was tampered with. "Let us proceed with dinner. We could take a short break afterward and discuss matters later." Faced with the failure of her initial strategy, she opted for a more pragmatic approach. "If not wine, surely you all partake in coffee or tea. If that fails, there is always mineral water. I shall ensure to arrange something for you later." Once dinner was concluded, she would confer with Lu Junzuo for further planning. At that moment, Lu Junzuo was resting in his suite, eagerly awaiting favorable news. Since returning to Huaxia, he had yet to fully indulge himself. Anticipating the forthcoming pleasures, he felt a growing excitement within him, only to be interrupted by a creeping sensation of unease. How could this be? Just as the last vestiges of his rationality flickered, he suddenly glanced at the red wine by his side. Was it possible that someone had laced his drink? At that moment, a knock echoed from outside the door. "Junzuo, I'm coming in." Li Shuefei entered, intending to discuss alterations to the plan, oblivious to the lurking danger awaiting her. Chapter 83. Disguised as Tang Yu to endure the blow. Soon, the anguished cries emanating from the suite pierced the air. This was a 6-star hotel, and the soundproofing was quite effective. However, it could not contain the cacophony that reverberated through the walls and doors, alarming guests throughout the entire building. The first to react were the neighboring guests, who had lived their lives without ever encountering such a tumult. It truly sounded like the cries of a slaughtered pig. Within minutes, a crowd had gathered in the hallway. Upon hearing the commotion, the hotel manager rushed over. Faced with the ruckus, he steeled himself to knock on the door and called out, "Could you please keep it down a bit?" Inside, the sounds of distress continued unabated, occasionally punctuated by a muffled "get out." Upon hearing this, the manager dared not utter another word. The guests residing in such suites are individuals of considerable significance. Meanwhile, the 4 members of the death squad stand outside the corridor. Leading the group, Deng He grins broadly, contemplating a scheme against Tang Xiao. Today, he intends for this plan to ignite a fervent confrontation between Tang and a certain corpulent figure. "Brother, what is the plan now?" one of them inquires softly, sensing the success of their plot. "Fear not," Deng He replies confidently. When Lu Junzuo inquires later, we shall attribute it to this woman. He is certain of this outcome, noting how the woman's flirtations with Lu Junzuo are evident to anyone. Shifting the blame onto her is undoubtedly foolproof. "Brother is brilliant," the others exclaim, giving him a thumbs up. "Our brothers are formidable." Deng He reciprocates the gesture. Tang Xiao is both tall and strong. They chant in unison. Just then, Tang Yu, ascending from downstairs, unexpectedly sneezes. Rubbing his nose, he steps out of the elevator and is greeted by an uproar akin to the cries of slaughtered pig. During mealtime, the death squad seeks Tang Yu's counsel. After a moment of contemplation, he resolves to return the favor in kind. Thus, he instructs the 4 to administer a dose of medication to Lu Junzuo. It must be said that when utilized wisely, such tactics can indeed be quite effective. Hearing the cacophony reminiscent of a pig's death throes, Tang Yu cannot help but reflect on his benevolent response to grievances. As for eliminating this individual, he finds it a rather daunting proposition. This person, in a certain sense, is a child of fortune, possessing an amulet that grants him a legacy. A child of fate is not easily dispatched. Coupled with his peak combat prowess, it would be no simple task to contain him. What is happening? Wang Yishua, who has joined Tang Yu, feigns ignorance despite knowing the truth. Nothing much. Those who have loved fiercely should not harbor grudges. Tang Yu retorts with a hint of schadenfreude. This medicine seems to have effects lasting 3 hours. Even with the most primitive methods, one could certainly kindle a fire within that time frame. Still wishing to strike against your father? Once he is exhausted, you plan to have someone ambush and eliminate me? How absurd. Upon hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, a subtle smile graces Wang Yishua's lips. To toy with them before the final blow? Indeed, a splendid idea. She quickly sends a text message to the 2 ancient martial arts bodyguards, instructing them to prepare for an aggressive counter against a fallen opponent. If they must strike, they should do so without restraint. After sending the message, she looks at Tang Yu and says, "We should return to rest," as Mr. Li seems to have vanished. Agreed. With their objective accomplished, Tang Yu departs in high spirits. However, due to the considerable commotion, after 3 hours, the hotel management finds themselves overwhelmed. Nearly half the patrons are aware of the situation and have reported it. Reluctantly, the hotel is compelled to dispatch several security personnel to knock on doors and intervene. If the ruckus persists, the hotel may find itself unable to operate. By the time the security arrives, several popular streamers have already gathered, eager to capitalize on the unfolding drama. In this day and age, being a streamer necessitates staying relevant. The hotel incident has been captured in a short video and uploaded online, garnering significant attention. Please make way. Several security guards pushed aside the streamers and forcefully knocked on the door, calling out, "Good day, esteemed guest. Might you please step outside?" As he knocked, the commotion within the room gradually subsided. Lu Junzhou, finally regaining consciousness, appeared pale as a ghost. Upon beholding the mound of greasy flesh before him, he could not suppress the urge to vomit right there. Once, during a mission, he had hidden himself by submerging in a cesspool for a full 3 minutes. When he finally emerged, he had even choked on some of the sludge. Yet compared to his current predicament, that foul experience seemed trivial. After all, it was merely excrement, something that had already resided within him. How could it possibly compare to the repugnance of this sow? To make matters worse, after 3 hours, he had lost count of how many times he had exerted himself. His body, still not fully recovered, had suffered yet another blow to his vitality. "Dear guest, could you kindly open the door? Everyone has been waiting for 2 hours, and soon they will see this pig butcher brother." The crowd outside continued to shout. "Brothers, how about sending some gifts to Xiaomei? She has been live streaming for nearly 3 hours. Upon hearing the cacophony outside, Lu Junzhuo felt an overwhelming desire to end his existence. To his dismay, there were even streamers broadcasting live outside the door. He had long heard of the booming live streaming industry domestically, but he never anticipated such madness. If they broadcast his situation online, how could he ever face the world again? He might even end up with a nickname like Mr. Jiu Yilu. Fortunately, his quick wit assured him that this group could not enter at once. He darted to the window, contemplating an unconventional escape. Upon opening the window, he was abruptly reminded that they were situated on the 40-something floor. Even at his prime, jumping from such a height would spell certain death. As the knocking grew more insistent, he realized he could no longer remain in the room. After a moment of deliberation, he gritted his teeth and retrieved a human skin mask he had painstakingly crafted to resemble Tang Yu, though it was far from perfect. Given the uniqueness of each person's facial structure, the mask could never achieve a flawless likeness. Once donned, it bore only a resemblance of about 60 to 70%. Yet that would suffice. He clenched his jaw tightly. Since he could not evade this incident, he would let this young man bear the brunt of the humiliation. Before departing, he produced a black pill and forcibly placed it into the unconscious Li Shuifei's mouth, compelling her to swallow. This pill was a slow-acting poison. It would not cause immediate death. Rather, it would lead to sudden cardiac failure approximately a week later. He could not allow this defilement of his sow to persist in this world. Having completed his preparations, he stormed out with a face full of resentment. He was met with a throng of onlookers, their eyes regarding him as though he were a clown. An immediate surge of anger welled within him. "Get out of the way," he shouted, swatting the phones of several streamers away, and swiftly bolted towards the emergency exit. All he desired was to escape this abhorrent hotel that made him want to vomit. He longed for a place to cleanse himself thoroughly. Just as he reached the 20th floor, upon discovering the 4 members of the Grim Reaper team stationed at the secure passage, he halted his movements, ready to issue a command. However, the leader, Deng He, charged forward and landed a punch squarely on Lu Junzhuo's face. Caught completely off guard, Lu staggered back a few steps before collapsing onto the ground. "What are you doing?" Lu Junzhuo erupted in fury. How dare his subordinate strike him? "Tang Yu, today marks your demise," Deng He bellowed, and the 4 of them advanced together, launching an assault. At that moment, Lu Junzhuo was in a dire state. His energy severely depleted. Despite his desperate attempts to retaliate, he was struck several times by their combined attacks. It was then that he suddenly remembered he was still wearing a human skin mask. Hastily, he created some distance, tore off the mask, and shouted at Deng He and his companions, "Fools, it is I." Chapter 84. Yet again, I am being attacked. The four halted their assault, their faces contorted with shock as they exclaimed, "Our apologies, we thought it was Tang Yu." Lu Junzuo was nearly driven to the brink of fury. He had indeed stationed them there to ambush Tang Yu. But who could have predicted such a drastic turn of events? Tang Yu and Wang Yixue had escaped the poison, while he had fallen victim to it. In a bid to ensnare Tang Yu, he had donned the disguise of Tang Yu, only to be ambushed by his own men. He felt like a mere jester. Enough! Lu Junzuo pointed at the members of the Grim Reaper team, managing to suppress his rage. This is not your fault. The plan encountered a minor setback, and your loyalty is commendable. After all, they were merely executing his orders faithfully. Punishing them for this issue would be rather inappropriate. It is what is expected of us, the four replied in unison, half kneeling on the ground. I am feeling somewhat unwell and must excuse myself for a moment. You all remain here at the hotel and see if you can find an opportunity to poison Tang Yu and the others. If successful, inform me. Even at this juncture, Lu Junzuo refused to concede defeat. After instructing the four to remain at the hotel in search of opportunities, he dashed away, eager to find a place to wash off the greasy stench that plagued him. As he sprinted out of the hotel's back entrance, two figures suddenly charged from the roadside. By the time he registered their presence, they had already struck him with a punch and a kick, respectively. They were the two ancient martial arts bodyguards accompanying Wang Yixue. Both possessed formidable strength, being at the pinnacle of the Huang realm. Having lain in wait for a long time, they seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack, while Lu Junzuo was momentarily disoriented, continuing their relentless assault. With each successive attack, Lu Junzuo's fury boiled over. Here he was, a distinguished master at the pinnacle of the Xian realm, a prodigy even within the Dragon Soul organization. Compared to him, Ye Chen seemed dimmed in brilliance. When had he ever endured such a humiliating disgrace, being bullied by two worthless individuals not even in the Xian realm? Under normal circumstances, he could eliminate them with a single hand. Yet, his current state was far too precarious. The injuries sustained previously have yet to heal, and today he finds himself utterly drained, having exerted himself for a continuous 3 hours without respite. He has just endured a brutal beating from the Grim Reaper squad. At this moment, his limbs feel as limp as noodles. Faced with the onslaught of two peak-level practitioners from the Huang family, he can only watch helplessly as they gain the upper hand. What is even more perilous is the ruthless intent behind their attacks, clearly aimed at inflicting mortal harm. After sustaining multiple injuries, Lu Junzuo coughs up another mouthful of blood, sensing that his condition is growing increasingly precarious. Unable to hold on any longer, he resolves to cast aside his pride. Gathering his breath, he bellows for help. This is, after all, a high-end hotel, and there are ample security personnel on duty. Upon his cry for assistance, patrolling security swiftly rushes to the scene. What is happening here? Who permitted you to engage in a fight? One of the guards shouts. Upon seeing the security arrive, the two ancient martial bodyguards from the Huang family exchange glances, realizing they can no longer continue their assault in front of so many witnesses. Reluctantly, they abandon their offensive and make a hasty retreat. Once they have departed, Lu Junzuo collapses onto the ground, his face etched with humiliation. How could he, Lu Junzuo, be reduced to calling for help from mere ancient practitioners of the Huang family? How long has it been since he arrived in Huaxia? He has already endured 3 beatings. Are you all right? Do you need us to call the police? One of the security guards approaches with concern. Get lost. I don't need your interference. If you dare to speak of today's events, do not blame me for being uncivilized. Lu Junzuo threatens with a fierce glare. If word of this incident were to spread, how could he maintain his standing within the Dragon Soul organization? The guards' expressions darken, and they mutter curses under their breath as they turn to leave. Had they known they would encounter such a fool, they would have chosen to stay away. After the security personnel depart, Lu Junzuo hastily drives to the hospital. His injuries require considerable time for proper recovery. Upon returning to his hotel room, Tang Yu sits on the sofa, silently contemplating. System, where's my reward? A cold mechanical voice responds. Reward, physical enhancement, significantly improving the host's abilities. As the system's voice resonates, Tang Yu immediately feels a transformation within his body. A viscous, foul-smelling black liquid begins to seep from his pores. Which author conceived of this bizarre marrow-cleansing concept? He muses, feeling somewhat nauseated by the noxious odor, as if he has been thrown into a cesspool and told to swim freely. He rushes to the bathroom to cleanse himself. The suite's bathroom is equipped with an indoor hot spring. After washing away the impurities, Tang Yu luxuriates in the soothing waters. According to the system, once this round of marrow cleansing is complete, he will possess a first-rate martial physique, elevating his strength to the Huang level, transforming him from an ordinary person into an ancient martial artist. Although his power may still be somewhat lacking, preventing him from effortlessly dispatching individuals like Ye Chen, it significantly raises Tang Xiao's threshold for intimidating the weak. In the future, should he encounter any dim-witted adversaries, one punch will suffice. This dogged system has finally deemed it appropriate to bestow upon him valuable rewards, though something feels amiss. Tang Yu pondered while stroking his chin. It seemed that he hadn't gone to great lengths to deal with Lu Junzuo today. So where did the substantial reward come from? At that moment, his phone, which lay beside him, began to ring. He picked it up to take a glance. It was a message from the Grim Reaper squad, reporting the situation. He learned that the 4 individuals had given Lu Junzuo a beating. Tang Yu was taken aback. Was this truly a tactic? Pretending to be oneself to endure a beating? Indeed, the traitors were remarkably dedicated in their work. To express his gratitude for their efforts in boosting his performance, he enhanced their system rewards. Tang Yu bestowed upon each of them a membership card for an upscale club, loaded with 1 million each, sufficient for a year of indulgence. Moreover, being a nationwide chain, the card would serve them well wherever they went. Upon receiving the membership cards, the 4 were elated. A club for the elite, a soul of the club. All are superior beings. They then collectively departed the hotel to revel in their newfound joy. As for Lu Junzuo's arrangements, regrettably, they were merely tasks assigned by young Master Tang. After concluding communication with the Grim Reaper squad, Tang Yu luxuriated in a hot spring for a while before preparing to return to bed for slumber. Suddenly, there came a knock at the door. Tang Yu, open up. I need to see you, came the voice of Wang Yixue from outside. Looking for me? Tang Yu felt a twinge of unease. What could she possibly want at this late hour? He hastily rushed to open the door. Standing outside was Wang Yixue, her expression somewhat pained. Upon entering the room, she clutched her stomach and collapsed onto Tang Yu's bed. Tang Yu, my stomach hurts. Are you here to relieve yourself? Chapter 85, The Wen Family. How absurd. Wang Yixue huffed, casting Tang Yu an adorable glare. Tang Yu chuckled softly. He had just glanced at her abdomen and found no issues. She appeared to be in perfect health. All right, I'll confess. I came to seek a massage. Wang Yixue patted her shoulders. Help me knead my shoulders. They ache terribly. What happened to your shoulders? Did you not sleep well? Not exactly. It's mainly that my figure is ample, placing a significant burden on my shoulders, Wang Yixue lamented. Tang Yu instinctively glanced over. Indeed, they are rather large, though still a tad smaller compared to Xiao Yu. With such size, it's only natural for the shoulders to be sore. Very well, allow me to assist you. Tang Yu approached and placed his hands upon Wang Yixue's shoulders, applying gentle pressure with a squeeze and release. The perfectly measured force prompted Wang Yixue to emit soft, approving sounds of comfort. After hearing her hum for a few moments, Tang Yu paused, exasperated. Could you not be so noisy? But I can't help it. I'll keep it down, just don't stop. Continue. After about 10 minutes of massage, Tang Yu found himself unable to endure any longer. Goodness, you seem to be enjoying this. If I continue, my blood will surely congregate in a certain area. That's enough now. Tang Yu released Wang Yixue's shoulders. With a contented expression, Wang Yixue stretched languidly, feeling a delightful sense of relief in her shoulders. She glanced at Tang Yu and, with a sly smile, remarked, You're being particularly nice to me today. Are you hoping for some sort of reward? What kind of reward? Tang Yu inquired, rubbing his hands together in eager anticipation. Come on, you beast, she teased. Do not treat me as a delicate flower deserving of pity. Wang Yixue couldn't help but laugh at his inner thoughts. She scrutinized Tang Yu for a moment before grinning. Wait until I check my phone. With that, she skipped out of his room. Tang Yu, puzzled, retrieved his phone and sat on the bed, waiting. After a few minutes, a message from Wang Yixue arrived. Are you having trouble sleeping tonight? Hee. I can assist you, but only if you beg me. Tang Yu gasped in disbelief. Was she belittling a man's dignity? Did she dare to make him plead for something so trivial? I beg you, he indignantly typed. Moments later, the dialogue box indicated she was typing. After a brief pause, a photo appeared. It depicted her seated on a hotel bed, clad in a bunny girl outfit. Enjoy it. But take care of yourself, she added thoughtfully after sending the photo. Once sent, Wang Yixue tucked her phone away, feeling both amused and slightly shy. Initially, she intended to show him the bunny girl outfit in person, but upon wearing it, she felt a pang of bashfulness. After all, she was a girl, and sometimes it was challenging to be too forward. Thus, she resorted to sending the photo instead. She cast glances at the door, waiting. After what felt like an eternity, with no sign of him knocking, a hint of disappointment crossed her exquisitely beautiful face, and she huffed in mild discontent. The next morning, as they descended to the hotel lobby for breakfast, Tang Yu appeared with dark circles under his eyes, clearly having not slept well, occasionally stifling yawns. Someone clearly had a restless night, Wang Yishua said, relishing in his misfortune. Serves you right. Who told you not to grasp my hints? Don't expect me to offer you a shoulder massage next time. Tang Yu snorted, taking a sip of milk. Yes, yes, Wang Yishua teased, sticking out her tongue. After their meal, she cheerfully asked, I need to attend to some matters at the branch office. Will you stay here with me for a few days, or? I think I'll head back today. I have some things to take care of as well, Tang Yu replied, shaking his head. All right then, I shall return to Suang and come find you to play, Wang Yishua said, playfully pinching his cheek and stretching it. After bidding farewell to Wang Yishua, Tang Yu boarded a vehicle to Mingzhu Airport, preparing to fly back to Suang. In just a couple of days, the auction event would unfold. According to the original storyline, a jade lion artifact would appear at the auction, which would catch the eye of Long Wang Ye Chen, leading to a fierce competition with the Han family from Yanjing. After a fierce struggle, Ye Chen would successfully acquire the jade lion and unlock its mechanism, unveiling a 9 revolutions pill and an ancient martial arts manual titled 8 Extremes Burst Fist. As the narrative unfolds, Ye Chen is no longer a participant in the storyline. In his stead, Lu Junzuo seizes this opportunity. The 9-turn pill possesses the remarkable ability to significantly enhance the cultivation of an ancient martial artist. Tang Yu's sole purpose upon returning to Suang is to champion fairness. Fairness. Indeed, fairness. Who decreed that only protagonists are entitled to the finest treasures? Seizing what one desires is paramount. After completing the check-in procedures, Tang Yu settles into the waiting area, awaiting his flight. A young woman approaches, pushing a wheelchair. Occupying the chair is a middle-aged man with a square face, his countenance projecting an imposing dignity even in his seated position, reminiscent of a majestic lion in its twilight years. The girl pushing the wheelchair draws the attention of several men around. She is strikingly beautiful, sporting a chic bob that accentuates her spirited demeanor. Her sun-kissed skin exudes vitality, and upon closer inspection, one can discern the impeccable musculature of her arms. Each exposed area reveals a perfect balance of strength and femininity. Her allure is a harmonious blend of grace and vigor. Dad, the flight won't arrive for another half hour. Shall I fetch you a bottle of water? The girl inquires, looking down at her father. No need, I'm not thirsty. Drinking too much would only complicate matters with the restroom. Let us just rest for a while, the middle-aged man replies, waving his hand dismissively but with a hint of a smile gracing his face. All right, she nods, opting for silence thereafter. They find themselves seated beside Tang Yu, and upon noticing him, the father and daughter exchange polite smiles and nods. Tang Yu reciprocates with a smile and a nod of his own. He recognizes this pair. They hail from the esteemed Wenren family, the foremost ancient martial clan of Suang. The man in the wheelchair is Wenren Yuanshan, the current head of the family, famed for his invincibility throughout Suang by the age of 30 and having achieved the earthly realm by 40, showcasing unparalleled strength and talent. Tragically, 3 years prior, he embarked on a journey across Huaxia, only to return in this diminished state, paralyzed and significantly weakened. He refrains from discussing the circumstances surrounding his affliction, leaving many in the dark. Families of their stature often carry an air of noble pride, so even upon recognizing Tang Yu, the scion of Suhong's premier clan, they merely offer a casual greeting. In the realm of ancient martial arts, only the strong command respect. Tang Yu's gaze returns to the young woman. She is Wenren Yage, the eldest daughter of the Wenren family, possessing an extraordinary talent that surpasses her father's. At the tender age of 20, she has already attained the mystical realm. In terms of aptitude, she is even more prodigious than her father. Such an exceptional paragon of virtue and strength is, of course, not immune to the machinations of the Dragon King. Alas, to be candid, young women must be mindful of their martial training direction. Focusing on cultivating true energy and pursuing inner strength would be far more beneficial. There is no need to be so muscular. Qin and Ling Han do not possess such physiques, yet they exude a fragrant softness. Tang Yu silently scoffed to himself. Suddenly, upon catching wind of his inner thoughts, when Ren Ye's expression darkened instantly. She noticed that Tang Yu's lips remained still, so she shifted her gaze to others. The last man who dared to critique her in such a manner had ended up in the hospital for 3 months. After scanning the area without spotting her target, her mood soured. Could it be that she had misheard? Chapter 86. Does he even deserve this? What's wrong? Observing his daughter's unusual demeanor, when Ren Yuanshan inquired. Nothing. When Ren Ye felt too embarrassed to confess to her father that she had overheard incomprehensible remarks. When Ren Yuanshan gently patted his daughter's hair in a comforting gesture. Dad understands your concerns. Rest assured that young man, Lu Junzuo, possesses remarkable medical skills. After his treatment, I can already move one of my toes. Soon enough, I will be able to stand again, and we can spar like we used to. He had long since lost hope for his legs, resigning himself to a life of helplessness. Until recently, a young man named Lu Junzuo had suddenly approached him. After administering an unfamiliar acupuncture technique, he discovered he could feel pain in his legs once more, even managing to move a toe. This ignited a glimmer of hope within him. He felt immense gratitude towards the exceptional young man named Lu Junzuo. Dad, I believe in Brother Lu's medical expertise. He is indeed remarkable. Wen Ren Ye's admiration for Lu Junzuo was evident on her face. Though he was only a few years her senior, his prowess surpassed hers. She only respected the strong. Thus her recognition and gratitude were sincere. Tang Yu, who was sipping water nearby, nearly choked upon overhearing the conversation between father and daughter. He was suddenly reminded of the original plot. In the original narrative, it was Ye Chen who should have been treating Wen Ren Yuanshan. To conquer Su Hang, he needed to not only win over the 4 prominent families to build a commercial empire, but also subdue the ancient martial arts factions of Su Hang. He intended to make Su Hang completely submissive, serving as the backbone for his revenge. The Wen Ren family, being the foremost ancient martial arts family in Su Hang, was pivotal in his quest to dominate these forces. Lu Junzuo's medical skills are indeed commendable. He can even treat paralysis. However, healing comes at a cost, often sacrificing one's life force in the process. His method of deliberately exhausting vitality means that, at most, he has a year left to live post-treatment. Upon hearing Tang Yu's thoughts once more, when Ren Ye's gaze finally zeroed in on him, as the individual who had been seated beside her had vacated the spot. Within a 10-meter radius, there were the only 2 present. She could hear this fellow's thoughts. What is this silly girl staring at me for? Is she leering at me with those eyes? Good grief. Can't these women have a little self-respect? It's only my first day of abstinence. Noticing when Ren Ye's gaze upon him, Tang Yu found himself inwardly amused. One Ren Ye nearly lost her composure and struck him. However, compared to his flippant thoughts, she was more concerned about Tang Yu's recent remarks. How could he possibly know about Lu Junzuo? What did overdrafting vitality for treatment even mean? Ever since childhood, she had held her father in the highest regard, and her admiration for him had fostered a profound attraction to powerful men. If anyone dared to threaten her father's life, regardless of who they were, she would not let them go unpunished. Taking a deep breath, she looked directly at Tang Yu and inquired, "Mr. Tang, my father." Just as she was about to articulate her question, the words caught in her throat, seemingly stifled by an invisible hand. Observing her sudden stammering, Tang Yu expressed his confusion. "Miss Wen, what troubles you? What is she babbling about? There's no need to be so tense. I assure you, I am quite an approachable gentleman," he reassured her. "Ye, are you all right?" Wen Ren Yuanshan asked, noticing his daughter's sudden change in demeanor. He certainly did not think she was nervous due to Tang Yu. After all, such a worthless second-generation wealthy individual would not merit her attention. "I'm fine." After a brief pause, when Ren Ye finally recognized that her internal thoughts could not be vocalized. However, as an exceptionally gifted martial artist, she possessed considerable intelligence. Thus, she attempted to rephrase her question, "Mr. Tang, your family must be acquainted with many esteemed physicians. Could you recommend a few? I would like them to examine my father's leg." "Ye, there's no need to trouble Mr. Tang. Lu Junzuo is sufficient for my needs." Wen Ren Yuanshan interjected with a slight frown. He was not one to burden others or incur debts of gratitude, and he was particularly disinterested in someone like Tang Yu. Tang Yu noticed a flicker of disdain in his gaze and inwardly rolled his eyes. This was a standard trope in stories. The antagonist is invariably unlikable, eliciting a natural aversion from the supporting characters surrounding the protagonist. "Brother, why do you act so haughty? I owe you nothing. And do you truly expect Lu Junzuo to cure you? After 3 more treatments, your leg will be restored. Then you can sit there, counting the days until you lament your misfortune. Despite feeling quite irked, Tang Yu found no grounds for rebuttal and continued, I have a good relationship with old Dr. Jiang. Uncle Wenrun could seek his counsel. Old Dr. Jiang? We have already consulted him, but it seems the results were not significant. Wenrun Ye remarked with a bitter smile, yet her heart was increasingly astonished. For Lu Junzuo had indeed assured her that with 3 more treatments, her father's leg could be healed. Perhaps we should have old Dr. Jiang examine him again. His skills far surpass those of the lesser-known practitioners, Tang Yu suggested tactfully. Alas, brother, if you've reached this point, shouldn't you be more mindful? Quickly let old Master Jiang take a look. He would certainly be able to identify the issue. Otherwise, when the time comes to celebrate, do not blame me for not contributing. When Ren Ye's expression darkened slightly, having old Dr. Jiang assist with the diagnosis seemed like a worthy idea. When Ren Yuanshan, however, began to feel a tinge of irritation. He held a considerable admiration for Lu Junzuo, deeming this young man exceptionally talented. Thus, casting a sidelong glance at Tang Yu, he remarked with disdain, Tang Xiao. This world is replete with reclusive talents. Venturing out to observe the world is far more enlightening than remaining confined to one's narrow perspective. Tang Yu responded with a hollow laugh, masking his true feelings. Honestly, I have no desire to involve myself with you. If it weren't for the fact that I don't want to see you, Wenren, become a pawn for Lu Junzuo and subsequently trouble my Tang family, I wouldn't waste my breath on you. To be outmaneuvered, to have a daughter sacrificed, and a family offered up. Your role is indeed more tragic than that of this villain. Upon hearing Tang Yu's sardonic remarks, Wenren Ye felt a bit awkward. She recognized that Tang Yu's intentions were genuinely well-meaning, devoid of malice. With this in mind, she turned to her father and said, All right, Dad, enough of that. Tang Xiao is only trying to help. Wenren Yuanshan, his countenance darkened, fell silent. Could it be that his daughter had truly lost her discernment, becoming infatuated with such a feckless dandy? If that were the case, he would never acquiesce. His daughter was a paragon of grace. How could he possibly deem such a man worthy? In the ensuing chapter, as the conversation faltered, Tang Yu found little reason to engage further with Wenren Yuanshan. He could not stand idly by while the Wenren family gravitated towards Lu Junzuo. Yet if they were unyielding, he would merely do what he could. Should circumstances dictate, he would opt to sit at the table with the ladies during the banquet. At that moment, Wenren Ye felt an overwhelming complexity of emotions. Nonetheless, she resolved to take her father to seek assistance from the esteemed Dr. Jiang upon their return to Suzhou and Hangzhou. If Lu Junzuo harbored ill intentions, she would not hesitate to act decisively. The atmosphere remained awkwardly silent until they boarded the plane, where they did not sit together. After securing her father in his seat and fastening his seatbelt, Wenren Ye said, Dad, I'm stepping into the restroom. If you need anything, feel free to call the flight attendant. Go ahead, Wenren Yuanshan replied curtly, his mood rather sour. He was a man of rigid principles, yet he valued loyalty above all else. Lu Junzuo had aided him in healing his leg. Thus he regarded him as a benefactor. However, recalling Tang Yu's earlier remarks only intensified his displeasure. Were it not for his current physical limitations, he would have ensured Tang Yu faced some repercussions. Wenren Ye, however, did not actually head to the restroom. After wandering for a short while, she located Tang Yu's seat. Miss Wenren, do you require assistance? Tang Yu inquit non tialen. Engrossed in a novel. Yes, Tang Xiao. My father was somewhat disrespectful earlier, and it was inappropriate to address it in his presence. I wish to apologize on his behalf, Wenren Ye stated, offering a slight bow as a gesture of contrition. Her unexpected courtesy took Tang Yu by surprise. This wild horse of a girl was being so polite. His earlier irritation dissipated significantly, and he waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing, a minor misunderstanding easily resolved. Indeed, your attitude is commendable, he mused. Initially, I considered exposing Lu Junzuo's true nature, but given your demeanor, I might just offer assistance in treating your father's ailment. The Qing Nong Tianjing offers a handful of remedies for paralysis. It guarantees that once treated, your father will experience relief from pain, month after month, while simultaneously safeguarding our Tang family. Wenren Ye was both confused and exhilarated. Could this man truly have a way to heal his father's legs? Yet, what did he mean by relief from pain, month after month? This man was indeed a bit infuriating. I shall not disturb young Master Tang any further. Here's my business card. You may add me on WeChat for any matters that arise, Wenren Ye said, producing a business card to hand to Tang Yu. The card bore her name, phone number, and the name of her company. Most families adept in ancient martial arts operated security firms, which served as their primary source of income. Very well. Observing Wenren Ye's courteous demeanor, Tang Yu felt a tinge of puzzlement. Once the plane landed in Suzhou and Hangzhou, Tang Yu hurried back to his antique shop, for the auction was to commence in just a couple of days. He needed to prepare without delay. Meanwhile, upon disembarking, Wenren Ye and her father were greeted by a driver awaiting them. To the clinic of old Dr. Jiang, Wenren Ye instructed the driver. What business do we have with old Dr. Jiang? Wenren Yuanshan queried, his brow furrowed in confusion. Did that young man from the Tang family say something to you? Why would you heed his nonsensical words? I dislike being indebted to others. Seeking out old Dr. Jiang would only complicate matters unnecessarily. My ailment can be managed with assistance from that young man, Lu Junzhou. It's merely for a checkup, nothing more. Father, Wenren Ye replied, shaking her head with unwavering determination. If there's an issue, it will be revealed through examination. Recognizing his daughter's resolute expression, Wenren Yuanshan understood he could not dissuade her and reluctantly acquiesced. Upon arriving at the clinic, Wenren Yuanshan pushed open the car door and exerted himself to leap into the wheelchair. As Wenren Ye wheeled her father into the clinic, they encountered a long queue snaking out the door. The clinic offered free consultations daily, providing treatment to impoverished individuals unable to afford medical care. This, naturally, had stirred the interests of many. Over the years, there had been occasional troublemakers, but under the protection of the Tang family, those who sought to cause trouble had mysteriously vanished, and no one dared to confront them any longer. Jiang Xiaoye was busy taking the pulse of a patient when she noticed Wenren Ye and her father. She remembered them well. After their previous visit, they had generously donated 10 million, which was utilized for the clinic's charitable endeavors. This financial support allowed them to treat affluent patients regularly. With a warm smile, she greeted them. Miss Wenren, bringing your uncle for consultation? Indeed, I would like to see old Dr. Jiang. Is he available? Wenren Ye inquired politely. He is in the back, engrossed in his reading. Please, go ahead, Jiang Xiaoye replied with a sweet smile, gesturing towards the clinic's courtyard. Thank you. Wenren Ye nodded before pushing her father toward the back. As they approached, they found old Dr. Jiang, clad in a long blue robe, immersed in the study of an ancient medical text. Upon their arrival, he greeted them warmly. Welcome to both of you. What seems to be the matter today? Elder Jiang, a skilled physician, recently encountered a remarkable practitioner who successfully treated my father's leg, and I wish to seek your insight regarding the efficacy of this treatment. Wenren Ye spoke with utmost respect. Alas, I find it burdensome to trouble you, Elder Jiang. I feel quite well, yet she insists I consult you. Wenren Yuanshan sighed with a hint of frustration. Your leg has been healed? Upon hearing this news, Elder Jiang was taken aback, his excitement palpable. With his medical prowess, he had been unable to resolve such an issue. Could there truly be someone of such caliber? He promptly began to check Wenren Yuanshan's pulse, closing his eyes to focus intently. After a moment, his expression shifted to one of grave concern, and he exclaimed in anger, "This is utterly preposterous. Who could be so reckless? Which charlatan is responsible for this? What is it?" The sudden outburst from Elder Jiang left both father and daughter astonished. Elder Jiang was renowned for his good temper. This individual possesses considerable medical skill, perhaps even surpassing my own. Yet, his intentions are insidiously malevolent. I cannot discern the methods he employed in your treatment. With his expertise, had he chosen to proceed with patience, administering acupuncture bi-weekly over the course of a year, he would have undoubtedly restored your leg. Instead, he hastily resorted to treating the Sanhuai and Yuanjing points, a method that will severely deplete your vital energy. Even if you are cured, you shall not live beyond a year. Elder Jiang's face flushed with indignation. Incompetent physicians may cause harm, but those with malevolent intent are far worse than beasts. Wenren Ye's expression shifted dramatically. Could it be that Tang Yu's warning was accurate? Wenren Yuanshan was equally taken aback, realizing that the young man he admired harbored ill intentions. Beyond his anger, a deeper sense of guilt welled within him. It was fortunate that he had encountered Tang's warning today. Otherwise, his life might have been in peril. Regret washed over him as he recalled how he had treated Tang with disdain. He chastised himself for such folly. Elder Jiang, is my father's condition still salvageable? Wang Rinye inquired, her face etched with worry. At this moment, her concern for her father's health eclipsed any thoughts of vengeance. Yes, I shall perform acupuncture shortly and prescribe a remedy. With a week of recuperation, he should be well on his way to recovery. Fortunately, you arrived in time. Had that individual treated him once more, I would have been powerless to assist. After speaking, Elder Jiang invited the father and daughter into his chamber to commence treatment. Thank you, Elder Jiang. The kindness you've shown will forever be etched in the annals of the Wang Ren family. Wang Rinye bowed deeply in gratitude. While her father underwent acupuncture, Wang Rinye stood outside the door, her fists clenched in fury. What audacity Lu Junzuo possesses to so brazenly humiliate the Wang Ren family. I vowed to exact revenge. Yet, as she considered her current lack of strength compared to this individual, a sense of unease settled over her. The Wang Ren family had experienced a significant decline in recent years, primarily due to her father's unfortunate predicament. The other skilled members of the household now matched her own abilities, remaining stagnant at the initial stage of the Xian realm. In a collaborative effort, the chances of defeating Lu Junzuo seem rather slim. The disparity between the peak of the Xian realm and its initial stage is starkly evident. She began to contemplate her plan for revenge. Regardless of the circumstances, this individual must not be spared. At this moment, Lu Junzuo was resting at the Wenren residence. After suffering a significant setback a few days prior, he had spent 2 days recuperating in the hospital and had finally regained his strength. Upon recovery, he returned to Suang to rest at the Wenren household, simultaneously preparing to seize control of the Wenren family. Ye Chen, that inept fool, was too preoccupied with the notion of profiting from the 4 major families. Unlike him, Lu Junzuo placed greater emphasis on power. The Wenren family served as a stronghold for conquering the ancient martial forces of Suang. Currently, he was seated by the artificial lake of the Wenren estate, fishing, in quite a pleasant mood. The treasures he coveted at the upcoming auction had already been photographed and sent to him. He was confident that within the Jade Lion lay the long-lost 9 transformation pill. This was documented in the records of the Dragon Soul organization. For Lu Junzuo, the significance of the 9 transformation pill was immense. With its aid, he could effortlessly break through to the Earth realm. At that point, the boy with the surname Tang would undoubtedly meet his demise. Why should he concern himself with that inexplicable power of his? Once he eliminated him, he would also have his way with his fiancée, Ye. Thus, he would not only achieve his goals, but also humiliate Ye Chen in the process. Therefore, this item was an absolute necessity for him, no matter the cost. At the antique shop, when Tang Yu arrived, the new manager was already awaiting him. Since Zhao Gaosheng had been dispatched to Antarctica, a knowledgeable old gentleman had taken over his position. Young Master Tang. He greeted respectfully upon seeing Tang Yu, his demeanor exceedingly courteous. The previous manager, Zhao, reportedly received a 10 billion reward for assisting young Master Tang with a task, subsequently earning a promotion abroad. To be able to serve young Master Tang now was indeed a stroke of good fortune. Old Master Peng, how is the Jade Lion you were working on for me? Tang Yu inquired with a smile. Oh, that. It's nearly complete. Please follow me, young Master Tang, old Master Peng replied eagerly. A few days prior, he had received a notification from Tang Yu along with a photograph, prompting him to enlist several skilled artisans to carve the Jade Lion as requested. After days of diligent work, the finished product had been polished, albeit with some minor imperfections. Upon entering and seeing the Jade Lion, roughly the size of coconut, Tang Yu felt quite satisfied. Although the cost had been substantial, it was a trivial matter. Even the intricate mechanism, the 9-palace lock beneath it, had been perfectly replicated according to Tang Yu's specifications. The original Jade Lion contained this mechanism, which only the Dragon King Ye Chen could operate. Damn it, that wretched son of fortune. It seemed that all good things in the world were destined for him. Fortunately, having perused the original storyline, Tang Yu remembered how to unlock it. Close enough, he thought, feeling pleased with the final product. He instructed that it be packed up and sent to the auction. I shall not directly compete with you. Instead, I shall employ a ruse. Old Master Peng, I have here a pouch of powdered medicine. Would you kindly assist me in transforming it into pills? You may enclose something unpleasant within the pills, and once completed, please deliver them to Wanbao Tower for a priority auction. After issuing his instructions, Tang Yu patted the old man on the shoulder and departed with a chuckle. In the original narrative, Dragon King Ye Chen encountered the 9 Revolutions pill for the first time. Now, with Lu Junzuo in the picture, is likely to be a similar experience. This pouch of powdered medicine was meticulously concocted, and its essence is imperceptible to the senses alone. Without tasting it, one would never suspect it to be poison. It is akin to excrement. While it can be seen and smelled, how can one presume it to be such without a taste? Old Master Peng stroked his balding head, drawing upon decades of accumulated wisdom to ponder this matter. After a moment's contemplation, his gaze turned towards the restroom. Once he completed the task assigned by young Master Tang, he emerged from the restroom, his face flushed. Having engaged in such mischief in his youth, he was unexpectedly delighted to relive the innocence of childhood at his age. He placed the completed pills within a jade lion and personally delivered them to the auction at Wanbao Tower. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. The auction was held at the picturesque Sisui Villa, nestled amidst mountains and waters, a favored retreat for the affluent of the city. Tang Yu was quite familiar with the area. Upon disembarking from his vehicle, he encountered numerous acquaintances. "Good day, young Master Tang. Oh, you're here as well. What treasures do you seek today? It's the first time I've seen you here for antiques." Many greeted Tang Yu warmly. After responding to a few, he found the exchanges tedious and hastened into the villa. As he stepped through the entrance, he spotted Wen Runyage, accompanied by a strikingly handsome young man. The young man bore a devilishly charming smile, reminiscent of Dragon King Ye Chen, albeit with the smile's curvature differing, his being on the right, while Ye Chen's was on the left. If their mouths were to be joined, it would create an amusing sight indeed. Strictly speaking, this marked Lu Junzou's first face-to-face encounter with Tang Yu, and upon seeing him, he maintained his composed demeanor, unperturbed by the possibility of recognition. Striking from the shadows for a decisive blow was his forte. This was also Tang Yu's inaugural glimpse of Lu Junzou's visage. Upon recognition, his gaze involuntarily lingered. This scoundrel smiles just like Ye Chen. If their mouths were to be joined and they sported cross-eyed gazes, how utterly ridiculous that would be. One Rinyage twitched at Tang Yu's remarks, now perceiving Lu Junzou's charming smile as somewhat foolish, akin to a facial nerve disorder. After her father received treatment from the esteemed Dr. Jiang, she spent the ensuing days contemplating her next move, choosing to refrain from immediate retaliation. Patience was key. She needed to lower his guard before delivering a lethal strike. Today, I overheard Lu Junzou expressing her intention to attend the auction, hoping to procure some precious medicinal herbs for her ailing father. Thus, she ventured here alone. The 3 individuals present intentionally refrained from drawing each other's attention, resulting in an absence of greetings. Seated in the front row, Tang Yu discreetly checked his phone. Notably, the Grim Reaper squad did not accompany him today, as Lu Junzou had assigned them other tasks. Following their last encounter, where the squad had inflicted a severe beating upon him, Lu Junzou had developed some reservations about them. However, he had yet to harbor any suspicions, as the 4 had dutifully executed his orders, and the altercation was merely a misunderstanding. Chapter 89. Do you dare compete with me? Today's auction attracted a considerable crowd. The items up for bid were not limited to antiques, but included various rare treasures, including centuries-old medicinal herbs, an essential trope in the narrative. The standard elements of finding bargains and antagonists driving up prices were also present, allowing the protagonist to showcase his prowess while acquiring artifacts. Anticipating his role as the price-inflating antagonist, Tang Yu felt a sense of excitement. As he cracked open a pistachio and popped it into his mouth, he cast a furtive glance at Wen Rinyage, who sat conversing with Lu Junzou, seemingly oblivious to his earlier remarks. "Sigh, what a bunch of intellectually challenged teammates," he mused internally. And here they are, laughing it up with Lu Junzou. Even with such blatant hints, if all else fails, perhaps I should have old Master Jiang pay your father a visit. Tang Yu sighed heavily within himself. Wen Rinyage, seated less than 3 meters away, grew curious upon hearing Tang Yu's thoughts. Why was she able to perceive his inner voice? Did this imply a telepathic connection? Yet, when she had attempted to communicate silently in her mind, he had shown no response. After approximately half an hour, the guests had mostly assembled. An elderly gentleman clad in a white Tang suit ascended the stage to address the attendees. This gentleman was the head of Wanbao Building in the Shuang region. Wanbao Building is the largest auction house in China and later became one of the staunch allies of the Dragon King, providing them with invaluable intelligence. Once he concluded his speech, the auction commenced formally. The first item brought forth for bidding was Dong Qichong's snow clearing after the mountain rain. This work belonged to the Ming Dynasty painter Dong Qichong. The elderly man on stage elaborated extensively on the painting's origins, setting the starting bid at 30 million. Soon, bids began to roll in, and ultimately, the painting was sold for 80 million. As a wealthy and handsome young man, Tang Yu found little interest in such matters. Having indulged in excess, why would I spend tens of millions on this triviality? Art is merely for viewing. It cannot sustain one's livelihood. Why squander such a fortune? True art is that which benefits humanity, he continued to ponder. For instance, the artistic films stored in my cloud drive. And they are free, effectively undermining the Eastern economy as well. As Tang Yu mentally critiqued the concept of art, beside him, Ye Chen couldn't help but wear a sullen expression. In his mind, he mused whether he was delivering a monologue. Noticing the sudden shift in Ye Chen's demeanor, Lu Junzuo flashed a charming smile and inquired, "What troubles you, Ye Chen? Are you feeling unwell?" Upon catching sight of the smile on Lu Junzuo's face, Ye Chen truly felt uneasy. She shook her head and replied, "It's nothing. If you're not feeling well, do let me know. Seeing you in discomfort pains me as well," Lu Junzuo remarked, tapping his chest with a gaze full of tenderness. Ye Chen felt a surge of acid rising in her stomach. "You can spare me your theatrics. If I were capable of besting you, I would certainly give you a taste of your own medicine." "Thank you," came her curt response, after which she fell silent. Lu Junzuo, undeterred, thought that a woman like her, who revered the strong, was destined to be conquered by him. Half an hour into the auction, the jade lion was finally presented on the auction stage. Upon seeing this exquisite jade lion, many guests cast curious glances, as it seemed a rarity among antiques. Esteemed guests, the next item for auction is this white jade lion, a remarkable piece of art. I am unable to ascertain the master behind its creation due to my limited knowledge. Yet I believe its artistic value is exceptionally high. Thus, the starting bid is set at 5 million. Those interested may wish to try their luck. Perhaps it could be a fortunate find. The elderly auctioneer chuckled at his own introduction. In all their years of hosting auctions, they had yet to witness a genuine bargain, for they possessed the finest antique appraisers in all of China. Any artifact from any dynasty could be identified, and it was exceedingly rare for a counterfeit to deceive them. The guests chuckled in response. However, those who could attend this auction were all worth no less than 10 billion. For them, a few million was hardly significant. Soon, bids began to emerge. "I bid 5,500,000. Then I shall bid 6 million. Hearing these bids ignited a fire within Lu Junzuo. Yet he refrained from rushing to respond. He believed either in silence or in a decisive blow. Today, the jade lion would be his. Once he acquired the jade lion, he would immediately consume the elixir. The 9 transformation elixir had remarkable effects, yielding results in merely 3 minutes. Having reached the peak of the Xian realm, he felt as though he had 1 foot in the door after enduring several beatings in recent days. Coupled with this 9 transformation elixir, breaking through was bound to be effortless. Once he achieved this breakthrough, his first course of action would be to disguise himself and assassinate that young man surnamed Tang. After the bidding reached 9 million, no one was willing to continue. They found the piece visually appealing, but merely wished to add it to their collection. However, an excessively priced collectible was deemed unnecessary. Wealthy individuals were not synonymous with foolishness, casually tossing their money away. 9 million for the first time, 9 million for the second time. Just as the elderly auctioneer raised his small hammer to announce the third time, Lu Junzuo interjected, 9,100,000. He discerned that this price was the psychological threshold for these bidders. Thus he opted to add a mere 1,000, deeming anything more a waste. Upon his bidding, the entire audience immediately turned their gaze towards him. "Sir, the minimum increment is 100,000. Kindly revise your bid," the elderly auctioneer on stage remarked, somewhat awkwardly. Lu Junzhu furrowed his brow in discontent and retorted, "Then I shall bid 9,100,000. The individual who had previously bid 9 million rolled his eyes in silence, opting to withdraw from the competition. 10 million, Tang Yu suddenly declared. At his unexpected proclamation, Lu Junzhu swiftly directed a glare towards Tang Yu, a glimmer of malice flickering in his eyes. Was this man inherently destined to be at odds with him? His past 2 misfortunes since returning to Huaxia were tied to Tang Yu, and now he sought to contest him over an item at auction? 10 million. First call. The elderly auctioneer noted, taken aback, aware that the item had been sent by Tang Yu himself. What was his intention in bidding on his own item? Nevertheless, it mattered little to him. They earned their commission based on the final sale price, and, as long as the money flowed, he was content. 11 million. Reluctantly, Lu Junju continued to raise his bid, resolute in preventing the Jade Lion from falling into Tang Yu's possession. His eyes were filled with trepidation. Could it be that this young man had unearthed the secret of the Jade Lion? 20 million, 21 million, 50 million. When Tang Yu shouted the price of 50 million, the room erupted in astonishment. Young Master Tang, is it truly wise to spend such a fortune on a seemingly worthless Jade Lion? Upon witnessing Tang Yu's frenzied bidding, Lu Junju was convinced that Tang Yu had indeed discerned the secret within the Jade Lion. His vision clouded with rage. You think you are worthy of seizing the opportunity one have coveted? I bid 1 billion, he declared, standing up and shouting. Compete with money? Do you think I fear you? The Dragon Soul organization possessed resources beyond comprehension. Just the few companies visible on the surface boasted assets starting at 500 billion, amounting to several trillion in total. Their hidden wealth was immeasurable. The two men began to escalate their bids wildly, leaving the audience in stunned silence. In a mere 5 minutes, their bid soared to nearly 100 billion. For them, a billion seemed less a target and more a casual remark. Some self-proclaimed wealthy tycoons began to feel a twinge of shame. They understood Tang Yu's reckless fervor. After all, the Tang family was genuinely affluent. But what of the man contesting him? Was it truly worth such extremes merely for pride? As the bid reached 100 billion, Lu Junju's vision turned red with determination. This opportunity was too vital for him to forsake. Yet, 100 billion was undeniably exorbitant. I withdraw, he finally conceded, just as he felt his resolve wavering. Congratulations to this gentleman, the elderly auctioneer exclaimed, hastily striking his gavel, reveling in exhilaration. Their auction house would receive a 3% commission, 3 billion in net income from this sale. His gaze towards Tang Yu brimmed with admiration. This young man truly possesses a remarkable business acumen. He acquired what could barely be considered a piece of art, merely to inflate its price, and effortlessly amassed a fortune. Truly, as the esteemed heir of the Tang family, he has achieved what we could only dream of. Pathetic, is this all there is? Although he successfully obtained the treasure, Lu Junzuo was seething with rage, glaring at Tang Yu as he berated him. How dare this fellow cause him to squander such a considerable sum of money? It would not suffice to repay him with his life. Excuse me, could the staff please address this uncouth individual who has personally attacked me? Tang Yu raised his hand, resembling a child reporting a grievance. The staff, visibly embarrassed, approached Lu Junzuo and said, Sir, please maintain decorum. Disorderly conduct and personal attacks are not permitted at the auction. Lu Junzuo, his face ashen, scoffed coldly and made a slashing motion across his throat towards Tang Yu. The item had already been auctioned off. This brat at most could only live for one more chapter. He was eager to exact his revenge on Tang Yu. Thus, he rose from his seat and requested the staff to escort him to the payment area. According to the auction's regulations, once the item was purchased and payment was made, it could be taken away. He was determined to consume the 9 turns pill immediately, breaking through on the spot to eliminate this fellow. Upon hearing his intent to pay, the staff eagerly guided this wealthy patron to the VIP lounge to await his transaction. 100 billion. This had shattered the historical records of their auction. Though this esteemed guest was somewhat uncouth, he had just earned them 3 billion in commission. What more could they say? Upon arriving backstage, he produced his card to settle the bill. As is customary in such narratives, even the largest transactions will be completed within mere minutes. Consequently, in a matter of moments, the 100 billion was transferred to the auction house's account. Esteemed guest, here is our auction house's platinum membership card. Henceforth, you shall be one of the premier VIPs of Wanbao Tower. Upon receiving the payment, the staff promptly presented Lu Junzuo with an exquisite membership card. With a darkened expression, Lu Junzuo accepted the card, feeling no sense of advantage. Damn it, what a tremendous loss. Hurry and bring me the item, he urged impatiently. Certainly, Mr. Lu. The staff immediately arranged for the Jade Lion to be carefully delivered. After placing the item in Lu Junzuo's hands, the staff breathed a sigh of relief. This was a scorching hot item worth 100 billion. If it were to be mishandled and damaged in their possession, who would bear the responsibility? Well then, Mr. Lu, unless you require anything further, we shall take our leave. Should you need our delivery services, do not hesitate to call upon us. The staff spoke respectfully. Go ahead, but do not allow anyone in without my permission. Lu Junzuo gestured toward the door impatiently. The staff promptly exited the VIP lounge, closing the door behind them with care. Once alone, Lu Junzuo examined the Jade Lion. And indeed, he discovered the intricate mechanism of the nine-palace lock beneath. He let out a cold sneer and swiftly manipulated the mechanism, soon unlocking the nine-palace lock. Inside lay a pitch-black pill. Upon seeing this pill, Lu Junzuo's heart raced with exhilaration. The Nine Revolutions pill. This wondrous elixir had long been lost to the annals of time. Even with his exceptional medical skills, he could not reconstruct the formula. Now, having finally obtained one, his emotions were truly at fever pitch. Consuming it would enable him to break through to the earthly realm. At that point, that brat Tang Yu would undoubtedly meet his demise. The position of Dragon King would also be his for the taking. Bringing the pill close to his nose, he inhaled its medicinal aroma, tinged with a hint of foulness. As a skilled practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine, he found no offense in this. The myriad of medicinal herbs offered a plethora of scents. The duality of fragrance and stench in this pill showcased an extraordinary alchemical technique, akin to the paradox of ice and fire coexisting. He genuinely admired the master who crafted the Nine Revolutions pill. With a smile and a soft murmur to himself, he placed the Nine Revolutions pill into his mouth, savoring its essence. Yes, it bore a slight bitterness. He understood the adage that good medicine is often unpalatable. After meticulously chewing for a few moments, the bitter taste began to transform. The foulness intensified, as though he had unwittingly released a noxious odor. Was that feces? Suddenly, Lu Junzuo recognized the familiar scent, his expression shifting slightly. Once, during a mission, he had concealed himself in a cesspool, submerged for 3 minutes. In that grimy abyss, he had inhaled a mouthful of its contents. It was unmistakable, that familiar odor. Could it be that the Nine Revolutions pill contained feces? What kind of feces? As he swallowed the crushed remnants of the pill, he pondered within. In traditional Chinese medicine, there exists a rare ingredient known as nightbright sand, which is essentially bad droppings. Furthermore, other animal excrement serves medicinal purposes, and even human feces is utilized as a remedy, referred to as golden juice. Just as Lu Junzuo was about to deduce the formula for the Nine Revolutions pill, a sudden and excruciating pain erupted in his abdomen. The anticipated surge of vital energy and breakthrough did not manifest. Being a skilled physician, he was acutely aware of the predicament his body faced. Poison? This was dire. The excrement-laden medicine was toxic. Lu Junzuo's complexion changed dramatically as he desperately retched, expelling the remnants of the Nine Revolutions pill. Once he had purged it, his mouth felt as if it had become a latrine, an indescribable stench wafting from the vomit. Worse still, the toxin had already begun to spread within him. He hastily consumed an antidote he had concocted, feeling a modicum of relief. Damn it, he had been tricked. At that moment, realization struck him, and with eyes ablaze, he bolted from the VIP room. Chapter 91. Yet another poison. By the time he rushed out, the auction for the Jade Lion had long concluded. Tang Yu was playfully toying with the Jade Lion, a radiant smile illuminating her face. Just after Lu Junzuo's departure, the auction for the genuine Jade Lion commenced. The attendees, upon witnessing the appearance of two identical items, were engulfed in confusion. Once Tang Yu made the initial bid, no one dared to follow suit. After all, the esteemed young Master Tang had already bid in the billions. To raise the stakes at this juncture would only result in offense, a futile endeavor indeed. As Tang Yu continued to play with the Jade Lion, Lu Junzuo felt a surge of anger rising within him. This scoundrel had the audacity to toy with him. Not only had he stolen his elixir, but he also dared to present a counterfeit to swindle him out of his fortune. To add insult to injury, he had even attempted to poison it. How could such a vile individual exist in the world? Yet, observing Tang Yu merely toying with the Jade Lion offered him a slight reprieve. It appeared that this individual was unlikely to unlock it. In this world, there were no more than 5 capable of opening the Nine Palaces lock, and this young fool was certainly not among them. With reddened eyes, he returned to his seat, resolute in his decision. No matter the cost, he would reclaim the Jade Lion from Tang Yu today. This person was doomed. That fool must have already consumed the elixir contained within the Jade Lion. The child of destiny truly is the child of destiny. It seems he could not be poisoned. Tang Yu silently reveled in schadenfreude. Upon acquiring the Jade Lion, he promptly unlocked the Nine Palaces lock and retrieved its contents, which included a 9 transformations pill and an ancient martial arts manual. Without hesitation, Tang Yu consumed the 9 transformations pill, which would enhance his cultivation. Recently, He had ascended to the Huang character realm, and now he effortlessly broke through to the initial stage of the Xian character realm. As for the ancient martial arts manual, he could not cultivate it immediately. That would have to wait until he returned home. While Tang Yu indulged in his delight, Wenren Ye's eyes sharpened. Had Lu Junzuo been poisoned? Turning her gaze, she noticed that Lu Junzuo's aura indeed wavered. If he had truly been poisoned, could this not signify an opportunity for revenge? An unexpected thrill surged through her at the prospect of swift retribution. Feigning concern, she inquired, "Mr. Lu, you seem a bit unwell?" Lu Junzuo, feeling somewhat comforted by her concern, replied, "I must have eaten something amiss. It's nothing serious." However, as he spoke, Wenren Ye was assailed by a foul stench emanating from him, compelling her to stifle a gag. The others nearby also caught a whiff of the odor, pinching their noses in disgust. "Goodness, what is that smell? Who has made such a mess?" One exclaimed, incredulous. "Surely, he is not a child." Hearing these remarks, Lu Junzuo's face turned pale. The foul odor was indeed wafting from his own mouth, a realization that struck him painfully. That wretched Tang Yu, not content with merely poisoning him, had gone so far as to taint it with excrement. Was this truly the act of a human being? His resolve began to waver. This fellow deserves to be incapacitated and thrown into a cesspool to drown. "I will step into the restroom." As Lu Junzuo had just exchanged pleasantries, when lineage retched once more. Humiliated to the utmost, Lu Junzuo nearly ground his teeth to dust in fury and rushed to the restroom to rinse his mouth. The restroom was equipped with disposable mouthwash. He rinsed for nearly 5 minutes, yet the foul stench in his mouth dissipated only partially. Realizing that the taste simply would not vanish, Lu Junzuo bellowed in rage and shattered the restroom's glass. "Tang Yu, I will make you pay for this." Just as he leaned back in his seat to sense the changes in his body, Tang Yu suddenly sneezed. Seeing that Lu Junzuo had gone to the restroom, Tang Yu's eyes darted around. The auction was nearing its end, and it was time to make an exit. After all, this beast at the peak of the Xuanzi realm, when enraged, would indeed be a formidable opponent. Sighing inwardly, Tang Yu clutched the jade lion and made her escape. Upon hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, Lineage contemplated for a moment before swiftly following in Tang Yu's footsteps. Given her understanding of Lu Junzuo, he would undoubtedly not let Tang Yu slip away. Soon, opportunities for both vengeance and gratitude would arise. Just as the two departed, Lu Junzuo returned. Noticing Tang Yu had vacated her seat, his eyes flared with fury. His gaze swept the area, and he spotted Tang Yu stealthily making her exit. Thinking she could flee, with eyes aflame, he dashed forward. Today, he would not allow this brat to leave with the 9 transformations pill. By the time he burst out of the auction hall, Tang Yu was already sprinting towards the parking lot. "You cannot escape," Lu Junzuo roared, pushing his speed to the limit as he charged after Tang Yu. When they were merely 2 meters apart, his vital energy surged wildly. His body transformed into a spear, soaring into the air, and his feet struck Tang Yu's back with tremendous force. The impact caused Tang Yu to stagger, nearly losing her balance, and the jade lion slipped from her grasp. Lu Junzuo's face lit up with elation as he seized the jade lion. Coldly, he fixed his gaze on Tang Yu and declared, "You dare to steal from me, Tang? Today shall be your last." Initially, he had intended to bide his time and eliminate her through cunning means. However, he had crossed his own threshold. How dare she conspire against him in secret? With that, he swiftly activated the mechanism of the 9 palaces locked beneath the jade lion. Inside, as expected, lay a pill. He picked it up and inhaled its fragrance. This time, it was purely aromatic, devoid of any foul smell. Indeed, the true 9 transformations pill was as such. His heart surged with joy as he promptly swallowed the 9 transformations pill. Today, he would break through right here, then render this brat incapacitated and toss her into a cesspool to drown. Without this, his resentment would never dissipate. However, once he consumed the pill, instead of feeling any transformation within, the excruciating pain he thought had vanished returned with a vengeance. His pupils instantly contracted. Could this be poison once again? This fellow. There is no reason for him to unlock the 9 palace lock. This is a secret known only to the Dragon Soul organization. Just moments ago, Tang Yu, who wore a face of panic, now beamed with a radiant smile. If this guy hadn't pursued me, we could have remained at peace. Yet here he is, eagerly presenting himself and hastily consuming the potion. This drug may not kill Lu Junzuo, but will undoubtedly impair his combat prowess significantly. Therefore, you should not blame me for being ungracious. With determination, I clench my fist and charge towards Lu Junzuo. In terms of combat abilities being relatively equal, I possess the unmoving King-esque skill. The advantage lies with me. Upon sensing the poison spreading within him, Lu Junzuo was taken aback. He hastily retrieved the last two specially crafted antidotes from his person and swallowed them. Moments later, he collided fists with Tang Yu. After the exchange, both parties took a step back. The ailing Lu Junzuo, despite his condition, held a slight edge, being at the pinnacle of the Xian realm. A frail camel is still larger than a horse. However, the prior poison had not yet been entirely dispelled, and now a new toxin had invaded his body, adding insult to injury. Continuing this battle would surely lead to his downfall. Just as he contemplated making his escape, he noticed when Run Yage rushing over. His expression instantly brightened. Reinforcements had arrived.